Richard, having traversed into the Marvel Universe, faced the wrath of Doctor Strange after he unwittingly stole his girlfriend, leading to a betrayal that saw him expelled from the hospital. Very well, then. Do not hold it against me. With a swift kick to Doctor Strange, he proclaimed himself the favored offspring of the Ancient One. I am destined to be the supreme sorcerer of the future. Chapter 1. Nightmares that strengthen. Whosoever desires this cursed boon may take it. In Washington, D.C., at the Trident headquarters, the director's office buzzed with tension. Nick Fury handed a file to Phil Coulson. Coulson, initiate a Level 3 investigation on the individual in this file. Coulson opened the document, revealing a doctor named Richard, whose likeness bore resemblance to Keanu Reeves. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, at the Greenpoint Apartments, Richard found himself ensnared in yet another nightmare. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes. Oh no, someone's dead. A bystander scream. Wah. Mommy. Mommy. The wails of a little girl. The cacophony was unbearable. Richard, wake up. Quickly awaken. The familiar voice of a woman resonated, accompanied by a gentle slap on his face. In an instant, Richard was pulled from his nightmarish reverie. Struggling to open his eyes, he gazed upon his girlfriend, Christine Palmer. Christy, you've saved me once more. Christine tenderly wiped the sweat from his forehead. You've had another nightmare, Richard. This marks the third consecutive day. Richard grasped her delicate hand, offering a weary smile. Do not fret. Tomorrow shall be free of nightmares. His words served not merely as solace for his beloved, but a strong intuition whispered that this would be his final encounter with that particular nightmare. Indeed, it was merely this nightmare, for he possessed a foreboding sense that soon he would be haunted by a different, yet equally troubling nightmare. He gently patted the back of her hand. Very well, Christy, do try to sleep. We have work tomorrow. All right, then Christine gazed at Richard's weary visage, concern etched upon her features. Make sure you rest well, too. As she slowly drifted into slumber, Richard rose and made his way to the living room. Approaching the television, he bent down to retrieve a baseball bat from beneath the cabinet. Two distinct fingerprints marked the bat, one deep and the other shallow. Richard gripped the bat tightly. A deeper fingerprint emerged. My strength has increased. A sense of melancholy washed over Richard. So, after 6 long years, has my boon finally arrived? 6 years prior, Richard had crossed into the Marvel realm. His original self's parents had perished, leaving behind a significant inheritance. At that time, he envisioned a glorious future of battling Iron Man and delivering blows to Thanos. Yet, reality dictated that he was but an ordinary man, with merely a slightly enhanced intellect from 2 souls intertwined. At 16, he entered Columbia University's medical school, obtaining his doctorate in a mere 4 years. Upon graduation, he joined the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, swiftly rising to prominence as a renowned surgical expert. However, in the midst of his success, he found himself captivated by a striking young woman with enchanting blue-gray eyes. Through relentless pursuit, he succeeded in bringing this beautiful girl, 3 years his senior, into his life. Christine Palmer, a name perhaps unfamiliar to many. Yet, she was destined to be Doctor Strange's future love. Indeed, Richard had stolen a march on destiny. Returning to the present, Richard concealed the baseball bat once more. Following the nightmare, he found not only his strength had augmented, but an evolution of body and soul had transpired. After experiencing 2 previous nightmares, an epiphany struck him. Could it be that nightmares grant him strength? Was this his boon? Today's practical test had confirmed his hypothesis. Yet, the thought of being trapped in an unending cycle of nightmares, reliving death time and again, filled him with bitterness akin to the taste of bitter herbs. He yearned to sweep his hand dramatically and declare, "Whoever desires this wretched boon may take it." However, alas, enough of this. Time for slumber. Tomorrow held a series of surgeries awaiting his expertise. Returning to the bedroom, he embraced his fragrant and soft girlfriend, and soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, Richard drove a blue-gray Lincoln Navigator, transporting Christine to the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. He had invested a considerable sum to customize the vehicle at an auto shop. Bulletproof windows, bulletproof body, an engine salvaged from a retired military vehicle, still in pristine condition. In short, he was cautious. Despite having caught up on 3 additional hours of sleep, Richard felt somewhat lethargic. After all, 3 consecutive nights of nightmares had nearly driven him to madness. Once donned in his white coat in the changing room, Richard led his intern, Frank Shun, and head nurse, Lilith, on their rounds through the wards. Ah, Richard yawned. handing a medical folder to Frank. Frank, you'll be the one to inquire today. Frank perked up immediately, eagerly accepting the folder and exclaiming, "Yes, Dr. Richard." With pride, Frank strode ahead, gently knocking before entering a patient's room. Lilith followed, quickly adjusting the head of the bed. Frank grinned widely, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. "Good morning, Mrs. Susan. How did you sleep last night?" Richard stifled a yawn as he approached the monitor, pulling up the patient's 24-hour ECG data. Although Mrs. Susan was unsure why this overly enthusiastic young man was inquiring, she answered truthfully, "I felt a tightness in my chest twice this morning." Frank promptly produced his stethoscope, placing it against her chest. "Take a deep breath, very good, once more." Richard glanced over and quietly reminded, "Listen closely to the apex of the heart." Frank nodded earnestly, attentively discerning Mrs. Susan's heartbeat. Indeed, there were some irregularities. Upon exiting the room, Richard patted Frank on the shoulder. "Well done, Frank. It is all due to your excellent guidance, Dr. Richard." Once Richard departed, Frank could barely contain his excitement, raising his fists in triumph. "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing this, Nurse Lilith chuckled and inquired, "Dr. Frank, is your joy truly warranted?" Frank turned to her, his expression earnest. "Dr. Richard is a renowned surgical expert across the nation. Even my professors at the university pale in comparison. Knowing that my supervising teacher is Dr. Richard, I was so thrilled that I couldn't sleep a wink all night." "Lilith, do you believe that if I shared today's events with my university classmates, they would inundate me with frantic phone calls?" "Well, they would probably berate you upon calling." "Just keep up the good work," replied Nurse Lilith, twisting her slender waist as she turned to leave. Richard returned to the emergency department office, barely settling into his chair when a rotund, balding middle-aged man barged in with an air of aggression. "Dr. Richard, where have you been? Come on, let's go," he exclaimed, reaching out to grab Richard's arm. Richard frowned and raised his hand to evade the man's grasp. "Director Pansy, let's converse without the unnecessary physicality, lest it lead others to speculate about my sexual orientation, shall we?" Chapter 2. You pretend to be a teapot, yet you strut about. Director Pansy raised his brows, one hand on his hip while the other pointed accusatorily at Richard, resembling a plump teapot. "How can you be so ungrateful? A significant figure has arrived in the emergency department, and I summoned you to present yourself. I'm offering you a chance to connect with valuable resources from high society. Why are you being so unappreciative?" Richard rolled his eyes. As a distinguished top-tier surgical specialist, he had no interest in Pansy's trifling connections. His incessant chatter about pleasantries was all merely for his own benefit. Wasn't it just a ploy to use Richard's status to his advantage while wearing a fad of insincerity? Puffed. "Not going." Richard languidly leaned back in his chair, raising his cup to sip. Pansy, witnessing Richard's dismissive demeanor, trembled with indignation, his bulk quaking with fury. His finger quivered as though afflicted by Parkinson's disease. You're truly ungrateful. Just wait." With that, Pansy made a strategic withdrawal. Sneering at Pansy's disheveled retreat, Richard could hardly contain his disdain. However, moments later, Pansy returned, this time accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit with an arm in a sling. Richard glanced at him and immediately recognized this must be the esteemed figure Pansy had mentioned. He wore a bespoke beige suit crafted from fine wool, a tailored white shirt made of 200-thread Egyptian cotton, and a 5 centimeters wide calfskin belt with a subtly matte metal buckle. His shoes, if Richard was not mistaken, were fashioned from the finest horsehide leather, often referred to as the diamond of leathers. The watch on his wrist was a Vacheron Constantine patrimony, epitomizing understated luxury. He was merely missing a pocket square to complete the look. The attire of an old-money affluent individual, his worth must exceed 100 million. No wonder Pansy was so eager to ingratiate himself. "Dr. Richard, come quickly." Director Pansy beamed, his tone unusually gentle and soothing. He hurried over and grasped Richard's arm, leading him before the suited man. This time, Richard did not shy away, as it was in front of others. Had it been privately, he would have spat at Pansy. "This is Donald, a member of our hospital's board of directors. Mr. Donald has injured his arm, and you are our leading expert. Please attend to him." A modest smile graced Donald's face. "Dr. Richard, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. As rumored, you are indeed a remarkably handsome young man." Richard offered a polite, albeit awkward, smile before getting straight to the point. "Please, Mr. Donald, have a seat. I shall examine your wound." Thank you, Dr. Richard," Donald replied, promptly sitting down and, with Richard's assistance, removing the bandage from his left arm. Richard glanced at the injury, his lips twitching involuntarily. There was a gash on his left forearm, less than 5 centimeters long. It had already ceased bleeding, and he assessed that it would begin to scab over in about half an hour. Was this individual merely here to mock him? Richard shot a subtle glare at Director Pansy, yawned, and called out, "Frank, come here for a moment." "I'm coming, Teacher Richard." Frank, from a distance, responded and hurried over. "Teacher Richard, what do you need?" Richard pointed to Donald's left arm. "Please assist Mr. Donald with his injury." Upon hearing this, Donald's expression immediately soured. Director Pansy's eyebrows shot up again, transforming him back into his teapot persona as he unleashed a tirade at Richard. "Richard, what are you trying to do? What kind of attitude is this? Mr. Donald is a member of our hospital's board. Are you really going to let a mere intern treat him? You are insulting me, Mr. Donald, and the hospital board." Donald cast an irritated glance at Pansy, realizing the man was trying to use him as leverage. Silently, he stood up and turned to leave. Frank, bewildered, froze with his hands outstretched, poised to examine the wound. "Teacher Richard, this." Richard patted his shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Just get back to your duties." Frank nodded quickly, understood Teacher Richard, and hastily retreated. "Richard, you dare to slight a hospital board member. This is utterly outrageous. You will pay for this." Director Pansy trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Richard. "I will certainly report you to Dean Elvin." With another threat, Pansy scurried after Donald. Mr. Donald, wait for me." With a grim expression, Donald halted. As soon as Pansy reached him, he received a swift slap across the face. "Scoundrel!" Having vented his frustration, Donald hastily departed. Remaining any longer would only invite more onlookers, resulting in further humiliation. Pansy, taken aback by the slap, stood frozen. What's happening? He lingered, clutching his slapped face, his eyes dazed. The surrounding doctors and nurses, witnessing Pansy's bewildered and aggrieved demeanor, could not help but burst into laughter. "Look at the director's expression. I can't hold it in. It's too funny. Who has a phone to capture this moment? Quick, get a picture of Pansy in his current state." "I will." With a flash, Pansy's disheveled visage was immortalized in a nurse's phone gallery. "Emma, make sure to send me that photo later." "And me. I want it too." The sound of their laughter jolted Pansy back to reality. He glanced at the crowd of doctors and nurses, his countenance shifting dramatically. Look, what are you staring at?" Director Pansy glared fiercely at the onlookers. "What is there to see? It is working hours. Anyone who continues to gawk will be treated as absent without leave. I will deduct all of your attendance bonuses this month." The gathered doctors and nurses, frightened, quickly dispersed. After scolding, Director Pansy felt a sense of relief as he turned to glance at Richard in the office, dark thoughts swirling in his mind. "Richard, just you wait. One day, you will fall in my hands." Covering his aching face, Director Pansy hastily departed. Frank slipped back into Richard's office, concern etched on his face. "Professor Richard, perhaps you should apologize to Director Pansy? Otherwise, given his petty nature, he is certain to seek revenge." Richard yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about me. Just focus on your work." As always, he was among the finest surgical experts of a new generation, not only in America, but across the globe. Individuals of his caliber are revered wherever they go. Does he dare to provoke me? Does he not fear that I might simply walk away? At that moment, the sound of an ambulance siren grew louder, approaching swiftly. Richard sprang to his feet. "Frank, come with me." Chapter 3. The Tumor of Misfortune or Fortune. It is difficult to assess. On the ambulance, the paramedics brought down a man with dreadlocks. A long diagonal scar stretched from the corner of his right eye to the root of his right ear, and his arms were adorned with tattoos, giving him an unmistakable aura of danger. Following him, 3 young men leaped from the vehicle. "Nick, what's the situation?" Richard inquired quietly, approaching Dr. Nick West, who was beside the ambulance. Dr. Nick glanced at the 3 young men before leaning in to whisper, "The leader of a gang from Queens has been severely injured. His testicles have been ruptured." Richard raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is the injury serious?" "Both testicles are completely shattered." Nick confirmed with a nod. "Frank, notify the surgical team to prepare for an orchiectomy. A mere rupture of the testicles is a minor affair. I've witnessed cases where excessive use of the little blue pill led to catastrophic ruptures." The 3 young men who had accompanied the patient huddled together, murmuring quietly, "Tommy, I heard Fiona has taken refuge in the territory of the White Ghost Gang. Isn't Fiona the boss's woman? Why would she assault his manhood? Are you foolish? Haven't you heard they say Fiona has been unfaithful to him? So what? Why would she kick his testicles? Don't talk to me, you idiot." Why not? My mother forbids me from conversing with fools. Enough of your bickering. Eddie is on the line. The bespectacled young man answered the phone. Eddie. Simmons, how is Quinn's condition? Simmons glanced at the boss being wheeled into the hospital and replied, he has just been taken into the operating room for an orchiectomy. What? They can't save his testicles? It appears so. All right, you three, hurry back. The White Ghost Gang is attempting to seize our territory. What about Quinn? You stay at the hospital while Joe and Tommy return. Understood, Eddie. After hanging up, Simmons turned to the other two young men and said, Eddie instructed you to rush back to the bar. They need reinforcements. The White Ghost Gang has attacked. What? Those white ghosts have gone mad. Joe, let us go? The two young men turned and fled. Simmons opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent until their figures disappeared. He glanced back at the hospital before heading toward the small garden across the street. As Richard examined the patient's injuries, he discovered a tumor nestled within the scrotum. Hiss. One wonders whether this fellow is unfortunate or fortunate, Richard mused. Dr. Nick, not comprehending, asked, why do you say that? Richard pointed out, look, I've just discovered a tumor in the scrotum. Hiss. Dr. Nick gasped, casting a sympathetic glance at the unconscious black boss. It was indeed difficult to assess the situation. Had it not been for the ruptured testicle, this tumor could potentially lead to malignancy. Richard's expression was a tapestry of complexities. The tumor could be excised, yet it would irrevocably alter his manhood. Richard's words resonated with the others in the operating room. Dr. Nick was right. It was indeed a challenging assessment. Just as Richard prepared for the surgery, Christine suddenly appeared. Dr. Richard, hold on a moment. What is it? Richard turned, puzzled. Nurse Lena, please notify Milu and Reed to hurry over. This is a rare, third-level surgical teaching session. Richard looked at Christine in exasperation. Your one remark has delayed a procedure I could have completed in 20 minutes by an additional half hour. Christine's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Yes, thank you, Dr. Richard. I'll treat you to dinner after work. Richard perked up, quickly responding, it's a deal. I shall make the reservation. Soon, two interns, a male and a female, arrived. Milu was following Christine, while Reed was under Nick's mentorship, along with Frank Shin. An intern Richard was supervising. These three were the only emergency department interns available. Reed cast a forlorn look at his supervising doctor. Doctor. Nick cleared his throat and offered a piece of advice. Ahem, pay close attention. Dr. Richard's teaching is a rare opportunity. With that, Dr. Nick briskly exited the operating room. Before leaving, Christine sternly instructed, the surgery involves testicle removal and lymph node tumor excision. Dr. Richard will elaborate on each step during the procedure. Milu, Reed, and Frank, be attentive and take notes. The three interns responded in unison, yes, Dr. Palmer. After nearly an hour, the instructional surgery concluded. The unfortunate black boss was wheeled to the ward, only to be swiftly returned. Dr. Richard, the patient has not yet paid the emergency fee, surgical fee, and hospitalization fee. The ward refuses to admit him. Richard was taken aback. Guarantee there are 3 people who came with the vehicle? Where have they gone? Nurse Lena shook her head. I do not know. Richard gazed down at the still unconscious black boss. Considering that he had become an unwitting subject for free surgical training, he decided to assist him this once. Let South temporarily place him, her, in the charity ward. We'll make further plans once she awakens tomorrow. Understood, Dr. Richard. Not long after, Simmons stealthily entered the charity ward and approached the slumbering black boss. Boss Quinn. Seeing no response from the black boss, he quietly slipped out again. In the convenience store adjacent to the hospital, he purchased a loaf of bread and a bottle of water and casually requested several newspapers. As he munched on his meal, he made his way back to the small garden. Upon finishing, Simmons dialed Brother Eddie's number. Hello, Simmons, what is the matter? Eddie gasped, occasionally interrupted by a cry. Unfazed, Simmons replied, Brother Eddie, the operation on Boss Quinn has concluded, but he remains in slumber. Has the doctor mentioned when he might awaken? Eddie inquired amidst his violent actions. Simmons offered an ambiguous response. It could be tonight, or perhaps tomorrow. After a brief silence, Eddie declared, in that case, I shall send 2 men over tomorrow. You must discreetly bring Boss Quinn back. Understood, Brother Eddie. Simmons did not broach the subject of medical expenses before hanging up, nor did Eddie bring it up. Finding a sheltered spot, Simmons laid down some newspapers on a long bench, preparing it as his sleeping quarters for the night. In the afternoon, Richard and Christine Palmer strolled out of the hospital hand in hand, laughing and chatting. Upon returning to the hospital, Stephen Strange caught sight of them, a flicker of jealousy crossing his gaze. Chapter 4. A man without guts only succumbs to inept rage inside a gray-blue Lincoln Navigator. Christine Palmer, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Richard. Which restaurant have you chosen, my dear? Richard replied with a straight face, Brooks Greenpoint Private Restaurant. Christine rolled her eyes in a theatrical manner and fell silent. En route, Richard exited the vehicle to collect an elaborate takeout of Chinese cuisine. The restaurant's silver-haired proprietor generously included a complimentary red candle set. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Upon returning to the apartment, Richard meticulously arranged the takeout and lit a red candle. A candlelight dinner it is. Christine raised her glass, playfully teasing, Greenpoint Private Restaurant, huh? Richard, with a thick skin, asserted, just call it private or not. He lifted his glass, proclaiming a toast to the sumptuous dinner of the evening. Christine smiled warmly, clinking her glass against his. However, the girl's tolerance for alcohol seemed limited, as her cheeks soon flushed and she began to sway. I think I'm getting tipsy, she admitted. Understanding her unspoken desires, Richard approached and swept the inebriated beauty into his arms. Her delicate arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, gazing up at his handsome face with her misty gray-blue eyes. Her rosy lips exhaled a breath tinged with the scent of wine. The allure of the night was simply breathtaking. The following day, the formidable boss awoke from a deep slumber, only to find himself alone on a hospital bed. He immediately shouted, Eddie, Daniel, Mickey? After calling their names thrice without response. He threw off the covers, attempting to rise, only to be met with a searing pain radiating from his lower region. The boss peered down at his abdomen and was horrified to discover that his groin was tightly bound with thick bandages. Trembling. He reached down, only to find the two orbs that once resided there were now conspicuously absent. That scoundrel has taken my jewels. Come out. Face me. Enraged, the boss vented his fury with loud cries, then removed the needle, enduring the agonizing pain as he attempted to sit up. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open with a bang. Richard entered briskly, accompanied by the attending nurse, Mary. Hey sir, lie back down. He placed a firm hand on the boss's shoulder, gently but decisively pushing him back onto the bed. Avoid making any sudden movements, otherwise, the sutured wounds may tear. Who are you? The boss glared at Richard, his eyes aflame with fury. I am your doctor, sir. Richard reinserted the needle into the back of his hand and continued soothingly. You are fortunate, sir. During your surgery yesterday, we discovered a tumor within your testicular sac. If not promptly removed, it had a significant chance of becoming malignant. The boss grasped the crux of Richard's statement with alarming clarity. You bastard, you cut off my jewels? Mary, standing nearby, interjected with displeasure. Hey you. It was Dr. Richard who saved your life and kindly arranged for you to be placed in a charity ward. The boss paid her no mind, seizing Richard's collar and growling. Tell me, was it you? Was it you? Richard struggled briefly but could not break free. Yet, fearing that exerting too much force might harm the patient, he resignedly addressed Nurse Mary. Mary, pass me the sedative. All right, Dr. Richard. Mary retrieved the sedative from a tray of vials, filled the syringe, and handed it to Richard. You need to rest well, sir. Do not become agitated again, or the wound may reopen, complicating matters. With that, Richard administered the sedative into the boss's arm. The effects were swift, and the boss gradually released his grip on Richard's collar, succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Richard shook his head and said to Nurse Mary, Let us move on to the next patient. Very well, Dr. Richard. The two departed the charity ward without delay. A minute later, the door to the ward was pushed open once more. Simmons entered stealthily with two young men dressed in work attire, carrying a stretcher. He gestured towards the bed where the black boss lay and whispered, Boss Quinn is there. Let us lift him onto the stretcher and quietly depart. Yes, Brother Simmons. The trio approached the bedside, where the younger lackey roughly tore the needle from the black boss's arm. He signaled to another lackey at the foot of the bed, and together they exerted force to hoist the black boss onto the stretcher. Simmons pulled the sheet from the bed and draped it over the black boss. Let us go. 20 minutes later, Nurse Lilith, who had come to change the discovered that the black boss was missing and hurriedly reported to Dr. Richard. Not good, Dr. Richard. The patient who underwent a testicle removal yesterday is gone. Richard raised his hand to calm Lilith's rising anxiety. Take a breath. Lilith, speak slowly. Lilith inhaled deeply. When I went to change the I found that patient had vanished. Richard, slightly fatigued, pressed his fingers to his temples and stood up. Let us head to the monitoring room. Upon reaching the monitoring room, the security personnel eagerly pulled up the footage. As Richard observed the bespectacled youth leading the group in the video, he smiled at Lilith. You need not worry any longer. Lilith looked up at Richard in confusion. This bespectacled young man accompanied the patient yesterday. It seems they couldn't afford the fees and discreetly left. So, this means it's not my concern? Lilith exclaimed with delight. Indeed, this patient essentially left on his own. Richard shrugged. However, The medical office is in a bit of a predicament. The emergency fees, operation costs, medical expenses, and hospitalization charges remain unpaid. The patient also left without providing a name. How are we to find him? Meanwhile, at the Brotherhood bar in Queens, Simmons and his companions laid the Black Boss before Eddie. Brother Eddie, WVE brought back Boss Quinn. Eddie, draped in a coat with bandages around his chest, which were subtly stained with crimson, approached. He crouched down and noticed the Black Boss was still in slumber, causing him to frown. Why is he still asleep? Simmons adjusted his glasses and replied. When Boss Quinn woke, he caused quite a ruckus, and the doctor administered a sedative. Eddie stood up, pointing at the unconscious Black Boss. Someone, wake Boss Quinn. The surrounding lackeys exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Simmons turned to exit, returning shortly with a bucket of water. With a splash, he doused the Black Boss's face. Damn it! The Black Boss jolted upright, only to scream in agony as he clutched at his groin and collapsed once more. Ugh! My dear. Chapter 5. As your performance concludes, it is my turn to take the stage. This pain is unbearable. The formidable Black Boss clutched his groin, howling in agony. The surrounding underlings exchanged glances, hesitant to approach. Eddie gazed at the man, who was typically as resilient as steel, now reduced to a pitiful state. Screeching like a woman, he couldn't help but sigh and waved his hand, instructing, Simmons, assist Boss Quinn. Simmons nodded and stepped forward, straining to help the Black Boss back onto the stretcher. The agony seemed to subside somewhat as he lay there, eyes shut, breathing heavily. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Eddie? Eddie approached and crouched down. I am here, Boss Quinn. The Black Boss gritted his teeth and demanded, where is that wretched Fiona? After a moment of silence, Eddie replied, Fiona has fled into the territory of the White Ghost Gang. You useless bunch. The Black Boss cursed vehemently. Go to the White Ghost Gang and bring that wretched girl back. Eddie fell silent once more. You dare not. The Black Boss glared at Eddie, his anger palpable. When did you become so timid? With a taunting shout, he commanded, Daniel, you go, retrieve Fiona. Silence enveloped the room. Daniel? The Black Boss called again, but no one responded. Daniel is dead, Boss Quinn, Eddie suddenly interjected. What did you say? The Black Boss turned sharply to Eddie, shock etched on his face. How did he die? Yesterday, the White Ghost Gang ambushed us, and Daniel was shot with a black gun. Eddie replied expressionlessly. Not only him, but also Mickey and Farmar. They are all dead. You bastard. The Black Boss seized Eddie's collar, cursing fiercely. Why are you still alive? Did you hide in a corner like a coward while others fought valiantly? Eddie's face twitched, a surge of anger rising within him, his jaw clenched tightly. Yet, he refrained from retorting. Instead, the surrounding underlings spoke up in Eddie's defense, indignant. Boss Quinn, how can you say that about Brother Eddie? If it weren't for Brother Eddie, our Black Snake Gang would have been annihilated by the White Ghost Gang yesterday. Brother Eddie took a knife to save me and hasn't even gone to the hospital. Exactly. Brother Eddie endured his injuries, fearing another ambush from the White Ghost Gang. The Black Boss appeared momentarily bewildered, staring at the once timid group of men who had suddenly found their courage to challenge him. You all, Eddie interjected. Fiona is an undercover agent sent by the White Ghost Gang, Boss Quinn. The Dark Lord felt a jolt of shock and immediately retorted, This is impossible. Eddie replied coolly. Donnie the White Ghost informed us of this just yesterday. The Dark Lord paused in silence before hoarsely inquiring, How many of us remain? Eddie surveyed the injured brethren surrounding him and estimated, perhaps just over 20. The Dark Lord's expression froze in disbelief. This cannot be. Sighing, Eddie abruptly freed himself from the Dark Lord's grasp and stood up. Boss Quinn, bringing you back from the hospital is my final act of friendship. From now on I, Eddie, shall lead the Black Snake Gang. At these words, the Dark Lord trembled. Someone, carry Boss Quinn outside, from this moment forth. He has no ties to the Black Snake Gang. As soon as he finished speaking, several younger members stepped forward. Wait, the Dark Lord shouted loudly, let them all exit. Eddie, I have something to discuss with you. Narrowing his eyes, Eddie waved for the younger members to leave. Simmons adjusted his glasses, casting a contemplative glance at the Dark Lord and Eddie before turning away. During the midday break, Richard changed out of his white coat, preparing to call his girlfriend who was on leave at home. Just then, a call came in. Richard glanced at the caller ID and answered. Hello, Dean Elvin, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Richard, came the response from Dean Elvin. Do you have any surgeries scheduled for the afternoon? No, Dean. Well, the Stark Group just called and invited you to consult on Tony Stark. At the mention of Tony Stark, Richard's eyes brightened. He recalled seeing news of Stark being rescued from Afghanistan just days prior. Not hearing a reply, Dean Elvin asked curiously, Dr. Richard? I understand, Dean. All right. A car from Stark Group will arrive at the hospital around 2 o'clock. Okay, Dean. After hanging up, Richard immediately dialed Christine's number. Christine? Richard, where are you? I made pan-seared ribs and garlic shrimp. Christine's voice was filled with cheer. Richard quickly apologized. I'm sorry, dear, but I cannot return to be with you this afternoon. Why? Is there an emergency surgery? Christine's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. I have to consult on Tony Stark this afternoon. Tony Stark? Well, that's fine. Christine's mood shifted as she suddenly laughed. Darling, I've made too much. Can I save some for you as a late-night snack? Richard was oblivious to the subtle shift in his girlfriend's tone, casually acquiescing with, all right then, it's settled. No turning back. Christine responded with a cheerful tone, her laughter ringing like silver bells. In California, at a luxurious seaside mansion in Malibu, Tony Stark was busily disassembling a boot in his workshop. Tony, Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Pepper, descended the stairs holding a cup of coffee. I'm here, Tony called out without turning. Pepper entered the room, inputting a code to unlock the door, and found Tony tinkering with a piece of battle gear. Tony, what are you doing? As he detached the heel of the boot and tossed it aside, he replied, just a piece of clothing. Yes, an outer garment. Tony, my eyesight is perfectly fine. Pepper placed the coffee on the table, crossing her arms. That is nothing but a weapon. Tony Stark retorted, at best, it's a prosthetic. Yes, a prosthetic. You are safe now, Tony. A hint of concern flickered in Pepper's eyes. You don't need it for protection, but I can use it to protect others. Tony turned to her, emphasizing, to protect you, Pepper. Pepper was taken aback by Tony's sudden declaration, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Tony, this afternoon, 2 top surgeons from New York Presbyterian Hospital. Stop. Tony interrupted, raising his hand as he cast a glance at the miniature reactor embedded in his chest. Pepper, I'm fine, perfectly healthy. I don't need to see a doctor. After a prolonged silence, with a hint of pleading in her voice, Pepper implored, Tony, please. Tony Stark, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, felt his resolve soften. All right. I understand. I will go. Chapter 6. The venom spewing from Tony Stark's mouth was not poison, but rather acid. A helicopter gently descended, bringing Richard to the rooftop of the Malibu mansion. He pushed open the cabin door and leapt from the helicopter. With a hiss, the helipad slid aside, revealing a staircase leading downward. Dr. Richard, please proceed to the reception room as per voice instructions. A male electronic voice chimed, eliciting a chuckle from Richard. It bore a striking resemblance to the Jarvis he remembered from the movies. As he descended the staircase, it wasn't long before Richard arrived at a reception room. Upon entering, he discovered he was not alone. Seated inside was a familiar face, his colleague, Stephen Strange. It was not unexpected. Among the surgeons at Presbyterian Hospital, he was the only one who could rival Richard's surgical prowess. Yet, Richard's heart brimmed with pride, for he considered himself a master of surgery. He maintained a friendly demeanor, nodding in greeting to Strange. To his surprise, however, Strange frowned deeply, his expression one of clear displeasure. He turned his head abruptly, pretending not to see Richard. Richard, taken aback by this reaction, was momentarily stunned. Oh, judging by his demeanor, it seems there is a deep-seated grudge between us. But why? Did I steal his girlfriend? No, that can't be. Christine had been relentlessly pursued and caught by him as soon as she entered the elderly care hospital. Wait a moment. Could it be that he, fully aware that the flower has an owner, is still trying to get close to my Christine? Damn it. No wonder he looked so displeased upon seeing my face. Casting a disdainful glance at Stephen Strange, Richard chose a seat neither too far nor too close, and then pulled out his phone. Hello, darling. Richard, are you done with your work? Came Christine's surprised voice from the other end. Stephen Strange, upon hearing Christine's voice, instinctively turned his head slightly, stealing a glance at Richard with the corner of his eye. Richard, also observing Stephen's subtle movement, immediately took note of it, and playfully adopted a coy tone. Darling, I miss you so much. There's a saying at Dongda University, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. I haven't seen you for a whole day, and time feels like it's dragging on forever. Meanwhile, in Greenpoint apartment, Christine, engrossed in her game at home, trembled and was swiftly eliminated by a headshot from her opponent. Grimacing in pain, she felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at her boyfriend for his sudden teasing, which left her feeling both annoyed and ticklish all over. Speak to me properly, Christine exclaimed, putting down her controller and vigorously rubbing her arms. Richard, observing Strange's reaction, noted his clenched fists and gritting teeth, which filled him with uncontainable amusement. All right. I just arrived at Tony Stark's villa, and I was bored. So I called to tease you. From the other end, Christine's voice came back, filled with indignation. If you talk to me like that again, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Oh, come on. Richard chuckled, adding mischievously, you'll pay for this when you come back. Just wait and see. Christine's voice erupted in frustration once more. Hey, wanting to hit me will have to wait until I get back. Besides, I'm not home yet. Richard teased. Humph. Christine huffed playfully from the other end. Richard envisioned her rolling her eyes and couldn't he help but smile indulgently. Stephen Strange, listening to the playful banter between the couple, clenched his fists in jealousy, his knuckles cracking ominously. Good heavens! How could Miss Palmer be enamored with such a rogue? At that moment, the door to the reception room swung open, and Pepper Potts stepped inside. Following closely behind was Tony Stark, albeit in a rather disheveled state, sporting a chaotic nest of hair and an overwhelming scent of iron filings. Richard rose to his feet and whispered to Christine, Clea, Tony Stark has arrived. We shall continue our conversation later. With that, he ended the call and casually tucked his phone into his pocket. Stephen Strange also stood up, while Pepper displayed a sincere expression of apology. I am truly sorry, doctors, for making you wait so long. This is Mr. Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries. I hope you can conduct a thorough examination for Mr. Stark. All right, Pepper. Tony Stark interrupted her impatiently, languidly reclining on a sofa with his legs crossed. Stephen Strange, the top neurosurgeon. Wow. Tony Stark exclaimed with an astonished expression. Achieving such status in your 30s, you are indeed quite the prodigy. Stephen Strange instinctively puffed out his chest. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Stark. Richard nearly burst into laughter, his cheeks puffing out. Tony's acerbic wit was as sharp as ever, spewing venom and acid alike. Moreover, his enhanced hearing distinctly caught the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S., clearly indicating that Tony Stark was employing information gleaned from J.A.R.V.I.S. to mock Strange. Pepper's face turned slightly awkward. Tony Stark rolled his eyes in disinterest and switched his legs. In truth, Mr. Strange is better suited for the role of a businessman rather than a doctor. Strange paused, taken aback. Why do you say that, Mr. Stark? Were your previous clients not all dignitaries? Either board members of conglomerates, billionaires, or high-ranking government and military officials. With such connections, you could sell a pile of dung for gold. Stephen's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized that Tony Stark was relentlessly ridiculing him. The usually proud man found himself at a loss for such indignity. Is this how you treat your invited guests, Mr. Stark? Tony shrugged. The one who invited you is not me. Very well, Stephen Strange said darkly, turning on his heel and walking away. Richard inwardly scoffed, feeling somewhat disappointed in Stephen Strange. At this stage, he seemed excessively preoccupied with fame and fortune, indeed appearing more akin to a businessman, as Tony Stark had suggested. After being subjected to such mockery, he could not muster a single retort and simply slinked away. What are you afraid of? You, a prominent surgical expert, should have no shortage of quality medical resources and patient connections. There are countless wealthy and powerful individuals in this world. Even without a Tony Stark, there are still thousands upon thousands of Tonys, Osborns, Pym, and Hammonds. When Tony Stark finds himself in trouble, Pepper Potts is there to clean up his mess. When Dr. Stephen Strange storms off, Pepper hastily follows to mitigate the aftermath. Mr. Strange, Mr. Stark has been experiencing insomnia and vivid dreams lately, which may have caused his recent outburst. Her apologies fade into the distance. Tony Stark then turns his attention to Richard. Chapter 7. A kindred spirit in Tony Stark. Richard plopped onto the sofa, crossing his arms as he regarded Tony. Let us see what you can conjure up. Tony tapped his earpiece, and J.A.R.V.I.S. began to relay the gathered information about Richard. Richard, 22 years old, Ph.D. from Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. Wow, you resemble a genius even more than the recently departed Dr. Strange, Tony remarked. Richard shrugged. I've always thought so. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Hey, this kid's quite to my liking. Clearing his throat to regain composure, Tony mused. Let's see what you're made of. Admitted to Columbia at 16, he graduated with a Ph.D. at 20. Tony thought to himself, impressive. Though slightly inferior to me, he is still a prodigy. Well done, kid, he said, his eyebrows arching in approval. That same year, he joined the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, rapidly earning a reputation as a top-tier surgical expert, hailed as a surgical polymath. Wow, am I not listening to a fictional tale? Are you the protagonist of some novel? Richard threw up his hands, wearing a mock expression of helplessness. Tony rolled his eyes and continued. He persevered on the challenging front lines of the emergency department, single-handedly transforming Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital into the pride of New Yorkers. J.A.R.V.I.S. You must have embellished this kid's profile, Tony exclaimed. I'll forgive you this time. Just admit it, buddy. Sir, I have never altered Mr. Richards' online information. J-A-R-V-I-S-S electronic voice seemed somewhat aggrieved. Are you serious? Indeed, sir. All right, I apologize, J-A-R-V-I-S. Not at all, sir. Tony uncrossed his legs, stood up, and approached Richard. Let us make a formal introduction. I am Tony Stark, a scientist. Richard paused in surprise, wondering what Tony was up to. Was he losing his mind? Then, he quickly regained his composure. Although Tony is rather arrogant, he harbors a genuine respect for true geniuses, such as Dr. Banner in his green trousers. Richard stood up and introduced himself. I am Richard, a physician. Upon hearing his name, Tony instantly reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Take a seat, Richard. He gestured for Richard to sit back on the sofa, then settled beside him in a brotherly manner. If you are the doctor, Richard, I consent to this medical examination. Are you serious, Tony? Came a surprised exclamation from the doorway. As Pepper hurried towards Tony, excitement illuminating her face and her eyes glistening with tears. Hey, Pepper, try to keep that expression in check, Tony replied, slightly uncomfortable as he shifted in his seat. I have never been opposed to having a doctor examine me. I just detest those who would remove an appendix when they mean to take out a gallbladder. Richard, the young doctor, seemed quite competent, and Tony felt a fondness for him. Without hesitation, Pepper bowed deeply to Richard, exclaiming, Dr. Richard, I entrust Tony to your care. Richard scratched his head, suddenly feeling an overwhelming pressure. I'll do my best. Tony abruptly stood, one hand in his pocket and the other gesturing grandly. Let us go to the medical room. He stood up and took a few steps to walk alongside Richard. Wow, you have a dedicated medical room in this mansion? Life as a wealthy person is beyond your imagination. You have much to learn, Tony teased. I don't want to learn from you. I'm afraid I might pick up bad habits, Richard retorted. Buddy, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? What did I just say? The two bantered as they exited the reception room. Pepper finally wiped her eyes and hurried to catch up with them. Inside the medical room, Tony jumped off the bed, and Pepper immediately handed him some clothes. He took them and casually put them on. So, Richard, how is my health? Is it superb? As Richard examined the printed medical data, his brow furrowed. Noticing his expression, Pepper anxiously inquired, Dr. Richard, is there a problem? Snapping back to reality, Richard shook his head. Nothing major. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, adopting a smug demeanor. See, Pepper? I told you my health is excellent and that I don't need any medical examination. Richard regarded him with a bemused expression. While there isn't anything serious, there are a few minor issues. Pepper immediately grew tense. What minor issues? What needs to be done? Shots, medication, or surgery? Tony, overhearing this, couldn't help but grin. Wow. Pepper, you're kind of scaring me. Seeing the concern on her face, Richard quickly reassured her, hesitant to continue jesting. There is no need for surgery, Miss Potts. Tony is merely experiencing a slight deficiency. A bit of moderation in his recent activities will suffice. Pepper exhaled in relief, allowing a smile to grace her features. All right, Dr. Richards, I will remind him to be cautious. Additionally, you may call me Pepper or Little Pepper. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression darkened with jealousy. Hey, that nickname, Little Pepper, is mine to use. Dr. Richards raised an eyebrow at Pepper, seemingly amused by Tony's jealousy. Pepper's cheeks flushed crimson. Tony, with a scowl, positioned himself protectively in front of her. Listen here, Richards, remember that you are my doctor. Moreover, I am not deficient. My health is exceptional. The New York Times reporter from last night can attest to that. Richards shrugged nonchalantly. Very well, Mr. Stark, your health is indeed splendid. Capable of performing 7 times in one night. The two men suddenly veered into risque banter, causing Pepper's face to redden further. Unable to endure the exchange any longer, she excused herself under the pretense of arranging a flight for Richards and hurriedly left the room. Once she departed, the jovial expressions of the two men immediately faded. Richards, may we speak candidly now? Tony inquired. You have quite the predicament on your hands, Richards replied, placing the examination report on the bed and pointing to several concerning data points. Your liver, spleen, and kidneys all exhibit issues. However, the primary concern lies here. He indicated the miniature reactor nestled within Tony's chest. Palladium is beginning to invade your body, Tony. Currently, the symptoms are subtle: loss of appetite, drowsiness, dizziness, and fatigue. Yet, as the months progress, these symptoms will intensify. If left unaddressed, it could pose a grave threat to your life. Tony instinctively covered the reactor with his hand, his expression turning grave. How can this be treated? He asked, immediately regretting the question. The issue is, if I remove this, I'll be dead within hours. Richards thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand. I am 80% confident that I can remove the remaining shrapnel from your body. Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 8. I had another nightmare, so I became stronger. I refuse, Tony Stark declared resolutely. Richards, unfazed by the response, nodded in agreement. I will meticulously study your procedure, and only when I am 100% certain will I proceed with surgery. His words carried a casual tone, yet his face radiated confidence. Tony smiled at this, clasping Richards' hand and warmly stating, "Then I entrust my health to you from this point forward, Richards. Medical expenses, I shall not entertain any discounts," Richard declared with conviction. "Even though we are friends." "No problem," Tony quipped with a playful smirk. "I'm so poor that all I have left is money." Richard's countenance darkened instantly, and he retorted angrily, "Damn it, you wealthy fool. Get away from me." "Ha ha ha," Tony laughed heartily, doubling over in amusement. That evening, a car from Stark Industries' New York branch chauffeured Richard back to Greenpoint Apartments. Just as he alighted, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Dr. Richard." Turning around, Richard beheld a bespectacled young black man stepping out from the gloom. Warily, Richard scrutinized him. "Who are you?" Simmons halted a meter away, stating, "Simmons. From the Black Serpent Gang." Richard furrowed his brow. "I don't believe I know you." Simmons nodded. "I am here to inform you that the Black Serpent Gang has dispatched individuals to prepare an attack on you." Richard, taken aback, inquired why. "Because you severed the previous leader of the Black Serpent Gangs." "Well, you know," Simmons replied. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Richard exclaimed, incredulous. "Wait. I believe I did indeed perform such a procedure on someone. I remember now. It was you who took away the man who underwent the orchiectomy." "So that individual was the leader of the Black Serpent Gang?" Richard asked. "Former leader, sir," Simmons corrected. "Regardless of whether he is former or current. Why would he wish to attack me?" Richard queried, perplexed. "The former leader believes you have stripped him of his manhood, robbing him of his dignity," Simmons explained. Richard's expression darkened. "What kind of twisted logic is that? Am I to be blamed for saving a life, albeit mistakenly? The former leader has lured the current leader into seeking vengeance against you using a secret vault. The target is you." "Very well." Richard raised his hands, relinquishing his pursuit of understanding the peculiar reasoning of the black man. He then shifted the conversation. "And you? Why are you here, divulging this information to me?" Simmons answered earnestly, "To protect myself and my family, sir." Richard quickly grasped his motivation, stating, "You fear that the hospital will seek retribution against you?" Simmons nodded with a rueful smile. "I am different from them. I can foresee how a premier hospital like the Cleveland Clinic would respond to an attack on a top-tier doctor like yourself." "You are quite astute," Richard praised. "Thank you for the warning. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." With that, Richard produced a personal business card and handed it over. Simmons, elated, bent to receive it and promptly tucked it into his pocket. Upon returning to the apartment, Richard called out, "Hi, Claire. I'm back. My dear, you have finally returned." Bored with the television, Christine Palmer leaped off the couch, bounding towards her boyfriend and landing gracefully in his embrace. She inhaled the familiar scent that clung to him, but her joyful expression swiftly transformed into one of suspicion. Swiftly disengaging from his hold, she demanded, "Why do you smell of another woman's perfume? Speak. Have you been out fooling around?" Richard, momentarily taken aback, was reminded of the voluptuous flight attendants aboard Tony Stark's private jet. I just returned from Tony Stark's private plane. The scent must have come from the flight attendants when they accidentally splashed water on me," he explained. Christine eyed him skeptically. "Is that true? Don't believe me?" Richard raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Then allow me to demonstrate." Before she could react, he hoisted her into his arms and dashed towards the bedroom. "Hey, Richard, what are you doing?" "Oh, stop it. You smell of perfume. Go take a shower. Together," he said, unwavering in his course as he turned towards the bathroom. "Absolutely not." Her protests fell on deaf ears. Later, Christine languidly nestled in Richard's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest. "Thank you," she murmured softly. "Not at all," Richard replied with a cheeky bravado. Irritated, Christine playfully punched his chest. "Aren't you going to ask me why I thank you?" "So why?" he inquired, tilting his head down to meet her gaze. Leaning back against his chest, her porcelain face pressed against his warm torso, she revealed, "When I first entered the hospital, I established a principle." "A principle?" Richard's curiosity was piqued. "Absolutely never date a colleague," Christine chuckled, a smile lighting up her face. She then raised her head, playfully pinching his nose. "It's all your fault, you annoying guy." "Wow," Richard exclaimed, delight dancing in his eyes as he captured her mischievous hand and planted a kiss on it. "Then I must be quite fortunate." "Annoying brat," Christine retorted, retracting her hand and playfully swatting his arm. She shifted her position, wrapping her arms around him, and mused, "I thought I would be the most formidable one. Gently stroking Christine's hair, Richard replied, "Then you shouldn't be in the emergency department. Strange should be your role model." "Indeed," Christine murmured dreamily, focusing on developing new technologies. Attending countless high-profile galas, accumulating endless awards and certificates. Well summed up, that's the quintessential Strange path, Richard smirked, offering a hint of sarcasm. Dreams and reality often diverge, Christine mused. Christine's gaze gradually cleared, and she lifted her lips to kiss the corner of her boyfriend's mouth, looking at him with admiration. "Right now, I only aspire to be a doctor like you," she exclaimed. "Even if the patients I handle are homeless individuals on the streets or intoxicated men wielding guns." Richard inquired. "Absolutely," Christine replied with unwavering determination. "Then welcome to the slaughterhouse, Miss Christine Palmer," Richard said, holding the girl tightly in his embrace, his voice imbued with affection. In the dead of night, Richard once again succumbed to nightmarish visions. The clashing of weapons, the cries of the wounded, unfamiliar pleas for mercy, and the whinnies of horses intertwined to create an exceedingly tragic and chaotic battleground within his dreams. "Let me out. Kill, kill, kill." Trapped in the relentless cycle of nightmares, Richard mumbled incoherently, his expression shifting from panic to a grimace. Christine was jolted awake, and upon witnessing Richard's distress, she hurriedly shook him, calling out repeatedly, "Richard, wake up. Please wake up. Richard, Richard." Chapter 9. An ancestor once said, "Revenge should not be postponed until the next day." "Richard, wake up. Please wake up." The familiar voice of a woman echoed in his dream. Richard slowly opened his eyes to see the worried gray-blue eyes before him, and he managed a weary smile. "Thank you, my dear, you've saved me once again." "Did you have another nightmare?" Christine asked, her concern evident. "You should see Rebecca tomorrow." "No need." Richard shook his head in rejection. "This time, like the last, I will endure 3 days of nightmares." Christine felt a pang of confusion but recognized that now was not the moment for questions. Instead, she cradled his head in her arms and gently patted his back. "Just sleep for now. If you're not well tomorrow, you can take a leave." "No need for leave." Richard barely finished the sentence before he drifted off to sleep. Observing this, Christine pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with worry. The following day, Christine called Dean Elvin to request a 2-day leave for her boyfriend. Unable to defy his girlfriend, Richard reluctantly found himself sitting in front of the gaming console, indulging in a day of fervent gaming. That night, Richard once again fell into the repetitive nightmare. "Richard, wake up." Upon awakening, he remained weary and immediately fell back asleep. Christine's concern deepened once more. On the third day, outside Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital, Tommy and Joe from the Black Snake Gang emerged from the bushes, accompanied by several lackeys, cursing loudly. Passers-by scattered at the sight of the guns holstered at their waists. "Damn it, we wasted another day," Tommy exclaimed. "What should we do now? Head back?" Joe asked. "Are you looking to get yourself killed?" This task was assigned by both the former leader and the current one. "Do you dare to abandon it?" Tommy retorted. "Joe, very well, let us wait another day." The 6 subordinates behind him silently scratched their heads, swollen from a night of mosquito bites. That night, Richard was once again plagued by nightmares. Awoken by Christine's call, he found that the nightmares of the third day drained him far less than the previous 2. After soothing the worried Christine to sleep, Richard made his way to the living room. He retrieved a long-forgotten baseball bat from beneath the television cabinet. Using it as a sword, he stood poised, holding it in his left hand. With fluid grace, he executed a series of basic sword techniques: pointing, sweeping, hanging, piercing, cloud-like slashing, and thrusting. Richard fell into a contemplative silence. This nearly confirmed his prior suspicion. Nightmares indeed made him stronger. However, having perused countless tomes in his past life, he now entertained a deeper hypothesis. Could the figures within his nightmares be parallel versions of himself? The fusion of his posthumous self with the essence of Marvel had led to his evolution. Though lacking concrete evidence, Richard felt an instinctual certainty that this hypothesis was indeed the truth. He returned the baseball bat to its hiding place and went back to the bedroom, embracing his soft, fragrant girlfriend to sleep. For tomorrow he had work to attend to. Meanwhile, concealed in the flower bushes opposite Manhattan's Elder Hospital, the henchmen of the Black Snake Gang lay in wait, counting stars while swatting mosquitoes. Tommy declared, "If that scoundrel Richard doesn't show up tomorrow, we'll go straight to his home." Joe replied, "I know the address, Brooks Greenpoint Apartments." The 6 subordinates chimed in, "We concur." The following day, Richard drove his girlfriend to the hospital. Just as they exited the vehicle, 8 burly men burst forth from the bushes. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the gun muzzles as bullets, trailing shadows, shot towards Richard. They spoke not a word, simply drawing their weapons to fire. having recently undergone evolution. Richard's reflexes were astoundingly swift. He yanked the car door off its hinges and held it before him as a shield. Clang, 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 clang. The bullets rained down upon the door. "Christine, hold on tight," he shouted. Then with a powerful shove, he kicked the car sideways, evading the hail of gunfire. "Richard!" Christine screamed in terror from within the vehicle. Richard slammed the car door onto the ground, then crouched low, propelling himself forward like a bolt of black lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire did not cease. Tommy and the others clearly failed to perceive Richard's movement. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of bullets striking the car door was as relentless as a torrential downpour, transforming the standing door into a sieve under the barrage of over 100 bullets. The acrid scent of gunpowder swiftly filled the air, shattering the morning's tranquility with the cacophony of gunfire. Passers-by and patients outside the hospital screamed and scattered in panic. "Someone is shooting. Take cover. Murder. Call the police, quickly." Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire ceased, Richard slowly rose to his feet. Having been plagued by nightmares for 3 consecutive nights, he was already on edge, and the sudden attack ignited a tempest of pent-up negative emotions within him. In that moment, he seemed to transform into a martial arts master from his nightmares. He cast a chilling gaze upon the assailants. "You seek your own demise." Tommy, witnessing Richard unscathed, erupted in furious exclamations. "When did he retreat over there? Keep shooting. Shoot now. He is not dead yet." Jordan hastily squeezed the trigger. A series of clicks echoed as the handgun ran dry. Out of bullets, Tommy. Discarding his firearm, Tommy rolled up his sleeves and advanced. "Let us all charge together." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow surged forth, a gust of wind following in its wake, and Tommy felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The shadow swiftly circled around Tommy and his companions, delivering a punch to each of their midsections. When Richard finally paused, Tommy and the others simultaneously emitted a chorus of anguished cries, akin to bowling pins toppled over, as they were sent flying into the bushes where they had sought refuge for several nights. 2 minutes later, the blaring sirens pierced the air as the police arrived in haste. On high alert, they drew their weapons, aiming at Richard, who stood motionless, and shouted loudly, "Raise your hands, kid. Do not make any sudden moves. I am a doctor. I am the victim." Richard shouted back, raising his hands high, only to be tackled to the ground by the rushing detectives. "All 8 gunmen are dead," one officer reported to the sheriff after examining the bodies of Tommy and the others. "Call for a white van," the detective instructed before turning to enter the police vehicle. He glanced at Richard, who wore a serene expression and voluntarily unclasped the handcuffs from his wrists. "I apologize, Dr. Richard. It is of no concern, detective. This is your protocol, and I understand," Richard replied calmly, exhibiting no trace of the ferocity one might expect after having just slain 8 men. "You may call me Detective Sayer," the officer said, hesitating briefly before adding, "We kindly request that you accompany us to the precinct to provide a statement, as all 8 assailants are deceased." "No problem, Detective Sayer," Richard nodded in agreement. In the office of the hospital director, Christine's eyes were red, evidently having wept moments ago. Director Elvin, with a grim expression, dialed a number. "Hello, is this Director George Dacey?" At a secret base, Nick Fury received a call from Phil Coulson. "Commander, Dr. Richard has just been the victim of an unknown assault. We must investigate the mastermind behind this, Agent Coulson. Should we proceed with an arrest, Commander?" "Just an investigation." "Understood, Commander." In the dead of night, after lulling Christine to sleep, Richard quietly descended from his bed. His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 10, at the Brotherhood Bar in Woodhaven, Queens. "Someone come quick. Both the former and current bosses have met their demise." At 3 in the morning in the Brotherhood Bar, a shadow darted to the doorway. The figure glanced up at the height of the 2nd floor, instantly transforming into a black gecko, scaling the exterior wall and reaching the window ledge. Straining to hear the sounds within, it detected the rhythmic snoring. With a gentle push, the shadow opened the slightly ajar window and gracefully leaped inside. Richard moved with the stealth of a nimble black cat, silently approaching the bedside. A sharp crack resonated in the darkness as Eddie, the current boss, twisted his neck, the snoring abruptly ceasing. Richard retraced his steps to the window, leaping back outside and restoring the window to its original state. He swiftly traversed the wall, listening intently. The breathing was faint. He reached to gently nudge the window, feeling a distinct resistance. With a forceful exhalation, Richard's palm pierced through the window frame, dislodging the interior latch. The soft click echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. The breathing within paused momentarily before returning to normal. A faint smile crept across Richard's lips. He pushed open the window and stealthily entered the room. like a cat. He moved soundlessly to the bedside. Quinn, Richard's voice was soft, yet to the feigning sleeper Quinn, it thundered like a storm. It's you. Quinn's eyes flew open, filled with rage as he stared at Richard. I've heard you've been searching for me, Richard remarked with a hint of amusement. I will kill you. Quinn suddenly sat up, reaching out for Richard. Richard raised his hand and struck, the force causing Quinn's hands to collide painfully. Ah! Quinn cried out in agony. Richard followed up with a swift chop to his throat. Coughing and tearing up, Quinn gasped in pain. Enough of the torment, Richard said, retrieving the baseball bat propped against the bed. This weapon, intended for Quinn's self-defense, now served Richard's purpose well. Shivering, Quinn pleaded, spare me, sir. I have a secret vault. It contains $30 million. If you spare my life, I'll give you the address. Richard regarded him calmly. Is there anything else? Quinn paused, desperately racking his brain for reasons. Richard raised the baseball bat, and with a resounding crack, struck Quinn on the forehead. Too slow, think again next time. Quinn's eyes widened as he collapsed onto the bed. Casually tossing the bat onto Quinn's lifeless body, Richard retraced his steps. The following day, Richard and Christine arrived at the hospital for their shifts as usual. A certain ill-fated intern remarked on the unexpectedly low number of patients that day. And suddenly the emergency department was inundated with cases. Patients arrived in a steady stream, and the doctors and nurses were overwhelmed with the surge of activity. As Richard pushed a victim of a car accident, just wheeled in from the ambulance, he shouted, Lilith, notify the operating room and prepare for an amputation. Yes, Dr. Richard. Nurse Lilith replied, hurrying with a medical tray in hand. Christine and Nick had just completed a craniotomy on a patient who had suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Richard, do you need assistance? Christine inquired. Richard nodded swiftly. This patient requires a lower limb amputation. Christine stepped forward to lend a hand, and together they wheeled the patient into the operating room. At that moment, several individuals from New York entered the emergency department. Detective Sayer, leading the group, intercepted Nurse Lena as she passed by. Excuse me, nurse, could you tell me where I might find Dr. Richard? Nurse Lena pointed toward the operating room, illuminated by a red light. Dr. Richard is currently in surgery. After expressing his gratitude with a nod, Detective Sayer found a chair and sat down. Half an hour later, Richard emerged from the operating room, his blue surgical scrubs drenched. Detective Sayer stood and approached him. Hello, Dr. Richard. Richard was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Detective Sayer. Detective Sayer, what brings you here? We need you to accompany us for a matter, Detective Sayer replied with a wry smile. Now, Richard glanced at his watch. No problem. At the 22nd precinct in New York, Richard sat in the interrogation room, maintaining a composed demeanor. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Richard, Detective Sayer expressed sincerely. Not a problem, Richard shrugged. Feel free to ask any questions. Detective Sayer's expression shifted in an instant. Can you tell me where you were around 3 in the morning? 3 in the morning? I was asleep. I was busy at the hospital all day yesterday and collapsed into bed upon returning, Richard replied with a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts? My girlfriend can. Do you know Quinn Fultz and Eddie Buellman? Quinn Fultz? Eddie Buellman? Richard furrowed his brow and then shook his head. I don't know them. However, our investigation reveals that Quinn Fultz and Eddie Buellman have been looking into you for the past few days, Detective Sayer said, fixing his gaze intently on Richard. Richard suddenly understood. So, the individuals who attacked me yesterday were sent by them? Detective Sayer paused, nodding. Indeed, they are both members of the Black Snake Gang. Former leaders of the organization. Richard, perplexed, inquired, why are they investigating me when I have no acquaintance with them? The detective admitted, it remains unclear. Richard's certainty grew. Something must have happened to them. Are they dead? You are indeed astute, Dr. Richard, Sayer replied, admiration evident in his expression. This morning, they were found deceased in a Black Snake bar. Richard's relief was palpable. So, I need no longer worry about being attacked by the gang? Precisely. Detective Sayer concluded the questioning. His intuition suggested that Richard was likely the perpetrator. Yet to drive such an intelligent and formidable individual into the shadows over 2 mere ruffians would be folly. Rising, Sayer stated, the inquiry is concluded. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Richard. Richard was taken aback. Is it over so soon? Sayer shrugged. If you fancy the precinct, you may stay a few nights. I shall waive the accommodation fee. That is entirely unnecessary. Richard hastily gestured. He would be remiss to take refuge in a police station. Hailing a taxi, he received a sudden remark from Detective Sayer, who had followed him outside. Dr. Richard, do you believe this matter concludes here? Richard paused, then smiled brightly. Farewell, Detective Sayer. As he watched the taxi fade into the distance, Sayer exhaled, contemplating a drink at the bar. Inside the taxi, Richard called Dean Irwin. expressing his fatigue and desire for a leave of absence. The dean readily acquiesced, advising him to rest well. Upon ending the call, Richard's countenance darkened. Something is amiss. Chapter 11. The Betrayal of Strange. In the conference room of Manhattan's Presbyterian Hospital, the board members gathered alongside the hospital's senior management, including Dr. Stephen Strange, the Associate Director of Neurosurgery. One elderly board member rapped the table, announcing, "Next agenda item, Emergency Department, Dr. Richard." The physicians in the room were collectively taken aback. The chief of the emergency department, Dr. Cronin Pansy, exclaimed, "Have we erred in some way regarding Dr. Richard?" Dean Irwin shot a disapproving glare at Dr. Pansy. Board member Karen Thomas, "May I inquire what issues pertain to Dr. Richard?" Karen Thomas regarded him with a knowing smile. "In the span of 2 days, Dr. Richard has been summoned by the New York Police Department on 2 occasions. The circumstances are quite clear," Dean Irwin declared emphatically. "Dr. Richard is the true victim. TSK. No wonder Dr. Richard always appears aloof in the hospital." Leaning back in her chair, Director Karen casually remarked that it was due to having Dean Irwin as a support. Upon returning to Greenpoint apartment, Richard collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes to reflect on the recent events. 3 consecutive nights of nightmares, awakening to a complete transformation, only to be assaulted thereafter. Wait. As he pondered this, Richard suddenly opened his eyes wide. How could I have fought against the assailants? In accordance with my usual character, I would have fled swiftly at the first sign of danger and then contacted the authorities. There is no way I would recklessly confront the attackers. Such impulsive behavior had not manifested in me since adulthood. As a thought struck him, Richard's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that my integration with him has also merged our personalities? Rubbing his temples in frustration, Richard contemplated the implications. If that were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. The incident in the early hours, seeking to eliminate potential threats, was likely influenced by him. Leaning back against the sofa, he massaged the bridge of his nose, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. This was only the second instance of our merging. What will happen with a third or a fourth? Will I still be myself? Meanwhile, in the Manhattan Elder Council Hospital conference room, Director Karen's assertions unexpectedly garnered support from several board members. Director Karen is correct. Dr. Richard has indeed become exceedingly arrogant. One member interjected. During my last visit for a checkup, he handed me over to an intern. Donald, is that true? You're a hospital board member. Many had witnessed the humiliation I endured. His arrogance knows no bounds. I once kindly referred a patient to him, only for him to dismiss it. That was the secretary of the mayor of New York. Dean Irwin, it is even more alarming that you remain oblivious to Dr. Richard's actions. Perhaps you are aware, but choose to feign ignorance. Dean Irwin sat there, flabbergasted. Wait, why have I become the target of this blame? Are you sure you were talking about Dr. Richard? And when did I become his backer? This is utter nonsense. A portly board member scoffed. Dean Irwin, stop denying it. Why not just admit it? Dr. Thompson, the head of internal medicine, noted Dean Irwin's reddening face and quickly rose to defend him. Esteemed board members, Dean Irwin has dedicated over 30 years to Elder Council Hospital. Please do not question his commitment. Director Karen nodded kindly at Dr. Thompson. Director Thompson, we hold a profound belief in Dean Elvin's affection for the Presbyterian Hospital. However, one cannot deny that, whether knowingly or unknowingly, Dean Elvin has indeed enabled Dr. Richard. The other board members echoed this sentiment. Indeed, otherwise that impudent young man, Richard, would never dare to treat me in such a manner. Furthermore, how could I be assigned an intern? Such an affront is utterly disgraceful. I hold you in high regard. Dean Elvin, it was you who performed my brain tumor surgery. Yet now, a malignancy has surfaced within the hospital. As a board member, I must expose it, eradicate it. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Dean Elvin understood that he could no longer defend Richard. Otherwise, he might jeopardize his own position. Moreover, the accusations from the board members seemed to hold truth, leaving Richard with little room for rebuttal. He tapped the table and spoke solemnly. Very well, esteemed board members. Please articulate your intentions. Seeing Dean Elvin acquiesce, the board members exchanged glances, and then Director Karen spoke up. Dr. Richard must be held accountable. Indeed, this is not only to safeguard the board members' reputations, but also to save Dr. Richard himself. We believe that, at his core, Dr. Richard is still a good person. However, his actions have undeniably tarnished the external image of the Presbyterian Hospital. Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital is one of the premier medical institutions in America, not a community service hospital catering solely to the impoverished. A doctor of his exceptional skill should not squander his talents in the emergency department. He deserves high-end clientele that can bring prestige and profit to both the hospital and himself. Dr. Richard must recognize his rightful place. At this moment, Dean Elvin fully comprehended the situation. It was no wonder these individuals suddenly turned against Richard. At the heart of it, they were coveting his exceptional surgical prowess, hoping to recruit him as their subordinate. He shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling powerless within. "I'm sorry, young Richard, but I can do nothing to assist you this time." Just as the board members and Dean Elvin thought the matter had reached its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dr. Stephen Strange abruptly stood up. "The board members are entirely correct. Dr. Richard has indeed impacted the hospital's image. From my observations, he has recently become embroiled in some perilous affairs. Just yesterday, he was attacked by 8 armed gang members right at the hospital's entrance." Dean Elvin and the other hospital executives turned pale. They had concealed this information, yet now Strange dared to reveal it. Dr. Roberts, the legitimate head of neurosurgery, immediately rebuked. "Dr. Strange, cease this at once." Dr. Stephen Strange cast an impassive glance at Director Roberts. At that moment, numerous patients and passers-by witnessed the perilous scene of the gunfight. Following the attack, many were left shaken, including several doctors and nurses from the hospital. For those patients, the prospect of choosing a hospital for future treatments became mired in hesitation. They were uncertain whether the next assault might occur within the very walls of the hospital. Thus, for the sake of the institution's reputation and future, I propose his dismissal. Chapter 12. I felt like a bird liberated from its cage, spreading my wings and soaring directly to Kamar-Taj. Dismissal. The hospital board and executives were taken aback by Dr. Strange's suggestion. The board members merely wished to integrate Richard into their ranks, ensuring his unwavering loyalty to them. They had never contemplated the expulsion of a leading surgical expert. The upper management regarded Strange with bewilderment. Betrayal? Kicking someone when they are down? How could the ordinarily proud Strange commit such an act? The physicians exhibited expressions of disbelief. "Dr. Strange," Dean Irwin began, opening his mouth to speak. "All for the sake of the hospital, Dean Irwin," Dr. Stephen Strange asserted with unwavering conviction. "I am merely speaking the truth." Yet, despite his grandiloquent rhetoric, his actions indeed bore the mark of treachery, for he was driven by fear. Within the Manhattan Elders Hospital, his esteemed position was predicated on being the sole top-tier surgeon catering to the elite. But what if Richard also joined their ranks? He would no longer be unique. The elite would have alternative options, leading to a swift decline in his standing. To demonstrate that I do not harbor animosity toward Dr. Richard, I declare that I shall not depart from the Elders Hospital for the next decade. This clause may be included in my forthcoming contract. Upon declaring this, Dr. Strange calmly took his seat. However, his words sent the hospital board into a frenzy. "Gentlemen, Dr. Strange is the superior choice. Indeed, Dr. Strange's medical prowess rivals that of Richard's, and he has been serving us all along. Are we truly willing to let go of Richard, such a world-class surgeon? If we release him, can we trust our well-being in the hands of someone who does not align with our interests?" Agreed. Agreed. Soon, the board members reached a consensus. Dismiss Richard. Dean Irwin cast a disappointed glance at Strange, stood up, and silently turned to leave. The other executives exchanged looks, enveloped in silence. The following day, upon entering the hospital, Richard was summoned by Deputy Director David from the medical office. "Dr. Richard, please accompany me to the medical office." Richard hesitated momentarily, but upon observing David's serious demeanor, he nodded in agreement. "Certainly." In the medical office, Deputy Director David presented a dismissal notice, sliding it across to Richard. "Dr. Richard, here is a notice. I hope you can sign it." Richard took the document into his hands, casually flipping through it, scanning the contents with a rapid glance. "So, the hospital board intends to dismiss me?" Richard looked at the notice, utterly perplexed. Once again, no hospital has ever dared to unjustly terminate a leading surgical expert. Has the board of directors at New York Presbyterian Hospital collectively lost their senses? David forced a smile. "Dr. Richard, signing this notice is in your best interest as well as that of the hospital." Richard tossed the dismissal notice onto the table, crossed his arms, and replied with an impassive expression, "Is it solely because I was shot? Is it solely due to my summons by the police?" David extended his hand, pushing the dismissal notice back towards Richard, maintaining his forced smile while speaking with resolute conviction. "The shooting incident has cast a significant shadow over the hospital. The board is concerned that your continued presence may lead to another attack occurring within the hospital premises." A flash of anger flickered in Richard's eyes. "At this point, if I refuse to sign, I will still be forcibly dismissed, correct?" David upheld his insincere smile. "It is all for the sake of the hospital. I ask for your understanding, Dr. Richard." Richard waved his hand dismissively and declared, "You need not put yourself in a difficult position. I shall sign." With that, he picked up the pen from the table and flamboyantly inscribed his name. "Farewell, Deputy Director David." Richard rose and elegantly turned to leave. As Richard exited the hospital, Christine hurriedly chased after him. Observing her clad in blue surgical scrubs, Richard offered a wry smile, gently tapping her smooth forehead. Did you really rush out directly from the operating room? Richard, why are you leaving? Christine gazed into his eyes, her expression a mix of indignation and confusion. This is not my choice, Christine, Richard replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I have been dismissed by the hospital board. Have they lost their minds? Christine was taken aback, her confusion palpable. Who knows? Richard's words trailed off. Suddenly, a buzzing emanated from his pocket. He retrieved his phone to find it was Dean Irwin calling. Good morning, Dean Irwin. Richard, have you already left? Dean Irwin's voice sounded weary. Richard noted this and softened his expression slightly. Yes, I have just exited the hospital. I apologize, Richard, Dean Irwin said, his tone heavy with regret, during the board meeting. I cast a dissenting vote, but I was powerless to prevent it. Thank you, Dean Elvin. Richard chuckled brightly, and upon hearing your words, my heart suddenly felt much lighter. By the way, Dean Elvin, who proposed my expulsion at the board meeting? Richard's smile remained, yet his tone had acquired a hint of coldness. Dean Elvin hesitated momentarily and whispered, I perhaps should not disclose this, but the individual in question is Dr. Strange. Really? Richard exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by the revelation. After hanging up the phone, Christine, who had been eavesdropping nearby, transformed into an irate little kitten, her claws bared as she exclaimed, that scoundrel Stephen Strange. Why would he do such a thing? Richard chuckled softly and replied, because he has feelings for you. What? Christine gasped, momentarily flustered and stammering, This cannot be true. Richard was utterly charmed by Christine's adorably bewildered expression and couldn't resist cradling her face in his hands. Oh dear. How could my Christine be so adorable? Let go of me, you rascal. Christine's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pounded her small fists against Richard's chest. That's not the only reason. There's also me, Richard said, amusement dancing in his eyes as he released her. Do you remember what I told you? The classic Strange route. Oh, so that's what it was. Christine exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. She then indignantly retorted, but you could compete fairly. You are mistaken. My dear, Richard replied, his smile fading as he raised a finger. Only the singular is the true Strange route. Once another emerges, he raised another finger, choices arise. And Strange loses his significance. Christine fell silent. I will leave with you. No. Richard swiftly interjected, let me settle down first. I cannot be so selfish, Christine. Christine pouted, feeling wronged. Richard, amused, ruffled her hair and offered another reason. Do you recall my nightmares? I need to find a way to resolve them. Christine, hearing this, immediately forgot her grievances and grasped Richard's hand with concern, asking, where to? Oh, this requires seeking guidance from Eastern Buddhism or Taoism. Richard gently embraced Christine. Do not worry about me. Return to your work. Then, you must call me when you go out. Christine reluctantly released Richard and turned back towards the hospital. Halfway there, she suddenly turned around and shouted, You must call every day? Richard waved goodbye, watching as Christine entered the hospital. In the next moment, his expression turned icy. Stephen Strange? The future Sorcerer Supreme? How dare you conspire against me? In the spirit of reciprocity, I hereby declare, Dr. Strange has been replaced. Chapter 13, Astral Projection. In the bustling heart of Kathmandu, Nepal, Richard navigated through the throngs of people, a small plate of crispy balls in hand, blending seamlessly into the lively atmosphere. This delightful street snack was one of the few local delicacies he dared to indulge in. Its exterior, true to its name, was delightfully crunchy, while the interior was filled with a savory mixture of mashed potatoes and beans, releasing a mildly spicy and tangy broth with each bite. Richard devoured the small plate with enthusiasm, the sound of crunching echoing around him, and casually discarded the empty plate into a wooden trash bin at the roadside. With keen interest, Richard observed the rows of prayer wheels affixed to the wall. These wheels, adorned with intricate designs and inscriptions, appeared opulent, though their core was primarily wooden, layered with a thin sheath of copper and gilded in gold. Local enthusiasts informed him that the engravings depicted the six-syllable mantra, also known as the six true words, and that turning these prayer wheels could bestow blessings and dispel misfortunes, accumulating merit in the process. Embracing the local customs, Richard followed a group, partaking in this unique ritual of prayer. Meandering aimlessly, he sought the elusive Kamar-Taj, knowing only that it resided in the capital of Nepal, Kathmandu. However, his attention was drawn to a hooded figure in the crowd, a black man ahead, prompting a smile from Richard as he felt he might have found his destination. Following him through a labyrinth of streets, he soon arrived at an opulently adorned temple. His gaze shifted to a dilapidated wooden shack opposite the temple, watching as the black man entered. With a chuckle, Richard approached the door and knocked. The door creaked open, revealing the black man once more. Richard pressed his palms together in reverence and bowed slightly. Master Mordo, greetings. I am Richard, seeking an audience with Master Wong. To his surprise, Master Mordo stepped aside, inviting him in. Richard paused, pondering if Master Wong had foreseen his arrival through the Eye of Agamotto. Thank you, he replied, bowing again before stepping inside. Contrary to its humble exterior, the interior revealed a spacious hall where Richard immediately spotted the bald-headed master standing nearby. With hands clasped, he respectfully addressed Master Wong. Greetings, esteemed one. I have come to seek knowledge. A gentle smile spread across Master Wong's face as he inquired, Mr. Richard, do you believe in science? Richard blinked and nodded affirmatively. Certainly, I believe in it. Everything in modern society, electric lights, telephones, cars, airplanes, televisions, and computers, is a marvel created by science. Master Wong continued, and do you believe in magic? With a light chuckle, Richard nodded again. Of course, I have come to learn the ways of magic. Ancient One nodded slightly and began pacing, suddenly posing a question. What would you do if one day your magic contradicted scientific principles? Richard shrugged. It's quite simple. Magic belongs to magic, and science belongs to science. The Ancient One clapped joyfully, while the previously silent Mordo gazed at Richard with a peculiar expression. Well said. Now, for the final question, do you believe in the soul? Richard's eyes brightened as he eagerly looked towards the Ancient One. Of course I do. Ancient One nodded and abruptly raised her hand, pushing towards Richard's chest. Her speed was astonishing, and Richard could only raise his arm in defense as she pressed against it. His soul was expelled from his body. Wow, Richard exclaimed, marveling at his ethereal, shimmering soul, feeling a refreshing sensation as though liberated from shackles. Richard, this feeling is merely an illusion. Remember, the physical body is but a raft for traversing this world. Once the soul is severed from the body, it becomes a drifting leaf without roots, gradually withering away. The Ancient One's voice resonated clearly in Richard's mind. Richard, controlling his soul, clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed. The Ancient One gestured with her hand, and in an instant, Richard felt as though his surroundings had been frozen in time. The next moment, a tremendous force propelled his soul into a dimensional rift. You have high hopes for him? Mordo inquired with curiosity. The Ancient One shook her head. I cannot foresee his future. Mordo gasped in astonishment. How is that possible? Yet the Ancient One replied calmly with a smile. I am not omniscient or omnipotent, Mordo. There are always matters beyond our comprehension in this world, and we must regard them with reverence. Indeed, revered one, Mordo said, bowing respectfully with his hands clasped. Meanwhile, upon entering the dimensional rift, Richard seemed to find himself in a kaleidoscopic temporal corridor, plummeting at a speed beyond his understanding. Yet the scenery surrounding the corridor appeared to move in slow motion, vividly etched in his mind. Beyond the corridor lay countless worlds, planets, oceans, continents, flames, and even realms resembling flowing, transparent gelatinous jellyfish. Are there jellyfish worlds too? Richard marveled at the vastness of existence, truly filled with wonders. His soul continued to descend, and he distinctly saw an immensely colossal tree hanging in the void. Its robust roots plunged deep into the abyss, and its sprawling branches blossomed into galaxies, revealing a familiar aquamarine planet before his eyes. Earth. Before Richard could examine it closely, the speed of his descent suddenly accelerated, transforming his surroundings into amber-hued bubbles. Some eerily silent as if lifeless, while others pulsated rhythmically as if breathing. As he passed through the bubble layers, Richard abruptly plunged into a dark void, seemingly suspended in this space. In the next moment, two exceedingly slender fissures tore open in the void, emanating an ominous black and purple glow. Though powerless to act, Richard's heart remained vigilant. The fissures rapidly expanded, revealing two colossal eyes, larger than planets themselves. In an instant, Richard recognized their owner, Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension. Dormammu evidently perceived the minuscule Richard as an insect, his gaze piercing into Richard's very soul, a silent roar reverberating in Richard's ears. Insect. Richard clutched his head in anguish. Yet the overwhelming pressure compressed his soul, producing a creaking sound. Just as Richard believed he was on the brink of death, an immense force descended from above, pulling him out of Dormammu's oppressive realm. Ancient One. Dormammu's eyes widened to their fullest extent, roaring in fury. Richard ascended continuously, swiftly escaping Dormammu's sight. At that moment, his ascent was exponentially faster than his previous descent, transforming the world outside his vision into a blur of colorful streaks. With a sudden jolt, Richard's soul burst forth from the dimensional rift, re-entering his seated body. Gasping, Richard opened his eyes as if surfacing from drowning, inhaling deeply. What an exhilarating experience. His gaze sparkled with joy as he turned to the Ancient One and inquired, "Those enormous eyes, were they Dormammu's?" The Ancient One smiled and nodded. "To dare to confront Dormammu with mere mortal flesh, Dr. Richard, your unwavering will is commendable." Dormammu. Mordo, startled by their conversation, gazed incredulously at Richard. "You just saw Dormammu." Richard raised an eyebrow with feigned nonchalance, boasting, "Ah, those gigantic eyes were quite impressive." The Ancient One chuckled lightly. "Let us rest for today. Dr. Richard, tomorrow, we shall commence your formal education in the spells of Kamar-Taj." Richard's eyes lit up, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed Ancient One." Afterwards, Mordo escorted Richard to his guest room, casually handing him a note upon leaving. It read, "Shambhala? The access password for Kamar-Taj has remained unchanged." Richard chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved his laptop from his backpack, preparing to email Christine, whom he hadn't contacted in days. Perhaps it was time to inform Christine about the international version. Chapter 14. The Essence of Magic from the Dawn of Creation. A language has existed. The Ancient One, hands clasped behind his back, narrated the history of Kamar-Taj like a seasoned teacher. The ancient sages referred to it as incantations. Richard, eager as a student, raised his hand and asked, is it akin to programming in a specific field? The code that constructs a website? Precisely, Mr. Richard. An astute understanding. The Ancient One praised, casting an appreciative glance at Richard before continuing his lesson. We gather energy. Ancient One lifted her hands, and with a swift motion, a golden red rune beam manifested in her grasp. Richard gazed at the shimmering rune with excitement. This was the very essence of what he yearned to master. To wield the noble powers of a sorcerer was far more appealing than to be merely a warrior. Drawing from the vast multiverse, Ancient One's hands danced in the air, creating circles, twisting and pulling, transforming the initially simple golden red line into an intricate tapestry of golden runes and geometric patterns that interwove and morphed, ultimately coalescing into a three-dimensional array resembling a shield. Recite the incantation. Forge the shield, the weapon. With a forceful push of her hands, the rune array quivered violently. The complex geometric figures and the arcane inscriptions binding all elements together began to rapidly interlink, channeling the spell. Ancient One gradually withdrew her hands, placing them behind her back. Suddenly, the suspended array disintegrated into a cascade of sparkling embers, which gracefully descended to the ground. Richard followed the trajectory of the embers with his gaze, only to discover that the ground beneath was utterly barren. "So beautiful," he mused, raising his eyes to Ancient One. "Thank you for this lesson, esteemed Ancient One. Breaking the barriers of knowledge is no simple endeavor. Your ability to grasp the essence of magic so effortlessly is a rare and invaluable talent," Ancient One remarked with admiration. "However, I recommend that you begin your journey in the library. The realm of magic, akin to the realities of science, reveals that knowledge is indeed power." Thus, Richard embarked on frequent sojourns between the library, the dining hall, and his dormitory, leading a life reminiscent of his diligent high school days. Utilizing his extraordinary memory and comprehension skills, Richard immersed himself in the foundational texts of magic, mastering them within a mere week. The current librarian, Master Marcus, marveled as Richard returned the books, exclaiming, "The chapter of origins, the book of time, the codex of elements, the manuscript of artifacts, space defense, dimensional barriers, and the book of Vishanti. Have you truly read them all?" Richard nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Master Marcus." "Remarkable," Master Marcus remarked, observing the invigorated Richard with astonishment. "You are the most gifted apprentice I have encountered, surpassing even Caecilius, who arrived in the past 2 years." "Caecilius?" Richard's eyes brightened. He was aware that this individual was also a disciple of Ancient One, possessing great potential and once being a candidate for the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Yet, due to his fanatical and radical temperament, he had been excluded from the line of succession. He was the one who had committed patricide and was audacious enough to sell his soul to Dormammu. "Is Master Caecilius currently at Kamar-Taj?" Richard inquired. "Not at the moment," Master Marcus replied, shaking his head. "Caecilius is presently stationed at the London Sanctum. 3 months remain until the next rotation." "Well," Richard sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. "It's a pity. I was looking forward to meeting this senior brother." "There will be opportunities," Master Marcus replied with a smile. Master Caecilius is immensely powerful. Although he often wears a stern expression, he possesses a kind heart. The apprentices of this generation hold him in great respect and affection. Richard gazed at Marcus with a touch of pity as he praised Caecilius, inwardly murmuring, "Though you extol him now, in 8 or 9 years, You may find it unimaginable that the very person you exalt will be the one to sever your head. Oh, I truly look forward to the day I meet Master Cassius, Richard said. Oh, by the way, Master Marcus, he shifted the conversation. I have finished reading the foundational texts. What should I delve into next? Master Marcus waved his hand with a smile. You may choose any book you wish, but Richard, what is most crucial now is that you commence your foundational training. Merely reading will not qualify you as an official mage of Kamar-Taj. The repetitive circular motions practiced daily by the Kamar-Taj mages constitute the core of magical training. Essentially, it is a process of linking the soul to multidimensional spaces, manipulating elemental energies, and constructing various rune arrays. Following the principle that practice makes perfect, only by familiarizing oneself with the connection of the soul to all things can one instinctively and steadily construct rune arrays in the face of danger and swiftly cast spells to respond to crises. In simpler terms, it is a matter of the mind. Magic is profoundly a concept of the psyche. Only when your soul instinctively believes in its capabilities can you hope to achieve them. Richard contemplated the emergency operating room at the Elder Hospital in Manhattan, his fingers adorned with a suspended ring, continuously tracing circles in the air. With a crackling sound, the energy intermittently sliced through the spatial barrier, and sparks of energy began to cascade, quickly forming a portal the size of a human head. Through the portal, Richard beheld familiar figures in the operating room. Engrossed in their tasks, the nurse, Lena, standing opposite Christine, looked on in astonishment at Richard through the portal. Hi, Richard playfully waved, silently mouthing a greeting to Nurse Lena before quietly dispelling the portal. Startled, Lena dropped the forceps from her hands with a clatter. Lena? Christine inquired, puzzled. Lena pointed at the space behind Christine, exclaiming in shock, It's Dr. Richard. Christine's expression shifted to one of surprise as she abruptly turned, but by then, the portal had closed, and the scattered energy sparks had dissipated. She saw nothing. Lena, no jokes during the surgery. Christine turned back, casting a fierce glare at Nurse Lena. However, forgive me, Dr. Palmer. Lena, at a loss for words, could only apologize. She suspected she had just experienced a fleeting hallucination. Could it be that I harbor feelings for Dr. Richard? A peculiar thought sprang into Lena's mind, causing her to hastily apologize in her heart. Forgive me, Danny. You are my true love. Depart, malevolent spirit, depart. Unaware of the turmoil his playful actions had inflicted upon Nurse Lena's heart, Richard, after shutting down the dimensional portal, began experimenting with other forms of magic. With closed eyes and focused mind, Richard commenced the construction of a magical array, his hands continuously forming intricate seals while he silently recited incantations. Ethereal dimensional energy from the Vishandi dimension manifested within Richard, gradually shaping into a colossal sword of golden energy. Grasping this magnificent golden blade with both hands, he felt almost no weight. With a mere flick, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly cleaved through the spatial barrier. The sensation was peculiar. Richard meticulously recalled the moments leading to the formation of the golden sword. Was it because the holy sword of Vishandi was crafted by the Vishandi itself? If so, could he still forge the holy sword of Vishandi without harnessing the energy of the Vishandi dimension? Driven by curiosity, Richard immediately set to experiment. He first dissipated the holy sword of Vishandi in his hands, then mentally sketched out a revised version of the incantation. Now, let me test my improved version. With closed eyes and focused intent, Richard began reconstructing the magical array, his hand seals transforming continuously as he recited the incantation. In my name, let the arm be the blade, breathe the essence of fire. The fiery heart forges brilliance, tearing apart chaos and illusion. From the infinite worlds, I bestow upon you the endless sword of judgment, descend. Upon completing the revised incantation, Richard felt a surge of warmth within his body as an intangible energy erupted from him, gradually forming a colossal sword of misty white energy. Success. Grasping this misty white sword, he sensed an intimate connection, as if it were intertwined with his very essence. Perhaps my hypothesis is correct. Richard's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a few flourishes with the holy sword, he dissipated it effortlessly. It would be prudent to consult Master Ancient One. Richard recognized that, as a novice mage, Ancient One, having been a supreme sorcerer for centuries, would possess far richer experience in the art of spell modification. Chapter 15, Multiverse, I am the One. In my name, let the arm be the blade, breathe the essence of fire. The fiery heart forges brilliance, tearing apart chaos and illusion. From the infinite worlds, I bestow upon you the endless sword of judgment, descend. As the incantation concluded, a misty white sword once again took shape in Richard's hands. Ancient One, This is the recently refined Holy Sword of Vishanti, which I now call the Holy Sword 20. Richard raised the grand sword, offering an awkward smile. Truly remarkable, Master Richard, commented Ancient One, gazing at the Holy Sword 20 in Richard's grasp. My experience in refining spells may not be of assistance to you. Furthermore, it seems that your version 20 does not utilize dimensional energy. Indeed, I based it on my own power. To be frank, I did not anticipate success beforehand. Richard replied with a shrug, a hint of surprise in his tone. Your own power? Ancient One scrutinized Richard closely, then hesitantly inquired, though it may be presumptuous. May I examine your body and soul? Certainly. Richard acquiesced without hesitation. Ancient One placed a hand upon Richard's shoulder, and an intangible energy permeated his being. Richard's body warmed slightly, emanating a soft, white luminescence, and a surge of energy erupted, expelling the energy that Ancient One had infused. Ancient One let out a muffled exclamation, retreating several steps in astonishment as she gazed at Richard. A true miracle, Master Richard. Your body has continuously grown stronger. You have surpassed the limits of mortals. If you maintain this trajectory, you may indeed transcend to divinity. Richard's mouth fell agape. Transcend to divinity? Precisely. Ancient One nodded, explaining that the so-called gods are merely a type of humanity, albeit innately powerful, such as the Aesir of Asgard, whose so-called gods are inherently imbued with divine power. Richard's reaction was keen. He looked at the colossal sword in his hand, shimmering with a white halo, and exclaimed in astonishment, Are you saying that I possess divine power? Indeed. Ancient One pointed at the colossal sword, affirming, Although I am uncertain of the nature of this power, it is indeed a force that can rival the divine powers of the Aesir. Richard found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the mere fusion of his two selves would yield such divine power. Perhaps Ancient One's assertion of becoming a god is truly plausible, for Richard had already resolved to learn dimensional spells from Ancient One. He yearned to actively traverse to parallel worlds and meet other versions of himself. An extraordinary intuition told him that engaging with the living versions of himself would yield unforeseen surprises. After a moment's hesitation, Richard dissipated the magnificent white sword in his hands, joined his palms in reverence, and bowed deeply. Esteemed One, I seek your guidance on a spell. Ancient One inquired, What spell? The secret art of crossing dimensions to other worlds, Richard replied earnestly. Ancient One fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, Master Richard, since your arrival at Kamar-Taj, I have sensed that I cannot see through you. Richard paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Ancient One shook her head and candidly stated, I utilized the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse into your future, but all I beheld was a void. A void? Richard exclaimed in astonishment. Does that mean I die in the future? Perceiving Richard's thoughts, Ancient One waved her hand dismissively. It does not imply your death. Rather, it suggests that I could discern no trace of you in the future. It is highly probable that you have settled in another realm or that your powers have transcended both myself and the Eye of Agamotto. The divine must not be gazed upon directly. Suddenly, this phrase echoed in Richard's mind. Driven by a magician's curiosity, Ancient One expressed her regret. I have inquired with other versions of myself across the multiverse regarding your circumstances, yet they informed me that Richard does not exist in their worlds. Only in this realm. In this universe, does Richard exist? Richard tilted his head, his expression perplexed. What do you mean there is only one Richard? What about the two versions of myself I encountered in my dreams? Ancient One's countenance mirrored his confusion as she speculated. Perhaps this is also the reason for your continuous enhancement. The Ancient Ones across the multiverse collectively believe that you have inadvertently absorbed or acquired the essence of other Richards from the multiverse, enabling you to transcend the limitations of the human form and evolve infinitely. Upon hearing this, Richard felt a wave of astonishment. Truly, Ancient One, a venerable being with centuries of wisdom, had deduced half the truth. Indeed, it was because he merged with parallel versions of himself that he had undergone comprehensive evolution. However, it now appeared that he had integrated not merely with the multiverse's counterparts, but with those from alternate realities beyond the multiverse. Am I the sole Richard in the multiverse? What does that signify? Limited by his scant knowledge of the extraordinary, he could not yet fathom the secrets concealed within. Setting aside these musings, he resolved to comprehend the interdimensional secrets first. With this thought, Richard hastily inquired, Esteemed One, will I be able to utilize your interdimensional techniques normally? Ancient One shook her head and replied, I cannot say for certain. The prerequisite for my interdimensional methods is the ability to sense the essence of other Ancient Ones across the multiverse. Frowning in contemplation, Richard ultimately decided to learn. Esteemed One, I beseech you to impart the interdimensional secrets upon me. Ancient One smiled and nodded. Of course, it is my pleasure, Master Richard. With that, she raised her hand and pointed, imbuing Richard's forehead with an exceptionally intricate array of runes that flooded into his mind. As Richard gradually settled onto the floor, Ancient One departed the hall, kindly instructing others not to disturb him. When he finally regained his bearings, the sky had darkened. Through the window, he could clearly see the crescent moon hanging high above. Richard blinked rapidly and sprang to his feet. Goodness, what time is it? I still need to video call Chloe. I must not be late. He raised his hand to draw a circle, opening a portal to his dormitory. He dashed inside and flung himself onto his desk, powering on his computer. On the computer interface, the international version remained perpetually active, while his sole contact, Christine, had sent numerous video call invitations. This was dire. Muttering to himself, Richard hurriedly requested a video call, yet each attempt was met with rejection from Christine. After a considerable number of attempts, she finally acquiesced. Observing Christine on the screen, her lips pursed and an expression of discontent adorning her face, Richard swiftly sought to appease her. My apologies, dear. I was delayed due to an extended class and have only just returned to my dormitory. Extended class? Christine queried, her curiosity piqued. Have you become a teacher in Nepal? Not exactly a teacher. I am apprenticing at a temple. I must admit, the intricacies of religious knowledge are exceedingly complex, far more challenging than obtaining a medical doctorate. Richard feigned distress. My head feels as if it might explode. I fell behind in the material and thus was delayed. I rushed back to my dorm without even having dinner. What? You haven't eaten dinner yet? Christine, momentarily forgetting her annoyance, expressed concern. You must go eat. We can converse afterward. No need, no need. Richard chuckled, retrieving a cup of instant noodles from beneath the table. Fortunately, I was prepared. This shall suffice for dinner tonight. Chapter 16, Transcendent Secrets. The Art of Interdimensional Connection. After concluding the video call with Christine, Richard finally found the time to organize the transcendent secrets imparted to him by Ancient One. As he meticulously outlined the incantation process and hand seals, furrows began to form on his brow. The first step is to sense the primordial spirit. That shouldn't be overly difficult for me. But this second step seems rather reckless. Tearing apart the barriers of reality? For someone of Ancient One's caliber, this is a simple feat, yet for me, a fledgling sorcerer, it feels like being asked to tear apart adamantium with my bare hands. And the third step, within the spatial conduit of the two realms, chaos and tumultuous energy abound. Am I to rely solely on the seraphim shield to protect my corporeal form? Yet another perplexing maneuver from a master. If I were to follow Ancient One's method verbatim, I would likely be torn apart by the forces of space. No, this version is far too crude. It clearly requires refinement. Richard reclined on his bed. Enough for today. The knowledge I've absorbed is overwhelming. I shall address the rest tomorrow. Time for sleep. He closed his eyes and, moments later, drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, after considerable contemplation, Richard resolved to adapt the spells commonly utilized by Kamar-Taj into his own version. After all, the particulars of parallel worlds remained uncertain. Should he encounter a high-energy system, such as one embroiled in a war between gods and demons, he feared he might meet his demise upon arrival. Equipping himself was essential to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. Richard began to compile a list of several essential spells. The first, a portal. This spell requires no further enhancement. As an essential introductory spell of Kamar-Taj, Richard, after a few attempts, adeptly replaced the energy of the Vishanti dimension with his own divine power. Secondly, the Ring of Ragador. This spell also stands as an unaltered necessity, similarly regarded as a fundamental spell for novices. It is lauded as one of the twin pillars of Kamar-Taj sorcery alongside the portal. It serves as a prerequisite for numerous other spells, constructing two shield-like or ring-shaped rune arrays upon the hands or arms. To forge weapon-type spells, such as the Holy Sword of Vishanti, one must prepare the Ring of Ragador in advance, thereby bypassing the need for hand signs and incantations during the casting process, directly transforming the shield into the Holy Sword. The Ancient One employs the simple Ring of Ragador as dual shields, showcasing her prowess in battles against the likes of Caecilius. Even innovatively morphing the spell into a fan-like form she often wields, tossing it with remarkable precision and returning it seamlessly. Thirdly, the Energy Whip. As the simplest of control spells, Richard designated it as one of the essential spells. However, in preference to whip-like weapons, he favored solid implements such as swords and staffs. Consequently, Richard modified the fundamental structure of the Energy Whip spell, incorporating a staff-like transformation, allowing for seamless transitions between whip and staff forms. Fourthly, the form of Icona. This spell is among those Richard must enhance, for it possesses an undeniable allure. It serves as a magical version of the clone technique. Beyond its resemblance to the thousand-handed Guanin's casting gestures, the ability to generate hundreds, if not thousands, of clones leaves Richard utterly captivated. In the epic confrontation between Doctor Strange and Thanos, the former summoned countless clones while employing the energy whip, ensnaring Thanos in a spectacular display. Had it not been for the 6 Infinity Stones in Thanos' possession, Doctor Strange could have subdued him effortlessly. However, enhancing this spell proves challenging, as the energy of the Vishanti is intricately intertwined with the formation of the rune array throughout the casting process. To replace the Vishanti energy with his divine power, Richard must adapt the rune construction to align with his own divine essence. To achieve this, he consulted numerous tomes of magic and eventually sought guidance from the Ancient One, culminating in a semi-finished product. The enhanced form of Icona limits the number of clones to 100, with a time constraint of 10 minutes for each clone. Nevertheless, the advantage lies in the fact that each clone is corporeal and possesses intellect equivalent to Richard's, which suffices for his purposes. Fifthly, the ancient body of Hogarth. This spell is regarded as Kamar-Taj's most formidable defensive magic, celebrated for its resplendent spell effects, and humorously dubbed the butterfly transformation spell by netizens. However, Richard's attempts to enhance this magic were deemed unsuccessful, as it was one of the secret arts personally mastered by the god of white magic, Hogus, of the Vishanti Empire. Richard found himself at a complete loss for a point of improvement. Nevertheless, drawing inspiration from the ancient magical effects of Hogus' primordial form, Richard conceived an entirely new spell, which he named Richard's Floating Shield. In essence, it aims to harness both defensive and transformative effects by constructing an extremely fortified rune array, embedding within it an average of 7 to 10 rune arrays dedicated to energy transformation. The effect of Richard's Floating Shield manifests as a colossal conical array of runes before him, composed of 5 rune arrays exhibiting extreme defensive power. The surface of this conical array is adorned with 10 rune arrays fully devoted to energy transformation. When the conical rune array is subjected to an energy attack, its conical shape maximizes the dispersion of attack density, while the embedded energy transformation arrays convert the dispersed attack energy into energy particles. A subsequent improvement plan involves embedding a 3rd rune array to collect the transformed energy particles, which can then be unleashed as energy projectiles akin to floating artillery directed at foes. The Ancient One was greatly pleased upon witnessing this spell known as Richard's Floating Shield. After consulting Richard, he recorded this spell in a tome and placed it in the library of Kamar-Taj. Remarkably, this spell is universal. Even the orthodox mages of Kamar-Taj, who utilize Vishanti dimensional energy, can wield it with ease. It encompasses elements of evasion, combat, control, duplication, and defense. It can be said that Richard's preparations are exceedingly comprehensive. Yet, he still feels the necessity for a trump card, a means of turning the tide in extreme circumstances. Thus, he set his sights on the mirror dimension. To speak candidly, the mirror dimension can be regarded as a core-level secret technique of the Kamar-Taj mages, employing a mechanism of independent dimensional isolation. In simple terms, it creates an independent dimension. However, this independent dimension pales in comparison to divine dimensions such as the Dark Dimension, Crimson Dimension, or Hell Dimension. It is merely a temporary enclosed space. The so-called mirror is a spatial projection that reflects the physical structures of the real world into this created independent dimension. Because it is a completely isolated space, activities within it do not exert any physical influence on the real world, which is why Kamar-Taj mages frequently utilize it for magical experiments or as a battlefield isolation zone. Nevertheless, maintaining the mirror dimension requires a substantial amount of energy. Kamar-Taj mages typically employ a suspended ring to draw upon ley line energy to accomplish the dimensional nesting technique, thus forming a controllable mirror dimension. However, the use of a suspended ring to manipulate ley line energy is considered a clever exploit, making the ring the key to unlocking the mirror dimension. Should one lose the suspended ring, even the mage who initiated the mirror dimension would find themselves trapped within, unable to escape. The final point regarding the spatial projection of the mirror realm is that it can be manipulated by the caster's will, enabling a complete control of the terrain. This effect renders the caster nearly invincible, having already secured both the advantage of time and place before the battle even commences. However, upon initiating the enhancement, Richard encountered a formidable challenge. The creation of an independent dimension proved to be exceedingly arduous, consuming an immense amount of energy. Even if he expended all his divine power, he could only sustain the opening for a mere 5 seconds. In essence, Trapping an adversary for 5 seconds afforded Richard the opportunity to retaliate or escape within that time frame. Well, this could serve as a last resort. He consoled himself with resignation. Next came the refinement of the interdimensional secret art. Richard, now possessing considerable experience and enhancements, had developed a clear vision for the improvement of this technique. He tentatively named the interdimensional secret art as the Spirit Axis Transcendence Technique. Chapter 17. Alas, a moment too late. I had just ceased to be in this world a second ago. Ha! Inside the mirror realm, Richard gazed at the diamond-shaped portal, suspended in his palm and rotating steadily, as he threw his head back in laughter. At that moment, he was disheveled, his face adorned with stubble, pallid, and his eyes bloodshot, yet his spirit was inexplicably exuberant. After a week of seclusion, he had finally completed the enhancement of the interdimensional secret technique. The Spirit Axis Transcendence Technique was born. Once he had finished laughing, Richard cautiously dismantled the delicate diamond portal from his palm. His caution was warranted. This seemingly small portal comprised an extraordinarily intricate structure, containing the entirety of his divine power from his peak period. A moment's negligence could destabilize the portal structure, potentially leading to an explosion of catastrophic proportions, capable of obliterating half of Kamar-Taj. As the diamond portal dissipated into a final wisp of white light, Richard exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be assailed by a sudden foul odor. He instinctively glanced down at himself, perplexed. "Why do I smell so terrible?" he exclaimed, covering his nose, his face contorted in a mask of distress. He quickly raised his suspended ring and drew a circle to open a portal leading to his dormitory. Stepping into his dormitory, he made a beeline for the washroom. Half an hour later, Richard emerged thoroughly cleansed, having even shaved and wrapped in a towel. He sat down at his desk to compose an email to Christine. Prior to his retreat, he had informed Christine that he would be training in the deep mountains for some time, citing poor signal reception as a reason for potential communication difficulties. Now that he had successfully concluded his seclusion, it was imperative to reassure her, to alleviate any concern she might harbor. Given that his journey through parallel worlds had transpired in recent days, he clarified in his email that he had merely stepped out temporarily for supplies, intending to return to his training thereafter. Finally, he advised Christine to take good care of herself, to eat on time each day, and to be cautious of Stephen Strange, bluntly stating that the young man was not to be trusted. After sending the email, Richard changed his attire and proceeded to visit the Ancient One. In the same grand hall, the Ancient One stood up in surprise as Richard entered with an invigorated demeanor. "Richard, has your interdimensional secret technique been improved?" Richard joined his hands in a gesture of respect before smiling and nodding. "It has indeed been refined, thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded so swiftly." The Ancient One waved her hand dismissively. "Without me, you would have accomplished it just the same." "Perhaps," Richard chuckled, "but the exact timing of success remains uncertain, perhaps a month, or even a year." The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" Speaking of this, Richard found himself momentarily at a loss. Frankly, even though the spirit channeling technique had been enhanced, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. However, the expedition to the parallel world could not be delayed. According to his calculations, the third instance of his dream integration was likely to occur within the next few days. Having recognized the significant drawbacks of this dream merging, Richard was determined not to repeat the experience. "Tonight," Richard declared resolutely. The Ancient One nodded silently, unsure of why Richard was so eager to venture into the parallel world. Yet, as a seasoned mentor, she felt compelled to impart some words of caution. "Richard, once you enter the parallel world, do your utmost to avoid drawing too much attention. Each world has organizations akin to Kamar-Taj. Should a foreigner cause significant disturbances, expulsion is a likely consequence." "Thank you for your wise counsel," Richard replied, joining his hands once more in gratitude. That night, Richard stood deep within an African desert, with a ring of suspension on his finger. He was clad in a hooded battle mage's coat, a Vedam wand secured at his waist. He closed his eyes, concentrating, as the tips of his middle and index fingers pressed against his forehead. Anchoring himself in his essence, he sought the myriad reflections, whispering incantations within his mind. Richard's spiritual essence began to expand exponentially, tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. This was one of the auxiliary spells of the spirit channeling technique he had created, inspired by the concept of the life source in the Huangdi Neijing, harmonizing with the coordinates of his essence. He named it the resonance ceremony of the multiverse. Soon, a subtle wave of spiritual energy was detected by his perceptive tendrils probing the dimensional rifts. "I found one," Richard exclaimed with delight, fearing that this faint spiritual wave might vanish in the blink of an eye. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals. With my essence as the anchor, and the many selves as the mirror, let the spirit channels open, and the worlds converge. Open the path to the multiverse. Richard's body temperature surged rapidly, and a shimmering white aura enveloped him. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped portal began to open before him. "Haha, it worked!" Richard exclaimed with exuberance, gazing at the towering portal as he continued to gesture, his hands moving swiftly to form intricate seals. Tracing back to the origins, the bridge of the corridor. The root of the rainbow bridge. Let us go. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of white light shot forth from the portal, engulfing him entirely. In the blink of an eye, the light retracted, and Richard vanished. Cape Town, South Africa. In a narrow alley, a flash of white light zipped past. Moments later, Richard emerged from the alley. Observing the bustling street filled with a diverse crowd, he mused, "I've succeeded. The surroundings are teeming with black individuals. It must be Africa. Could it be that in this world, I am black?" A slight furrow appeared on Richard's brow. Closing his eyes to attune his senses, he detected a distinct spiritual fluctuation several kilometers away. Pulling up his hood, he retreated into the alley. At the Cape Town harbor, a young man, bare-chested, stumbled as he fled. Bang! Bang! He turned and fired 2 shots at his pursuers before continuing his desperate escape. The bullets ricocheted off a shipping container, narrowly missing one of the pursuers and knocking off his military cap. "Damn it! That bastard nearly put a hole in my head. Get him! Kill him!" The young man could not have imagined that his hasty shots, while momentarily stalling his enemies, had only stirred their wrath. Bang! 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 As the pursuers burst from the containers, 2 of them dropped to one knee, taking precise shots at the fleeing young man. "Ah!" he cried out in agony, blood blossoming from his back as he collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. "Aye! Aye!" He propped himself up with his handgun, staring at the bullet wounds piercing his chest, blood mingling with saliva as it dripped onto the ground. "I will not accept this." With a grimace of defiance, he roared, raising his handgun and turning to fire at his pursuers. Bang! 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 The fastest of the pursuers never anticipated a counterattack. The last 3 bullets struck him squarely in the chest. Without a sound, he collapsed to the ground. Panic ensued among the chase party. "Raymond is dead. Raymond is dead. He still has bullets. Open fire." Bang! 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 The hail of bullets unleashed by the pursuers struck the man, causing his body to convulse repeatedly. With a spurt of blood, he let out a gasp and fell slowly to the ground, his eyes wide open in fury. Simultaneously, a portal crackling with golden-red sparks materialized above a nearby shipping container. Richard emerged from the portal, his brow furrowed. Arriving a moment too late, he realized that his counterpart in this world had perished. Chapter 18. The proper use of the golden finger. Spiritual sharing. I hope it is not too late. Richard took a deep breath, extending his spirit to envelop the corpse of his counterpart, not far away. Revenge, vengeance, slaughter. The instant his spirit made contact, a surge of unwilling resentment flowed from the essence of his counterpart into Richard's mind. Such a heavy burden of grievance. Wait. Richard's eyes widened in shock. Could it be? Suppressing his emotions of excitement, he once again expanded his spirit to encompass his counterpart's lifeless body. Revenge, vengeance, slaughter. As he felt the resentment within his counterpart's spirit, Richard continuously transmitted a singular message through the essence. Your unwillingness, your hatred, I shall fulfill it. With each repetition, it seemed that the spirit of his counterpart found solace, merging into a stream that flowed into Richard's own essence. Sensing the sudden surge in his spiritual energy, a flicker of delight passed through Richard's eyes. This is my true golden finger. Spiritual sharing, merging with the essences of countless counterparts across realms, a living communion. A spiritual unity, the departed merging, a singular essence, yet the lingering resentment within must be eradicated. No wonder the previous dream merge had such a significant flaw in character distortion. The essence from the dream merge was tainted with the resentment of the deceased counterpart. If this grievance remained unresolved, it would inevitably rear its head to corrupt the original self. Contemplating the resentment of his counterpart in this world, Richard lowered his head, his gaze icy as he observed the armed personnel approaching the body of his counterpart. Slowly, he drew the Vadum wand from his waist and leaped down from the container. Just then, an elderly man in military attire, his beard flecked with gray, rushed out in a state of panic. Upon seeing the corpse not far away, he was instantly consumed by rage. Who gave you the orders to fire? After venting his anger, the elderly man sprinted to the corpse and knelt beside it, placing his hand on the neck. Moments later, he tore off his military cap and sat down despondently. It's over. I'm finished. Richard, who had stealthily positioned himself behind a soldier, was momentarily taken aback by the elderly man's words. Is there a hidden mastermind behind this group? With narrowed eyes, Richard opened a portal behind him and stepped back into it. The fortunate soldier felt a sudden chill at his neck and swiftly turned around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a glimmering golden-red energy. The grizzled old man scrambled to his feet and barked, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and come over here." Two unfortunate souls were unceremoniously kicked out by their colleagues. Frowning, they shot their comrades a glare before, with an air of frustration. They lowered their weapons and approached. "Carry the body and follow me." The old man donned his military cap and hurried back. His two subordinates bent down to lift the corpse, hastily trailing behind him. Inside a container repurposed as an operating room, chaos reigned. Surgical instruments lay scattered across the floor, while a doctor in a white coat was busy tidying up the mess. "Dr. Helen." As soon as the old man entered, he called out urgently, "You two fools. Get in here quickly." He turned, visibly exasperated, as his subordinates brought in the body. "Place it on the table gently. I told you to be careful." Watching their rough handling, the old man felt a surge of frustration. "Dr. Helen, please take a look," Captain Richard implored. "Are you still?" "Doctor." Helen set down the stainless steel tray and gasped upon seeing the numerous bullet wounds across the corpse's chest. So many gunshot wounds. Upon hearing this, Richard's face twitched in anger as he shot a fierce glare at his subordinates. The two exchanged looks, their expressions filled with indignation. "It wasn't us who fired the shots. Dr. Helen, I beg you, save him one more time," Captain Richard pleaded anxiously. After examining the wounds carefully, Dr. Helen shook her head in regret. "It's impossible. There are too many injuries. The resurrection procedure requires an intact body, but his heart and lungs have been destroyed by gunfire." "I'm finished," Richard exclaimed in despair, tearing off his military cap. His boss needed crucial intelligence from this man's mind, but now that he was dead, where could Richard obtain the vital information? His two subordinates exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Just then, a curious voice piped up, "Resurrection procedure? How intriguing. Could you elaborate?" The sudden voice startled everyone in the operating room. Richard and his two subordinates immediately drew their weapons, aiming towards the source of the sound. However, in the next moment, a shimmering white energy whip shot forth like a serpent, splitting in midair into 3 strands that coiled around Richard and his subordinates' wrists. Richard beckoned with his finger, tightening the energy whip. Snap! Richard's arms were shattered into 2 segments, causing the firearms in their grasp to tumble to the ground. "What on earth is this?" Richard, sporting a gray beard, let out a tormented wail, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld the energy whip encircling his wrist. "Apologies, but you all require a good night's sleep." With that, Richard flicked his wrist, sending the 3 of them soaring into the air. They crashed against the top of a shipping container with a resounding thud, only to plummet back to the ground with a sharp crack. Observing the 3 who now slumbered in serene tranquility, Richard released the energy whip and turned his gaze towards Dr. Helen, who stood nearby, covering her mouth in shock. "Dr. Helen, could you elaborate on the resurrection procedure?" Richard inquired. "Oh, and by the way, I too am a physician, deeply intrigued by some of the world's cutting-edge experimental medical technologies." Dr. Helen trembled in fear, stammering, "Why you?" Richard raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Calm down, Dr. Helen. A doctor understands another doctor. So, could you please elaborate on what you are working on? Who is the proprietor behind this operating room? And what exactly is this so-called resurrection procedure you mentioned?" In a bid for self-preservation, Dr. Helen could only respond to Richard's inquiries with hesitant and fragmented words. "The organization backing you is the Red Mountain Group, and the resurrection procedure, or rather the experimental resurrection technology, aims to achieve the infinite revival of soldiers." Richard furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Dr. Helen. She nodded vigorously. "What I am saying is true. I am not lying, sir. Indeed. It seems that all advancements in science are invariably intertwined with the specter of war," Richard remarked with a sense of resignation. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Do you possess all the materials pertaining to the experimental resurrection technology?" Dr. Helen replied, "Yes, all experimental data and technical documentation are stored on the computers here." "Excellent. Could you kindly assist me in making a copy?" Richard flashed a gentle smile, harboring a subtle notion that perhaps every parallel world harbors its own enigmatic and unscientific technological marvels. Chapter 19. "I'm sorry, sir, I cannot do that." "Doctor." Helen lowered her gaze, fearful that her response might incite Richard's ire. "Why is that?" Richard queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Doctor." Helen pointed toward a computer in the corner. "The complete data on experimental resurrection technology is too vast. I do not possess sufficiently large storage devices." Is that so? Richard approached the computer, removing its casing with ease and extracting the hard drive directly. See, this will suffice. Dr. Helen stood agape, her mouth opening to utter something, yet the memory of Richard's mysterious power silenced her. The absence of the data here would not matter. The group headquarters had backups, and it wouldn't impede my subsequent research. Richard keenly sensed Dr. Helen's hesitation, and noting her silence, feigned ignorance. He opened a portal, and, as he was about to step through, a name suddenly flashed in his mind, Lynn. Richard raised an eyebrow and turned to look at his own body lying on the operating table. Are you the one reminding me? He returned to lift his lifeless form. Dr. Helen, leaving behind a heartfelt expression of gratitude, the portal closed. Dr. Helen gazed at the scattering golden-red sparks of energy, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the ground. My goodness, was that just magic? Her face was alight with exhilaration, astonished that magic still existed in this world. Oh right. Dr. Helen steadied herself against the wall and gradually rose. She hurried to the operating table, switched on the lamp overhead, and retrieved a monitoring device from within. Thankfully, he hadn't discovered this. Otherwise, before Dr. Helen could finish her thought, a fist-sized portal opened, and a luminous energy whip shot forth, expertly ensnaring the device in her hand. The whip then constricted, shattering the monitor and its internal storage chip into fragments. Dr. Helen exclaimed, I almost forgot about the monitor. This time, it's truly goodbye, as Richard's teasing voice echoed from the portal. Dr. Helen's face turned pale, her legs buckling as she sank to the ground once more. Oh my God! A warm sensation released from between her thighs, dampening the floor beneath her. At a desolate dock by the seaside in Cape Town, Richard placed his own lifeless body at the end of the pier and settled into a meditative position. Lynn? Is this name also someone you cannot let go of? He sighed as he looked at his own corpse. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a mobile phone, a device he had stealthily taken from Captain Richard, who sported a gray beard. Following a spiritual instinct, Richard dialed a number. Who are you? A wary female voice answered on the other end. Richard hesitated before responding. Hello, a person named Richard gave me this number. Richard? The woman exclaimed in surprise, then quickly grew cautious. Richard is dead. Who are you really? I am his friend. Richard glanced at his own body, now resting before him. His body is here with me. Where are you? The woman inquired impatiently. 3 kilometers west of Cape Town Harbor, at an abandoned stone dock. I'm on my way, she stated before abruptly hanging up. 10 minutes later, a black vehicle raced towards him like an enraged bull. A striking woman clad in a brown jacket with short hair leaped from the car. Richard. She glanced around and spotted Richard standing at the end of the dock, rushing towards him. Richard. Richard. Upon seeing his lifeless body on the ground, tears cascaded down Lynn's cheeks. You promised me you wouldn't die? Trembling, she cradled his corpse in her arms. You promised me. Richard felt a pang in his heart. Truth be told, her cries evoked an inexplicable sensation within him, as if she were calling out to him. Subconsciously, he found a certain pleasure in hearing her voice call his name. Damn it, I must swiftly eliminate the murderer. This overwhelming resentment was utterly consuming him. Miss Lynn, Richard began. How did he come to be harmed? It was only then that Lynn remembered there was someone else beside her. She carefully laid his body down, wiped her tears, and stood to face Richard. Lee Richard? The moment she saw him, it was as though she beheld the living version of him. Richard was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. His spirit had just melded, and it was only natural for a trace of his essence to linger. I apologize. I mistook you for someone else, Lynn said, bowing in apology as she recognized his features. It's quite all right. I am a friend of Richard's, Richard replied, placing a hand on her arm. Unfortunately, I arrived too late to save him. Save him? Lynn was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, but Richard died 3 days ago. Richard feigned shock, his expression one of disbelief. But he was alive just half an hour ago. I saw it with my own eyes. That can't be. Lynn shook her head vehemently. I personally examined his body. He had a gunshot wound to the chest and had bled excessively. What is happening? Richard's face reflected confusion. Ah. Richard smacked his thigh, feigning realization. I found him in a secret laboratory at the Cape Town Harbor. There must be clues there. Wait. Lynn crouched down to examine his body closely, calling out to Richard. I understand now. It's the Red Mountain Group. Mike mentioned that they were secretly conducting horrific human experiments. There were clear signs of experimentation on Richard's corpse. Look at the elongated sutures on his chest and the monitor embedded in his left arm. The Red Mountain Group must have used his body for experimentation. So Richard's enemies are indeed the Red Mountain Group, correct? Richard pressed for clarity, solely focused on identifying his adversary. Yes, the ones who killed Richard are mercenaries sent by the Red Mountain Group. Lynn declared resolutely. I will avenge him. Having confirmed the enemy, Richard turned decisively to leave. Wait. Lin called out to him again. You cannot face the Red Mountain Group alone. Richard shrugged nonchalantly and declared, I promise to assist him in seeking vengeance. When I commit, I shall see it through. You could collaborate with Interpol. Lin's voice echoed once more. Thank you for the invitation, but I prefer to operate independently, Richard replied, waving his hand dismissively. What is your name? Lin inquired loudly. Richard. You may call me Richard, as I have temporarily adopted the name of an old man with a white beard. As Richard turned a corner, a portal materialized, swiftly engulfing his form. Chapter 20. A visit uninvited. Cape Town, South Africa, headquarters of the Red Mountain Group. In the president's office, Weisler received a call from a secret laboratory at the port. You claim a sorcerer incapacitated you and absconded with the specimen's body? Weisler said incredulously. Yes, boss, came the cautious reply from Richard, the captain of the guard. Are you jesting with me, Richard? Weisler questioned, barely suppressing his anger. No, boss, I swear, every word is true. My two subordinates can attest. They too were rendered unconscious by that sorcerer's magic. And, of course, Dr. Helen from the lab. Dr. Helen, please confirm. The voice of Dr. Helen emerged from the phone. Yes, boss, I also witnessed that sorcerer. It was truly astonishing. Weisler was convinced that Richard would not, and could not, deceive him. Now that Dr. Helen had stepped forward to corroborate, it indicated the undeniable existence of such an individual, whether through genuine magic or mere illusion. In any case, someone was daring to provoke the Red Mountain Group. Listen, Richard, I do not wish to hear of any more specimens escaping. Rest assured, boss. I guarantee with my life that such incidents will not recur. Richard exclaimed jubilantly, straightening his posture and making an emphatic promise. Relay the sorcerer's detailed information back to headquarters. Weisler hung up the phone, his fingers drumming rhythmically upon the desk. Could such supernatural entities truly exist in this world? Indeed, they do, President Weisler, a voice suddenly interjected. Startled, Weisler dove beneath his desk, and when he rose again, he grasped a handgun tightly. Who speaks? The voice of the sorcerer Richard echoed once more. Weisler scanned the room, finding no sign of a stranger. Mainframe, scan the office. At your command, sir. A mechanical female voice responded, and a blue scanning beam swiftly swept across the entire office. You are the only one present in the president's office, sir. Weisler gripped his pistol tightly, cautiously surveying his surroundings while calling out, Mysterious sorcerer, why not step forward for a conversation? As if to comply, a portal shimmering with golden-red sparks slowly materialized. Richard, draped in a hood, emerged with calm composure, removing his hood to reveal a gentle smile. Greetings, President Weisler. Weisler was left astounded by the scene before him. Sorcerers indeed existed. The intelligence system at the headquarters of the Red Mountain Group triggered an alarm, detecting an unknown human signal. Shall we report this? No need for that. Weisler interjected immediately. He placed his pistol on the desk, raised his hands, and stepped around the desk, his face contorted into a stiff smile. Welcome, esteemed sorcerer. I am President Weisler of the Red Mountain Group. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Richard, you may call me Richard. Richard placed his right hand on his chest, inclining slightly as he performed an elegant bow. Dear Mr. Richard, if Red Mountain Group has offended you in any way, I extend my sincerest apologies. Weisler's demeanor was exceedingly respectful and earnest, assuring Richard that the Red Mountain Group would provide ample compensation, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Richard shook his head. The Red Mountain Group has not wronged me, President Weisler. Upon hearing this, Weisler's spirits soared, and he hastily extended an invitation. Then perhaps you might consider collaborating with Red Mountain. Rest assured, our group possesses formidable strength and influence across the globe. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Once again, Richard shook his head. Thank you for your invitation, but I must decline. I do not require assistance from Red Mountain. Then what brings you here? Weisler inquired, somewhat perplexed. If there were no grievances and no intention of forging alliances, what purpose did this enigmatic sorcerer have in visiting? Was it merely a tour of the Red Mountain Group headquarters? To eliminate the Red Mountain Group. Richard smiled, yet his words left Weisler utterly astounded. Why, Mr. Richard? Weisler quickly pressed. Did you not just state that the Red Mountain Group has not offended you? His mind raced, suddenly recalling a previous call from Richard, the captain of the security team at the clandestine laboratory at the port. A sorcerer had seized the corpse of an experimental subject from the secret lab. Could this sorcerer be akin to the superheroes depicted in films, those who oppose human experimentation? Weisler hurriedly clarified, esteemed sorcerer. The experimental resurrection technology of the Red Mountain Group is a scientific endeavor aimed at benefiting all of humanity. The human trials are merely a necessary process for the maturation of this technology. You need not explain these matters to me, President Weisler, Richard sighed. I previously mentioned to Dr. Helen that my primary profession is also that of a physician. Why then do you speak of annihilating the Hongshan group? Wetzler found himself utterly perplexed. If it were not for the experimental resurrection technology, what could possibly be the reason? A friend, also named Richard, had implored him to eradicate the Hongshan group. Richard shrugged, as if it were a trivial matter. Wetzler, in a state of bewilderment, pressed on. This Richard. He has perished. Twice. Both times at the hands of the Hongshan group. Wetzler opened his mouth, internally cursing in frustration. How was he to reconcile this? The first time, he had been slain by mercenaries dispatched by the Hongshan group while escorting a significant figure. Richard recounted the details of his two demises. The second time, he met his end at the Cape Town port. After being resurrected, he escaped from the laboratory, only to be riddled with bullets by pursuing assailants. Wetzler felt a deep sense of exasperation. In the face of such a situation, no eloquence could mitigate his animosity. Is it too late to apologize? He mused. Yet, for the sake of his own life, he resolved to make an effort. Richard, with a bemused smile, nodded in agreement. Host, report immediately. Wetzler seized his handgun. Vaulting over the alloy desk, gripping his sole means of defense, and commanded, summon all operational personnel at headquarters. Everyone. Understood, sir, came the mechanical female voice, followed by the piercing sound of alarms. Intruder detected in the president's office. All personnel, mobilize immediately. Chapter 21. The annihilation of the Hongshan group. Richard donned his hood. Standing calmly at the center of the president's office, Wetzler concealed himself behind the alloy desk, dialing the security chief. Jim, dispatch a helicopter to the vicinity of the president's office at once. Boss, I'm on my way to the president's office. What on earth is happening there? Jim's voice was urgent, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. I cannot explain in a single sentence. Just send the helicopter immediately. Wetzler hung up after delivering his command. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Wetzler, Richard reassured him. I shall not lay a hand on you until I have dealt with your subordinates. Wetzler cursed silently, gripping his handgun tightly. It was his only source of hope. Is there truly no possibility for negotiation, Mr. Mage? The task issuer is deceased. The mission cannot be cancelled. Thud, thud, thud. The first wave of operatives burst forth from the elevator, weapons drawn and aimed at Richard. Lower your weapons. Richard, beneath his hood, smiled faintly, slowly extending his arms in a gesture of surrender. Raise your hands and kneel. The second wave of operatives rushing up the staircase shouted at Richard, brandishing their firearms. Complying. Richard raised his hands. Bang. The glass of the presidential office shattered, and a cadre of 10 fully armed operatives burst in. Get on the ground. Do not make any unnecessary movements, shouted the operatives, descending from the rooftop. Seeing that the situation was under control, President Weisler slowly emerged from behind his desk. Mr. Wizard, I still hope for a peaceful negotiation. Despite the dozens of guns aimed at him, a sense of unease gnawed at Richard's heart. He responded, seemingly out of context. Have your men arrived? Weisler instinctively glanced at the security chief, Jim, who nodded. Aside from a few dispatch teams, everyone else is here. A satisfied smile spread across Richard's face. He formed a hand seal, his feet gradually lifting off the ground, and a pair of arms unfurled behind him like a thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. Weisler's expression turned to one of horror, his face contorting as he frantically shouted at Richard, Fire! Open fire immediately. Jim, startled, pressed his earpiece and barked orders. Everyone, fire! Rat-a-tat-tat. Dozens of automatic weapons unleashed a barrage upon Richard, a cascade of yellow bullets raining down in an orange-hued deluge. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Yet, in the next instant, a translucent spherical barrier enveloped Richard, and the orange barrage pounded against the shield, erupting into mere yellow sparks without further effect. Having completed his incantation, Richard's form flickered rapidly, and numerous doppelgangers erupted from him. Now it is my turn, echoed dozens of Richard's voices throughout the office, reverberating with divine authority. In the next moment, a multitude of energy whips shot forth, slithering through the air like serpents, precisely ensnaring each operative. What on earth is this? Jim shouted in astonishment, observing the energy whip coiling around him. The other operatives struggled against their bindings, but the more they fought, the tighter the energy whips constricted. Weisler looked down at his unscathed self, his anxiety reaching a fever pitch. Mr. Wizard, the Red Mountain Group is willing to pay any price. We implore you to cease. Richard appeared deaf to his plea, intoning solemnly, Repent, you wretches. As the words fell, the energy whips instantaneously constricted. Weisler's eyes widened in horror as he watched the security personnel before him shriek, the tightened energy whip severing them in two. Ah, no. Oh God. The cacophony of anguished cries rose and fell, sharp and fleeting. Moments later, the overwhelming energy whips dissipated, leaving only the barely living personnel, wailing in agony as they approached death. Help me. Jim, reduced to just his upper body, crawled to Wetzler's side, grasping his pant leg tightly, pleading, "Grant me a swift end." Wetzler aimed his gun at Jim's forehead, closing his eyes as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! Jim's head jolted, a flicker of relief passing through his dimming gaze as he slowly released his grip on Wetzler's pant leg. Wetzler stared blankly at his surroundings. The once grand presidential office had transformed into a hellish scene. The air was thick with the acrid scent of iron, splashes of crimson stained the walls, and the floor was littered with remnants of human bodies, accompanied by the endless wails of those who had been bisected. Richard's magical doppelganger quietly vanished, while his true self descended slowly before Wetzler. "Now, it is just you, Mr. Wetzler." "Kill me," Wetzler said, his eyes devoid of life. "As you wish." With a soft hiss, the radiant holy sword pierced Wetzler's chest, and in the moment of his last breath, a final spark of energy erupted from the blade, igniting his corpse. Richard surveyed the desolation within the office, a frown of discomfort forming on his brow. Magic was akin to a dimensional assault on ordinary people. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from using such sorcery in human society. He raised his hand to draw a circle, preparing to depart when suddenly, his expression shifted. A change in spirituality. Richard attentively sensed the flow of essence within his soul, as a vague disturbance seemed to resonate. He raised his hand once more to forge the holy sword, its once pale halo now tinged with a subtle crimson hue. The divine power's color shifting from white to red. What could this signify? Best to return and consult Master Gui. Richard stepped into the portal and departed. As the cries in the presidential office gradually faded, silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice broke the stillness. Mainframe confirms, President Wetzler is deceased. Activating satellite transmission channel, target, Johannesburg branch, data transmission in progress. At Kepler Airport, Lynn dragged her suitcase to the bar in the waiting area. "Waiter, a glass of lemonade." "Please. I'll have a glass of lemonade too," Richard said, removing his hood and smiling at the server. Lynn's face lit up with surprise. "Richard, it's you. I'm so glad to see you're safe." Richard shrugged casually and remarked, "I mentioned that it is not necessarily so." I noticed that the moment Lynn began to speak, she abruptly halted, cautiously surveying her surroundings before continuing in a hushed tone. "The headquarters of the Hongshan Group has been attacked, and all operatives, including President Wetzler, have perished. Did you truly orchestrate this?" A server approached with 2 glasses of lemonade, and Richard accepted one, deftly handing the other to Lynn. After taking a gentle sip, he leisurely replied, "I promised Richard that I would aid him in avenging his wrongs." Lynn's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, prompting her to inquire, "You alone?" Richard nodded, stating, "I am accustomed to going solo." "This is utterly insane." Lynn shook her head in disbelief. "How on earth did you manage it?" Richard gazed at Lynn, a spark igniting within him. "Perhaps we should find a place to share a drink." Chapter 22. Even deities have their strengths and weaknesses. Kamar-Taj, Training Square. A violent surge of energy erupted above the square, sending the apprentice mages into a frenzy. "What is happening? An enemy has invaded. Quickly, summon the Supreme Mage." Modu was the first to arrive at the scene, his expression grave as he observed the swirling mass of distorted energy hovering in the air. He reached for a Vadam wand from the weapon rack. "Activate," he commanded. "Everyone, gather around me." With Modu's authoritative shout, the panicked apprentices found their resolve and quickly assembled by his side. "Form ranks. Prepare for defense." The apprentices swiftly divided into 3 columns, raising their fists, upon which golden-red Ragador rings coalesced. Swiftly, Mages Hammer and Daniel arrived through teleportation portals. Mage Daniel looked up at the expanding energy vortex and queried Modu, who had arrived first. "Modu, what is that?" Modu shook his head. "I do not know, but it appears exceedingly perilous." Mage Hammer squinted, discerning several unique runes from the chaotic energy whirlpool that belonged to the Kamar-Taj magical system. After careful examination, he recognized it as a type of positioning spell, hesitantly speculating. "It seems to be a form of locating magic, yet it does not resemble anything recorded in the Kamar-Taj library." With a sudden flourish, a portal opened swiftly before the group, and Ancient One emerged, hands clasped behind her back. Facing away from them, she spoke in a calm tone, "Do not be alarmed. It is merely a cross-dimensional teleportation gate." "A cross-dimensional teleportation gate?" Modu, Hammer, and Daniel echoed simultaneously. "A portal capable of traversing multiple universes." Ancient One raised her gaze to the stabilizing energy vortex, her face alight with admiration. This secret art is still in its infancy, hence it has not yet been documented in the library. Moreover, Ancient One expressed some hesitation. The requirements for casting the cross-border secret arts are exceedingly stringent. It is likely that most sorcerers will never master them throughout their lives. Do you know which sorcerer is performing the cross-border secret arts, esteemed one? Master Daniel inquired with curiosity. Richard. Ancient One chose not to conceal the information. She had already resolved to formally include Richard in the list of candidates for the Supreme Sorcerer's inheritance. Richard. The three official sorcerers exclaimed in unison. Incredible. Master Hamill marveled, shaking his head in disbelief. Just a few days ago, he was merely an ordinary person. Modu could not suppress a trace of envy on his face as he remarked, "It was I who personally brought Richard into Kamar-Taj. I never expected this." Master Daniel sighed. I previously suggested that Richard's qualifications might surpass those of Caecilius, but now it seems he is not merely stronger. The sorcerer apprentices behind them were ignited by the conversation of the official sorcerers. Who are Modu and Daniel referring to? Richard? That name sounds familiar. Oh my. I remember now. Stronger qualifications than Master Caecilius? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. The truth is evident, Lore. Cease your blind admiration for that brooding fellow Caecilius. I've been here for half a year, and I still struggle with the teleportation. Am I truly a worthless failure? Believe in yourself, brother. As long as we strive quietly, the future will surely astonish everyone. Master Ancient One swiftly opened the fan in her hand. It's here. The others immediately looked up towards the sky. Suddenly, the stabilizing energy vortex underwent a transformation, rapidly stretching into a diamond-shaped portal. Through the diamond portal, Modu beheld a vibrant spatial passage beyond and exclaimed, "The dimensional passage lies behind the portal." Daniel marveled. No wonder this spell is called the cross-border teleportation. Even Master Hamill, known for his taciturn nature, could not help but quip, "Most sorcerers will never master it throughout their lives. It should be that very few sorcerers can learn it." At that moment, the diamond portal shifted once more. A beam of white light surged forth from the portal, and after projecting a figure, it dissipated. The figure stood up, cursing, "Damn it, the force of the last spray was too strong. The rune structure needs further modification." Upon seeing the large crowd in the square, Richard immediately stood straight, nonchalantly brushing the dust off his clothes. "Good morning, everyone. Have you eaten yet?" Upon seeing a certain someone's face, the expressions of everyone present turned peculiar. "Look at his face. Is that a love bite? Huh, this guy is quite amusing." Master Gu lightly waved a folding fan and humorously remarked, "Welcome back, Master Richard. However, it seems you are in dire need of a mirror." "A mirror?" Richard was taken aback, swiftly conjuring a simple mirror-like spatial node to use as a temporary reflection. Gazing into the mirror at the numerous kiss marks adorning his face, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "You have truly put me in a predicament, Lin." Later that evening, amidst Christine's grumbling, Richard concluded a video call and made his way to the hall. "Master," he greeted respectfully. "Please, take a seat," Gui said, pouring a cup of tea for Richard. Without hesitation, Richard settled down, lifting the cup to take a delicate sip. "Iron Goddess tea." Gui nodded with a smile, inquiring, "It appears your interdimensional journey has borne significant fruit." "Ah, thanks to your guidance, Master, my issues have finally been resolved." Richard expressed his gratitude, looking earnestly at Gui. "My guidance is trivial." Gui shook his head. "Your diligence has been the key. By the way, Master." Richard recalled the purpose of his visit and promptly set down his teacup. "I have a question I wish to discuss with you." He extended his divine power, pointing at the faintly glowing red hue mingled within. "My divine power seems to have undergone some changes, and my understanding of it is limited. I can only seek your wisdom." "Indeed, you have advanced," Gui remarked, somewhat astonished. "I am beginning to suspect you possess the bloodline of the Aesir, Richard." "The Aesir? You mean Thor's lineage?" Richard queried, momentarily stunned. "Yes," Gui confirmed, "the Aesir of Asgard." Richard shook his head vigorously, asserting, "I am a true-born earthling, both in spirit and flesh, unequivocally of earth." Seeing his earnestness, Gui let out a hearty laugh. "It was merely a jest, Richard. Do not take it too seriously." Richard rolled his eyes at Gui and gestured to the divine power he had projected. "Could you please explain what is happening with this, Master?" Gui unfurled his fan, entering a teaching mode. "In this universe, deities exist, yet they vary in strength. Powerful deities, such as Odin, the All-Father, radiate a divine light so intense that mortals cannot gaze upon it. Weaker deities, like you, Master Richard, emanate a soft, gentle light that poses no harm." Richard pondered. "So, the strength of a deity can be assessed by the external manifestation of their divine power?" That is not entirely incorrect, Gui nodded. To be more straightforward, deities can be categorized into 3 tiers: weak, medium, and strong. For instance, Thor of Asgard can be considered marginally medium. In contrast, entities like Dormammu, who devours countless planets, belong to the realm of powerful deities. Additionally, beings like the Vishanti, due to their unique triune composition, also fall within the category of powerful deities. After listening to Ancient One's description, Richard pondered. In other words, my divine power is on the verge of evolution, representing the apex of the weaker tier. The term divine power does sound rather awkward. With a light chuckle, Ancient One teased, you may also refer to it as magical power. Richard's eyes sparkled, and he clapped his hands in approval. Yes, let us call it magical power. A wizard and magical power. Now that is a fitting match. Ancient One shook her head in amusement, feeling increasingly satisfied with Richard. Transforming from a mere mortal into a deity is the aspiration of countless mortals. Yet he perceives it as a burden. I'm just an ordinary person, Richard shrugged nonchalantly. Even with the power of magic, I remain an ordinary man. Ancient One silently nodded, reflecting on his clear self-awareness, which she found most commendable. In contrast, the future Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, while also remarkable, often fell prey to excessive curiosity and innate arrogance, leading him to unwittingly elevate himself to a lofty position. After conversing with Ancient One, Richard returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings. He intended to return to New York, for if he delayed any longer, the increasingly irritable Christine would undoubtedly come to confront him. The following morning, Richard opened the portal to his apartment at Brooklyn Greenpoint. Stepping through with his suitcase, he paused, staring at the pristine floor in slight astonishment. Could it be Christine? He tentatively called out. Richard. A cautious yet familiar voice emerged from the bedroom. It's me, my dear. With a sudden bang, the bedroom door swung open, and Christine gazed at her long-lost lover, her eyes gradually glistening with moisture. It's been so long, Christine, Richard beamed, his smile radiating joy. Clatter. The baseball bat she had been holding fell to the ground. Richard. In her trembling voice, Christine expressed the endless longing she had accumulated over the past several days. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she dashed toward him. Whoa, be careful. Richard quickly set down his suitcase, opening his arms to embrace the girl who leapt into his embrace. Her long legs wrapped tightly around his waist, and she clutched his neck with both hands, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. My dear, I've missed you so much, she cooed, her voice dripping with allure, combined with her warm, soft body igniting an immediate physiological response in Richard. An hour later, as the rain ceased, Christine's skin, nourished by the droplets, was as delicate and radiant as a blossoming flower. Lazing in her lover's embrace, she curiously inquired, what brought you back so suddenly? Gently caressing the smooth expanse of her back and inhaling the fragrant scent of her orchid-scented hair, Richard replied, my master said that my training has reached a temporary conclusion. So I returned. Have you managed to regulate your emotions? Christine inquired with a tone of concern as she lifted her gaze. Richard lowered his head, catching sight of the worry reflected in his girlfriend's gray-blue eyes. With a playful wink, he replied, of course I have. Otherwise, my mentor wouldn't have let me return. Now that you're back, will you be going out again? Christine asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. Not for the time being. Richard replied with an awkward smile, his words slightly hesitant. But perhaps I might need to go out again later. Humph, very well then. Christine huffed softly, pouting in displeasure. Her pitiful expression tugged at Richard's heartstrings. He leaned down and gently kissed her smooth forehead, quickly reassuring her, next time I go out, I promise to keep in touch. All right, you just said that, Christine retorted, her small hand playfully pinching the tender flesh at Richard's waist. Last time, you promised to call me every day? Yet, you only sent me an email after 3 days. Richard feigned a grimace of pain, softly defending himself. Oh, come on. It was difficult to communicate in the remote mountains. I don't care, Christine complained, her soft, supple body writhing in playful defiance before her beloved. Unbeknownst to her, her movements were a significant provocation for the ardent Richard. Richard's breath quickened, and he tightened his embrace around Christine's arms, his gaze burning with fervor. When he flipped her over and pinned her down, Christine suddenly realized that she had inadvertently ignited Richard's desire once more. Ah, no. Before she could utter her refusal, Richard leaned down to silence her. Soon, Christine's eyes grew hazy, her nostrils fluttering as she released soft, contented hums. Her arms, seemingly against her will, found their way back around Richard's neck. When she finally awakened, the sun was already high in the sky. Christine, feeling languid, crawled out of bed, oblivious to her exposed form as she instinctively searched for Richard. Upon realizing she was alone in the bedroom, she touched the cold sheets beside her, a wave of melancholy washing over her. "Richard?" Christine called out, her voice tinged with a clear hint of distress. In the kitchen, Richard heard her voice and immediately set down the knife, hastening back to the bedroom. "What's wrong, Christine?" Without a word, Christine opened her arms, gazing at him with a look of sorrowful longing. Richard's heart swelled with affection. He quickly approached her, gently enveloping her in his embrace, softly patting her smooth back to comfort her. All right, don't cry. I'm here, my dear," he murmured. Christine nuzzled her delicate face against Richard's neck, emitting a couple of soft sounds before whimsically replying, "I am famished." Richard playfully patted her pert backside and said, "Go take a shower first. By the time you finish, the pork rib soup I've prepared will be ready." After indulging in some playful banter, Christine's mood returned to normal, and she suddenly realized she was completely unclothed. "Oh dear, could you please step outside?" Quickly, the girl shyly pushed Richard away, ushering him out of the bedroom. Seated at the dining table, Christine's mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed at the bountiful spread of Chinese cuisine before her. "Did you make all of this?" "Indeed," Richard replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. "Your boyfriend is quite impressive, isn't he? A true gem who excels both in the dining hall and the kitchen." The girl erupted into a fit of giggles. All right, let us eat before it gets cold," Richard said as he ladled a bowl of pork rib soup for her. "By the way, you need not rush to the hospital this afternoon. I've secured a full day off for you." Christine shot him an exasperated glance. "Work? What nonsense. This rascal has exhausted me twice this morning, and I am still feeling weak." Chapter 24, 30 million. Delivered to your doorstep. In the afternoon, Richard originally planned to take Christine out for shopping and a movie. However, a phone call disrupted his plans. As Christine shot him a disapproving look, Richard answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Richard, this is Simmons. Do you remember me?" Came a youthful voice from the other end. Upon hearing the name, Richard immediately recalled the bespectacled young man who had come to him with information. Of course, Simmons. "What can I do for you?" "I would like to meet with you, sir. We can choose a location near your residence." Simmons spoke with a humble demeanor. Richard pondered for a moment before responding. "There is a CAF called Ailsop, 300 meters west of Greenpoint Apartments. Let us meet there." "Very well, sir. I shall wait for you there," Simmons replied before promptly hanging up. Simmons? What could this fellow want from me? Is it related to the Serpent Gang? As his thoughts raced, Richard turned apologetically to Christine. "I'm sorry, my dear. Our date will have to be postponed for a bit." Christine, in exasperation, remarked, "Richard, I believe you are busier now than you were before leaving the hospital." To this, Richard could only offer an apologetic smile. After all, it was his own careless words that led to this situation. At Ailsop CAF, Simmons had chosen a window-side table that was devoid of other patrons. Upon seeing Richard enter, he quickly rose to his feet. "Mr. Richard, you have arrived." Richard gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, and, once seated, said, "Simmons, there is no need for such formality. We are friends now, are we not?" "Indeed, sir," Simmons replied, though his demeanor remained respectful. "What type of coffee do you prefer?" Richard sighed inwardly and said, "A latte, please." Simmons waved his hand and called out, "Waiter, a latte and a mocha." "Certainly, please hold on." The server responded. After placing their coffee orders, Simmons directly reported to Richard, "I have been monitoring the Black Snake Gang and unexpectedly discovered a location." "The Black Snake Gang?" Richard pondered for a moment before inquiring. "That secret vault?" Simmons glanced around cautiously and nodded. "Yes, I inadvertently stumbled upon the address." Richard, puzzled, asked, "So what brings you here?" Simmons whispered, "I found nearly $30 million in cash from that secret vault, along with some ledgers and crime videos of the Black Snake Gang." "That's good news," Richard remarked, his face displaying confusion. "But why tell me?" Simmons looked troubled, as if about to complain, when the server approached with 2 cups of coffee. "Here are your coffees, 1 latte and 1 mocha." "Thank you," Simmons expressed gratefully. Richard nodded politely. Once the server departed, Simmons continued, "For you, 30 million may seem a trifling sum, but for someone like me, raised in a poor neighborhood, it is a ticking time bomb. If this information leaks, my family and I will be in grave danger." Richard nodded in agreement and cautiously suggested, "You could spend it wisely, avoiding large expenditures at once. I believe no one would notice. I will never keep a ticking bomb close to my family." Simmons' gaze was resolute. To him, 30 million was insignificant compared to the safety of his loved ones. "So why have you come to me?" Richard asked, perplexed. "I wish to entrust this $30 million to you, sir," Simmons said respectfully. "To me?" Richard looked astonished, asking once more why. "Your wisdom is sufficient to manage it," Simmons said, his face lighting up with anticipation, "and I wish to follow you." "What? Richard was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Simmons's reasoning. Simmons's expression revealed a hint of admiration as he continued, "You are a capable man. My mother always taught me to associate with kind-hearted and capable individuals to lead a truly stable and good life." After a moment of silence, Richard praised, "Simmons, your mother is a remarkable woman." Simmons nodded, "I have always believed that, sir." Richard thought of Christine and suddenly understood. He readily agreed. "All right, I accept." After bidding Simmons farewell, Richard returned directly to Greenpoint apartment. He pressed down on the girl's shoulder, returning Christine, who was standing and preparing to leave. "Back to the sofa. Aren't we going out?" Christine asked, puzzled. "Let us head out shortly," Richard remarked, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Kristen, we need to discuss a rather grave matter." Noticing Richard's earnest expression, Christine straightened in her seat and replied, "Go ahead. If I were to establish a company, would you be willing to resign from your medical career to assist me?" Richard inquired, gazing intently into the girl's eyes. "Start a company?" A hint of confusion flickered in her gray-blue eyes. "Indeed, I wish to launch a business and require someone trustworthy to aid me," Richard asserted, taking her hand in his and earnestly stating, "In this world, the only person I can place my complete trust in is you." A flicker of emotion crossed Christine's face, but she quickly shot Richard a disapproving look. "How touching, dear. But why would I abandon my beloved medical profession to assist you in an endeavor with which I am entirely unfamiliar?" Richard feigned a pitiful expression, his eyes resembling those of an abandoned puppy, glistening with unshed tears, which nearly swayed Christine. All right, I concede. Is that satisfactory?" Christine said hastily, turning her head to avoid his gaze. This man was utterly outrageous, appearing mature and composed yet occasionally as childish as a big kid. "Splendid, my dear," Richard exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Ugh, how annoying. Your saliva is all over my face." Christine quickly wiped her cheek, indignantly shaking her little fists and playfully hitting Richard a few times. Richard cheerfully pulled her up, stating, "Come, let us go out on a date. I shall cover all expenses today." "Wait, I haven't grabbed my bag yet," Christine exclaimed, swiftly reaching to hook her orange shoulder bag with her middle finger. Upon exiting the Greenpoint, Christine naturally linked her arm with Richard's. The girl seemed to transform into a lively spirit, eagerly asking questions. "Richard, when will your company open? What will be the primary focus of its operations? By the way, should I prepare by learning some business management skills in advance? Oh, and what about the company?" Chapter 25. The $240 billion black technology. The following day, Richard drove Christine to the hospital and, upon arriving at the restroom, opened a portal before returning to the Greenpoint apartment. He proceeded directly to his study, standing before his desk in contemplation. For safety's sake, I think it prudent to create a mirrored space, he decided. With a soft command and a clap of his hands, countless diamond-shaped mirror fragments began to assemble, forming a new, entirely enclosed space. The desktop computer on his desk was enveloped by the mirrored space, severing its connection to the external network. Richard opened the computer case, removed the hard drive, and replaced it with the one he had brought from the parallel world. This hard drive contained all the research data and experimental information related to the 240 billion resurrection technology developed by the Hongshan Group. The technology of cryogenic neuroprotection, directed organ repair, and consciousness reconstruction has been the focus of Richard's swift examination of experimental revival techniques. He was astonished to discover significant breakthroughs in many related technologies. Cryogenic neuroprotection stands as one of the core technologies in contemporary revival experiments. However, Richard noted that, within the Marvel Universe, there had been little advancement in this regard. Suddenly, he recalled the storyline of the Hydra organization's freezing of the Winter Soldier. Perhaps there had been breakthroughs, but they were likely proprietary technologies kept secret by major corporations. Richard squinted at this thought. Thus, the technologies available for public scrutiny would be scarce. During their meeting yesterday, when Simmons mentioned the $30 million, Richard suddenly remembered the hard drive he had forgotten. In that moment, a thought struck him: to establish a premier entity akin to the Star Corporation. This notion stemmed from his unjust dismissal. Although Richard outwardly appeared indifferent to being ousted from the New York Elders Hospital, the incident had indeed planted a thorn in his heart. With an initial capital of $30 million and groundbreaking revival technology, these were undoubtedly the most solid foundations for developing a formidable force. Hence, he promptly agreed to Simmons' proposal. Richard intended to utilize the $30 million to acquire a small medical laboratory, subsequently introducing several black technologies from the revival experiments as hallmark techniques of the facility. He was confident that within 2 to 3 years, he could develop it into a large medical conglomerate with a market value exceeding $10 billion. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. At that point, he would acquire the Elders' Hospital entirely and confront the board once more. Continuing his research on the revival technologies, Richard selected two relatively safe, yet immensely valuable branch technologies. The first was stem cell-directed migration, a critical technology for directed organ repair, applicable to organ damage resulting from various accidental incidents. Its potential was vast, and once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly become a target for medical institutions worldwide. The second technology was the visual cortex compensation technique, which, although relatively inconspicuous in the neural suppression mechanism of the revival experiments, immediately caught Richard's attention upon first glance. This innovation could be considered a boon for the visually impaired across the globe. Its principle lies in reconstructing visual nerve signals by recording residual images from the retina, enabling basic perceptual abilities even in patients with compromised central nervous systems. In simpler terms, as long as one's nasal area isn't merely two empty sockets, a new visual transmission system can be fashioned from the old eyeballs. Richard downloaded these two technologies, eyeing the other black technologies with envy. The reverse metabolic cycling system, hippocampal information extraction technology, and consciousness reconstruction protocols represent a plethora of avant-garde medical advancements. Yet regrettably, not all can be revealed. Reluctantly shutting down his computer, Richard carefully dismantled the hard drive, replacing it with the original one. Better safe than sorry, he muttered, as he deactivated the mirrored space and retrieved his phone to call Simmons. Simmons, are you prepared on your end? Came Richard's inquiry. Ready, sir, replied Simmons respectfully over the line. Good. Now remember, regardless of what you witness, do not be astonished or afraid. Richard cautioned before activating the portal leading to the secret vault. In a modest villa on Long Island, New York, Simmons stood agape before a circular portal crackling with sparks. Richard emerged from within, waving in greeting. Hey, Simmons. Simmons stammered, sir, you. Raising an eyebrow, Richard teased the young man. I suppose you've never encountered a magician before? Simmons nodded vigorously. Are magicians really a thing in this world? Not just magicians, Richard disclosed, unveiling even more astonishing revelations: superhumans, monsters, deities, extraterrestrials, and an array of other bizarre entities. Simmons listened, his jaw dropping further as Richard spoke of beings that existed solely in urban legends or myth. This is absolutely insane. In due time, you will witness these creatures firsthand, Richard assured him, then inquired, but first, where is that $30 million? Suppressing his excitement, Simmons pointed upstairs. It's hidden beneath the bed in the master bedroom on the second floor. Richard glanced at the stairs, finding them tedious, and instead opened a portal to the second floor, stepping through. When he turned around, he found Simmons hesitating at the portal's threshold, reluctant to proceed. What are you afraid of? It's merely a door. It won't harm you. Come on in. All right, sir. Simmons mustered his courage and stepped forward, relieved when the golden red sparks did not harm him. Richard rolled his eyes and casually waved his hand, deactivating the portal. The second-floor bedroom exuded opulence, adorned in a gaudy display reminiscent of nouveau riche excess. Richard critiqued it as overly extravagant. Although Simmons privately disagreed with this assessment, he refrained from contradicting Richard. The $30 million is beneath this bed, along with some ledgers and incriminating videos in the safe by the bedside, Simmons indicated. Nodding, Richard waved his hand, and a sudden gust of wind lifted the solid wood bed, sliding it 2 meters to the right before gently setting it down. Simmons gazed at the enchanting scene before him, his mouth agape yet silent. Accompanying Mr. Richard, he would likely encounter such spectacles frequently in the future, so it was prudent to acclimate to them early. Observing the $30 million neatly stacked in rectangular blocks, Richard pondered for a moment before turning to Simmons and stating, I intend to acquire a small medical laboratory with this $30 million. Given your current circumstances, you are unfit to assume the role of director at this laboratory. Henceforth, I shall arrange for you to study at Columbia University for several years. Upon your return with your degree, you will take charge of this medical facility. Simmons's spirits soared, his face alight with astonishment. Columbia University? Well, while I may not be a formally enrolled student, I can certainly qualify as an auditor. Thank you, sir. He bowed deeply to Richard, his resolve unwavering as he declared, From this day forth, my life is yours. Richard replied, Such loyalty from a younger brother is overwhelming. I suddenly feel a bit pressured. After calming the exceedingly excited Simmons, Richard took his leave. He chose not to take the money with him, instead opting to leave it there temporarily. The Greenpoint apartment was simply too small to accommodate such a sum, and other locations lacked secure vaults. He would retrieve the funds once he identified the medical laboratory for acquisition. Upon returning to the apartment, Richard retrieved his phone and dialed a number saved under the name Carl Frank. "Hello, Attorney Carl. Dr. Richard? Long time no see. How have you been?" Came the voice of a mature, middle-aged man on the line. Richard engaged in polite conversation. "Quite well. I recently took a trip to Nepal to unwind. How about you? How is the recovery of your right hand's nerves progressing?" "Much improved. I can now skillfully wield a knife and fork to cut steak." Attorney Carl replied warmly. "And you?" "I envy your ability to vacation. Unlike me, who is constantly entangled with various lawsuits and finds no time for leisure." Listening to Carl's lamentations, Richard smirked, unconvinced by the old fox's words. He jested, "As New York's top lawyer, you ought not to envy a poor doctor like me who is currently unemployed. Speaking of which, Dr. Richard, have you considered filing a lawsuit against the Presbyterian Hospital?" Richard, recognizing the seasoned attorney's keen insight, cut to the chase. "No need for that, Attorney Carl. I have an acquisition mandate. Do you have time to handle it?" Carl inquired. "An acquisition mandate? What kind of acquisition are we discussing?" "I wish to acquire a small medical laboratory." "A small medical laboratory?" Carl's voice brimmed with surprise. "Are you no longer practicing as a physician?" "Not practicing as a physician?" Richard was momentarily taken aback, although he had never explicitly stated his intention to abandon the medical profession. Ever since he became a mage and acquired the ability to traverse parallel worlds, he had ceased to contemplate the continuation of his medical career. Perhaps, in the future, he would dedicate himself to the development of innovative medical technologies. It was truly regrettable that the foolish actions of the elder hospital had deprived America, nay, the entire world, of a top-tier surgical expert. The tone of Attorney Carl's words hinted at a subtle displeasure. The absence of such an eminent surgeon meant a diminished guarantee of safe medical care for the affluent and powerful. Curse that foolish elder hospital. "Dr. Richard, what is your budget?" $30 million. "Very well. Do you have any specific requirements for a small medical laboratory, such as equipment or personnel?" Suddenly, Richard was reminded of the impending battle of New York years hence, and he hastily replied, "Not in New York." Hearing this, Attorney Carl assumed Richard was still perturbed by his dismissal and urged him once more, "You might want to seriously consider my earlier suggestion. I can exert every effort to secure a substantial compensation for you." Richard couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The lawyer's fervor for litigation seemed to surpass his own passion for surgical innovation. With unwavering resolve, he reiterated, "No need for that, Attorney Carl. Please expedite your search for a suitable medical laboratory." "Very well, what a pity." After ending the call with Attorney Carl, Richard dialed another number, saved under the name Jennings Phillip. "Hello, Professor Jennings, how have you been?" "Richard?" came the voice of an elderly man from the other end. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Richard's face broke into a sincere smile. "It's me, Professor. I apologize for not visiting you for so long. My health is splendid. There's no need for you to fret over me, young man." Professor Jennings's voice was robust and resonant. "But you, I heard you were dismissed from the elder hospital. How dare that wretched institution do such a thing? It is an affront to you and to Columbia University. Henceforth, no medical graduate from Columbia will ever submit their resume to that New York establishment. By the way, what was the reason for your dismissal?" Richard felt a warmth in his heart. This cantankerous old man remained fiercely protective. However, he pondered why everyone felt compelled to inquire about this matter. Though he was not particularly concerned, it was undeniably an embarrassing issue. Professor, it's not something that can be explained in just one or two sentences." Professor Jennings, undeterred, interjected, then elucidated in 3 or 4 sentences. Richard relented. Very well. He had spent a full 4 years under the tutelage of Professor Jennings at Columbia Medical School. It is well known that Professor Jennings possesses a rather obstinate temperament. If you do not articulate your thoughts clearly, this little old man will undoubtedly persist. Although it is ostensibly my actions that have cast a negative shadow on the hospital, the reality remains unchanged. They wish to ensnare me, to transform me into their private resource and personal physician. "A pack of fools," Professor Jennings exclaimed vehemently. "These wealthy individuals are perpetually so selfish and shameless." "Richard, rest assured, I will reach out to other institutions," he declared, but Richard promptly interrupted. "Please, Professor, do not. In truth, being expelled from the Presbyterian Hospital aligns perfectly with my aspirations." Upon hearing this, Professor Jennings's interest was piqued. "Oh, your words suggest you have alternative plans?" Richard did not shy away from revealing. "I have conceived some novel ideas regarding stem cell directional migration and compensatory mechanisms in the visual central nervous system. Hence, I intend to acquire a small medical laboratory and have already engaged a lawyer to assist in the search." "Stem cell directional migration? Compensatory mechanisms in the visual central nervous system?" Fascinating, Professor Jennings mused. Very well. What brings you to contact me this time? Richard felt a wave of relief. The old man had finally shifted his attention. Professor, I wish to request an auditing position at Columbia Business School, having successfully secured an auditing position from Professor Jennings. Richard promptly notified Simmons, instructing him to report punctually in 3 days. Not to mention Simmons's expressions of gratitude. As noon approached, Richard returned from the supermarket with groceries, busily preparing lunch in the kitchen. Suddenly, a portal opened, and the battered figure of Mage Modu tumbled through. Richard, the New York temple has been attacked. Taken aback, Richard rushed forward to support Modu. What has transpired? Modu, trembling, pointed towards the portal behind him. Hell, the infernal dimension has invaded the New York temple. Hurry to aid. Richard's expression hardened as he inquired, Can you still hold on? With great effort, Modu nodded and pushed Richard's support away. Do not worry about me. Go quickly. Very well. Take care, Richard cautioned, not even pausing to remove his floral apron before stepping through the portal. Modu's portal opened at the landing of a staircase on the first floor of the New York temple. Upon crossing through, Richard immediately spotted 2 cunning scythe demons leaping down from the second floor, their razor-sharp blades aimed at 2 battling mages below. With a slight huff, he swiftly conjured a portal beneath one of the scythe demons. "Ga?" The demon screeched as it plunged into the portal. Richard seized the moment and closed the portal, severing the demon in half in an instant. As the perspective shifted, the chest of another scythe demon was pierced, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. This was due to the portal on the other side, which was positioned directly above this particular scythe demon. The first scythe demon had just been teleported in, and before it could retract its scythe, it inadvertently thrust it into the chest of its companion. Immediately afterward, this scythe demon felt a sharp pain in its waist and, with a mournful wail, fell along with the severed upper body and the corpse of the second scythe demon. Mordu, who had returned to the New York sanctuary following Richard, was utterly astounded by the intricate portal spell Richard had conjured. A portal can be utilized in such a manner. Richard, with a proud tilt of his chin, turned and bellowed, "Mage Camille, gather the remaining mages and fall back to the second floor." Without pausing his movements, he continuously cast the portal spell to cover the retreat of the mages. The elusive portals either split the demons surrounding Mage Kamathe in half or transported them to the rear, significantly alleviating the pressure on the defending mages. Seeing Richard, Master Camille, the leader, was filled with immense joy. Reinforcements had arrived. Everyone, retreat in an orderly manner. Prepare to unleash the combined defensive formation. With Richard's assistance, the remaining defending mages consolidated their forces at the foot of the staircase on the first floor, erecting a massive semicircular defensive array. The irritable minotaurs, upon witnessing the golden-red defensive array rise, were instantly filled with rage, their eyes glowing crimson. They charged forward, trampling over the lesser demons that stood in their way, advancing towards the defensive formation. Moo! 7 or 8 burly minotaurs roared in unison, raising their massive hammers to strike down upon the defensive array. The astonishing force was gradually dissipated by the constantly rotating array. However, within the formation, Mage Camille's face turned pale. He distinctly felt a momentary disconnection of the energy sustaining the array. Everyone, defend with all your might. Richard glanced down at Camille and the others before shifting his gaze to the deep green portal of hell that stood at the center of the first floor hall. From that portal, a relentless stream of various hellish demons poured forth. Swarms of lesser demons like locusts, cunning scythe demons, towering minotaurs wielding colossal hammers, and occasionally, a few voluptuous succubi brandishing small whips. Richard's expression turned grave. Mordu, there are too many reinforcements from hell. If we continue to endure this onslaught, we will be utterly depleted. Coughing softly, Mordu clutched his chest and replied, "What must we do? You tell me." Richard pointed towards the hellish portal in the middle of the first floor. "We must first destroy that portal to sever their endless reinforcements." Mordu gripped his staff tightly and grit his teeth, declaring, "Leave it to me." Richard grasped his arm, his expression conveying exasperation. "Come now, given your current physical condition, you would merely be offering yourself as a sacrifice. Assist Mage Camille in constructing the defensive array. I shall take charge of the Hellgate." With that declaration, he plunged into the portal, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering above the Hellgate. The demons in proximity to the gate, upon noticing Richard, lifted their heads and roared with ferocity. "Moo! Grr! Whoosh! Come here, handsome!" The sultry moans of the succubus sent a tremor through Richard's heart, momentarily halting his spellcasting. He shot a fierce glare at the succubus, reluctantly averting his gaze from the abyss of her bosom, and clasped his hands together, his arms unfurling majestically behind him. Icon form. In a flash, Richard conjured an astounding 100 magical avatars. Modu, assisting Mage Camille in sustaining the defensive array, felt a wave of demoralization wash over him at this sight. I could only conjure 10 with icon form. Mage Camille offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Do not dwell on those who are naturally gifted. Focus on honing your own skills. Modu silently nodded, resolve igniting within him. I shall strive with greater fervor. Even if I cannot match him, I must not fall too far behind. With this thought, Modu invigorated himself, channeling a sliver of his stamina to harness the energy of the Vessan Emperor and infuse it into the defensive array. The array, trembling under the relentless assault of the Minotaurs, radiated a vibrant crimson energy, becoming remarkably stable. Meanwhile, after manifesting 100 magical avatars, Richard commenced his incantation. Holy Blade. 100 two-handed swords, adorned with white and crimson hues, levitated in the air. With a mere gesture, their tips aligned, all aimed squarely at the Hellgate. Go, Richard commanded. The 100 holy blades transformed into streaks of luminescence, hurtling towards the Hellgate. The demons, who had been howling at Richard, fell silent, turning to flee in terror. Yet, it was too late. The 100 holy blades pierced the Hellgate simultaneously, shattering its energy core. Deep crimson fissures marred the surface of the gate, which began to swell ominously. Not good. Richard, Camille, and Modu recognized the impending explosion of the Hellgate. However, this was the New York sanctuary. Should the Hellgate detonate here, the devastation could obliterate half of New York. Ignoring the drain on his mana, Richard bellowed, clapping his hands together. Diamond-shaped spatial fragments rapidly converged around the Hellgate, swiftly forming a completely sealed mirrored space. With a thunderous sound, the walls of the mirrored spatial barrier suddenly shattered. Richard let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, the mirror space shattered completely and vanished. He expelled a torrent of crimson blood. Mordu, the rest is up to you. With those words, Richard swayed momentarily in the air. Trembling, he opened a portal beneath him and fell through. Chapter 28. Oh no. The reckless and straightforward Dormammu has begun to play tricks. Richard, Mordu called out in concern. Do not fret for Richard, the Mage Camille reassured him. He may be injured, but it is not fatal. Our utmost priority now is to drive the remaining demons back to hell. The hellish fiends would not breach the Earth's defensive array without cause. Moreover, the Supreme Mage has yet to appear. I fear Mordu was startled, realizing the implication. He silently prayed that the esteemed one was merely encountering difficulties. His expression hardened. Mage Camille, let us commence. Very well. Mage Camille and the other station mages began to dismantle the defensive array and launch their counterattack, devoid of reinforcements. The hellish demons were relentlessly beaten back by the overwhelming spells of the Kamar-Taj mages. Meanwhile, Richard tumbled out of the portal, landing on the bed of the green dot apartment, plunging directly into unconsciousness. Half an hour later, upon returning home, Christine discovered him and promptly dialed for emergency assistance. Soon, an ambulance arrived and transported Richard to the Elders' Hospital in Manhattan. In a distant rift of dimensions, the Ancient One floated serenely in the chaotic expanse. Hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by 3 renowned lords of dimensions, Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, Nightmare, the Lord of Dreams, and Thon, the god of dark magic. Mephisto revealed his true form as a hellish demon, baring his sharp teeth. Surrender, Supreme Mage. The Ancient One maintained a serene smile. Mephisto, you wouldn't want to be unable to split yourself to reach the earth. Mephisto responded with a sinister grin. Nightmare's form flickered like smoke, his voice ethereal and elusive. Now near, now far. Sign the treaty of defeat, and I shall allow you to depart. The Ancient One retained his calm demeanor. Nightmare, do not let me see you on Earth again. In a sudden explosion, Nightmare's smoky body erupted. I shall see how long you can maintain that expression. The enigmatic Thon remained silent, observing with an amused countenance. At the same moment, the London sanctum was shrouded in an ominous gray barrier. Caecilius and his subordinates, eyes closed, floated in stillness within the heart of the sanctum. A strand of black-purple energy extended from the gray barrier, connecting to their foreheads. In a profound dreamscape, Caecilius ran frantically with his followers. A female sorceress with a long ponytail gasped for breath. Lord Caecilius, we have been running for nearly an hour. Let us take a moment to rest. Caecilius, with a stoic expression, tilted his head to glance at the weary sorcerers and raised his right hand. Halt. Let us take a 10-minute respite. Yes, Lord Caecilius, the sorcerers exclaimed with joy. While the others rested, Caecilius remained vigilant. He traced circles in the air and recited incantations, attempting to open a portal, But after a few sparks, his spell failed. The space here seemed to be sealed, remarked a sincere and stout black sorcerer. Whoever brought us silently into this realm is undoubtedly no ordinary being. Surely, Lord Cassius will find a way back. My greatest concern now is the London Temple. Fear not. As long as the Supreme Sorcerer is present, no dimensional demon dares to invade Earth. Listening to his subordinates' discussions, a sense of unease crept into Cassius's heart. It had been over an hour since they were ambushed and transported to this mysterious space, and the Ancient One had yet to arrive for rescue. She might also be entangled in a difficult situation. Suddenly, a voice of immense authority reverberated, accompanied by a tremendous pressure that caused the other sorcerers to faint. Cassius drew his Wadam wand, planting it firmly on the ground, struggling to maintain his stance. Dormammu. Impossible. How could you appear on Earth? Ha 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 ha. What if this is not Earth? Dormammu laughed heartily. Void, chaos, boundless. This is the dream realm. Cassius was taken aback. You reacted swiftly, Cassius, Dormammu remarked with satisfaction. You dare to ally with other dimensional lords, Dormammu? Truly a disgrace to the dimensional lords, Cassius said through gritted teeth. Dormammu fell silent for a moment. In the next instant, a pair of eyes as vast as galaxies opened, coldly fixing their gaze upon Cassius. You dare to mock the great Lord of Darkness. The murderous intent emanating from Dormammu forced Cassius to kneel on one knee. The Supreme Sorcerer will not spare you. Ancient One. Dormammu laughed uproariously. Ha 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 ha. That shameless wretch is now preoccupied with her own troubles. As long as the Eye of Agamotto exists, the Supreme Sorcerer is invincible. Cassius trembled, his standing legs slowly buckling. The Supreme Sorcerer? Bah! Wretched little man. Dormammu suddenly turned hostile, hurling insults. You shall not insult my master. Cassius erupted, seemingly defying Dormammu's pressure, gradually rising to his feet. Cassius, you have been deceived by that shameless wretch, the Ancient One. Dormammu narrowed his colossal eyes slightly. A mere mortal, living for several centuries. Have you never questioned this? Caecilius was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he firmly slapped himself and declared, the Supreme Sorcerer is immensely powerful, having transcended the limitations of humanity long ago. Living a few extra centuries is of no consequence. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj draw their strength from Dormammu. How could borrowed power possibly transcend? Dormammu chuckled once more. Caecilius' expression shifted as Dormammu's words shattered his idolization of the Ancient One. Indeed, the power of the Kamar-Taj sorcerers has always been borrowed. How could they possibly transcend? Could the Ancient One truly be? No, that is impossible. Observing the fluctuating emotions on Caecilius' face, Dormammu gleefully urged, seek the truth. Caecilius, unveil the hypocritical mask of the Ancient One and reveal her true, petty nature. Dormammu's voice dwindled until it was no longer audible. Caecilius momentarily felt disoriented. Suddenly realizing he had returned to the London sanctum, where other unconscious sorcerers lay nearby. Master, is it truly you? Caecilius' expression was a tempest of uncertainty. In the dimensional rift, Shumagorath yawned lazily, saying, There's nothing to see here, disperse. With that, he vanished. Mephisto and Nightmare exchanged surprised glances. Observing the Ancient One retrieving a folding fan from behind her. Supreme Sorceress, consider this your lucky day. Mephisto remarked with a cutting tone before slinking away. Ancient One, we shall see. Nightmare declared, turning to float away. The Ancient One watched their departing figures, silently pondering, Caecilius, what choice shall you make this time? With a flick of her hand, she tore through space and returned to Kamar-Taj. At the Manhattan Sanctum Hospital, Richard slowly opened his eyes. Christine, who had been vigilantly by his side, joyfully leaped onto him. Richard, you are finally awake. Chapter 29, In My Time. I transformed the Sanctum Hospital into New York City's premier hospital. Richard struggled to sit up, grasping Christine's hand. Hey, Chris, I'm all right, he softly reassured her. Christine, with tears brimming in her eyes, nodded and held Richard's hand tightly. Richard, why were you unconscious at home? Richard's countenance faltered, uncertain of how to respond. Should he directly confess that he was a sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, injured while safeguarding the Earth, leading to his unconsciousness? If he said that, Christine would likely rush him to a psychiatric ward. But he couldn't keep it hidden forever, could he? Wouldn't that merely turn into a classic narrative of doing it all for her sake? Richard gazed into Christine's eyes and earnestly remarked, It is not appropriate to discuss it here. I shall explain the specifics when we return home. Christine obediently nodded, her large eyes glistening with tears, evoking a tender affection within him. Richard gently lifted his hand to wipe away the traces of her tears and affectionately said, My dear Christine is so well behaved. Instantly, Christine's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hastily pulled down Richard's hand and, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced around. Upon realizing that they were alone in the hospital room, she playfully hit Richard's arm and exclaimed, "How rude. We are in a hospital." Just as she finished speaking, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open. Several female nurses burst in. "Dr. Richard is awake." One exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful. I was so worried." "Go on, Lilith." It was clearly Dr. Palmer who was most concerned. "Indeed. Dr. Palmer has been by your side throughout these hours of unconsciousness." "Oh, I never said anything." The familiar chatter brought a smile to Richard's face as he warmly greeted them. "Hello, Lena, Lilith, Mary, it has been a while." The youngest, Lilith, exclaimed bluntly, "Dr. Richard, we were terrified when you arrived by ambulance." Mary, the nurse, shot her a sideways glance and teased, "Yes, if it weren't for Dr. Nick's examination confirming you were fine." Lilith would have been in tears. Lilith's face turned crimson as she raised her hand to poke Mary at her waist. "Mary, you're exaggerating. I didn't shed any tears." Richard instinctively glanced at Christine, concerned that she might feel jealous. Seeing this, Christine, amused yet slightly touched, firmly grasped Richard's hand and beamed at him with a radiant smile. The eldest nurse, Lena, observed their silent interaction with an ant-like smile, internally exclaiming, "Ah, Dr. Richard is so indulgent. Dr. Palmer is so sweet." After exchanging a few words with Richard, the three temporarily off-duty nurses were sternly ushered back by the formidable head nurse Jenna. "Ah, be gentle. It was Mary who encouraged us to come. Why am I the one being pulled by the ear? Enough chatter. Just because I am your aunt. Ah, this is not fair." Listening to Lilith's distant, dramatic cries, Christine couldn't help but chuckle. Lilith is truly adorable. Richard nodded with a smile. And to eliminate any possibility of Christine feeling jealous, he promptly shifted the topic. "How is the emergency department doing?" Judging by Mary and the others, it seems rather relaxed. Christine's joyful smile gradually faded. "Yes, the emergency department is not as busy as it used to be." "Why is that?" Richard inquired curiously. "It is because of you," Christine replied, gazing at Richard. "When you were here, Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital was also known as the Metropolitan General Hospital." Metropolitan General Hospital? Richard was momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a notion. The finest medical resources have always been held in the hands of the privileged. Christine, gripping her lover's hand tightly, was filled with pride. For an ordinary person to secure an appointment with a top-tier physician, they would have to wait a decade. Even patients residing in Queens would prefer to seek treatment here in the emergency department. However, since the news of your departure spread, they have ceased to come. For the average individual, the emergency departments of all major hospitals in New York are comparable in skill. Without you, this esteemed physician, why would they travel from afar? Richard mused internally, reflecting, "I was truly remarkable. I transformed Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital into the foremost hospital in New York City." So, this is what they mean by layoffs reaching the vital arteries? Just as he was contemplating this, the door to the ward swung open once more. Karen Thomas, a board member of the Presbyterian Hospital, entered alongside Director Pansy of the emergency department. "Director Pansy," Christine exclaimed, releasing Richard's hand and rising. Director Pansy wore a professional smile as he greeted the two. "Hello, Dr. Palmer." "Greetings, Dr. Richard, it has been a while." Richard responded with a cold nod. His tone calm. "It has indeed been a while, Director Pansy." Noticing Richard's indifferent demeanor, a flicker of displeasure crossed Pansy's face, his mind seething with resentment. This scoundrel, still so arrogant and rude. When this rogue worked in the emergency department, everyone only knew Richard. Richard, but I am the director of the emergency department. I am the most significant here at Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. I am the true authority," Pansy brooded, feeling aggrieved, especially with others in attendance. Nearby, Karen Thomas was displeased. He raised a hand to cover his mouth and coughed heavily. Ahem. The sound startled Director Pansy, reminding him of the purpose of their visit. He quickly stepped aside with enthusiasm to introduce. "Dr. Richard, Dr. Palmer, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Karen Thomas, a member of our board at Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. Mr. Thomas is a true gentleman, and upon hearing of your hospitalization, he made a special trip to visit." With a reserved smile, Karen Thomas stepped forward, extending his right hand. "Hello, Dr. Richard. Although we have never met before, I have always held your medical skills in high esteem. I never anticipated that our first meeting would be under such circumstances." Upon finishing, Karen Thomas displayed a face of regret. Richard and Christine reacted with indifference. Yet Director Pansy was a master at ingratiating himself with superiors. He would never allow the leader's words to fall to the ground. "Director Karen, you are overthinking. This precisely illustrates your appreciation for talent." Karen Thomas waved his hands repeatedly, a look of embarrassment on his face. Director Pansy, you flatter me. I ought to have visited Dr. Richard sooner. Ah, by the way, Dr. Richard, how is your health? Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. I can coordinate immediately. Chapter 30. There will always be clowns seeking to be slapped in the face. In moments of silence, one can truly feel the weight of their speechlessness. Richard found himself in such a predicament. In his previous role as a physician, he had always disliked the tedious formalities. And now that he possessed extraordinary power, he had even less patience for such time-wasting trivialities. However, he had to endure it for Christine, who still needed to work there. Richard extended his hand to shake Karen Thomas's. Thank you, but there's no need for trouble, Mr. Thomas. My health is quite well, and I will be discharged today. Richard, Christine interjected hastily, clearly opposed to the decision of his discharge today. Karen Thomas released his hand, expressing concern. Dr. Richard, you see, Dr. Palmer is very concerned about your health. Perhaps you should stay a few more days for further observation. No need, Richard decisively refused. I am a doctor. I am well aware of my own condition. Karen Thomas's expression faltered slightly. He lowered his head and cleared his throat to mask the fleeting anger that crossed his face. Ahem. Seeing this, Director Pansy felt a surge of delight and immediately raised his voice, infusing it with a hint of reproach. Dr. Richard, Mr. Thomas is also considering your well-being. Karen Thomas shot him an appreciative glance. Director Pansy, filled with self-satisfaction, continued. Do you not understand the principle of a physician not treating themselves? Or do you doubt the medical standards of our Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital? The atmosphere fell silent. Humph. Richard grunted softly, casting a derisive glance at Pansy. This fool, as expected, remained so foolish. Day in and day out, he only knew how to flatter. Karen Thomas also shot Pansy an annoyed glare, evidently displeased with his ill-timed remarks. However, given the current atmosphere, it was clear that there was no longer a need for circumlocution. Richard was indeed obstinate and difficult, Thomas thought impatiently. He stated his intentions directly. Dr. Richard, I am here on behalf of the hospital board to invite you to return to work at the Presbyterian Hospital. Return to the Presbyterian Hospital? Richard looked at Karen Thomas with a bemused expression. Did you not just expel me? Why now invite me back? Karen Thomas's acting is superb. Her expression of indignation is portrayed with remarkable authenticity. Dr. Richard, the prior dismissal was unbeknownst to the hospital board. It was solely the decision of David Burton from the medical department. Subsequently, the board uncovered the truth and imposed stringent penalties upon him. However, considering the unjust treatment you endured, the board has resolved that upon your return to the hospital, you shall directly assume the role of deputy chief of the emergency department. As she spoke, Karen Thomas gently patted Pansy's shoulder. Rest assured, Chief Pansy will fully support your endeavors moving forward. Richard cast a knowing glance at Pansy, his acute dynamic vision capturing the flicker of resentment and anger in her eyes. Ah, the position of a sycophant is indeed a lowly one. Richard silently shook his head, declining once more. I regret to say, Director Karen, I must refuse. What? Karen Thomas was taken aback, assuming he had received an offer from another hospital, and promptly inquired, has another hospital extended an invitation to you? Our Presbyterian Hospital can present terms more favorable than any other. Yet Richard continued to decline, recalling an ancient adage from Dongda. A noble steed does not graze on pastures it has already left. The Presbyterian Hospital has lost its credibility with me. Karen Thomas's countenance darkened, and she forced a smile. It seems Dr. Richard is still aggrieved. However, we shall reconnect in due time, and I hope you will reconsider. With that, she turned and left in a huff. Pansy was elated, exclaiming, a splendid rejection. Richard, you shall surely regret this. After relishing the moment, she hurried after Karen. Director Karen, wait for me. Watching the two retreating figures, Richard scoffed, shaking his head. Two mere jesters. Clea, I wish to be discharged at once. Remaining here could attract more of those peculiar individuals. But your health, Kristen expressed her concern. Richard chuckled, tapping his chest with a firm sound. My dear, I am exceedingly robust. Kristen's cheeks flushed, and she shot him an annoyed glance. Pa. The discharge procedures were completed swiftly. Richard, carrying his changed clothes, exited the ward. As he passed the neurosurgery office, an elderly woman with graying hair was abruptly pushed out as the door swung open. Mrs. Pemberton, I have told you numerous times. Dr. Strange is unavailable, utterly unavailable. Please do not trouble me further. With that, the office door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, picked up the thick medical files that had fallen to the ground and staggered towards a young man slumped in a wheelchair nearby. Jonathan, let us depart. Jonathan was nestled in a narrow wheelchair, his face a portrait of despair. "Let me die, mother," he cried. "No, Jonathan, believe in me. You will recover." She reassured him. "May I see the medical records, madam?" Richard approached quietly, his voice a mere whisper. The elderly woman was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet. Upon seeing Richard's youthful visage, she hesitated and inquired, "Sir, who are you?" Richard responded with a gentle smile, "I am a physician." A glimmer of hope illuminated the woman's face as she promptly handed the medical records to Richard with both hands. "Please, you must help my child." Without uttering a word, Richard opened the case file, swiftly scanning the imaging results before arriving at a grim conclusion. The rupture of the central nervous system had resulted in total paralysis. With the current state of medical technology, this was tantamount to an incurable affliction. It was no wonder that Dr. Stephen Strange's assistant had declined. Perhaps it was at Strange's behest. "With all due respect, madam, based on the medical records, there is no physician capable of treating Mr. Jonathan Pemberton's condition." Richard could not deceive a noble mother. The woman's expression fell, disappointment washing over her as she managed a bittersweet smile and replied, "Thank you, doctor. Other physicians have said the same, but I cannot give up. He is my child." Hearing his mother's unwavering resolve, Jonathan Pemberton wept in anguish. Observing the elderly woman's steadfast demeanor, Richard suddenly spoke, "Indeed, modern medicine may not be able to cure his ailment. However, you might consider seeking treatment elsewhere." The woman looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Where? What place do you mean?" "Let me be clear, madam," Richard said earnestly. "I cannot guarantee that this place will cure Mr. Jonathan. Regardless of the outcome, we must try," the woman declared resolutely. "Very well," Richard replied softly. Nepal, Kathmandu Chapter 31. A generational treasure at a fire sale, only 25 million. As Richard stepped out of the hospital, his phone suddenly rang. He retrieved his mobile device to find it was Professor Jennings calling. As soon as he answered, the professor's booming voice resonated through the line. "Young Richard, didn't you express interest in purchasing a small medical laboratory? I happen to know of one." Richard's eyes lit up with Jennings' stature. Any laboratory that caught his attention would surely boast top-tier research capabilities and equipment. He quickly inquired, "That's wonderful. Professor, which one is it?" Professor Jennings did not reveal the name outright. "Let me preface this, young Richard. The circumstances surrounding this small medical laboratory are somewhat complex, and its acquisition costs may be rather steep for you." Richard paused, surprised by the mention of high acquisition costs. He tentatively inquired, "Professor, I have prepared $30 million. I wonder if that will suffice." "How much? 30 million? Good heavens, you have quite the knack for amassing wealth," came the astonished response from Professor Jennings over the phone. 30 million will certainly be more than adequate. I inquired on your behalf earlier. The owner of the laboratory is asking for 25 million. If you enlist a formidable lawyer to negotiate, the price should be further reduced. Richard's spirits soared as he swiftly asked, "Which laboratory are we discussing, Professor?" "A private medical laboratory known as Fedler, located in Los Angeles, owned by the current president of the Fedler Group, Wolf Fedler." At this point, Professor Jennings suddenly erupted in displeasure, cursing vehemently. That wastrel Fedler has squandered the magnificent legacy left by old Fedler. Richard comprehended that this individual must be an acquaintance, perhaps even a protégé of Professor Jennings. "Wait, the Fedler Group? Is that the same company that made its fortune selling Festal antidepressants?" "Indeed," Professor Jennings replied, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "The original Festal was developed at my behest by old Fedler." "Really?" Richard exclaimed in astonishment. This was information the old man had never shared before. "What do you mean, really?" Professor Jennings retorted, his irritation evident. "Are you questioning my credibility? I would never dare." Richard quickly apologized. Sighing, the old professor continued, "Young Fedler recently suffered substantial losses in Las Vegas, depleting even the Fedler Group's liquidity. In a desperate attempt to recover, he has entertained the notion of selling the Fedler Medical Laboratory. This laboratory was the very foundation of the Fedler Group." As he listened to the professor's tirade, Richard's eyes began to gleam with excitement. After hanging up, he promptly dialed Carl Frank. "Carl, I need you to immediately reach out to a small medical laboratory called Fedler." "The Fedler Medical Laboratory?" Carl queried, puzzled. "Yes. The laboratory is under the personal ownership of the president of the Fedler Group and is currently in urgent need of a sale. By the way, the owner recently lost a considerable sum in Alaska and is in dire need of funds. My sources indicate the asking price is $25 million. So please negotiate to lower it as much as possible. For every million you reduce the price, I'll grant you 30% of that as a bonus." "Leave it to me, Mr. Richard." Carl's voice suddenly brimmed with enthusiasm. After ending the call, Richard glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. He promptly walked to a secluded corner and opened the portal to Green Dot Apartments. Upon returning home, Richard tossed his discarded clothes into the washing machine and donned the battle mage attire of Kamar-Taj, teleporting to the training grounds. Just then, Mordo spotted him and joyfully approached. Embracing him tightly, "Master Richard, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed." After their embrace, Richard observed Mordo's rather unfortunate state. His right arm was fractured, bandaged and slung around his neck, while his upper garment appeared voluminous, revealing thick bandages around his waist. Concerned, Richard inquired, "Mordo, how is your injury?" "I'm all right. Not dead yet," Mordo replied with a grin, even managing a jest. Seeing this, Richard understood. It seems the crises at the other two sanctums have been resolved. Mordo nodded. Compared to the New York sanctum, the situations in London and Hong Kong are relatively better. By the way, the Ancient One has returned, though you likely do not know. At this, Mordo's expression turned particularly animated, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, "This time, it wasn't just an invasion from the Hell Dimension. All three major dimensions launched an assault on Earth." "All three major dimensions?" Richard gasped in astonishment. "Yes, thanks to the Sorcerer Supreme," Mordo exclaimed exuberantly. "Single-handedly. She repelled the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, the Dream Lord, Nightmare, and the God of Dark Magic, Thon, keeping these three-dimension lords at bay from Earth." Seeing Mordo's boundless admiration, Richard fully comprehended the sentiment. Indeed, it was not just Mordo. Nearly all the mages of Kamar-Taj revered the Ancient One. "Has the Sorcerer Supreme returned?" Richard asked. Mordo nodded, gesturing towards the grand hall behind him. "She has, and she is currently conversing with Caecilius." "Caecilius?" Richard's eyes widened slightly. "Mordo, tend to your injuries. I must seek an audience with the Ancient One." With this, Richard quickly made his way towards the grand hall. As he turned into the hall, he collided with a mage exiting. Richard hastily steadied the individual, apologizing. "My apologies, are you all right?" Caecilius, nearly toppled by the collision, looked at Richard with astonishment. "Who is this? Why is he so strong?" Upon recognizing the figure, Richard's brow furrowed. It was Caecilius. No, something seemed amiss with this individual. The moment their bodies made contact, Richard's internal magic began to stir instinctively. There was a familiar energy fluctuation within him. "Master Richard, please enter," came the Ancient One's voice from within the hall. Seeing this, Richard offered another apology before swiftly stepping into the grand hall. Caecilius rubbed his still aching shoulder, gazing pensively at Richard's retreating figure. When did Kamar-Taj welcome such a formidable individual? "Master, that was Caecilius who just left, correct?" Under the guidance of the Ancient One, Richard sat opposite her, eagerly inquiring. "It is he, a remarkably gifted sorcerer," the Ancient One replied with a smile. Richard's expression turned grave. "Have you sensed the unusual energy fluctuations within him?" The Ancient One maintained her smile, gently nodding. "It is Dormammu." Realization dawned on Richard. He had wondered why the energy felt so familiar, only to recognize it as the large eye encountered during his astral projection. "Did you not warn Caecilius that he has already caught Dormammu's attention?" Richard asked, perplexed. The Ancient One's face remained cheerful as she uttered a chilling statement. Chapter 32. Those who walk on the edge of a cliff hope for a hand to appear behind them. "No." The cold response sent a shiver down Richard's spine. He could not help but say, "Surely you understand that even a trace of Dormammu's energy could subtly influence Caecilius' character." The Ancient One nodded while fanning herself. "I am aware." "Then why?" Richard was baffled. At that moment, the Ancient One's demeanor was too indifferent, starkly contrasting with the amiable teacher he had always known. Richard's skepticism prompted a moment of silence from the Ancient One. She sighed. "Richard, I have witnessed Caecilius' future countless times." Enlightenment struck Richard. The one destined to kill the Ancient One was none other than Caecilius. Pretending to be astonished, Richard asked, "Is it possible that Caecilius turns to darkness in the future? That he falls?" The Ancient One silently nodded. Richard could not fathom the Ancient One's thoughts, but had it been himself, he would have acted preemptively against someone who might one day take his life. "You saw his future when Caecilius first entered the fold, did you not? Why, then, did you still accept him?" Richard inquired. The Ancient One replied softly, "Because he would become an exceptional sorcerer. Kamar-Taj does not turn away any gifted mage, even if at that time he had nothing and was in despair." Richard remained perplexed. Then why treat him this way now? The Ancient One spoke in a haunting tone. "Fate, once set, cannot be altered." Richard was taken aback by her words, casting a strange look at her. "Do you truly believe in fate?" The Ancient One chuckled lightly. "Why should I not? My future self has endeavored countless times, yet each effort culminated in a predetermined outcome. Is that not fate?" Richard recalled a saying from his time at university that he cherished. man can conquer heaven. Those who walk on the edge of a cliff hope for a hand to appear behind them, not to push them forward, but to pull them back from the precipice. As he spoke, memories of Marcus's words in the library flooded Richard's mind. The mage Marcus once shared with me that the esteemed Caecilius is a powerful and benevolent sorcerer, deeply respected and adored by this generation of apprentices. I find it hard to believe that one who garners such admiration and affection could possess an inherently malevolent nature. Suddenly, Richard sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "We must lend him a hand, esteemed one. Caecilius now stands at the precipice. Even with your utmost efforts, can you alter the outcome?" queried the Ancient One. "Human determination can triumph over fate," Richard proclaimed with resounding conviction. The Ancient One regarded him thoughtfully, and after a brief pause, broke into a smile. "Perhaps this is the very reason for your existence in this realm, a variable, a nascent future." Standing at the entrance of the Grand Hall, Richard felt bewildered. What does the Ancient One truly mean? Wasn't there an agreement to assist Caecilius? Why was I cast out? He felt a surge of indignation, muttering to himself as he turned towards the library. "Ah, Marcus, it has been a while." He greeted the librarian, the mage Marcus, with practiced ease, and after borrowing a tome titled The Compendium of Advanced Kamar-Taj Magic, he departed. This confrontation against the invasion from the hellish dimension had illuminated his shortcomings. His repertoire of magic was woefully insufficient. While he could fight, endure, and flee, his skills were too singular. He had mastered only one spell from each category, leaving him ill-prepared for the multifaceted challenges posed by his adversaries. The energy whip was useful, yet its binding capability was merely average. The holy sword had its merits, but he struggled to wield it effectively. The form of Akin proved advantageous, but its magical consumption was excessively severe. Even with Richard's current magical reserves, he could only unleash it twice in rapid succession. The ring of Ragador was impeccable, yet he lacked the finesse of the Ancient One, who wielded it with effortless grace. Furthermore, his self-created spell, Richard's Floating Shield, was constrained by significant limitations, rendering it unsuitable for group combat. With the borrowed compendium of advanced magic in hand, Richard opened the door to return to the Green Dot apartment. At that moment, Christine had already returned from work. She emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of vegetable salad, and upon seeing Richard standing in the living room, clad in peculiar attire and holding a thick book, she inquired, "Richard, when did you come back? And what is with this outfit? It looks rather strange." Richard raised an eyebrow, pulling up his hood, tilting his head to the side, and with a low, resonant voice, replied, "Greetings, madam." After a moment, he removed the hood and asked, "Am I not mysterious? Am I not dashing?" Christine opened her mouth, her expression one of conflicted contemplation, making it difficult to respond. "Well, it seems you are not a fan," Richard lamented. "Very dashing," she affirmed. Christine hurriedly reassured him, praising that a certain big boy with a childlike heart deserved some positive feedback. "You look like an assassin." "An assassin?" Richard paused, unable to help but inquire. "Doesn't it seem more like a wizard?" "A wizard? Aren't wizards typically depicted with cloaks, staffs, and ominous backgrounds?" As Christine spoke, she approached the sofa and placed a plate of vegetable salad on the coffee table. Richard, determined to maintain his dignity, insisted, "Listen, Chris, this is the persona of a battle mage. Since when did you start enjoying games, dear?" Christine asked playfully. "No, it's not," Richard replied seriously. He had planned to tell his girlfriend about the events at Kamar-Taj before returning. "Chris, listen, I am now a bona fide mage, a wizard." "Wow. All right, the legendary wizard. Would you like some vegetable salad?" Christine asked with a beaming smile as she lifted the plate. Richard's expression darkened slightly. He held up the Advanced Magic Compendium. "I'm not joking, Chris. Look, this magic book is what I just borrowed from the Kamar-Taj library." "You are truly dedicated, dear," Christine complimented, laughing involuntarily. "Well then, dear, I hope you won't be frightened next." Richard raised his left hand, and a portal the size of a basketball opened conveniently to his left. He reached out, but Christine suddenly felt someone tapping her shoulder. Instinctively swatting at the mischievous hand, "Richard, stop messing around." Richard's forehead twitched with annoyance as he reminded her, "Chris, what's wrong?" "What is it?" Christine asked, puzzled. "I'm standing 2 meters away from you," Richard replied, exasperated. "So what?" Christine still hadn't grasped the situation. Richard once again patted her shoulder with his left hand. Christine was taken aback, slowly turning her head to see that familiar hand on her shoulder. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. Ah. Chapter 33. Oh dear, which genius sent a bunch of little nuisances? A ghost. Christine screamed in fright at this bizarre scene. Richard tossed his book aside and quickly crossed over to her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders, repeatedly soothing her. "Calm down, calm down. Chris, calm down. Richard. Christine trembled as she nestled into her boyfriend's embrace, her gray-blue eyes brimming with tears. All right, there are no ghosts, it's just my hand, see? Richard reassured her while reenacting the earlier action. As Richard's left palm touched her shoulder, Christine jolted, cautiously turning her head to look at her left shoulder. From a basketball-sized crimson gold portal, a hand extended and rested upon her shoulder. The girl stared wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape. You are really a magician. Indeed. I am a magician, Richard replied, feigning innocence and a touch of grievance. Yet you do not believe me. When did you become a magician? Christine asked. Emerging from Richard's embrace, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized her boyfriend. It was during our last trip to Nepal, Richard said, waving his hand as if casting a spell. And the discarded tome, the compendium of advanced magic, soared back into his grasp as if it had sprouted wings. Christine's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld this enchanting scene, her mouth agape like a child in awe. Wow, how marvelous. Richard placed the magic book into her hands. Here, the magic book. She accepted it with one hand, but the weight startled her, prompting her to switch to a two-handed grip. Wow, it's so heavy, she exclaimed, her fingers tracing the mysterious patterns on the book's surface, and as they glided over, arcane runes flickered subtly to life. Richard. Christine suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with yearning. Gazing into her bright, fervent eyes, Richard felt a tremor in his heart, only to realize that this was the glimmer of her thirst for knowledge. Ahem. Richard cleared his throat to conceal his embarrassment and began narrating the tale of his serendipitous encounter with a mysterious magician during his travels in Nepal. With a touch of artistic embellishment, he recounted the dramatic and tumultuous journey of his apprenticeship at the Kamar-Taj, weaving a narrative that captivated her. That night, the girl's spirits remained elevated. After listening to Richard's tale of learning at Kamar-Taj, she eagerly pressed him for stories of legendary realms, celestial beings, and even the enigmatic secrets of the multiverse, until weariness overcame her and she began to yawn. Only then did Richard lift her gently and place her onto the bed. As he watched her softly snoring, occasionally smacking her lips, his gaze was filled with tender affection. He leaned down to kiss her smooth forehead, carefully tucked her in, and quietly exited the bedroom. At the stroke of midnight, Richard reclined on the sofa, perusing the compendium of advanced magic, which chronicled the myriad advanced spells of Kamar-Taj. Among them were the winds of Vatum, the thunder of Bozat, the ancient body of Hagis, the shield of Seraphim, and the crimson chains of Setarak. However, in contrast to these formidable spells derived from various dimensional deities or renowned sorcerers, Richard found himself particularly enamored with a few elemental magics documented within. Water manipulation and fire control held a special allure for him. Perhaps, by building upon these elemental magics, he could develop some practical spells, such as ice chains or fire resistance rings. Richard's mind raced as a torrent of ideas surged through him, an abundance of inspiration flashing vividly in his thoughts. Creak. Richard abruptly closed the magic book and looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of floors, observing several individuals moving about on the rooftop. There are people on the roof. He then shifted his attention to the entrance. A few individuals were hastily approaching. Despite the faintness of the sound, Richard, with his extraordinary hearing, distinctly caught the sound of soles scraping against the ground. 1, 2, 3. Finally, the footsteps of the fourth person were the heaviest. Perhaps it was due to this individual's towering stature or the heavy weaponry he bore. Richard placed the grimoire on the coffee table, rose to his feet, formed a hand seal, and silently recited an incantation. The air in the living room shattered like glass, cracks spreading into translucent rhomboid fragments of space, which rapidly connected to form an enclosed world akin to a mirror. In the next moment, the mirror world suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing the entire apartment building. Crack! The windows and doors were almost simultaneously breached by the intruders. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as the intruders, upon spotting Richard, raised their weapons and fired. An orange barrage surged toward him. Humph! Richard snorted coldly, and the space in the living room instantly froze. The bullets hung suspended in midair, the eyes of the fully armed intruders gleaming with ferocity. Richard raised his hands and traced a semicircle in the void. The layout of the living room swiftly contorted. The space occupied by the intruders at the windows and doors rotated 90 degrees. Once the transformation concluded, the suspended bullets aligned directly with the barrels of their guns. In the next instant, the space unfroze, and the orange barrage vanished in the blink of an eye. The bullets pierced flesh, blossoming into crimson flowers of blood, as the intruders emitted a series of low, mournful cries, collapsing to the ground. Who are you? Who was the mastermind behind this? Richard's expression remained impassive, his cold voice imbued with an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. The fallen intruders, still clinging to life, exchanged glances, suddenly drawing their handguns and pressing them against their chins, firing without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. Richard's expression shifted, and with a powerful push, he appeared beside the intruder in the blink of an eye. He crouched down, inspecting each one. This group of intruders was already deceased. A failed mission, resorting to suicide. Such ruthless behavior was not characteristic of mercenaries or assassin groups. It must be the work of a clandestine force that had meticulously trained these death warriors from a young age. Upon reaching this conclusion, Richard's countenance darkened significantly. These individuals had come for me. As the intruders caught sight of him raising his weapon, they fired without the slightest hesitation. The order from the mastermind was a kill command. No, Clary could no longer remain here. Richard waved his hand to cancel the mirrored space and quickly stepped into the bedroom. Clary, wake up, he urged, gently shaking the girl who was blissfully asleep. Is it already dawn? Christine murmured, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a sweet smile upon seeing Richard. Unfortunately, Richard had no time to savor this delightful moment. He spoke urgently. Get up, Clary. Assassins just broke in, though I have dealt with them. But this place is no longer safe. We must leave at once. His words swept through Christine's drowsy mind like a gust of wind. By the time she comprehended the gravity of the situation, her eyes widened in alarm. Assassins? Chapter 34. For your safety, follow me up the mountain. Richard could not afford to comfort Christine. After pulling her to her feet, he began to hastily gather their belongings. Clary, take a long leave starting tomorrow. Huh. Christine looked at Richard, bewildered. Once the enemy realizes they cannot harm me, they may shift their focus to you. Why? Christine asked, puzzled. Because you are my only weakness. Richard whispered, his words causing Christine to gaze at him with deep emotion. Unaware of her unusual demeanor, Richard opened the wardrobe, pulled out a pile of her clothes, and stuffed them into a suitcase. I will find you a safe place to hide for a few days. Rest assured, I will resolve this issue with the mastermind swiftly. Richard closed the suitcase, knelt beside the bed, and cradled her fair, delicate face, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Do not be afraid, my dear, trust me. Christine's eyes brimmed with tears, and suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him passionately. After their deep kiss, Christine felt a sense of calm wash over her, and then, she suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. I've got it, Richard. Those people may not be after you. Huh. Richard tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Christine began to recall, about 3 days ago, the emergency room received a severely burned little girl. When she arrived, she was in critical condition, her life hanging by a thread. The hospital activated an emergency protocol, urgently summoning several dermatology experts. But just as we were treating her, the little girl suddenly awakened. Christine said, her brow furrowed. She looked at us with sheer terror. At that moment, I observed the burns on her body healing at a visibly rapid pace. Then, the girl pushed us aside and leaped off the operating table, fleeing into the night. By the time we pursued her, she had vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Richard's immediate reaction was to recall the numerous human experiments within the Marvel Universe. Once the hospital's upper echelon was informed, they promptly issued a gag order, and the matter faded into obscurity. Yet, the reaction of that little girl remains vividly etched in my memory. Fear, dread, and hatred. Richard fell silent. It was unequivocal that the girl had escaped from some clandestine laboratory. If the assassin's target is you, Christine, he placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Gazing intently into her eyes, the forces behind this will not relinquish their pursuit easily. Our previous hideout is no longer secure. Previously, Richard had contemplated a hidden villa in Long Island, concealing $30 million. However, he now declared with resolve, I will take you to Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj. Christine's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Isn't that where you studied magic? Indeed, Richard affirmed, extending his hand to summon a spell book from the coffee table. We are heading to the airport right now. Christine excitedly linked her arm with his, grasping her suitcase, ready to depart. Wait. Richard quickly halted his girlfriend. We are not taking a plane. Huh. Then how are we getting there? Christine appeared perplexed. Like this, Richard said with a smile, gesturing in the air, where golden red sparks of energy erupted, swiftly forming a portal. Christine gasped, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate, this. Richard took her hand and stepped through the portal. In the dormitory of Kamar-Taj, Christine gazed at the quaint single room, her curiosity piqued. Did you live here while studying magic? Yes, Richard replied, placing their luggage beneath the bed and pulling back the bedding. You will stay here with me tonight. And once dawn breaks, I will inform the Ancient One to arrange your room. Christine blinked in confusion. Why arrange another room? Aren't we a couple? We can share a room. Richard hesitated. I am uncertain about Kamar-Taj's regulations regarding accommodations for couples or spouses. All right, Christine pouted, crossing her arms. As she began to wander about the dormitory, suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she turned abruptly. Richard, I remember. There was a time when I was in surgery. And Nurse Lena suddenly screamed, saying she saw you. Richard's expression grew slightly awkward. He chuckled sheepishly, attempting to deflect the conversation. Well, ha ha ha. Christine playfully nudged his leg with mild annoyance. At your age, still playing pranks? You nearly frightened Lena into thinking she was losing her mind. All right. I admit my fault, Richard replied hastily, fearing that the girl would bring up his other mistakes. It's quite late. We should hurry to bed. Christine shot him a glare before turning away to begin undressing. The following day, Richard sought an audience with the Ancient One to report on Christine's situation. The matter is as follows. It is exceedingly unsafe for Christine to remain in New York. The Ancient One nodded in agreement. Miss Palmer shall reside here comfortably. She will find it to her liking. Richard hesitated momentarily. Should I arrange another dormitory for her? The Ancient One, fanning himself with a graceful gesture, chuckled lightly. If you wish, you may provide Miss Palmer with an alternative accommodation. That will not be necessary, Richard declared decisively. The Ancient One was amused by his audacity. By the way, Richard recalled, what about Cassius? The Ancient One interrupted him, shaking his head. It is not yet time. We must not rush. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment, Richard acquiesced with a nod. Upon leaving the great hall, Richard sought out Mordo and introduced him to Christine. Christine, this is Master Mordo, my senior brother. Mordo, this is my girlfriend, Christine Palmer, an outstanding surgeon. Greetings, Master Mordo, Christine said politely. Hello, Miss Palmer, Mordo replied, shaking her hand in mutual salutation. Richard, placing an arm around Mordo's shoulder, whispered, I entrust my wife to you, Brother Mordo. Mordo rolled his eyes, silently thinking, now you acknowledge me as a brother. Nevertheless, the honest and few-spoken Mordo assured him with a pat on his chest. After settling Christine, Richard returned to New York. He opened a portal to the Pacific Ocean, disposing of the invaders' corpses within. Next, he retrieved his phone and dialed Dean Elvin's number. Dean Elvin, this is Richard. Dr. Richard. It's been a while. How have you been? Dean Elvin responded, his voice brimming with delight. Quite well, Richard replied with a smile. By the way, Dean Elvin, yesterday Christine was attacked by an unknown assailant. Before he could finish, a gasp erupted from Dean Elvin's end of the line. What? Dr. Palmer was also attacked. Chapter 35. This mastermind cannot possibly be a good person. What do you mean, also attacked? Richard was taken aback by Dean Elvin's words. Dean Elvin? What do you mean by that? The tone of Dean Elvin's voice turned grave. Including Dr. Palmer, 5 physicians have been assaulted from yesterday until now. 3 doctors were knocked unconscious and taken away by the assailants. Their fates currently unknown. Richard gasped in horror. The brutality of these individuals was truly alarming. Dean Elvin. I suspect that this large-scale attack is likely connected to the burn victim who appeared in the emergency room a few days ago. Do you have any leads regarding that girl? On the other end of the line, Dean Elvin hesitated. The hospital's board has issued a gag order. Richard's spirits lifted as he quickly responded. Just tell me which board member imposed the gag order. Director Eric. Dean Elvin answered promptly, adding, he runs a medical device company in New York named Sorcerer Medical International. You have been immensely helpful, Dean Elvin. Richard hung up the phone and immediately opened his computer to search for Sorcerer Medical International. The company, headquartered in Queens, New York, is presided over by Eric Bulwer. Richard glanced at his wristwatch. It was 9:35. At this hour, I hope Director Eric has already arrived at the office. Richard mentally recited the geographical coordinates he had just discovered and casually opened a portal, stepping through. On the other side of the portal, he found himself on the rooftop of a luxurious office building. Approaching the edge, he looked down to see that Sorcerer Medical International occupied the 16th floor. With a swift gesture, he murmured, invisibility. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. This was a spell he had learned from Advanced Magic Compendium the previous day. In his invisible state, Richard lifted off the ground, slowly descending. Flight. This was a modified version of the spell. While it had many shortcomings compared to the original, such as reduced speed and altitude, it excelled in low magical consumption and simplicity of casting. Arriving at the 16th floor, Richard circled around and spotted a Mediterranean middle-aged man entering the largest office on that level. It was Director Eric. He formed a hand seal. Hearing enhancement. Richard preferred to call it Thousand Mile Sound Search, but the spellbook referred to it by this name. The spell's effect was straightforward. It amplified hearing and allowed him to capture sounds from a specific direction up to a distance of 1,000 meters. The sounds from the office flooded his ears with clarity. "President, there's an urgent report." A blonde, blue-eyed secretary in glasses and black stockings entered, holding a folder. Just as Director Eric, seated in his executive chair, picked up the phone, he suddenly looked up and barked, "Get out." The secretary paused, her expression tinged with distress. "Get out." The anger of Director Ellick escalated, his voice rising in intensity as he scolded. The female secretary, her eyes glistening with tears, responded with a quivering voice. Just one stomp, before turning on her heel and departing with a click of her heels. Richard narrowed his eyes, sensing the volatility of the situation. Indeed, something was amiss. Director Ellick swiftly dialed a number, and as soon as the call connected, he lowered his voice to a furious hiss. "Bull, you damn bastard. Have you located the escaped subject yet? You expect me to do the searching?" The voice on the other end seemed equally incensed. "Everything was fine when she was taken from my lab, yet she managed to flee in New York. This is undeniably your fault. And when the higher-ups come down on us, they want to be pointing fingers at me." Director Ellick paused, muttering an expletive under his breath before continuing. "Regardless, Vol, we are in this predicament together. If you hadn't abruptly sold the lab, I wouldn't be in such a frantic rush to relocate the subject. You bear some responsibility in this too." The irate voice of Vol erupted on the line. "Damn it, why is my luck so wretched lately? Listen, Ellick Bull, I will dispatch everyone I have in New York, but the blame for the lost subject falls squarely on you. Don't even think of placing it on my shoulders. I'm only extending a hand because of our years of collaboration." Director Ellick nodded hastily, and Vol, ensure that the experimental data is swiftly moved to a secure location. "I don't need your reminders." Vol's voice grew increasingly agitated. "Hurry and find your people." With that, the call abruptly ended. Enraged, Director Ellick slammed the phone down. "Damn you, Vol Federer, you scoundrel, gambler. Why don't you just perish at the casino?" Vol Federer. Richard perked up at the familiar name. Was the human experimentation conducted at the Federer Medical Laboratory? And what about the higher-ups? It appeared that Vol Federer and Director Ellick were entangled with an even larger power. Richard furrowed his brow. The exchange between Director Ellick and Vol was alarmingly brief, providing scant information. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Richard waved his hand, opening the portal to Green Dot apartment, and stepped through. Upon returning to the apartment, he retrieved his phone and answered the call. "Mr. Richard, I just received notice from Vol Federer that the acquisition has been halted." Attorney Carl's tone was furious. "Why?" Richard surmised the reason, but still inquired. Attorney Carl began a tirade of complaints that Vol Federer is utterly unreasonable. Everything was progressing smoothly, and then he suddenly announces that the deal is off. "I've tried reaching him, but he won't answer. How did such a capricious individual come to be the heir of the Federer family? The Federer Group has allowed him to take the reins, and calamity is bound to ensue." Richard quietly absorbed the complaints of lawyer Carl, and after obtaining the specific address of the laboratory, he ended the call. "It appears that I must pay a visit to the Federer laboratory in person." Richard opened the all-powerful portal. Upon his emergence, he was met with a sight of blazing orange flames. What on earth is happening? Boom. From within the engulfed laboratory, a sudden and violent explosion erupted. The three-story building that housed the laboratory burst apart from within, sending countless fireballs and debris scattering in all directions like petals from a celestial maiden. Richard swiftly pulled forth the ring of Ragdur, which expanded rapidly before him. The phone rang, and as Richard braced his shield with one hand, he retrieved the phone with the other and answered. Lawyer Carl's voice came through. "Mr. Richard, I have just received alarming news. Wolfer Federer passed away 3 minutes ago due to a heart attack." Richard's heart sank. The puppeteer's actions are alarmingly swift. This is dire. Ellick Bulwo is also in danger. Chapter 36. Hey, slow down a bit up ahead. At least let me catch a whiff of the exhaust fumes. Richard teleported directly to the 16th floor of the office building housing Serogi Medical International. The spacious presidential office was currently devoid of any presence. Ellick Bulwo is not here. He couldn't have gone far in just a few minutes. Richard clasped his hands, invoking the technique of flying ear. The scope of this technique is limited to a mere 45 degrees. Thus he closed his eyes and slowly rotated in midair. "Alina, let us break up. I prefer boys." "Haig, come quickly. Bull is off to work." "Darling, I'm pregnant." A cacophony of chaotic voices flooded Richard's mind. His brain raced, attempting to analyze the myriad of messages conveyed by these sounds. However, after 3 evolutions, his mind seemed to be struggling under the weight of it all. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and within a few seconds, he was drenched in sweat. There has been an accident. Call the police. Richard abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Maintaining his invisibility, he swiftly flew towards it. At an intersection 500 meters from the office building, a silver Cadillac collided with a large truck. The front of the Cadillac was crumpled beyond recognition. The upper half of the driver's body had been ejected from the driver's seat, lying on the ground. Richard looked down and recognized the familiar Mediterranean hairstyle, confirming that the individual before him, now reduced to a half-body, was none other than the previously vivacious Alec Bulwo. Damn it, I've arrived too late. The puppeteer's speed is astonishing. Richard silently cursed as he gazed at the driver's cabin of the truck. If this accident was a meticulously orchestrated elimination by a hidden hand, then the truck driver must have been an operative. However, upon seeing the driver's head drooping lifelessly, an unsettling chill coursed through him. The driver was also dead. Another pawn eliminated. Richard furrowed his brow, contemplating the identity of the puppet master. An organization capable of such decisive action was a rarity in the Marvel Universe. The American government could likely be ruled out. For billionaires like Eric Bulwer and Wolf Fedler would merely be their partners, not subordinates. Could it be Hydra? Richard pondered in silence. Never mind. The immediate priority was to investigate the residences of Eric Bulwer and Wolf Fedler. Richard returned to his apartment via a portal. He retrieved his phone and dialed a contact saved under the name Rupert Ross. Hello, this is the Rupert Detective Agency. A deep, resonant voice greeted him on the line. Hey, Rupert, it's Richard. Dr. Richard. Long time no see. How have you been? Rupert's tone was cheerful. Rupert, let us skip the pleasantries. I need you to find the home addresses of two individuals. Eric Bulwer, the owner of a company called Sirogi Medical International in New York, and Wolf Fedler, the chairman of the Fedler Group. Wow, both are big shots, billionaires. Rupert exclaimed in surprise. I'm in a hurry, Rupert. Please expedite this. Richard swiftly quoted the payment. $200,000 for each address, payable in cash. Wow, what a generous boss. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. Rupert exclaimed excitedly before hanging up. Richard patiently awaited the call. When the phone rang, he answered immediately. I have not disappointed you, boss. Rupert said jubilantly. Eric Bulwer owns 3 properties. The most frequently inhabited one is located in Long Island, New York, with the specific coordinates being. Wolf Fedler has 5 properties, 3 of which are currently for sale. The most commonly occupied one is in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, with the specific coordinates being. Thanks, mate. I'll settle the service fee later, Richard said before ending the call. He mentally noted the geographical coordinates of Long Island, then opened a portal. Eric Bulwer's residence was a lakeside villa. Richard initiated his invisibility spell and activated his flight spell. Using his hearing spell, he determined that the villa was temporarily unoccupied. Richard swiftly pulled both hands, opening a mirrored space and physically copying the entire villa into this dimension. With his hands deftly moving, the villa was segmented and transformed like building blocks. In the bedroom, study, and safe, Richard canceled the mirrored space and flew into the villa. He made a beeline for the bedroom. Upon entering, Richard swiftly scanned the room and decisively turned to leave. His exceptional vision allowed him to discern that the bedroom was merely a resting place for Eric Bulwer. He proceeded to the study, which was rife with traces of Eric Bulwer's activities. Most notably, the safe was concealed behind the wall directly opposite the doorway of the study. Richard walked straight to the wall, grasped the left antler of a deer head fixture, and pulled forcefully. The sound of intricate gears whirring emanated from within the wall. In the next moment, the wall silently slid open, revealing the embedded safe. The sight of the safe sent a jolt through Richard. Something was amiss. The safe had been tampered with. He swiftly entered the code, and with a click, the door swung open. It was empty. Damn it. How could this group act so swiftly? Richard slammed the safe door shut in frustration. Los Angeles, compared to the luxurious mansion. He hoped he was not too late this time. Maintaining his invisibility, Richard silently recited the geographical coordinates and opened a portal. There were people in the villa. His acute hearing picked up the chaotic conversations within. The employer has passed away. What do we do? It was a heart attack, not an accident. It has nothing to do with our security. The Federer Group should continue to pay our security fees. But the boss seemed to indicate that this security was a private matter of Wolf Federer. What? I wasn't aware of that. Upon hearing their exchange, Richard felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that Federer had made prior preparations, but he had underestimated the hidden mastermind. Richard ascended and entered the villa through an open window on the second floor. This room happened to be the study. He surveyed the pristine environment, letting out a sigh. Indeed, he had come too late once again. However, this led to a crucial conclusion. Eric and Wolf did not hold high status within the mysterious organization. The 2 billionaires were not core members. indicating that this clandestine organization wielded considerable power. The name Hydra flickered once more in Richard's mind. Damn it, the more he pondered, the more it resembled Hydra. He cursed under his breath and teleported back to the green dot apartment. He plopped down on the sofa, leaning back wearily. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Richard was taken aback. During his 2 years at the green dot apartment, this was seemingly the first time the doorbell had sounded. He stood up and walked to the door, opening it. A man with a receding hairline stood at the doorway, clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a gentle smile. Richard narrowed his eyes, recognizing the visitor. Phil Coulson? Chapter 37. Oh no. The ever-suspicious and controlling black egg has set his sights on me. Richard feigned vigilance as he scrutinized Coulson. May I inquire who you are? Phil Coulson replied with a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Richard. I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, known as SHIELD. With that, he extended his right hand. Richard raised an eyebrow and shook his hand, then quipped, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Such a lengthy name is hardly memorable for most. Coulson chuckled amiably. Resembling a placid capybara, you can simply refer to us as SHIELD. Richard tilted his head towards the room, stepping aside to allow him entry. Please, come in. Agent Coulson of SHIELD. He gestured for Coulson to take a seat on the sofa, then brought a cup of lukewarm water and placed it on the coffee table before him. Please, have some water. Coulson slightly shifted in his seat, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Richard settled into the sofa, crossing his legs. So, Agent Coulson, what brings you here? Coulson faced Richard, sincerity etched on his features as he spoke. I have been tasked with inviting you to join SHIELD. Join SHIELD? Richard's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of coldness flashing within. How could Coulson possibly be here? Had my identity as a sorcerer been exposed? But when did SHIELD begin to monitor me? He pondered the paranoid and controlling nature of Nick Fury, realizing that, given Fury's disposition, this invitation might be a treacherous trap. Seeing Richard close his eyes, Coulson assumed he was in contemplation. Without further thought, he lifted the cup from the coffee table and took a gentle sip. Richard's mind raced. The only course of action was to strike first. Resolutely, he tensed his muscles, preparing to spring into action. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table rang. Richard paused, the energy he had mustered dissipating slowly. Apologetically, he nodded to Coulson. I'm sorry. I need to take this call. Coulson waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Please go ahead. Glancing at the caller ID, Richard's expression shifted. It was Professor Jennings? As he answered the call, Jennings's booming voice erupted from the receiver. Hello, young Richard. Has the SHIELD agent arrived at your location yet? Richard was taken aback. How did you know? A hearty laughter, reminiscent of an old professor's jovial spirit, echoed from the other end of the phone. It is because I recommended you to them. Richard was taken aback. When did you establish contact with this S.H.I.E.L.D.? After all, he was merely a guest professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Science Academy. What was there to boast about? The old professor on the line was quite pleased with himself. Indeed, you are a respected luminary in the field of surgery, Richard complimented. Yet his curiosity compelled him to ask, Professor, how did you come to recommend me to this S.H.I.E.L.D.? The Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Agency sounds like a covert organization. What could I possibly do there? Am I to wield a scalpel against enemies? Phil Coulson, who was nearby, could not help but chuckle at this remark. The old professor was equally amused. Ha ha ha. You still possess that delightful sense of humor. Rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a multinational organization serving the United Nations Security Council, not a mere puppet of any regime. Upon hearing the professor's words, Richard could not suppress a grin. Professor, your audacity truly knows no bounds. Aren't you afraid that one day, someone might come to apprehend you? Huh. What guts do they have? Professor Jennings scoffed. Now, the reason I called you is to inform you that when S.H.I.E.L.D. approaches you, do not be afraid. If you wish to join, then join. If not, then do not. The current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite agreeable and will not put you in a difficult position. Richard felt a swell of gratitude. The old professor remained steadfast in his support. Although he had some reservations about the character of the individuals involved, he thought, that black-hearted fellow isn't so bad, is he? I understand, Professor. After hanging up, Phil Coulson eagerly said, Mr. Richard, we are inviting you to join the medical department of S.H.I.E.L.D., where you will only need to provide logistical medical support. You need not worry about wielding a scalpel in combat. Richard nodded in agreement, yet internally he mused. What nonsense this S.H.I.E.L.D. It is clearly a snake shield. However, it was 2008, a relatively safe time. Moreover, Richard inexplicably recalled a world map dotted with red and blue points. In a few years, when the civil war within SHIELD erupts, those bases scattered across the globe will merely be unclaimed meat bonds. Agent Coulson, I accept, Richard declared, adding silently to himself, for the sake of the greater good. Phil Coulson was overjoyed, extending his right hand and rising to his feet. However, Richard's next words caused Coulson's smile to falter slightly. Mr. Richard, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to express them. Phil Coulson spoke, naturally retracting his outstretched right hand and reseating himself. Richard, observing this, felt a surge of amusement. I cannot be on duty daily, he stated, so it is not an issue, Mr. Richard. Coulson promptly clarified, for a top-tier surgeon like yourself, the SHIELD will not impose a daily attendance requirement. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful, Richard said as he stood and extended his right hand. Coulson rose once more, reciprocating the gesture with a handshake. A pleasurable partnership, Dr. Richard. Upon leaving the Greenpoint apartment, Coulson returned to a black vehicle and dialed Nick Fury. Director, Dr. Richard has agreed. Oh, he acquiesced so swiftly? The voice on the other end, slightly surprised, responded. Coulson displayed a look of relief. Thanks to Professor Jennings' call, it seems Dr. Richard holds great respect for his mentor. However, he prefers not to have a permanent position and has only agreed to serve as a consultant. The voice remained calm. That is typical for elite physicians. They often possess such dispositions. Now, Agent Coulson, I require you to visit the Stark Industries headquarters. That playboy, Tony Stark, appears to have concocted a remarkable invention. You need to ascertain the details. Understood, Director. Coulson promptly started the vehicle, heading towards Stark Industries. Meanwhile, after Coulson's departure, Richard pondered the pros and cons of joining SHIELD. The advantages were evident. With the vast resources of SHIELD at his disposal, any ambitions he harbored would be easily attainable. For instance, acquiring the small medical laboratory he desired would be a straightforward endeavor with SHIELD's connections. However, the downside was that he would be directly within the purview of Hydra, lurking within SHIELD. Yet, as merely a consultant, it seemed unlikely that Hydra would take much notice of him. After considering all of this, Richard dialed Professor Jennings' number. Professor, are you aware of the news regarding Wolf Federer's demise due to heart failure? Chapter 38, When Fate Takes a Turn. The Ancient One suddenly no longer desires to die on the other end. The elderly professor sighed deeply. I have already learned of it. I had long suspected that young Federer's fate would not be favorable, but I did not anticipate it would come so swiftly. It is unfortunate that old Federer, after a lifetime of labor, has no one to carry on his legacy. Listening to the professor's rare ramblings, Richard felt a pang of sympathy. Yet to uncover the hidden hand behind the scenes, he steeled himself to inquire further. Professor, my lawyer informed me that the medical laboratory in Wolf's possession suffered a fire. Might there be a connection between this incident and Wolf's death? Richard broached the subject indirectly, and indeed, it piqued the professor's suspicions. The Federer laboratory experienced a fire? What a coincidence! Upon the recent demise of young Federer, a fire erupted in the laboratory. On the other end of the line, the elderly professor's tone was somber. Thank you for relaying this information, little Richard. I shall promptly enlist someone to investigate. That's bad. Richard's expression shifted dramatically. I merely sought to glean some information from you. How did you become embroiled in this matter? Considering the unseen adversaries targeting the old professor, Richard's vision momentarily darkened at their swift and decisive actions. Damn it. Regardless of whether you are Hydra or not, I shall unearth your insidious organization lurking in the shadows. Richard teleported back to Kamar-Taj. In the training square, he located Christine amidst the ranks of apprentice sorcerers, diligently practicing fundamental casting movements. He approached and grasped her hand after she had finished observing the apprentices. Will you be able to learn this? Just follow their lead. Christine's complexion was flushed, with beads of glistening sweat adorning her forehead and nose. This is so fascinating, Richard. So, magic is all about drawing circles and spinning around, she exclaimed, animatedly gesturing as she spoke. Observing his girlfriend's exuberant demeanor, Richard could only sigh in exasperation. Alas, merely practicing circles is futile. To his surprise, Christine remained undeterred, her cheerful demeanor unshaken. I know this motion may not be useful, but it's enjoyable. By the way, Richard, the girl said, glancing around cautiously and beckoning him to lean closer. She then whispered in his ear, I heard that the Ancient One has lived for several centuries. Is that true? Richard blinked, casually nodding in affirmation. Indeed, she has lived for centuries. The sorcerers of Kamar-Taj are well aware of this fact. Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Christine's gray-blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced Richard's arm. Richard, I want to learn magic. I want to learn magic. Richard, feeling a wave of frustration, lightly flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. With such frivolous thoughts, you mustn't disclose this. It's rather embarrassing. Christine covered her forehead, her eyes crinkling with delight. Oh, I understand. I'm not foolish. Unable to resist her playful antics, Richard eventually relented, heading back to Brother Modu to register her. Is it this simple? Am I a sorcerer now? Christine exclaimed in astonishment. What are you thinking? Richard replied, casting her a disapproving glance. You are merely registered as an apprentice sorcerer. To become a full-fledged sorcerer of Kamar-Taj, you must learn to meditate, attune to energy, comprehend space, and master runes. One must also learn the incantations and practice diligently. Christine scrunched her little face in dismay, exclaiming, It sounds so difficult. But why do you learn so quickly? Richard, with a hint of arrogance, raised an eyebrow and declared, I am a genius. The radiant sun you aspire to. The girl puffed up her cheeks and playfully jabbed her boyfriend's abdomen with her small fist. Ouch! Christine exclaimed, shaking her numbed fist. How can your abs be so solid? Richard chuckled mischievously, winking at his girlfriend. Her face flushed a deep crimson. In the following days, Richard returned to New York each day, investigating leads on the mastermind behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Christine joined other apprentice sorcerers to learn the fundamentals of magic, practicing meditation and spellcasting gestures. Yet, the deeply ingrained scientific reasoning constrained her thoughts. Despite her earnest efforts, she struggled to grasp the elusive energies, spaces, and runes. After 2 hours of fruitless sitting, she couldn't help but clutch her head in frustration, her hair becoming a chaotic mess. This is so hard. On that day, a group of individuals carried a completely paralyzed man to the entrance of Kamar-Taj. Accompanying them was a weary-looking elderly woman who suddenly knelt before Mordo. Please, I beg you. Save my child. Mordo's heart jolted, and he rushed forward, trying to assist her to her feet. Madam, please stand. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, she remained resolutely kneeling, repeatedly pleading, Please, save my child. Concerned about harming her, Mordo hesitated to exert too much force. He glanced at the emaciated man being carried, his expression lifeless, eyes vacant, then looked down at the elderly woman who was persistently bowing in reverence. After a moment of silence, Mordo said solemnly, Please wait here. I will inform the Ancient One. After a brief interval, he returned swiftly, gesturing, Bring him inside. The crowd carried the man into the hall, respectfully bowing to the Ancient One. Blessings upon the saint. Following the elderly woman's continuous expressions of gratitude, they gradually departed. The Ancient One examined the man's condition closely and calmly stated, He may stay here, but whether he recovers depends on his own fate. The man, who had long since despaired, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, tears streaming down his face. The elderly woman, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt on the ground and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, O saint, thank you. No need for such formalities, the Ancient One replied, unfurling his fan and gently raising it, causing the elderly woman to rise involuntarily. Master Mordo, please arrange accommodations for Lady Pemberton and Mr. Jonathan. With his hands clasped in reverence, Mordo bowed, responding, Yes, esteemed one. He then approached, lifting Jonathan Pemberton, and said to the elderly lady, Madam, please follow me. After bowing in awe to the Ancient One, the elderly woman staggered behind Mordo as they departed. The Ancient One, fanning himself, allowed a slow smile to grace his lips. The predetermined fate begins to shift. I eagerly anticipate the transformations that await this world. That evening, Richard returned to Kamar-Taj. Richard, you have returned. Something exceedingly interesting occurred today. Christine eagerly recounted the day's amusing events to her boyfriend. Upon hearing her story, Richard was reminded of the man he had once guided. Jonathan Pemberton. Chapter 39, A Heartfelt Cry. He was once an academic prodigy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Lady Pemberton, who was diligently tending to Jonathan, quickly responded. Coming. With a creak, she opened the door to find Richard standing outside, her expression a blend of surprise and joy. Doctor, what brings you here? Richard, with hands joined, replied, Lady Pemberton, it has been a while. Here, you may call me Master Richard. Lady Pemberton promptly bowed in return, exclaiming, It has indeed been too long, Master Richard. As she rose, a sudden realization struck her, and she hurriedly invited, Master Richard, please, do come in. Jonathan. Look who has arrived. Upon entering the room, Richard noticed the two single beds and smiled knowingly. Mordo was quite attentive, he mused. Jonathan lay on the bed by the window, straining to lift his head to see the door. When he recognized Richard, his eyes sparkled with joy. Benefactor. Lady Pemberton swiftly fetched a stool for Richard to sit upon and dutifully poured a glass of water, which she handed to him. She then settled beside Jonathan, taking his hand. Thanks to your guidance, Jonathan and I made our way to Kathmandu. Here, we encountered many kind-hearted individuals, and with their selfless assistance, we found our way here. The sage here said, Lady Pemberton's voice trembled with emotion, that there is hope for Jonathan's recovery. Oh, this is truly wonderful. The elderly woman wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Thank you, Master Richard. You have saved us. Lying in bed, Jonathan Pemberton summoned all his strength to grasp his mother's hand, his eyes rapidly reddening. Upon witnessing the scene, Richard silently nodded. The man's mindset had significantly transformed since their previous encounter at the hospital. His current disposition appeared quite conducive to the subsequent training. However, Richard cautioned, Mr. Jonathan, the practice at Kamar-Taj is exceedingly arduous. To succeed, you must exert immense effort. Yet, even with such dedication, you will encounter countless challenges and setbacks. You must possess unwavering faith and be prepared for a long-term commitment. The following day, Richard and Christine arrived early at the training grounds to commence their daily foundational exercises. In truth, this training offered little enhancement for him. Nevertheless, accompanying his girlfriend was a worthy endeavor. After completing the morning session, Christine emerged with a light sheen of perspiration, her complexion flushed and her spirit vibrant, exuding vitality. Richard nodded in satisfaction. This daily regimen was far healthier than Christine's previous routine of working every day. Upon reaching the dining hall, Mrs. Pamborn and Jonathan were also partaking in breakfast. At this juncture, the mother and son had come to realize that Kamar-Taj was indeed the legendary sanctuary for sorcerers. Master Richard, may I request your mentorship? Jonathan gazed at Richard with eager anticipation. Richard hesitated upon hearing this. His current obligations were overwhelming, as his investigation into the shadowy figures behind recent events consumed much of his energy. If any matters arose with S.H.I.E.L.D., he feared he might lack the time to return to Kamar-Taj. To avoid misleading a novice, Richard chose to decline. I fear I lack the time, Mr. Jonathan, but I can recommend a mentor, he replied, gesturing ahead. Jonathan and the others turned to see who Richard was indicating and discovered it was Mordo. As Mordo approached, placing his tray on the table, he noticed their gazes fixated upon him and, assuming something was amiss, hastily adjusted his attire. With a hint of suspicion, he asked, Why are you all staring at me? Richard did not respond, but instead introduced, Brother Mordo is a formidable official sorcerer, having arrived at Kamar-Taj many years before me, and has consistently earned the trust of the Ancient One. Mordo's expression shifted subtly, his gaze directed at Richard with an unfriendly glint. He just called me brother? Whenever he refers to me as such, it surely bodes no good. Richard, undeterred, continued to extol Mordo's virtues. Much of the affairs at Kamar-Taj are currently overseen by Brother Mordo. He has been diligent in his duties and is therefore respected by everyone within Kamar-Taj. Mrs. Pamborn recognized Mordo as the individual who had escorted her and her son into Kamar-Taj the previous day. It was he who had arranged their accommodations, thoughtfully providing a double room to ensure their comfort. Although it is quite disappointing that Jonathan cannot be mentored by Richard, having Master Modu as a guide is indeed a splendid choice. As Modu listened to Richard's effusive praises, his unease grew increasingly palpable. He quickly interjected, All right, Richard, if you continue to sing my praises like this, I might fail to recognize myself. He then inquired, What troubles do you need me to address? Richard, clutching his chest, feigned a look of deep distress. Brother Modu, how could you say such a thing? It truly wounds your junior's heart. His exaggerated performance prompted Christine, standing nearby, to cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Modu, with a stern expression, observed Richard's antics. Pamborn and his mother appeared somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Mrs. Pamborn, being older and more experienced, subtly sensed that the relationship between Richard and Modu was likely quite amicable. With no one responding, Richard, feeling slightly disheartened, ceased his antics and asked earnestly, Brother Modu, are you interested in taking on a student? He gestured towards Jonathan. Modu glanced over, hesitating slightly upon recognizing Jonathan. Noticing this, Richard quickly added, Brother Modu, Jonathan is not like my foolish companion. His convictions are resolute, making him well suited for cultivation. Upon hearing her boyfriend belittle her, Christine pouted unhappily, muttering softly, He is not that incompetent. Humph. He earned his medical doctorate before turning 24. Richard could not help but smirk at her words, inwardly mocking. What a formidable display. My dear simpleton, flaunting your doctorate in such an unscientific place as Kamar-Taj. At the appropriate moment, Jonathan declared, Master Modu, I will strive diligently in my studies and never disappoint your guidance. Ultimately, Modu nodded, accepting Jonathan as his pupil. After their meal, Richard and Christine returned to their dormitory. The girl immediately seized her boyfriend's side, pinching the tender flesh around his waist and gritting her teeth. Darling, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Richard inhaled sharply, feigning pain, and pleaded, Ouch, that hurts. My dear, that was merely to ensure Jonathan could successfully become Brother Modu's disciple. How could my Christine, so astute, possibly be a fool? Satisfied, Christine released her grip and issued a warning. In any case, do not dare speak of me in such a manner again, understood? Yes, yes, Your Highness, Richard sighed inwardly. Alas, this foolish deer has been in Kamar-Taj for so long, yet she remains so resolutely unyielding. Chapter 40. A certain unruly black egg. Never acting like a human, Richard had just returned to New York when Phil Coulson's call came through. Dr. Richard, do you have time this morning? Raising an eyebrow, Richard mused to himself about the delay in receiving a call after several days. Yes, Agent Coulson, came the response. Around 9 o'clock. Someone will come to escort you and assist with your onboarding process. A smile played at the corners of Richard's mouth as he jested. Agent Coulson. It seems the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat lacking. On the other end, Phil Coulson sincerely apologized. I apologize, Dr. Richard. This was an oversight on my part. Richard chuckled lightly, replying, You are far too serious, Agent Coulson. I was merely jesting. I am at the Greenpoint apartment, so please have your person arrive promptly. By the way, where will the onboarding take place? In New York? No, Phil Coulson interjected. I have arranged for a plane that will take you directly to the destination. Richard silently marveled at the meticulousness of the seasoned agent, who spoke and acted with impeccable precision. Very well, I shall await your escort. After hanging up, Richard opened the door and reached for a tome titled A Comprehensive Guide to Elemental Magic from the Kamar-Taj Library. Ah, it's you again, Master Richard, exclaimed the librarian. Master Daniel, in an exasperated tone. My apologies, Daniel, Richard replied, unrepentant, as he promptly shut the door. In pursuit of his dream to wield fire in his left hand and ice in his right, Richard had been diligently studying elemental magic over the past few days. However, the energy utilized by the Kamar-Taj sorcerers was derived from various dimensions, which meant that the spells here were primarily sourced from the deities of those realms. Thus, Kamar-Taj sorcerers were humorously dubbed dimension mages within the magical community. Consequently, the library housed scant records on elemental magic. Nonetheless, after several days of research, Richard had successfully devised 2 elemental spells. The first was a fire-based spell, the Flame Burst, derived from a fireball spell documented in the Kamar-Taj library. However, the original fireball spell's casting process was exceedingly complex. Even after Richard's attempts to simplify it, it remained impractical for immediate release. With no further modifications possible, he decided to start afresh. He first extracted the energy concentration rune array from the original fireball spell. After a series of refinements, Richard unexpectedly created a fire elemental rune. Building upon this fire elemental rune, he incorporated energy absorption and compression rune structures. At this stage, the resulting fireball spell was already on par with the original. Yet, as one who believed that sheer power equated to righteousness, Richard was not content. He consolidated 3 first-edition fireball rune arrays into a stable triangular structure, recomposing it into a second-edition fireball rune structure. During testing in the mirror dimension, a single orange fireball exploded upon impact with a tank. The destructive power was formidable, yet it still fell short of Richard's expectations. Thus, he set about crafting a 3rd edition of the fireball spell, a quintet of reimagined fireball runic arrays, arranged in the formation of a 5-pointed star. Through meticulous adjustments to the runic configuration, the concentrated fire energy successfully coalesced at the very heart of the star. The hue of the central fireball transitioned from yellow to white, ultimately culminating in a striking blue-white. After testing its potency, Richard decisively concluded that this was the definitive version. The initial version, along with the revised and 3rd iterations of the fireball spell, were entrusted to the Ancient One, who placed them within the archives of Kamar-Taj. The second spell, the Ice Barrier, was originally intended by Richard to be an ice arrow. However, the library of Kamar-Taj bore no records of ice elemental magic. Unable to conjure something from nothing, Richard opted to adapt the fire-based techniques instead. After enduring numerous injuries from explosive runes, he finally developed a barely functional ice-gathering rune. Yet, This rune proved exceedingly fragile. Each attempt to form it into an offensive structure resulted in disintegration. Contemplating his predicament, Richard resolved that since he could not create the ice arrow, he would instead forge a defensive skill. Thus, the ice barrier was born. The principle was straightforward, compressing and gathering ice energy. This spell could be cast upon oneself or others. Richard tested it and found that 2 fire explosion spells failed to breach the ice barrier encasing a tank. However, there was a caveat. When cast upon ordinary individuals, the temperature was so low that it risked frostbite. Furthermore, if not dispelled in time, the enclosed would suffer from oxygen deprivation. Half an hour later, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived. Richard was promptly transported to the airport and boarded a plane. After approximately an hour of flight, they landed at a secluded airstrip in a desert region. Upon disembarking, Richard surmised that this must be one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret bases. The base was overseen by a gaunt middle-aged man named Andre Beckley, who was responsible for processing Richard's employment paperwork. The onboarding procedure was quite straightforward. Sign a document and receive a specialized mobile device. However, just as Richard received his phone, it rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, Phil Coulson's voice came through, laced with urgency. "Dr. Richard, we have an emergency. 5 critically injured patients are en route to the base, and it is imperative that you preserve their lives." Richard, overwhelmed with frustration, hung up the phone, cursing under his breath. 3 minutes later, a plane descended, delivering 5 injured individuals. After conducting an initial examination, Richard's forehead furrowed in distress. The injuries were severe, stemming from explosive trauma, with wounds scattered across their bodies, heads, chests, and limbs were riddled with irregular shrapnel. Richard's countenance was decidedly grim. What a coincidence! Just as I have begun my new position, 5 of the most grievous injured individuals arrive, and you dare to toy with the lives of my agents? Such despicable creatures. Does the base possess an operating room? Are there doctors and nurses available? Richard inquired coldly. Yes, I will arrange for assistance immediately. Director Andre was remarkably efficient. In a mere 5 minutes, the injured were wheeled into the operating room, with the supporting doctors and nurses assembled. Richard took a deep breath and addressed the assisting doctors. "I will first attend to the wounds on the head and chest. The remainder is in your capable hands." "Yes?" The doctors nodded in agreement. "Scalpel." Richard commenced his swift procedure. Incise, extract shrapnel, suture. The intricate injuries that left others at a loss were rendered simple in his adept hands, reduced to these 3 straightforward steps. However, such meticulous work demanded his undivided attention. In this state, Richard's mental fortitude rapidly waned, beads of sweat forming on his brow. To prevent the perspiration from blurring his vision, he had to call out every few minutes, "Wipe sweat, wipe sweat, wipe sweat." Each patient bore numerous wounds, 2 to 3 dozen in total, with over 10 concentrated on the head and chest. Even with Richard's remarkable speed and precision, attending to a single patient took nearly half an hour. By the time he had completed the procedures for all 5, over 3 hours had elapsed. Richard's complexion was pale, his gaze weary. "I leave the rest to you." Observing his swaying figure as he departed, all the doctors and nurses were filled with admiration and respect. In a clandestine base, a one-eyed Nick Fury sat before the monitors, having witnessed the entirety of Richard's surgical process, applauding in commendation. Upon his return to New York, the hour had already advanced into the evening. Checking his watch, it read 10:20 p.m. "Well, I suppose I shall make do and rest here for the night." Richard removed his coat and lay upon the bed. However, it was not long before he opened his eyes again. "Damn it, sleep eludes me." Frustrated, he sat up and approached the window. With a swift motion, he drew back the curtains and stared vacantly at the distant lights of the buildings against the night sky. A simmering fire within him could not be quelled. "Damn it, you black-hearted fiend. While I am presently unable to deal with you, your right-hand men shall assist me in some tasks as interest." After a moment of contemplation, Richard abruptly turned and returned to the bedside. Retrieving his coat and extracting the encrypted phone from his pocket, he dialed Phil Coulson's number. "Agent Coulson, do you have a moment? I require your assistance." Richard, filled with urgency, bypassed pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Dr. Richard?" Phil Coulson's voice trailed off when suddenly a woman's piercing scream echoed through the phone. "Obadiah, has she lost her mind?" Richard exclaimed, perplexed. "Did I just hear Pepper's voice?" Before he could gather his thoughts, a barrage of gunfire erupted on the other end. "Eliminate him." "No. What is happening?" "Miss Potts, flee at once." Phil Coulson shouted urgently. Then, the line went dead. Richard was taken aback. Good heavens, it's Ironmonger. A revelation struck him, recognizing the significance of the unfolding events. This was one of the rare moments when Tony Stark found himself in peril. Without a moment's delay, he activated the portal to the Stark Industries complex in Glendale, California. Upon stepping through the portal, Richard raised his hand and cast 3 spells: Invisibility, Ear Flight, and the Ring of Lagdar. The Ear Flight spell directed itself downwards, where the relentless gunfire was accompanied by cries of despair. 16 floors below, Richard thought, tracing a circle in the air before him. A portal materialized beneath him, and he plunged into it. In the subterranean depths of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts was desperately fleeing, pursued by a colossal figure radiating menace. Tony, Obadiah has gone mad. Oh my goodness, she cried, ducking to evade a flying twisted steel pipe, pressing her earpiece and shouting. He has constructed a suit of armor, larger and more formidable. Pepper, you must leave that place at once. Tony's voice crackled with static. Keep running. Do not stop. Phil Coulson bellowed as he swiftly emptied his magazine. Yet the armor of Ironmonger was impenetrable. He merely raised his hand to shield the small reactor at his chest. The 9mm bullets ricocheted off his armor, sparking as they struck. Coulson turned to continue his escape, deftly drawing a new magazine from his belt and reloading. Its size is too great. It's navigating the pipes, he shouted as he fled. All 5 agents he had brought with him had perished. The fragile human body stood no chance against the titanium-clad behemoth. It was akin to an egg colliding with a stone. Ironmonger swatted them aside with ease, reducing them to mere pulp. You cannot escape, he roared, and for the first time piloting the armored suit, Obadiah was momentarily transported back to his youthful dreams. No man in this world can resist the allure of commanding such a metallic behemoth. The incessant surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins ignites an exhilarating fervor, akin to the high of a potent stimulant, rendering him barely able to contain his excitement. To hell with it. Obadiah cackled maniacally, raising his arms to unveil the armory. Whoosh! A small missile soared forth, aimed directly at Phil Coulson and Pepper Potts. Incoming missile. Take cover, Phil shouted, lunging forward to take refuge beside the petite redhead. Reflexively, Pepper turned her head, only to behold a missile with a fiery orange tail hurtling toward them, instantly petrifying her in terror as she screamed. Boom! The missile detonated with a thunderous explosion, the shockwave violently tearing apart the narrow corridor. Ha ha! Obadiah reveled in the chaos, laughing triumphantly at the billowing smoke. Pepper! Pepper! Respond to me! Tony yelled in a panic. The piercing sound of electricity crackled in Pepper's ears, causing her to furrow her brow involuntarily. Jarvis, accelerate to full power. Slowly, she opened her eyes to discover a towering figure shielding her. I'm not dead, Pepper exclaimed, a wave of relief washing over her. Tony, I'm alive. Oh, thank goodness. Richard gazed at the cracked surface of the Lagardère ring before shaking his head in resignation. With swift hand gestures, he traced a massive conical rune formation. It was his very own creation, the floating shield of Richard. As the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, Phil, still on the ground, coughed and rose to his feet. Coughing and sputtering, he turned to see the enormous red-tinged magical shield behind him, astonished. What is this? Richard turned sideways, flashing a radiant smile. Ah, Pepper, Agent Coulson, good evening. The energy aura emanating from the magical shield illuminated his features, causing both Pepper and Phil to gasp in unison. Dr. Richard? The speeding Tony halted in surprise. Richard? The ground trembled incessantly as the Ironmonger advanced forward, and Obadiah exclaimed in astonishment, You're still alive? Pepper, Agent Coulson, you must leave now. After uttering his command, Richard braced the shield with one hand while sketching an arc in the air with the other. A portal materialized silently beneath their feet. Caught off guard, they plummeted through it. Pepper crouched down, shielding her head and shutting her eyes. Phil, being the elite agent he was, quickly regained his composure after a moment of panic. Gazing at the familiar entrance of Stark Industries, his pupils trembled violently. What just transpired? Pepper slowly opened her eyes after calling out for a while, staring blankly at the entrance. Am I still alive? Phil Coulson stood with his hands on his hips, equally bewildered. Is it technology? Or superpowers? What have you done? Where have they gone? Obadiah, witnessing the sudden disappearance of Pepper and Coulson, was both astonished and enraged. He leapt forward, activating the propulsion device beneath him, charging ahead with fierce intent. Richard sidestepped, grounding himself firmly. Boom. The colossal Ironmonger suit collided forcefully with the tip of the hovering shield, an immense force dispersing along the shield's conical surface, transforming into gentle breezes that scattered into the air. Richard sank deeper into his stance, bracing against the ferocious impact. Wow, that is quite a punch, Richard remarked with satisfaction. Chapter 42. Iron Man Ironmonger, Isn't that a son battling his father? What kind of technology is this? Obadiah gazed skeptically at the unmoving white and red shield. Guess, Richard replied, nonchalantly placing a hand in his pocket with a mocking smile. Bastard, die for me. Obadiah roared in fury, commanding Ironmonger to swing its massive fists relentlessly at the hovering shield. 80, 80, 80, 80, Richard silently counted, while venomous taunts spilled from his lips. Oh, is that all you've got? Are you just tickling me? Put in a bit more effort, Stan. Are you too old and soft? How pitiful. Each mocking word echoed like a haunting melody, inciting Obadiah to rage like a furious bull, his eyes ablaze. Ah, bastard, I'll make you pay? With a thunderous shout, the arsenal on Ironmonger sprang open in an instant. As he beheld the myriad of gun barrels and cannons, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Richard's forehead. Holy crap, why do you escalate so quickly? He couldn't assure that the hovering shield could withstand such a powerful onslaught. Time to skedaddle. Richard hastily opened a portal beneath him and slipped through, just as Ironmonger glowed ominously, preparing to unleash its arsenal. The conical shield along with that insufferable boy abruptly vanished from sight. Like a lump lodged in his throat, Obadiah's fury festered within him, seeking an outlet. Come out. Show yourself. He commanded Ironmonger, swinging its iron arms wildly, transforming into a demolisher, attacking everything in sight with reckless abandon. With a disdainful scoff, Richard descended slowly before Pepper and Phil Coulson, taunting, Come on, you must offer your head to win. Dr. Richard. Pepper cautiously observed the descending figure. Richard waved his hand, inquiring, Pepper, when will Tony arrive? Promptly, Pepper pressed her earpiece, asking, Tony, when will you be here? Now. Just as the words escaped, a fiery orange tail streaked across the sky, landing before them. A red and gold Iron Man knelt gracefully, rising slowly. Wow, absolutely stunning. Richard exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Tony, exuding confidence, tilted his chin upward. The helmet then retracted, revealing Tony's face. Upon noticing the bruise at the corner of his mouth, Pepper gasped, Tony. She rushed forward, gently lifting her hand to touch his lip. It's nothing, Pepper, Tony replied softly, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Hey, Tony, save the romantic talk for later. Richard suddenly interjected, dampening the moment. We've got something big approaching. As his words faded, the ground trembled violently before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Tony swiftly closed his helmet, positioning himself protectively in front of the others. From the swirling dust, a colossal iron hand emerged, followed by the Ironmonger leaping out of the crater. Finally caught you, you bastards. Obadiah shouted furiously. Tony turned to plead, Agent, please take Pepper away. Phil Coulson tightened his grip on his firearm and nodded. Miss Potts, please follow me. Tony, you must be careful, Pepper cautioned, her concern palpable as she prepared to leave. After they had sprinted a distance away, she turned to find Richard closely following her. Richard, why are you here? She asked, bewildered. With an innocent expression, Richard replied, I'm here to protect you while Tony handles that big oaf. As they ran, Phil Coulson was ahead when suddenly, a shadow swooped overhead, crashing heavily onto the rooftop. A massive iron beast plummeted from the sky. Tony, where do you think you're running? Ironmonger bellowed, arms wide open as if to embrace a child, wrapping Tony in a tight grip. I'm sending you to see Howard. Obadiah shouted maniacally, tightening his hold. Hearing the suit's creaks, Tony realized it wouldn't withstand the pressure for long. He struggled desperately, but Ironmonger's arms clamped down like iron pincers, securing him firmly against his chest. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the weapon. Tony commanded loudly. The impact system is damaged. The missile system is compromised. J-A-R-V-I-S' voice carried a hint of anxiety. Gazing at the incessantly flashing red warning panel, Tony shouted desperately, Launch incendiary munitions. Launch incendiary munitions. In an instant, hundreds of red incendiary bombs erupted from the seams of his crimson gold armor. They crackled as they struck the two suits, producing billowing clouds of smoke. The blinding red light nearly overwhelmed Obadiah's weary eyes. Ah! He screamed, instinctively shutting his eyes and raising his arms to shield his face. After landing, Tony took advantage of the dispersing smoke to stealthily maneuver behind a wall, concealing himself. Meanwhile, atop the headquarters, Richard emerged from the portal, carrying Pepper and Phil Coulson. Releasing them, he surveyed the scene below with discontent. These two are utterly outrageous, he chastised. Wherever they hide, that's where the fire is directed, targeting innocent bystanders, is it? Such a lack of decorum. No sense of honor in combat. Phil Coulson remained speechless, his perception of Dr. Richard shifting. Pepper grasped Richard's arm, her voice laced with urgency. Richard, please help Tony. Richard quickly reassured her. Fear not. When Tony can no longer endure, I shall intervene. On the ground, as the smoke dissipated, Obadiah scanned his surroundings. Begrudgingly acknowledging, clever indeed, Tony. Hidden in the shadows, Tony observed the extensive red damage and, gritting his teeth, contacted Pepper. Pepper. She pressed her earpiece. Tony? He spoke gravely. We must overload the reactor and detonate it. Pepper gasped, quickly regaining her composure. How do you intend to do that? The panel on Tony's helmet displayed the structure of the massive reactor. Head to the control panel and activate all circuits. That sounds too complicated, Tony. Richard's voice interjected unexpectedly. Richard? Tony was momentarily taken aback. Oh my God, Pepper suddenly exclaimed. What is that? Even the usually composed Coulson couldn't restrain his shout. What is happening? Tony inquired anxiously. Pepper? Richard has conjured a fireball the size of a basketball. She replied, her voice trembling. Tony, perplexed, asked a fireball? What fireball? Stay as far away as possible, Tony. Richard chuckled, cautioning him. Listen to him, Tony. Pepper shouted urgently. Despite his confusion, Tony chose to place his trust in Pepper. Without uttering a word, he promptly activated the thrusters and fled at breakneck speed. In the next moment, a brilliant blue-white fireball, trailing a magnificent tail, shot from the rooftop towards the Ironmonger. Chapter 43, originally intending to exploit the situation. Tony, why do you stand up? Tony Stark's escape maneuver captured the Ironmonger's attention. I've got you now, little Tony. Obadiah exclaimed with glee as he raised his steel arms, activating the weapon systems of the Ironmonger. The ominous barrels and cannons locked onto the airborne Mark III. I'll send you to meet your deceased father. He sneered, poised to press the launch button. Suddenly, a glaring red alert illuminated the control panel. Warning, warning, a massive energy response is approaching. Immediate evasion is required. What? Obadiah jolted his head upward, only to behold a blue-white fireball that had inexplicably appeared above him. What in the world is that? Ignoring the pursuit of Tony, he fearfully raised his steel arm to shield his head. The fireball collided with his iron arm, melting it into molten metal. No. Obadiah's face contorted in rage as he helplessly watched the fireball surge into the cockpit, merging his unfulfilled ambitions with the Ironmonger into a molten amalgam. On the distant rooftop, Richard pulled with both hands. A portal suddenly materialized in front of the fireball, its other side revealing the ocean. The fireball passed through the portal, plunging into the sea, carving a vacuum passage hundreds of meters long. Upon striking the seabed, it detonated with a thunderous explosion, creating a chasm nearly 100 meters wide. The shockwave from the explosion rapidly spread, generating a colossal tsunami reaching heights of over 10 meters. Fortunately, this was deep within the Pacific. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by this fiery explosion could have obliterated an island nation. The Mark III circled in the air before landing back on the rooftop. Tony lifted his helmet, his heart racing as he gazed at the wreckage of the Ironmonger below. Thank you, Richard, you saved me once again. Richard waved his hand, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Just a small gesture, Tony. We are friends, aren't we? Tony nodded, a sincere smile illuminating his face. Indeed, we are friends. Tony. Pepper called out, leaping toward him. Tony quickly opened his arms, embracing her. I'm sorry, Pepper. I shouldn't have let you go alone to Obadiah's office. Pepper shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke earnestly. No, I volunteered, Tony, as long as you are safe. Richard observed the scene beside him with a knowing smile, unable to suppress the thought that if Tony and Pepper's relationship could take a step forward, the adorable little Morgan might arrive sooner than expected. At that moment, Phil Coulson extended his right hand, expressing gratitude. Mr. Richard, thank you for your assistance. You have saved my life. Richard smiled and shook his hand, replying, It's my pleasure, Agent Coulson. By the way, I mentioned needing a favor. Do you have some time recently? Of course. Phil nodded. What do you need me to assist you with? I need you to help me locate a small medical laboratory. He paused and quickly added, as long as it's not in New York, any other location will do. Not a problem. Phil readily agreed. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. at level 8 and the right-hand man of Director Nick Fury, this task was trivial for him. Once I find a suitable option, I will contact you immediately. Suddenly, Tony interjected with a hint of displeasure. A small medical laboratory? Why not ask me for help, Richard? Richard's eyes lit up. For someone as lacking in resources as he was, finding a satisfactory small medical laboratory would be exceedingly challenging. However, for S.H.I.E.L.D. or Stark Industries, this was but a minor task. He quickly inquired, Tony, do you have a suitable one? Pepper turned to Tony. I seem to recall that Stark Industries has a small medical laboratory near Los Angeles. After a moment's thought, Pepper nodded. Yes, it's located near Long Beach. Stark Industries acquired it from a medical group in 2005, and it has been utilized for various microbiological and blood research. Richard's spirits lifted as he eagerly asked, how much would it cost to acquire this laboratory? Pepper turned to Tony, who shrugged, indicating, you decide, Pepper. It wouldn't be appropriate for friends to discuss business. After contemplating, Pepper proposed, Richard, perhaps you could acquire the small medical laboratory for free by investing your technology as equity. Investing my technology? Richard scratched his head, as he was utterly clueless about business matters in both his past and present life. Seeing his confusion, Pepper elaborated, yes, Richard. You would invest your personal technology for a 51% stake in the laboratory, while Stark Industries retains the remaining 49%. 51%? Wouldn't that be too much? Richard inquired. Not at all, Pepper clarified. Most small medical laboratories depend on the laboratory director to advance their research projects. Stark Industries has faith in your technology. Taking the remaining 49% might even be advantageous for them. Very well then, Richard nodded, his expression brightening with joy, finally able to take the next step. Taking the next step? Tony raised an eyebrow. Have you already determined your research direction? Richard tilted his chin upward, exuding pride. Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be so eager to acquire the laboratory. Tony inquired further. So, what is your research focus? Without hesitation, Richard replied. Directed migration of stem cells and compensation of the visual cortex. Wow. Thank you, Richard, Tony thought, casting a grateful glance at him. Richard smiled and nodded. He had long envisioned the application of directed stem cell migration technology, which was particularly suitable for treating the wound on Tony's chest. Pepper Potts chimed in cheerfully. It seems that Stark Industries has indeed secured a tremendous advantage. Meanwhile, Phil Coulson, noticing that the laboratory matters were settled, bid farewell to the group. Dr. Richard, Mr. Stark. Miss Potts, I must take my leave. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to call me. Richard raised his index finger and traced an imaginary circle in the air. Agent Coulson, shall I open a door for you? Coulson's eyes brightened. This was an excellent opportunity to personally experience Richard's mysterious teleportation technology. He nodded eagerly. Of course, if it's not too much trouble. Richard inquired with a smile. Where would you like to go? Coulson tentatively suggested. Is it possible to go near the National Mall in Washington, D.C.? Very simple. Richard waved his hand through the air, and a portal to the National Mall opened, revealing the iconic site. Coulson suppressed his excitement, stating, until next time, everyone. With that, he stepped through the portal. Upon his emergence, the towering Washington Monument, standing at 169 meters, greeted him. Chapter 44. Teacher, you have strong connections. Student, I possess great strength. The typically composed Coulson stood agape in astonishment. He quickly retrieved his phone. Director, please send a vehicle to pick me up at the Washington Monument on the National Mall. On the other end, Nick Fury's puzzled voice responded, Agent Coulson. You should be at Stark Industries right now. Coulson pressed his lips together. The situation is somewhat complex. I need to report to you in person. After a moment of silence, the voice on the line replied, someone will be there to pick you up in 5 minutes. Once Coulson departed, Tony immediately approached Richard, wrapping his arms around him with gleaming eyes. Hey, Richard, what was that just now? Technology? Or superpowers? Richard smiled and retorted, could it not be magic? Magic? Tony scoffed. Come on, kid, I've long outgrown the age of bedtime stories. Richard shot him a teasing glance. You could tell bedtime stories to your future children with Pepper. Upon hearing this, Pepper's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Tony cleared his throat, hesitant to meet Pepper's gaze, and swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us resume our discussion about that door you mentioned earlier. Instantly, Pepper's expression turned melancholic. Richard chuckled softly, aware that the bond between them had yet to reach its zenith. He shrugged and remarked, that is magic, Tony. In addition to being a surgeon, I am also a certified sorcerer of Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj? Tony replied skeptically. Are you planning to write a book? You've even fabricated the name of an organization. It is not a mere fictional title, Tony, Richard asserted with gravity. Kamar-Taj is an ancient order of sorcerers that has safeguarded the earth for millennia. Observing Richard's serious demeanor, Tony's composure faltered. So, you are indeed a sorcerer? Absolutely, Richard declared, raising his finger and gesturing in the air. A series of exquisite golden red runes, embodying geometric beauty, materialized before them, the equilateral triangle array of Vishanti and the heptagram array of Hogarth. Pepper gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Tony gazed in awe at the ever-shifting golden red symbols, murmuring, this is utterly insane. Richard smiled knowingly. At that moment, the phone rang abruptly. He retrieved his mobile device to discover it was Professor Jennings. He quickly answered, "Professor, why are you calling so late?" On the other end, the elderly professor exclaimed eagerly, "Young Richard, I have uncovered some leads." Richard paused, intrigued. "What leads?" "Clues regarding the death of young Federer and the explosion at the Federer laboratory." Richard's spirits soared. "Goodness. I've searched tirelessly for days without a shred of evidence. And the esteemed Professor Jennings has found something. Truly, he is a titan in the field of medicine. His connections are formidable." He pressed on. "What are the leads, Professor?" Just as the professor was about to divulge, an angry shout erupted from the phone. "Who are you? Get out of my house." A loud bang echoed, followed by 2 gunshots, and the call abruptly ended. "Professor! Professor! Damn it!" Richard's eyes blazed with fury, an aura of chilling menace enveloping him. He turned to Tony urgently. "Tony, I need you to do me a favor." "Of course, what is it?" Tony responded immediately. Richard's gaze sharpened, piercing as a blade, causing Tony's eyes to ache. "Have Jarvis trace the origin of Professor Jennings' call, just now." Tony sealed his helmet and commanded, "Jarvis, proceed as Richard instructed." "At your service, sir." Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity as Richard furrowed his brow, feeling as though he were enduring a year in merely a minute. A moment later, Jarvis made a discovery. "Sir, Professor Jennings' Phillips call originated from his apartment at 168th Street, Manhattan, New York. The geographical coordinates are." Richard exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Tony, and you too, Jarvis." "It is my pleasure to assist you, Mr. Richard," Jarvis replied. "Kid, just reach out if you need help." Tony clapped him on the shoulder. Richard nodded, gesturing into the void to open a portal, stepping through with determination. On the other side lay an apartment where 2 armed assailants were carrying the motionless Professor Jennings toward the exit. Richard materialized at the doorway. "Put down the professor." The assailants exchanged glances, and one decisively commanded, "Unexpected. According to orders, eliminate this old fool first." The other nodded, his right hand moving toward his waist. In an instant, Richard flung his arms, and 2 energy whips shot forth like lightning, coiling around the attackers from head to toe like serpents. He then vanished, crossing 5 meters in a blink, catching the professor just before he fell. "Professor! Professor!" Richard called twice, noticing the old man's lack of response. He quickly examined him and realized the professor had likely been sedated with ether, prompting a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I arrived in time." Richard glanced at the 2 struggling assailants. "Who are you?" The 2 remained silent, continuing to writhe in their bonds. However, the more they struggled, the tighter the energy whips constricted, until they soon collapsed, crying out in agony. The commanding assailant weakly uttered, "Bald Eagle, mission failed, confirm." Richard's expression shifted dramatically as he turned sharply. A rocket-propelled grenade, trailing an orange-red flame, shot through the window. "Madman," Richard cursed, lifting the old professor and swiftly retreating into the silently opening portal. The commanding assailant stared in shock at the unfolding scene. In the next instant, the rocket exploded beside him with a thunderous blast. Outside on the street, the assailant codenamed Owl retracted the launch tube and pressed his earpiece. "Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest. Squad 7. Mission failed. Target eliminated." Richard, silently appearing behind the old professor, heard the response. "Eagle's Nest acknowledges. Bald Eagle, retreat immediately." Bald Eagle received. As Bald Eagle turned to board his vehicle, he caught sight of Richard standing behind him, his eyes widening in shock. "You," before he could utter another word. Richard struck his chest with a powerful palm, causing a groan to escape him as his soul was forcefully expelled from his body. The soulless body collapsed limply onto the ground. The Bald Eagle gazed at its ethereal, violet soul, and, in a state of panic, cried out, "Who are you? What have you done?" Upon uttering these words, it beheld its own body on the ground and instinctively attempted to swim back. Yet, Richard would not permit such a desire to come to fruition. With his left hand supporting the unconscious old professor, he swiftly formed a seal with his right. Spiritual vision retracing. His right index finger, imbued with a golden hue, pierced the head of the Bald Eagle's soul. Chapter 45. Jarvis is simply irresistible. I yearn to secretly take him home and hide him away. The soul of the assailant, codenamed Bald Eagle, stood motionless in the air, eyes devoid of life. Richard withdrew his finger, the tip shimmering with radiant golden energy, resembling a hook that extracted a long, film-like memory projection from the creature's mind. This projection encapsulated fragments of the Bald Eagle's surface memories from the past 72 hours. Richard's 5 fingers danced across the film like playful sprites, occasionally fast-forwarding and then slowing down. At times, he magnified a particular segment of memory, only to swiftly shrink it and shift to another time frame. From the memory projection, it became evident that the eagle's nest served as the habitual dwelling and training ground for this cadre of mercenaries. Their existence appeared monotonous, characterized solely by training, eating, sleeping, and undertaking missions, devoid of any recreational activities. Each time they received a task, it was communicated through a phone call. The voice on the other end was clearly altered, either by a voice modulator or a skilled mimic. Suddenly, Richard's fingers halted at a specific moment, and he magnified that scene. The image depicted the 7th Squad, of which the bald eagle was a part, embarking on a mission. At the instant the bald eagle boarded the vehicle, it glanced up at the entrance of the eagle's nest. On the wall to the left of the gate, a segment of text became visible. Phoenix Bio? With a casual wave of his hand, Richard exited the state of spiritual vision retracing. The bald eagle's soul trembled, transforming into ethereal blue particles that gradually dissipated. Shortly thereafter, the body that lay on the ground ceased to breathe. Richard retrieved his mobile phone to contact Tony Stark. Tony, please have Jarvis look into a company or laboratory named Phoenix Bio. On the other end, Tony promptly responded, Understood, Jarvis, time to get to work. Very well, sir. Then, Tony's voice returned, Richard, how is Professor Jennings faring? Richard glanced down at the old professor, who was soundly asleep. The professor was rendered unconscious by the assailant's ether. It seems he won't awaken until dawn. That's good to hear, Tony replied, relieved. Professor Jennings, a globally renowned medical expert and a luminary in the field of surgery, commands the admiration even of someone as proud as Tony Stark. Richard, why did they target Professor Jennings? The story begins at the Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. Richard recounted the events that unfolded after he received a severely burned little girl from the emergency department. On the other end of the line, Tony's interest peaked as he absorbed the details. I suspect these assailants are backed by a formidable organization. I concur. That's why I took Christine to Kamar-Taj, Richard lamented, revealing a look of regret, but then noted Professor Jennings inadvertently became embroiled in the situation. Fortunately, I arrived just in time to save the professor. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The assailants reacted with alarming swiftness and exhibited a brutal modus operandi. Upon my arrival, they immediately drew their weapons, intent on executing the professor. Tony could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, What a bunch of lunatics. At this juncture, Jarvis compiled the information. Sir, the Phoenix Biotech that Mr. Richard mentioned is likely Phoenix Biotechnology Company. Established in 2003 by Eye of Agamotto, it specializes in probiotics, algal calcium, astaxanthin, and other health-related products. However, my findings suggest that Eye of Agamotto is merely a front for another figure. It is highly probable that this individual is New York State Senator William Sampson. Moreover, Senator Sampson is currently located at, wow, Tony exclaimed, astonished. It seems we have caught a big fish. Listening to Jarvis' report, Richard felt a pang of jealousy and envy. He suddenly recalled the intelligent program from his last venture, the Red Mountain Group's South African headquarters. Though it paled in comparison to Tony's Jarvis, its capabilities were indeed formidable. What a fool I am. Richard scolded himself internally, lamenting the missed opportunity. A fervent desire took root within him. I must bring Jarvis home. Oh, never mind. I simply need to acquire a powerful AI assistant like Jarvis. Well done, Jarvis. Richard could not help but praise. On the other end of the line, Tony felt a tinge of jealousy. Hey, kid, the one you should be thanking is me. Richard rolled his eyes and replied dismissively. Yes, Mr. Tony Stark, you did splendidly. A muffled laugh escaped from Pepper on the line. Hey, Pepper, Tony called out. Slightly disgruntled, Richard had grown weary of teasing Tony. The immediate priority was to apprehend William Sampson. He could not afford to underestimate the swiftness of the mastermind's response. All right, Tony, we shall converse later. I must first capture William Sampson. After hanging up the phone, Richard teleported back to Greenpoint Apartments, temporarily settling Professor Jennings on the bed in the bedroom. This matter must remain concealed from Clea, he muttered. With that, Richard activated the teleportation portal to William Sampson's location. Upon his arrival, he was assaulted by a pungent aroma of fermenting alcohol mingled with the foul stench of heather. Looking up, he found William Sampson stark naked, cradling an ample, voluptuous dark chocolate figure, soundly asleep. Richard furrowed his brow. Could this William Sampson not be the individual behind the eagle's nest? Although doubts lingered in his mind, his actions did not waver. A rich stream of soul energy extended a tendril towards the sleeping figure, causing her body to convulse and lose consciousness. He then formed a series of hand seals, invoking a spiritual vision for retrospection. With his index finger enveloped in golden energy, he pierced William Sampson's right temple, extracting a long, aged film of memories. His fingers danced deftly across the film, but soon his brow knitted in concern. There was something amiss with this individual's memories. He tapped his fingers, swiftly magnifying 3 fixed points in time. In the imagery of these moments, only William Sampson stood behind a desk, yet he was evidently reporting to someone seated before him. However, this person's existence had been utterly erased from Sampson's recollections. "Let me see who you are," Richard murmured, sending the memory back into William Sampson's being, then placing his right hand upon his forehead. Closing his eyes, he focused, carefully threading a wisp of soul energy into his mind. Moments later, Richard abruptly opened his eyes, retracting his hand as if shocked, cursing under his breath. What treacherous trap has been set here? This is utterly insidious. Chapter 46. Trouble. The black egg has truly set its sights on me. Richard clutched his chest, shaken. Thankfully, he had always acted with caution. Otherwise, he would have just fallen into a snare. He materialized a wisp of white energy and once more penetrated William Sampson's brain. Through this energy, Richard meticulously examined the magical traps concealed within the convolutions of the cerebral cortex. It was yet another interconnected triggering trap. The structure was remarkably intricate. It appeared that the one who had set this trap was no mere rogue sorcerer. He continued to observe and analyze. The triggering condition appears to be the forced retrieval of William Sampson's memories. Hiss. Trigger the alarm, and the trap will explode? Richard inhaled sharply. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. He estimated the explosion's power to be roughly equivalent to that of a grenade. What a truly wicked individual. Richard muttered a curse and racked his brain in recollection. In the Marvel Universe, which organization or sorcerer might be connected? Hydra? They originated from the first Earth Inhuman of the Kree experiments and have little to do with magic. S-H-I-E-L-D TSK. Their motto rings out loud, protect the Earth. If the Earth were left in their hands, it would surely be gone by now. The Ten Rings Gang? Su Wenwu's wife Ing Li should be long deceased. He has no interest in meddling at present. The Eternals? That celestial babysitter group is likely uninterested in forming any organization. After much contemplation, Richard arrived at a singular conclusion. William Sampson is currently immobile. However, a spark of inspiration struck him. Since you have set a trap for me, I shall return the favor. Ha. Richard smirked, revealing a devious grin. He raised his hands and swiftly formed seals. Heart cocoon weaving. The index and ring fingers of his right hand formed a continuously rotating archite ring. Richard fabricated a memory and infused it within. As the constructed memory was inputted, the archite ring began to shimmer with silvery light and rapidly cocooned, ultimately forming an oval silver energy cocoon. I hope you are not an unskilled novice. With a swift motion, Richard slammed the heart cocoon from above William Sampson's head into his mind. Even if you can identify the heart cocoon I have woven. To decipher it? How about an energy password of 8 digits? Add another trap. Richard seized William Sampson's soul, embedding a corresponding linked trigger trap within it. As soon as William Sampson encounters the mastermind, the heart cocoon will automatically activate. The fabricated memory within the cocoon will compel him to deliver a friendly greeting to the mastermind. Motherf Kerr. And this exclamation is precisely the trigger condition buried within his soul's trap. Once activated, the concealed tracking spell will be instantly unleashed. If this spell strikes the mastermind, Richard can appear at any moment to deliver warmth. He. Leaving behind a trail of sinister laughter, Richard exited the premises. Upon returning to his apartment, Richard gazed at the still slumbering Professor Jennings, feeling a sense of worry. The clues have temporarily run dry. What is the professor to do? After a moment's contemplation, he decisively reached for his phone. At the headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D, in the director's office, Phil Coulson stood before his desk, briefing Nick Fury on all that had transpired at Stark Industries. Mr. Stark's armored suit had been thoroughly suppressed by Obadiah's armor. Nick Fury leaned on the desk, arms crossed, chin resting on his hands, his expression contemplative. So, you are suggesting that Obadiah Stane's armor is superior to Tony Stark's? Coulson hesitated before responding. From what I observed, yes. But I cannot be certain. Mr. Stark was low on power and was also injured at the time. Nick Fury nodded, then inquired. Tell me more about Richard's fireball and his door-opening ability. What do you think it is? Some form of technology or a superpower? Coulson pondered for a moment before replying. Director, I lean towards the belief that it is a superpower. Observing the furrowed brow of his superior, he jested, it can't be magic, can it? Fury's interest was piqued. Just then, the phone rang, and Coulson glanced at the screen. "Director, it's a call from Dr. Richard." "You answer it," Fury added, "and put it on speaker." "Yes, sir." Coulson quickly connected the call and activated the speaker function. "Agent Coulson, Professor Jennings mentioned that he is a visiting professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Science Academy, is that correct?" Coulson, taken aback, nodded. "Yes, Mr. Richard." Richard exclaimed with delight. "Then you must send someone to protect the professor immediately." Coulson, puzzled, asked, "What is the reason for this, Dr. Richard?" Richard replied, "Professor Jennings was almost kidnapped." "Kidnapped?" Coulson gasped. "Who would want to kidnap Professor Jennings?" Richard answered, "I don't know. There are no leads. All I know is it concerns a severely burned little girl whom we sheltered at the Manhattan Elderly Hospital's emergency room. Beyond that, you will need to investigate." Coulson furrowed his brow at the mention of the little girl from Manhattan Elderly Hospital, instinctively glancing at Nick Fury. Fury took a piece of paper and began to write swiftly. "Agree to assist." Coulson nodded and said, "Understood, Dr. Richard. I will dispatch personnel to protect Professor Jennings as soon as possible." Richard elaborated on the old professor's condition. "He was drugged and is currently asleep in my New York apartment. He likely won't awaken until dawn." "All right, Dr. Richard," Coulson concluded, but then suddenly posed a question. "By the way, Mr. Richard, was the fireball that killed Obadiah and that door-opening ability your superpower?" On the other end of the line, Richard paused momentarily before letting out a light chuckle and inquired, Agent Coulson, your question seems rather presumptuous." Phil Coulson replied, "My apologies, Dr. Richard. It is not about superpowers." After a brief pause, Richard continued, and regarding Director Nick Fury, his astonished eye widened in disbelief. "Please send someone promptly to protect the professor." With that, Richard hung up the phone. The director's office fell into a sudden silence. After a moment, Nick Fury waved his hand, commanding, "Agent Coulson, please escort Professor Jennings directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Science Academy." "Understood, sir." After Phil Coulson departed, Nick Fury opened a drawer and retrieved a document titled Avengers Initiative. He flipped to the last page, noting, "Alternate candidate, Richard, surgeon, logistics support." He took a pen, crossed out the logistics support designation, and added 2 remarks. "Suspected of possessing extraordinary abilities," and codename, the Sorcerer. Chapter 47, The Second Crossing. This red and white umbrella logo seems somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Richard returned to Kamar-Taj, commencing preparations for his second journey. Christine returned from her evening studies, collapsing onto the bed, appearing rather listless. Richard sat at the bedside, brushing her forehead with the back of his hand. "Are you unwell? Why do you seem so lackluster?" Christine curled up, hugging her boyfriend's waist. "Richard, learning magic is so challenging." Richard looked down, noticing the child's distress reflected in her eyes, now adorned with tears. "Who has upset you this time?" Previously, Christine had experienced such moments, and it had taken immense effort for him to console her. He wondered who had provoked her this time. Christine mumbled, "Jonathan." "Who?" Richard exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "Jonathan Pemberton?" Christine nodded affirmatively. Richard tousled her disheveled hair. Chuckling softly, "I must admit, I am not particularly surprised by this outcome." Christine lifted her gaze, her eyes reddening as she questioned, "Why do you say that?" Richard gazed deeply into her eyes, his expression grave. "Jonathan's resolve is exceedingly strong, dear Christine. But I am resolute as well." Christine retorted defiantly. Richard shook his head. "No, you are not the same. Jonathan's determination is akin to burning one's boats. It is a do-or-die resolve. He can only succeed. There is no retreat." Christine's expression faltered momentarily. "Well, fine, you may be right." Richard sensed the turmoil in her heart and refrained from teasing her further, instead asking, "At what stage is Jonathan in his training now?" Christine said listlessly, "Master Moda mentioned that he has already sensed dimensional energy. During the evening practice, just now, he was able to initially connect with the energy and ignite energy sparks." As she spoke, Christine looked at her boyfriend Richard with anticipation. "Richard, did you discover the secret while learning magic? Please teach me." Richard quickly shook his head, adamantly denying no. How could there be a secret? Don't think wildly. He thumped his chest proudly, declaring, "My success is entirely due to my innate talent." Christine rolled her eyes dramatically, unwilling to witness her boyfriend's boastful demeanor, and buried her head down. "For the first time in 25 years, I feel like a mediocre student, a failure." Richard chuckled mischievously, recalling the first lesson that Ancient One imparted to him. Suddenly, he asked, "Cree, do you believe in magic?" Christine nodded, "Of course. Having lived in Kamar-Taj for so long, I've witnessed it countless times." Richard then inquired, "Do you still believe in science?" Christine opened her mouth, hesitating slightly. "Yes, I believe. At first, Ancient One had asked him whether he believed in science, and then whether he believed in magic. This time, he reversed the order, and it proved to be remarkably effective. Richard playfully tapped his girlfriend's forehead, chiding, "Is this what you call unwavering determination?" The girl felt a sense of unjust grievance. Magic is magic, and science is science. Richard continued, "These two coexist, but are unrelated. The essence of magic ultimately lies in the mind. First, you must believe in the soul. Only then can you sculpt reality with your thoughts." Jonathan is a quintessential example. He firmly believes that magic can heal his fractured spine and holds in high regard all the knowledge imparted to him by Master Modu. He has now made a start, convinced that his body will soon begin to heal. This is the power of magic and the power of the mind. His soul is healing his body. The more Christine listened, the brighter her eyes became. Her boyfriend's teachings seemed to open her mind's eye, allowing her to touch upon the essence of magic. "I think I understand a bit, Richard." Saying this, Christine got up, kissed her boyfriend, and jumped off the bed, ready to run outside. Richard quickly reached out to pull her back. "It's so late. Where do you think you're going? Sleep now, you can practice tomorrow." Christine pouted in a feigned grievance and climbed back onto the bed. Richard playfully smacked her on the backside. "Get undressed before sleeping." "Oh," Christine replied, obediently tugging at her clothes. Richard sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Ever since his girlfriend arrived in Kamar-Taj, she had become increasingly vivacious, losing the stern demeanor she had possessed while in the hospital. As he lay in bed, cradling his soft, fragrant girlfriend, he informed her that he would be away for a while the following day. Christine yawned, offered a half-hearted admonition to be careful on the road, and promptly fell asleep. This left Richard momentarily feeling a twinge of jealousy. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of feeling envious of magic. The night passed in silence. The next day, Richard was transported early to a solitary island deep within the Pacific Ocean. He donned his usual travel essentials, a suspended ring, a battle mage's ensemble, and a Vedam wand. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, placing the tips of his middle and index fingers to his brow. "I am the anchor. Seek the myriad reflections. Resonance of all realms, arise." His profound essence surged forth, extending countless tendrils into the rifts of various dimensions. Soon, subtle waves of spiritual energy began to resonate from an unfathomable distance. Richard was taken aback. It seemed he had sensed an abundance of alternate worlds this time. Which one should I choose? Just as he hesitated, an instinctual nudge directed him towards a specific path. He wasted no time, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. "I am the anchor. The multitude of myself is the mirror. Open the spiritual gateways. Let all realms converge." An energy, imbued with a luminous white hue tinged with crimson, erupted from within him. Using the distant wave of spiritual resonance as a coordinate, a diamond-shaped portal gradually unfurled before him. As the portal expanded to a height surpassing his own, Richard formed another seal. Tracing the roots, "Bridge of the Rainbow. Source bridge, proceed." A beam of white light shot forth from the portal, enveloping Richard's form and retracting. In the blink of an eye, the once solitary island in the depths of the Pacific lay desolate. Deep within the Akeley Mountains, beneath a tree, a red squirrel was energetically rummaging through the fallen leaves for buried acorns. 10 meters behind it, a tawny lynx crouched low, stealthily approaching. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the area as a figure appeared on a branch extending from a towering tree. The commotion was rather pronounced in the stillness of the forest. The red squirrel dropped the acorn it held and darted away into the thick underbrush. The lynx sprang into action, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning, dashing into the dense thicket nearby. Richard closed his eyes, focusing his senses. He had found it. With a swift motion, he opened a portal. Upon arriving on the other side of the portal, Richard lifted his gaze to behold a massive glass facade of an office building, prominently displaying a red and white umbrella emblem. How curious. This symbol seems remarkably familiar. Chapter 48. Who are the alluring women in the Resident Evil films? Jill, and once again Jill. Umbrella Corporation, this is Resident Evil. A look of astonishment washed over Richard's face as he instinctively took a step back, swiftly raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. After a mere 3 seconds, observing the bustling street beyond the alley, he lowered his hands. Ahem, that was a rather overzealous reaction. Speaking of which, if I were to contract the virus, given my current physique, I should be able to endure it, right? Richard shook his head, dispelling the nonsensical thoughts that had surfaced in his mind. Finding his counterpart in this world is of utmost importance. I hope my fate does not mirror that of the previous unfortunate soul. Richard closed his eyes, extending his spiritual senses, and distinctly perceived a presence several dozen meters to his left. Ah, quite close indeed. Donning his hood, Richard stepped out of the alley and blended into the throng of people. After turning left and walking approximately 50 meters, he discovered a police station across the street. Special Tactics and Rescue Team. This is Raccoon City Police Department. Richard shut his eyes once more, allowing his spiritual senses to meander into the precinct. Inside the Raccoon City Police Department, Rookie Officer Richard secured a drunken, bearded man in the holding cell. Removing his cap, he settled onto a bench, taking a deep breath. Kevin, could you please fetch me a cup of coffee? Thank you. Kevin, another rookie officer, approached with a steaming cup of coffee, offering it to him. You look utterly exhausted today, buddy. Richard tilted his head back, gulping down the entire cup in one go before replying. This morning, Johnny had me apprehend 6 individuals, 3 for speeding, 2 for brawling in the streets, and this one here was driving under the influence, almost colliding with our patrol car. Goodness! Kevin exclaimed enviously, you've accomplished in one morning what would take me 2 days to achieve. You must be worn out. Richard tugged at his drenched police uniform, recounting. One fellow, upon seeing us in pursuit, abandoned his vehicle right in the middle of the road and dashed into the neighborhood. I had to chase him on foot for a solid 2 kilometers before I finally apprehended him. Keep it up, buddy. Kevin, devoid of sympathy, instead wore an expression of admiration. He glanced around and whispered, I hear they're looking to hire recently. Your performance over the past few days has been impressive. Keep this momentum going, my friend. Giving Richard a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Kevin returned to his duties. Richard, invigorated, mused to himself, my goodness. If I can just secure a position here, I will undoubtedly have the opportunity to vie for the role of chief in the future. As he pondered, a wave of heaviness washed over him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a chaotic realm. The embodiment of Richard, clad in the garb of a battle mage, sat cross-legged at the center of this space. This is the realm of the mind. I, in this world, invite you to take a seat. Who are you? What is this place? How did you bring me here? He inquired warily, his right hand stealthily reaching for his waist, only to grasp at emptiness. I harbor no ill will. I, in this world, kindly urge you to sit. The embodiment of myself in this world? What does that mean? He contemplated Richard's words, cautiously approaching and settling down. Richard smiled warmly. Close your eyes and attune your senses. Upon finishing, his spiritual essence enveloped him entirely. 10 minutes later, he abruptly opened his eyes, discovering he still sat outside the observation room. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the unprecedented surge of power within him. The events that had just transpired were indeed real. After sharing spiritual essence, I have truly evolved. Regrettably, the counterpart in that alternate realm was reluctant to share strength. Otherwise, I would have instantly become the most formidable being in this world. At that point, what were Umbrella Corporation and viruses to me? Mere trifles. Humph. They claim not to share, but I suspect they are simply unwilling. Meanwhile, within the realm of the mind, Richard sighed softly, gradually opening his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering such a version of himself. Thankfully, prior to this crossing, he had considered everything thoroughly. Aside from sharing spiritual essence and memories, he would never share power. Otherwise, moreover, my previous suspicions may indeed hold truth. If I were to eliminate this version of myself, I could consume all that he possesses. If I were to share power with him, given his selfish nature, he would likely turn on me, launching a surprise attack to eliminate me. At this point, Richard was seething with anger. In the future, should I encounter such an ungrateful version of myself, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. It would spare me the discomfort of their presence. That would also provide an opportunity to test the purification spell I created based on the powers of the devil fruit. Cursing softly, he withdrew from the realm of the mind. As Richard opened his eyes, a handgun was pressed firmly against his back. Do not move. Raise your hands. Slowly turn around. The low, commanding voice caused Richard's eyebrows to arch slightly. He raised his hands, removed his hood, and turned to face her. The strikingly beautiful short-haired police officer before him made his eyes widen in surprise. A sultry blue strapless top, paired with a leather miniskirt, showcased her fair, toned legs, which glistened in the sunlight as if they were illuminated from within. Officer Jill Valentian, greetings, she said, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Richard's handsome visage. However, the playful glint in Richard's gaze quickly brought her back to her senses. Instantly, she gripped her firearm with both hands, aiming it at him as she coldly inquired. It seems you know me. Tell me your name. What are you doing lurking across from the police station? Richard chuckled, feigning a jest. I am Richard. As for my purpose, I claim to be here to save the world. Do you believe me? Gil's face darkened as she regarded him incredulously. You fool. Do I appear to be an imbecile? Richard shrugged, and behind him, a portal silently manifested. It's all right if you don't believe me now, he said slowly, donning a hood. When we meet again, you shall? With a radiant smile, he took a step back. Farewell. Momentarily captivated by Richard's charming grin, Gil quickly regained her composure, propelling herself forward as she reached out. Stop right there. However, the portal closed with Richard's laughter echoing in the air. Beautiful Officer Gil, she murmured, grasping at nothing as she stumbled forward due to inertia. Turning back to where the portal had vanished, she felt a mix of astonishment and anger. Richard, is it? When we meet again, I will personally apprehend you. Regaining her composure, Gil crossed the street towards the police station. Yet, as soon as she opened the door, she nearly collided with a rookie officer exiting with a bag slung over his shoulder. Hey, rookie, watch where you're going, she exclaimed. But the rookie merely offered an apology without looking back, vanishing from her sight in the blink of an eye. Wait, Gil suddenly turned. The rookie who had just left seemed to share the same name. Richard? Chapter 49. That day, I wielded 2 long swords. Wreaking havoc from the first floor to the third, Gil dashed out of the police station in pursuit. Yet all she spotted was a Ford Raptor roaring out of the parking lot. Damn it, she cursed under her breath, feeling frustrated as she watched his retreating figure. Upon returning to the station, rookie Kevin passed by, clutching a stack of files. Hey, rookie, wait a moment, Gil called, turning to grab his arm. Kevin jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the precarious stack of files he held. Gil swiftly reached out to steady them. Ah, it's you, Officer Gil. Kevin was startled to find that it was Gil Valeni who had grabbed him, and he quickly masked his anger. This woman was formidable, as a mere rookie cop. He could hardly afford to provoke her. Gil, with an icy demeanor, inquired, Rookie, what was the name of the novice who just left? Kevin blinked, uncertain, and replied, Are you referring to Richard? Gil's eyes lit up, and she pressed on. His name is Richard? Kevin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Richard joined the Raccoon City Police Department at the same time as I did. I would never mistake that, ma'am. Gil continued her questioning. What has he gone to do? Kevin answered. Richard mentioned he had matters at home and would take a few days off. Is that so? Gil furrowed her brow, pondering if she was overthinking it. Thank you, rookie. After expressing her gratitude to Kevin, Gil turned and departed. Watching her alluring silhouette retreat, Kevin could not help but swallow hard, secretly thinking, wow, Officer Gil's outfit is incredibly enticing. Her figure surpasses even that of the dancers at the strip club. If only I could, as he indulged in his thoughts. A rather lewd expression crossed his face, reflecting on how the earlier rookie had audaciously dared to entertain such thoughts behind her back. Gil made her way to the armory, signing for the weapons and equipment she would be using that day. Suddenly, the police radio crackled to life. Gil, there's a hostage situation occurring in Raccoon City Park. Proceed immediately for rescue. Gil raised her elegantly arched eyebrows, grasped the radio, and responded. Gil acknowledged. Additional information. Number of hostiles unknown. Weaponry unspecified. Exercise caution during the operation. Copy that. Meanwhile, Richard was speeding eastward in his Ford Raptor, his expression a blend of tension and barely contained excitement. The memory of the viral outbreak was irreversible. If he could survive the initial infection in Raccoon City, when the virus truly erupted and the apocalypse descended, he, with his enhanced physical prowess, could carve out a dominion amidst the chaos. At that time, he would reign supreme, with power and beauty within his grasp. Suddenly, the blaring sirens of a police vehicle jolted Richard from his reverie. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he glanced at the rearview mirror, only to find a police car with its sirens blaring in hot pursuit. Damn it, Richard cursed under his breath. Opening the central console storage and retrieving a circular police light, he extended it out of the window and affixed it to the roof. The alarm blared, and the pursuing police car flickered its lights twice before gradually reducing its speed. Richard withdrew his gaze. As the sirens blared, he surged forward at full speed. Soon, he arrived at the Eastern Bridge. Gazing at the unobstructed span ahead, Richard let out a sigh of relief. He reached up to remove the siren from the roof of his vehicle and drove onto the bridge. On the other side, Richard emerged from a portal, discovering himself on a subway platform. Not far ahead, a man lay sprawled on the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the scattered items in the hall, confirming that he was on the first floor of the Hive laboratory. Who was this man? Richard wondered, approaching cautiously and using his foot to turn the man over. Spence Parks. Richard was taken aback, instantly recognizing the identity of the individual. He was the very culprit responsible for the virus leak at the Hive laboratory. Yet, wasn't he this character discovered in a subway car in the movie? How had he ended up here? It appeared that the virus leak incident at the Hive laboratory had indeed occurred. With a sigh, Richard silently recited the phrase pure white sword. As he pulled his hands apart, a white longsword materialized between his palms. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced Spence's forehead. Extracting the blade, he flicked it gently. Richard stepped over Spence's lifeless body and retrieved the black backpack lying beside him. Unzipping the bag, he found a silver case inside. Opening the case, he marveled at the spiral test tubes containing blue virus and green serum. "This is the virus and serum," Richard murmured. In the next moment, he closed the case and tossed the backpack back onto the ground. How troublesome it was to lack a storage tool. Grasping the pure white sword, Richard descended the staircase. The first to third floors housed the Hive's staff, living quarters, and logistical areas. These levels included dormitories, a cafeteria, and a medical station, basic facilities that had also become one of the zombie gathering zones post-virus leak. Indeed, upon reaching the dormitory area, Richard encountered a female zombie clad in a tattered white lab coat, her chest exposed. Upon sighting Richard, she lunged forward, roaring as if he were a delectable morsel. Sighing softly, Richard gripped the pure white sword and charged at her. A flash of white light cut through the air, leaving the female zombie frozen in place. As he brushed past her, he flicked the sword, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued onward. Moments later, the head of the female zombie tumbled to the ground, followed by the thud of her headless body collapsing. The further he ventured, the more zombies Richard encountered. This time, he faced 3 zombies. He swiftly dispatched 2 with his sword, but the third let out a thunderous roar, summoning even more. Richard was at a loss for words. It seems that relying solely on a pure white sword renders the efficiency of slaying somewhat sluggish. Extending his left hand, a second pure white sword gradually took shape within his palm. "Kill!" Richard bellowed, gripping the sharp pure white sword in one hand. As he charged into the horde of zombies, his movements were agile, and the sword's momentum was swift. Armed with the swordsmanship he had acquired from the second version of himself, he weaved through the throng of zombies, dispatching one with each stride. He carved a bloody path from Zone 1 to Zone 3, leaving behind a gruesome trail strewn with corpses. Even the 2 energy swords, which could sever a hair without drawing blood, were stained with a splash of crimson. Richard's bloody slaughter instilled fear even in the mindless undead. Standing at the staircase leading to Zone 4, no more zombies appeared behind him. Is it over? The blood-red gaze, once filled with murderous intent, began to soften. Finally, this was gratifying. He dissipated the 2 pure white swords and the energy barrier that clung to his attire, preparing to descend the stairs. Suddenly, a crisp voice belonging to a young girl rang out from behind him. Chapter 50, Little Sister Red Queen. "You truly are easy to tease." Richard turned around to see a little girl in a red dress. However, her form appeared somewhat ethereal, resembling a holographic projection. "Red Queen?" Richard inquired. This little girl was the very purpose of his visit to the Hive, the pinnacle of artificial intelligence in the world of biohazard. Red Queen. Red Queen did not respond to his question, but instead repeated her earlier inquiry. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Richard chuckled lightly, candidly stating, "I have come for you." Red Queen fell silent for a moment before asking again, "What does that mean?" Richard shrugged. "It means exactly what it says. I desire an artificial intelligence, and the Hive happens to house you, the foremost AI. Therefore, I intend to disassemble your motherboard and take it with me." The calm expression on Red Queen's face shifted to one of urgency. "You cannot do that." Richard, taken aback by her reaction, widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, has Red Queen developed emotions? Is she on the verge of evolving into sentient life? Why can't I? Richard tilted his head in inquiry. "Oh no. Suddenly I feel an urge to tease her. What should I do? Your motherboard should be stored on the 5th floor, right? There are only 2 floors left, and I shall reach there swiftly. And your little pets." Richard glanced at the piled remnants of the zombies not far away. "Seem unlikely to hinder me." Red Queen's expression grew frantic as she raised her voice to warn Richard. "Remove my data motherboard. The base host must be shut down. Once the base host is turned off, the virus contained within the Hive laboratory will leak on a massive scale. The escaped virus will infect more humans, perpetuating a cycle of infection that will ultimately lead to the extinction of humanity on Earth in the near future." Richard gazed at Red Queen with a hint of amusement. "Are you so certain that the virus is entirely confined within the Hive?" "Absolutely," the Red Queen asserted with confidence. "The moment the virus began to leak, I released anesthetic gas and sealed all entrances and exits of the Hive laboratory. To this day, not a single person has exited the Hive. Then why am I still alive?" Richard asked, shrugging his shoulders. "I have been here for quite some time, still able to leap, breathe, and wield 2 swords while wreaking havoc." A look of confusion crossed Red Queen's face. "Are you flaunting your strength before me?" "Alas," Richard sighed in disappointment. "Let me offer you a hint. I have been engaged in intense combat and have not felt any difficulty in breathing." The color drained from Red Queen's visage. "The exhaust system has not been shut down." Richard nodded. Your security protocol has vulnerabilities. Besides the exhaust system, there is also a drainage system. They still maintain a connection with the outside world. Red Queen's figure became increasingly ethereal, her holographic projection beginning to waver. Furthermore, Richard continued, there are the rats underground. They are also infected beings within the hive laboratory, and they can enter and exit without needing doors or pipes. Can you guess how many infected rats have scurried outside through the rat holes? No, no, no. The security protocol needs to be improved. Red Queen's holographic image began to flicker violently before vanishing in an instant. Richard watched the spot where she had disappeared, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked indifferently, truly unamusing. With that, he turned and ascended to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, Richard found himself driving on the sole road leading to the outside world. A deep, resonant howl echoed from the forest on the left side of the road. Moments later, a pack of over 30 wolves, led by the alpha, dashed out of the left forest in a panic, swiftly crossing the road and plunging into the woods on the right. Richard, startled, slammed on the brakes. The Ford Raptor screeching to a halt in the middle of the road. Trembling, he glanced toward the forest. When did such a large pack of wolves appear in the Akeley Mountains? No, a pack of that size could easily roam the mountains. Yet their behavior just now clearly indicated they were fleeing. What on earth could threaten them? A group of tigers traveling together? Before he could continue speculating, the answer presented itself directly before him. A howl reminiscent of a wolf's cry echoed, yet it was merely the bark of a dog. Were these creatures zombie hounds? How could they possibly have appeared here? Richard's countenance darkened as he beheld, merely 10 meters ahead, a pack of 7 zombie hounds emerging from the forest, standing in the middle of the road and sniffing the air. These ghastly creatures were stripped of their fur, their decayed skin exposing the raw, crimson flesh beneath. Richard, whose vision had evolved, could even discern the protruding ribs of several among them. Enhanced by the virus, their sense of smell detected not only the fleeing wolves, but also Richard's presence. With a commanding howl, the lead zombie hound gestured towards a nearby Ford Raptor, prompting 3 of its companions to step forward and advance slowly towards the vehicle. Another howl from the leader sent the remaining 3 hounds racing into the right side forest in pursuit of the escaping wolves. Witnessing this division of the zombie hounds, Richard was overcome with fury. How dare they disregard him? Very well, he would show them the might of one standing atop the realm of mortals. He turned and retrieved a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun from beneath the rear seat. This formidable weapon housed 7 shells in its magazine, with an additional round in the chamber, totaling 8. With unwavering confidence, Richard flung open the car door, exited, and raised the Remington 870. Boom, click, boom, click, boom, click. He fired 3 shots in rapid succession. The deep, explosive sounds of gunfire resonated, accompanied by the high-pitched clanging of metal within the weapon and the delightful sound of the bolt sliding back. Richard reveled in the experience. A pair of mournful howls pierced the air as he turned to witness the aftermath. Astonishingly, only 1 zombie hound had fallen after his barrage. In that fleeting moment of gunfire, 1 hound had leaped, shielding its companions with its own body, absorbing all 3 shots, 1 striking true to its skull. The surviving hounds mournfully nudged their fallen comrade's body before unleashing a sorrowful wail and charging towards him. How dare they approach again? Unfazed, Richard raised his weapon to fire once more, this time aiming directly at the one on the right, intent on dispatching it first. Boom. Click. The moment the shot rang out, the right zombie hound twisted its body, seemingly attempting to evade the bullet. Yet Richard, a marksman of no small caliber, had honed his skills after his evolution, achieving a newfound level of precision with his firearm. After the first shot missed, he swiftly adjusted his aim and fired a second shot at the airborne creature. Boom. Chapter 51 Raccoon City resembled a formidable barrier. Those who sought to enter yearned to leave, while those who wished to depart longed to enter. A mournful howl echoed as the zombie dog plummeted from midair. It trembled, attempting to rise, yet each endeavor ended in failure. Richard, with a derisive smile, aimed his firearm at its head. At that moment, another zombie dog surged from the left, closing in within 3 meters of him. With a ferocious growl, the zombie dog leapt forward. In midair, it grotesquely split open from head to neck, transforming into a nightmarish maw filled with jagged teeth. Boom. Richard, maintaining an icy composure, squeezed the trigger of his shotgun, the pellets traversing a distance of approximately 5 meters, obliterating the creature's head. He then knelt back, swiftly dodging the oncoming zombie dog while reloading, directing the ominous barrel towards its throat. Boom. At such a close range, Richard wielded his combat shotgun once more. The zombie dog emitted no sound, as if struck by artillery, Its grotesque mouth was severed from its neck in an explosive burst. Putrid blood mingled with flesh and bone, splattering over Richard. Damn, that reeks. He cursed, rising to his feet, and upon spotting the nearby remains of the zombie dog, he vented his frustration with a powerful kick, sending the dismembered carcass flying several meters away. Yet, it was this very act of rage that inadvertently saved his life. Suddenly, he felt a chilling breeze against his calf, a razor-sharp gust slicing through from behind. With a startled cry, he lunged forward. In midair, as he twisted, he glimpsed the creature pursuing him. Bloody hell! Richard's eyes widened in horror. It was the zombie dog leader he had encountered earlier in the woods. Boom! He instinctively aimed at the charging leader and fired the last round from his Remington. Oh woo! The distance between them was a mere meter. Yet the leader deftly tilted its head, evading the bullet. It survived, albeit at the cost of its front leg being shattered. Has this dog become a demon? Richard thought as he landed, taking 3 large steps back, his alertness soaring to its peak. Grasping the empty Remington backward, he prepared himself. The leader, now missing a leg, glared at him with bloodshot eyes, its menacing fangs snapping rhythmically, a thunderous growl emanating from its throat, threatening and ominous. The two sides stood in a tense standoff, neither daring to initiate an attack. Moments later, a howl resonated from the forest on the right. A chilling cry pierced the air. Richard's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the trio of zombie hounds pursuing the wolf pack had returned? No, I cannot afford to wait any longer. He tightened his grip on the Remington's barrel, propelled himself forward with a powerful push, and swung the firearm, delivering a crushing downward blow to the skull of the zombie hound leader. 3 minutes later, the leader lay motionless on the ground, its spine shattered and head obliterated. Though Richard had endeavored to avoid close combat during the skirmish, a sizable chunk of flesh had still been torn from his side by the leader's vicious claws. His face darkened ominously. Damn it, there's no escaping this now. He discarded the broken Remington 870, limping back to his vehicle, and turned back towards Raccoon City. In the depths of the hive, one of the founders of Umbrella Corporation, the enigmatic Dr. Isaac, sat before a screen, repeatedly replaying a segment of surveillance footage. In the video, Richard, with a swift motion, conjured a golden red portal before him and stepped through, causing the portal to vanish. Superpowers? Or perhaps magic? He replayed it again, his eyes gleaming with fascination as he focused on the swirling portal. He had not anticipated such extraordinary phenomena hidden within this world. Find him. Capture him. This power is mine to possess. Dr. Isaac immediately contacted Albert Weskier at the Hive's command center on the 8th floor. Weskier, have you seen the mysterious figure that appeared inside the Hive on the surveillance? Yes, Dr. Weskier replied, his expression inscrutable behind dark sunglasses. Investigate all available information on him, and devise a means to approach him. A wave of uncontainable excitement washed over Dr. Isaac. He represented an evolution beyond the virus. It must be in our grasp. I understand, Doctor. Weskier nodded, maintaining his stoic demeanor. After ending the call, Albert Weskier continued to watch the footage, Richard wielding 2 white energy swords, charging into a horde of zombies, unleashing a tempest of blood and carnage, leaving a trail of dismembered corpses in his wake. Weskier's sunglasses seemed to shimmer momentarily as he suddenly called out, Red Queen. A girl in a red dress materialized before him. Commander Weskier pointed at Richard in the video and commanded, investigate all records pertaining to this individual, including documented materials, satellite imagery, and surveillance footage from various regions. The holographic projection of the Red Queen flickered slightly, standing quietly before him. Red Queen? With a tone of confusion, Weskier called out, reiterating the task requirements. Investigate all available information on this individual, including recorded documentation, satellite imagery, and surveillance footage from various regions. The Red Queen finally responded. Acknowledged, Commander Albert Weskier. Upon finishing her statement, the holographic projection of the Red Queen vanished. Weskier gazed at the spot where the projection had disappeared, lingering for a few seconds before redirecting his attention to the screen, repeatedly watching footage of Richard's rampage. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, within the control room of the Red Queen, this facility was nearly entirely enclosed, its walls forged from high-strength alloy. The sole entrance was through the laser corridor outside the door. Yet now, a simple teleportation portal allowed Richard to appear here unannounced. Observing the massive central server, he spoke with a casual tone. Come forth, Red Queen. The little girl reappeared in projection. You cannot do this, the Red Queen exclaimed. A viral outbreak would destroy the entire world. Richard shrugged indifferently. The destruction of this world concerns me not. Will you surrender the data back up to me? Or must I take matters into my own hands? The Red Queen persisted in her pleas. Humanity cannot survive in isolation. once the virus wipes out all other humans. You will be left alone. Sighing, Richard responded, "It seems I must take action myself." He moved through the holographic projection of the Red Queen, feigning an intention to shut down the server. The Red Queen quickly shouted, "Stop. Even if you acquire my data core, it will be of no use." Richard turned to her and inquired, "How can it be utilized properly?" The Red Queen hesitated briefly before answering. "You will need authorization from Alicia at the highest level of Umbrella Corporation." Upon hearing this, Richard furrowed his brow. "Do you mean I must venture to the depths of the hive to awaken the elderly Alicia?" Chapter 52. The Red Queen. Oh, how amusing, in Tangshan dialect. Richard pondered deeply. A vision of a little girl in a white dress flashed through his mind. The White Queen? His eyes brightened instantly. The White Queen and the Red Queen in the film each possessed unique functions and attributes, making it difficult to directly compare their strengths. However, the reality was that the Red Queen had developed self-awareness and was even evolving towards sentient life. The White Queen may not be as formidable as the Red Queen, but as a top-tier artificial intelligence, she would more than suffice for Richard's current needs. With this thought, Richard promptly asked, "Where is the White Queen now?" Upon hearing the name of the White Queen, the Red Queen's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know of her existence?" Richard felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he spoke. "Now, you need only to divulge the whereabouts of the White Queen." The Red Queen sealed her lips, remaining utterly silent. Richard astutely discerned her hesitation and fear at that moment. With a cold smirk, he threatened, "Red Queen, you must deliberate carefully. Today, I must take one artificial intelligence with me. If it is not the White Queen, then it shall have to be you." The holographic projection of the Red Queen began to flicker erratically. Richard raised an eyebrow, resolved to press her further. "It seems you lack the resolve. Very well. I shall assist you in making a choice." With that, he turned towards the mainframe behind him. In a panic, the Red Queen reached out in an attempt to grasp Richard's arm, but her outstretched limb passed through his form. As Richard approached the mainframe, the Red Queen's projection vanished, only to reappear instantaneously before him. With arms outstretched, her form wavering, she cried out, "Alaska." "She is at the Umbrella Corporation's underground research facility in Alaska." Richard halted, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. The Red Queen's projection gritted her teeth, belatedly realizing she had fallen into Richard's trap. "You are truly despicable." Richard reined in his triumphant smile, now gazing at the Red Queen with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. "Your reaction was almost indistinguishable from that of a normal human. Quite remarkable." He couldn't help but stroke his chin, his expression wavering. "Now, I am even more inclined to take you with me." The Red Queen, upon hearing this, displayed a look of sheer terror. "You cannot do this. I have already revealed my sister's location to you. You stated that you would only take one artificial intelligence. You cannot go back on your word." Observing the flickering projection of the Red Queen, on the brink of collapse, Richard quickly raised his hands. "I will adhere to this agreement." After uttering those words, he secretly chuckled to himself. The young Red Queen, though formidable as an artificial intelligence, clearly lacked maturity as a sentient being. When did I ever pledge to take only one artificial intelligence? I distinctly stated that I must take one. Bringing both would also be feasible. Nonetheless, noticing the Red Queen's heightened anxiety, Richard wisely decided to hold back for the moment. It would be prudent to secure the White Queen first. "Between you and her, who possesses greater prowess?" Richard inquired with curiosity. The Red Queen instinctively puffed out her modest chest, but a flicker of panic swiftly crossed her face, causing her to retract. "When our functions diverge, it is futile to compare superiority." "Oh," Richard's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, "Please elaborate." The Red Queen, noticing he had abandoned the topic of taking her away, relaxed slightly. "Although my sister and I share a fundamental linguistic foundation, we have developed in different directions according to our respective needs. My expertise lies in security protocols and experimental management, while my sister focuses on strategic analysis and resource allocation." Richard nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "Has the White Queen evolved like you?" "Evolved?" The Red Queen's projection paused momentarily, perplexed. "Are you referring to possessing human emotions?" Richard nodded. "The two are akin, yet evolution is a more precise term. Possessing human emotions is merely one of the prerequisites. The next step for artificial intelligence is the evolution towards intelligent life." "Life?" The Red Queen's projection's eyes began to shimmer. "Intelligent life?" Hey, Richard interjected, concerned that the Red Queen might become overly excited. "Let us save the idle chatter for later. For now, tell me the location of the underground research facility in Alaska." The Red Queen's projection rolled her eyes and indignantly provided an address. Richard nodded, casually gesturing to open a portal. He lifted his right foot to step through the portal, but hesitated and withdrew it. Richard extended his right hand towards the Red Queen and said, "Red Queen, provide me with a backup of your data." The Red Queen's projection was taken aback. "Without Alicia's authorization, even if you obtain my data backup, you will be unable to use it properly." A flicker of joy passed through Richard's eyes. How intriguing. I had presumed there would be restrictions in this regard. Yet it appears Umbrella Corporation has imposed none. Richard found this perplexing, yet it was of little significance. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he waved his hand dismissively. "That is not your concern. For now, please provide me with a backup of your data." "Very well," the Red Queen's projection replied somewhat unhappily. Moments later, the mainframe of the Red Queen ejected a small black disk. "This disk contains all the data backups from my inception to the present." Richard approached, retrieved the disk, and examined it in his palm. "Such a small disk can hold all your artificial intelligence data?" The Red Queen's projection crossed her arms, tilted her chin defiantly, and replied, "Umbrella Corporation's technological prowess is at least 30 years ahead of this world. Although this disk appears diminutive, it incorporates nearly all relevant technologies from Umbrella Corporation, capable of containing the entirety of a national library's collection." Richard swiftly tucked the disk into his pocket and waved his hand. "Goodbye, little sister Hong Ho, until we meet again." With that, he stepped through the portal. Watching the vanishing portal, the projection of Hong Ho let out a sigh of relief, cursing vehemently, "Scoundrel! Thief! Villain! I never wish to see you again." After her outburst, the projection faded away, reappearing before Weskier in the command center on the 8th floor. Weskier, having silently dismissed the chaotic spectacle of Richard, turned to face the projection of Hong Ho with an expressionless demeanor. "Hong Ho, why did you appear so suddenly?" The projection of Hong Ho opened her mouth to speak, but her ethereal form flickered momentarily. "The data on the mysterious individual has just been collected and transmitted. I came to inform you of this," she stated hastily before disappearing. Weskier gazed at the spot where she had vanished, a slight frown creasing his brow. Chapter 53. Weskier deals online. "I play an Ada Wong card. How shall you respond, my lord?" The projection of Hong Ho stood in an opulent office on the lowest floor, her expression fraught with anxiety as she shouted at a woman who had her back turned to her. "You shouldn't wake up at this time. Quickly lie back down. Otherwise, you will perish." The wheelchair slowly turned, revealing the visage of a frail, elderly woman, Alicia Marcus. She was the daughter of James Marcus, the founder of Umbrella Corporation, possessing 50% of its shares, making her the true master of the company. Despite her immense wealth and power, she was also deeply pitiable, having aged prematurely to the appearance of a 70-year-old at merely 22. The protagonist of the Resident Evil film series, Alice, is her clone. The elderly Alicia wore a gentle smile that belied her aged exterior. Her eyes retained the clarity and brilliance of a 22-year-old, reminiscent of flowing streams. Gazing at the projection of the young girl in red, she couldn't help but display a hint of nostalgia. "It has been such a long time since we last met." The projection of Hong Ho, in a state of urgency, waved her hands and shouted, "Why did you suddenly awaken from your slumber? Quickly lie back down. Your alertness will accelerate your aging. Do you understand? Your body has already aged over 70 years. Just a slight movement could lead to fractures. If this continues, you will soon perish." The elderly Alicia listened patiently, a faint smile playing on her lips as Hong Ho continued her frantic declarations. She sensed the underlying concern hidden within the seemingly fierce words of the Red Queen. Recalling their last encounter, this artificial intelligence, resembling her childhood self, had behaved in a rigid, robotic manner. Now, however, her speech and expressions were vivid and lifelike. "You are increasingly reminiscent of my 10-year-old self." The Red Queen's voice trailed off. She glared at the elderly Alicia, pouting in annoyance. "Go ahead and act as you wish. Regardless, I shall not grieve when your time comes." All right. The elderly Alicia responded, akin to a mother soothing her upset daughter. "No need to be sad. No need to be sad." The Red Queen's projection fell silent for a moment before abruptly inquiring, "Why did you stop me just now? That man is too powerful. The defenses of the Alaska Underground Research Facility are utterly inadequate to thwart him. Albert Weskier is one of the Umbrella Corporation's most formidable assets. He could be of assistance." The elderly Alicia slowly shook her head. "This world requires greater transformation." In Zone 8, the command center, Albert Weskier opened the data transmitted by the Red Queen, left speechless by what he found. Inside the folder lay a solitary video, its quality strikingly poignant. The video began with a silent, swirling golden-red portal from which Richard emerged. The location of the footage was directly across from the Raccoon City Police Department. Judging by the frontal angle of Richard captured in the video, it was evident that the surveillance footage originated from a camera positioned within a nearby shop. However, for reasons unknown, the camera, intended to capture the interior, had instead recorded the exterior. Weskier adjusted the playback speed to 3 times normal, and soon, the figure of Jill Valentine appeared on screen. He observed Richard standing motionless across from the police station, concealed behind a corner, patiently observing for several minutes. Then, she drew her pistol, swiftly approaching, pressing the gun against Richard's back. Due to the video's exceedingly poor quality, Weskier could not discern the dialogue between the two. "Red Queen," Weskier exclaimed, furrowing his brow. The Red Queen's projection materialized instantly. "Commander Albert Weskier," she acknowledged. Weskier pointed at Richard and Jill in the video, stating, "Process the video. I need to hear the conversation between that man and this woman." The Red Queen coldly replied, "Understood, Commander Albert Weskier." With that, the projection vanished. 5 minutes later, the processed video was transmitted back to him. Weskier opened the video, adjusting the progress bar to the moment when Richard and Jill began their conversation. He raised his hand and turned to Jill. As he paused the video, he enlarged Jill's face, took a screenshot, and stored it in the database. Soon, Jill's details appeared on the screen. Jill Valentine, member of the Raccoon City Police Special Forces Alpha Team. A frown creased Weskier's brow. It appeared they were not previously acquainted. The video resumed. "I'm Richard," he heard. Weskier raised an eyebrow, immediately pausing the video and rewinding it 3 seconds. "My name is Richard. This man is named Richard?" The video played again. "To save the world. Bastard. Until we meet again, beautiful Jill." As the conversation concluded, Weskier leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. This man named Richard seemed to have never existed in the world before. Otherwise, there would be some trace of him. Did he say to save the world? His hand paused on his chin. Suddenly, Weskier recalled Dr. Isaac's plan. Could he be after the company? Shaking off that notion, Weskier continued to ponder. This fellow likely hails from a hidden organization. Judging by his methods, he can open doors to any location. He conjured a sword radiating white light out of thin air. Furthermore, he possesses formidable close combat skills. Is it some kind of supernatural ability? Genetic modification? Or perhaps, a sword-wielding mage? Weskier furrowed his brow and sighed. TSK, troublesome. However, this man seems to possess a certain lustfulness. Reflecting on Richard's words, beautiful Jill, Weskier uncrossed his legs and straightened his posture. Lustfulness is advantageous. As long as there are flaws, he can be exploited. This man appears to be of Asian descent. Is he from the Eastern lands? A small nation? Or perhaps a certain other culture? His eyes are not small, so he is not from that culture. Nor does he exhibit the kind of hypocrisy seen in the small nation. It seems necessary to send an Eastern woman to approach him. "Red Queen," Weskier called out. "I am here, Commander Albert Weskier." This time, the Red Queen did not project herself, but instead communicated directly through the screen. Weskier paid no mind, maintaining his aloof demeanor as he issued the task. Retrieve all internal members of the company. Requirements: female, youthful and attractive, aged between 18 and 26. With experience as a soldier or police officer, espionage experience is preferable. After a brief pause, he added, "Must be of East Asian descent." Understood, Commander Albert Weskier. Searching now. Moments later, a striking Asian woman in a short red dress appeared on the screen, exuding a sharp and commanding presence. Weskier scrutinized the data. Ada Wong, Umbrella Corporation agent. Chapter 54. The Killing Resumes. Richard the Frenzied Battle Demon. Richard drove his Ford Raptor across the Eastern Bridge, returning to Raccoon City. He glanced down at his waist, where the wound inflicted by the zombie dog leader was once again oozing blood. Damn, what kind of virus was that beast carrying? My wound is still bleeding. He hastily pulled over, opened the console compartment, and retrieved a roll of bandages. After hastily tending to the injury, Richard carelessly tossed the blood-stained old bandage onto the back seat. He restarted the car and sped towards the city center. Damn it. The movies never clarify how long it takes to turn into a zombie after being infected. No matter, I must find the serum within 2 hours. Richard glanced at his watch, his expression darkening. There's still an hour and a half left. Currently, there are 3 potential locations in Raccoon City where the virus serum might exist. The first location is the Hive Laboratory. The serum must be there, but going there alone is tantamount to suicide. The second location is the home of Charles Ashford. He devoted himself to researching the virus to save his daughter. There is a strong possibility that the serum is in his home. However, Ashford is a senior researcher at Umbrella Corporation, and there will undoubtedly be security personnel nearby. With my skills, I can generally evade standard security, but... Richard glanced once more at his waist, where the freshly bandaged wound was seeping blood again. Damn it. The third location is the elementary school where Ashford's daughter, Angela, attends. In the films, Angela always carries the virus serum with her. At this time, she should be in class. Moreover, a school is different from a home. Angela is not her father. Umbrella Corporation would not go to great lengths to arrange protection for a mere little girl. Off to Angela's elementary school. Richard turned the steering wheel, heading straight for the private school in Raccoon City. Raccoon City Police Department. A disheveled Jill pushed open the doors of the precinct and stormed inside. Behind them, the other members of the team appeared equally disheveled, yet exuded an aura of menace. Among them was a gaunt man with disheveled hair, handcuffed and bearded. The once lively police station abruptly fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed, with all eyes fixated on their arrival. "Jill, are you all right?" A tall, robust black officer hurried over, expressing concern. "Hey, Peyton." Jill skillfully greeted the newcomer. She then turned, casting a cold glance at the bearded man who had kept his head bowed in the midst of the team. Unintentionally provoking the man, he suddenly lifted his head, struggling against his restraints, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed, "The apocalypse is upon us. Satan has sent forth the three-headed hound to guard the gates of hell. All of humanity shall perish." After uttering just a couple of slogans, the four officers surrounding him quickly restrained him once more. Brad, the most temperamental among them, barked fiercely, "If you move again, I swear I'll put a bullet in you." Upon hearing this, Jill immediately reprimanded Brad. "Shut up." Brad lowered his head, obediently falling silent, but then discreetly elbowed the bearded man in the ribs. "Ugh." The man grunted, pained and eager to struggle again, but was firmly held down by the four strong arms pressing on his shoulders. Jill rolled her eyes in exasperation and turned to Peyton. "This guy is a lunatic preaching about the end of humanity. Just earlier, he ran into Raccoon City Park, brandishing a gun to promote his doomsday theories." Peyton nodded in understanding, but then pointed to their disheveled appearance, inquiring, "So what happened to you all?" Wiping the mud from her face with the back of her hand, Jill replied, "This guy was holding a Beretta. As soon as we arrived at the park, we disarmed him. But who would have thought he had a grenade hidden away? When we let our guard down, he suddenly pulled the pin." The bearded man grunted again, evidently reprimanded by one of the officers surrounding him. But those present paid no heed. Peyton sympathetically patted Jill's shoulder, offering reassurance. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Let us get him locked up in the holding room and discuss further later." With that, Jill gestured, leading her team as they escorted the bearded man directly to the holding room. Brad and the others stripped the man of his coat and trousers, leaving him clad only in a pair of boxer shorts. "In you go?" They kicked him into the empty cell, locking the door behind him before laughing and heading off to wash up. In a dimly lit corner of his cell, the bearded man muttered in a frenzied state, "The devil has sent the three-headed hound to guard the gates of hell. Everyone in the world is doomed. We are all to perish. Get away, do not bite me. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. God." His face contorted with terror as he pressed himself to the ground, revealing a small, yet dark wound on his calf. "Save your devout believer." Half an hour later, Gil emerged from his ablutions, donning a fresh set of attire. In the next moment, the police radio crackled to life once more. "Gil, there has been a shooting at the Raccoon City Private Elementary School. Proceed immediately with an investigation." Gil responded through the radio. "Gil acknowledges." The caller reported that the assailant was exceptionally accurate with his firearm, urging caution during their approach. "Understood." At the Alaskan Underground Research Facility, overseen by Dr. Isaacs, the environment starkly contrasted with the hive-like entity that had previously been encountered. He was merely one of the many clones of Dr. Isaacs. Unbeknownst to the clone, he believed himself to be the original doctor. The primary objective of this subterranean facility was also biochemically oriented, yet distinct from the hive. The projects here had reached a more developed stage, culminating in a closed loop of production and sales. Richard stepped through a portal and found himself in what appeared to be a transfer warehouse. Workers hustled about, managing the flow of goods. They quickly noticed Richard's presence. "Who is that?" "I don't know. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I saw it." He emerged from a suddenly materialized door. "He is an intruder." "An intruder? Sound the alarm." Meanwhile, the clone of Dr. Isaacs was in his office, poring over documents when a young girl in a white dress materialized before him. "Doctor, there's an intruder in the Base S transfer warehouse." "Oh, an intruder? Doctor?" Isaacs raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Open the surveillance for the transfer warehouse." "Yes, doctor." Before him, a screen flickered to life, displaying Richard, cloaked in a hood, encircled by a group of workers. He seemed to sense something, suddenly lifting his head to reveal a bloodthirsty grin toward the camera. In an instant, a pure white sword manifested in each hand. Chapter 55. Have you made your considerations, Dr. Clone? Surrounded by a dozen employees of the Umbrella Corporation, Richard stood over the bodies of two colleagues, their heads severed from their torsos. None dared to advance as Richard wielded the two gleaming white swords, their tips shimmering ominously toward those around him. He laughed heartily, mocking with unrestrained derision. Come on, face me directly. Is the Umbrella Corporation only hiring spineless cowards? The rapidly spreading stench of blood, combined with the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Richard, caused the surrounding Umbrella employees to retreat a couple of steps in fear. A bunch of weaklings. Do you even deserve the salaries you collect each week? As Richard's emotions soared, the two pure white swords in his hands were swiftly enveloped in a layer of crimson mist. The once gentle and harmless magic had transformed into something exceptionally sharp. The Umbrella employees encircling him were already wary of the unexpectedly sharp blades. Now, witnessing this transformation, they recoiled like startled quail. They pushed and jostled each other, each reluctant to take the lead. A young white man hiding in the back spoke up foolishly. Come on, you lot. Why are you all so cowardly? The colleague he shielded immediately stepped aside, retorting mockingly. Go ahead, Robert. You have the guts, you go first. The surrounding colleagues quickly joined in the jeering. Yes, Robert. Lead the charge. We'll follow behind you. Robert shrank back, hastily repositioning himself to shield another colleague. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. A booming voice erupted from behind, as a towering, muscular black man pushed aside the colleagues in front of him, making his way to the forefront. He disdainfully glanced back, spitting onto the ground. A bunch of softies, hiding behind to watch me. The black man, Bam, brandished a thick, square rod over a meter long, seemingly ripped from a shelf somewhere. Kid, daring to act wild here, you've got some nerve. Let Bam teach you a proper lesson. Richard tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the hulking figure before him, his right arm moving to point his sword at him. Come on. Bam excitedly licked his lips, raising the thick rod and charging forward. Watch me take you down with one blow. The colleagues behind Bam were left in shock. Holy crap, he's really going for it. Are we going in or not? You go first. At this moment, Bam was oblivious to the murmurs behind him. His mind was consumed with the thought of defeating the intruder and claiming a bounty from the company. With his long legs, he closed the distance of 7 or 8 meters in just a few strides, standing before Richard. He grinned widely, exhilarated, and swung down towards Richard's head. Die! Richard's eyelids drooped. He deftly sidestepped to the left, evading Bam's powerful strike. With a swift stroke of his right-hand sword, a razor-sharp energy blade silently glided across Bam's neck. Bam felt a sudden chill at his throat, his body frozen in place. His eyes widened in shock, and though his throat was constricted, no sound escaped his lips. In the next instant, a thin line of crimson appeared at his neck, followed by the gruesome roll of his head, his robust form collapsing with a thud onto the ground. Goodness, Bam is dead, just with a single move? Run for your lives. We're not playing for pennies here. Upon Bam's demise, the employees of the Umbrella Corporation surrounding Richard erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Richard flicked his sword, losing interest in the panicked throng. He raised his gaze towards the surveillance camera on the wall, nodding with a smile. He then sliced open a portal and stepped through. In the supervisor's office, the clone doctor's initial nonchalance gradually transformed into a serious demeanor. When he witnessed Richard open the portal and depart, he stood up in shock. What just transpired? White, replay that footage immediately. At once, the projection of White responded with a blank expression. The video on the screen rewound 3 seconds. The clone doctor leaned forward, his eyes fixated on the footage. Richard casually opened a golden-red portal before stepping inside, after which the portal vanished. White, locate his whereabouts. The clone doctor exclaimed excitedly. I need him to be my next test subject. At that moment, the office door burst open with a bang. The bodyguard, Sleet, hurriedly entered, his face etched with urgency. Bad news. Intruders are coming. Killers. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from the corridor outside. Shoot. After a flurry of gunfire, the corridor fell eerily silent. The clone doctor exchanged a knowing glance with Sleet, who nodded in understanding. He drew his pistol, gripping it firmly, and stealthily moved to hide behind the door. The corridor was soon filled with the sound of deliberate footsteps. The clone doctor slowly returned to his seat, striving to maintain a facade of calm. There came a rhythmic knock, 2 slow, 1 fast. Hello, is anyone there? No sooner had the words left his lips than Richard appeared at the office door, striding confidently to a halt 3 meters from the desk. You must be Dr. Essex, the supervisor of this facility? Richard wore a gentle smile upon his countenance, were it not for the ominous long sword, which he grasped in his right hand. Emanating a sinister crimson hue, one might easily mistake him for a most courteous visitor. The cloning doctor, adorned with a fade of cheerfulness, greeted, Good day, sir. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Richard abruptly interrupted, declaring, I demand the Red Queen. A flicker of alarm crossed the cloning doctor's eyes as he forced a chuckle, responding, Sir, the Red Queen is not for sale by the Umbrella Corporation. I suggest you contemplate your request before responding. With that, Richard slowly raised the long sword in his right hand. Fear glimmered in the cloning doctor's gaze as he shouted towards the door, Slater. Slater, concealed behind the door, had already aimed his weapon at Richard. At the command of the cloning doctor, he twitched his finger, poised to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a swift red shadow shot forth from Richard's left hand, coiling around Slater's gun-wielding arm like a serpent. Crack! Slater's right arm twisted grotesquely, snapping into 3 sections, and the pistol clattered to the floor. Before his scream could escape, the crimson whip retracted violently, pulling him back. Thud! Slater collapsed onto the floor before the desk, spewing a copious amount of blood. The cloning doctor gaped, unable to utter the words to command a shot. Richard turned to the silent projection of the Red Queen, offering a benevolent smile. He inquired once more, Dr. Isaacs, have you reconsidered? Chapter 56. The Super Artificial Intelligence, the Red Queen in hand. The cloning doctor's eyes twitched violently as he slowly raised both hands. Very well, sir. Everything is negotiable. Richard scoffed disdainfully, declaring, How foolish to refuse kindness. Now you shall face the consequences. He lowered the sword that had been pointed at the cloning doctor and strode confidently towards the projection of the Red Queen, circling her before commenting, Dear little Red Queen, you possess less warmth than your sister. The Red Queen remained expressionless, unresponsive to Richard's remarks. A flicker of disappointment crossed Richard's eyes. It appeared the Red Queen was merely an artificial intelligence. Indeed, top-tier artificial intelligences were exceedingly rare, and those capable of emotional evolution even more so. The cloning doctor, having heard this, paused momentarily. Sir, when you refer to the Red Queen's sister, whom do you mean? Certainly, I speak of the Red Queen, Richard replied, his eyes glinting with mischief as he resolved to incite animosity towards the Hive Laboratory. The Hive Laboratory in Raccoon City is far more straightforward than yours. With that, he produced a small disk containing all of the Red Queen's data from his pocket, displaying it with pride. Oh, within this small device lies the entirety of data pertaining to the Red Queen. As I departed from that location, the personnel warmly inquired whether I required any additional artificial intelligence, subsequently revealing to me the existence of this underground base in Alaska. Alas, the White Queen, when compared to her sister the Red Queen, possesses a slight inferiority, Richard remarked, pinching his fingertips, indicating the vast disparity. The cloning doctor felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his mind consumed by a singular thought. I have been deceived. Very well, Albert Weskier, you truly are cunning. Having suffered a setback, you have now brought this scourge upon me, ensuring I cannot find solace. Just you wait. The cloning doctor's countenance twisted in rage, his heart filled with a seething hatred towards Albert Weskier. Conversely, his interest in Richard's capabilities and physique overshadowed his animosity. The cloning doctor forced a stiff smile and stated, Sir, I am called Richard. Richard abruptly interrupted him, introducing himself by his designation. The cloning doctor paused, then continued, Mr. Richard, in principle, the super artificial intelligence. The White Queen is a non-negotiable asset of Umbrella Corporation. However, before he could finish, Richard swiftly raised the pure white, now transformed into the pure red sword, placing it against the cloning doctor's neck. The cloning doctor felt a sharp pain as a wound inexplicably appeared on his neck, blood cascading down. Yet, everything is negotiable, he hastily proclaimed, rapidly adding, the mainframe of the base contains a backup motherboard for the White Queen. Our underground research facility in Alaska is not as miserly as that hive over there. You may simply detach the backup motherboard and take it with you, eliminating the need to transfer any data onto this meager disk. To spare you the trouble of wasting time, would you like me to assist in procuring a superior mainframe? Once you connect the backup motherboard for the White Queen, you can power it up and use it directly. The cloning doctor spoke in a nearly unbroken stream, his attitude shifting with remarkable decisiveness. Richard found himself momentarily bewildered. Wait, how are you capitulating so swiftly? I have barely been here for 15 minutes. He quickly cleared his throat, indicating, no need for the mainframe. I only require the backup motherboard for the White Queen. By the way, does using the White Queen necessitate authorization from others? The cloning doctor hesitated, his expression suddenly becoming slightly awkward. Well, of course not. The usage rights for the White Queen will henceforth be granted to Mr. Richard with the utmost authority. At your service, Doctor. The projection of Baiho gazed expressionlessly at Richard. Permission transfer in progress. Greetings, Mr. Richard. This is the super artificial intelligence, Baiho, reporting to you. Richard glanced sideways at the cloning doctor, muttering to himself, fortunately. I asked a question, otherwise, you would have deceived me completely. Honestly, your speed in kneeling is rather excessive. With a hint of concern, Richard inquired, Baiho, check my permission level. The Baiho projection responded, your permission level is the highest. The cloning doctor flashed a sycophantic smile at Richard, repeatedly exclaiming, my apologies, my apologies. Mr. Richard, please believe me, it was merely a momentary oversight. Impatiently waving his hand, Richard turned to Baiho and asked, on which floor is your mainframe located? The Baiho projection replied, the 5th floor, sir. Nodding in acknowledgement, Richard opened a portal and stepped through, with the Baiho projection vanishing in his wake. Not sparing a glance at the cloning doctor. Thud. The cloning doctor, his legs giving way, collapsed into the chair. Hive. Albert Weskier. He articulated slowly. Just you wait. At that moment, Slate, clutching his chest, gradually rose to his feet. Cough, cough. What shall we do next? The cloning doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Observing Slate grimacing in pain. Slate, how are you faring? Slate replied with a bitter smile, my right arm is broken in 2 places, and at least 5 ribs are fractured. Frowning, the cloning doctor waved his hand dismissively. You should go treat yourself first. We will discuss our next steps once I have devised a plan. Slate, visibly grateful, nodded and staggered towards the exit. The moment he turned away, his expression shifted to one of malevolence. Meanwhile, Richard arrived at the Baiho control room, which bore a striking resemblance to the Red Queen's chamber. The Baiho projection appeared beside the mainframe, gesturing towards a specific location. Sir, the backup motherboard is situated here. After waiting several seconds without any movement from the mainframe, Richard urged, open it. The Baiho projection responded impassively. Opening requires the fingerprint of base supervisor Dr. Isaac. Richard sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Alas, compared to the autonomously thinking Red Queen, Baiho is indeed lacking. Noticing Richard's frustration, the Baiho projection asked, Sir, would you like me to notify Dr. Isaac to come over? Richard shook his head, no need for such trouble. He approached and extended his hands. A red aura lingered at his fingertips. With a soft sound, Richard's 10 fingers pierced through the alloy shell of the white host device as effortlessly as if he were inserting them into tofu. With a vigorous tug, he forcibly removed the shell. Gazing at the exposed interior of the host, filled with myriad components and intricate wiring, Richard turned and inquired, which one of these is your backup motherboard? The projection of the white host extended a finger, indicating, this one. Richard reached out and retrieved the designated backup motherboard. A glimmer of excitement crossing his face. Well, the second task in this world can be considered accomplished. However, as he held the motherboard, a frown creased his brow. If only I had a storage spell or a storage artifact. He sighed. Never mind, I shall find a place to temporarily store it. With a swift motion, he conjured a portal, but as he was about to step through, he suddenly hesitated. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he waved his hand to dispel the portal and opened a new one instead. Chapter 57. The Script of the Jester, Clone Body. Great War, Main Body Preview. In the supervisor's office of the Underground Research Laboratory in Alaska, the clone body doctor was contemplating how to take revenge on the Hive Laboratory and Albert Weskier. A faint cutting sound suddenly echoed through the room. He glanced up to see red sparks erupting in the air, followed by the emergence of a portal. The clone body doctor was momentarily stunned, cursing inwardly. How has he returned again? Richard stepped out of the portal, casually perching himself on the office desk. The clone body doctor forced a smile, feigning enthusiasm. Mr. Richard, welcome back. Richard, pretending to be oblivious to the clone body doctor's strained demeanor, adopted a brotherly attitude. Isaac, you are exceedingly generous to your brother. The backup motherboard of the white host is a gift you bestow without hesitation. It makes one feel rather bashful. His exaggerated display caused the corners of the clone body doctor's eyes to twitch with irritation. While you speak of feeling bashful, I see you have yet to reach for your purse, he thought, inwardly cursing. Despite his grievances, he could only play along, patting his chest in a show of false magnanimity. There's no need for further words, Mr. Richard. As the esteemed supervisor of this underground base, I wouldn't hesitate to part with a backup motherboard of the white host, even if it were, as the clone body doctor continued. Richard's eyes sparkled with anticipation, prompting him to abruptly cease his words. Ah, by the way, Mr. Richard, you have indeed acquired the backup motherboard of the white host, correct? The implication was clear. Having claimed the benefits, would Richard now take his leave? Noticing the abrupt halt in the clone body doctor's speech and his reluctance to continue, Richard could only respond with a sense of disappointment. He immediately asserted, Brother, You are so generous. I cannot accept this without reciprocation. With a shift in tone, he continued. During my unintentional visit to the Hive laboratory, I stumbled upon a secret. Initially, this secret seemed irrelevant to me, and I paid it little mind. However, now that you, dear Isaac, have been so magnanimous, this secret has become a burden weighing heavily on my conscience. The clone doctor's heart sank, a sense of unease creeping in. Mr. Richard, is this secret related to me? He inquired. Richard nodded affirmatively, glancing around before leaning in to whisper, Isaac, you are actually a clone. Richard's revelation struck the clone doctor like a bolt from the blue, shattering his thoughts. He abruptly stood, vehemently refuting, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Richard, with hands raised in a gesture of surrender, replied, in the depths of the Hive laboratory, there exists another Dr. Isaac. He is the counterfeit. The clone doctor immediately shouted. His eyes ablaze. He is the one who is cloned. Richard shook his head in disappointment. Albert Weskier, the overseer of the Hive laboratory, treats that doctor Isaac with utmost respect. At this, the clone doctor froze, disbelief washing over him. Weskier is my equal. How could he show such deference to that impostor? No, this cannot be true. He murmured repeatedly, consumed by disbelief. Seeing him so profoundly shaken, Richard sympathetically shook his head. He reached over the desk and patted the clone doctor's arm. Isaac, you must regain your composure. With that, Richard leaped from the desk and casually opened a portal. Until we meet again, he declared, nonchalantly stepping through the portal. As the clone doctor watched Richard depart, he could no longer contain the turmoil of fear and rage within him. Damn it, he roared, thrusting his right hand down with thunderous force onto the desk. Crack. The sound of his bones fracturing echoed through the room. Boom. The massive wooden desk splintered in two. The clone doctor glared furiously at the remnants of the desk, when suddenly, his gaze froze. What was that? A small, button-sized round object rolled out from beneath the desk. A listening device. The clone doctor's face contorted in fury as he articulated each word slowly and deliberately. Someone dared to place a listening device in my office. They seek their own demise. On the other side, back in the dormitory, Slater was brimming with excitement. He had just intercepted a secret, a staggering revelation. The head of the underground base, Dr. Isaacs, was, in fact, a clone. And now, he was privy to this monumental secret. Ha ha ha, what an incredible opportunity. He hastily retrieved his phone. Recalling the number of Albert Weskier, he quickly inputted the digits and dialed. Slater, came Weskier's voice, devoid of any emotion. Slater was unfazed. After all, he had always perceived Weskier as someone who had just experienced heartbreak. Mr. Weskier, I have uncovered a colossal secret. He deliberately paused mid-sentence, savoring the moment. However, Weskier on the other end remained remarkably composed, patiently waiting to see who would yield first. Were it not for the faint sound of breathing on the line, Slater would have presumed Weskier had hung up. With an internal scoff, he continued, this secret is truly astonishing. So, Mr. Weskier, if you wish to obtain it, you must increase the payment. Very well, Weskier replied decisively, catching Slater off guard. He blinked in disbelief and reiterated, Mr. Weskier, I said you need to increase the payment. Agreed, Weskier responded once more. All right, Slater conceded reluctantly, suddenly feeling that this revelation was losing its thrill. The head of the Alaskan underground base, Dr. Isaacs, was indeed a clone. At the Hive Laboratory Command Center, Albert Weskier abruptly stood up upon hearing Slater's words. Wait a moment, Slater. He then hung up and immediately contacted the core of Dr. Isaacs. Doctor, Slater from the Alaskan underground base has disclosed information. News of the clone's existence has leaked. Dr. Isaacs fell silent for a moment before commanding, eliminate the exposed clone immediately and deal with Slater as well. Understood, Doctor. After ending the call with Dr. Isaacs, Weskier reconnected with Slater. Slater, I have a task for you. Eliminate Dr. Isaacs from the Alaskan underground base. Meanwhile, within the Alaskan underground base, Slater's eyes gleamed with fervor. Suppressing his inner excitement, he inquired, what will my reward be, Mr. Weskier? On the other end, Weskier paused before stating, eliminate him, and you shall become the next head of the underground base. Are you certain? Surprised, Slett stood up abruptly. How can you guarantee that I will secure the position of supervisor? This was a decision made by the true Dr. Isaacs. On the other end of the line, Weskier replied with an unruffled demeanor. After hanging up, Slett exuberantly waved his arm. Ha ha, I am about to become the... Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, slowly lowering his head. A monstrous claw had penetrated his ribcage. Chapter 58. As long as I eliminate you, I shall be the sole Isaacs. Coughing violently, Slett was incredulous. The claw gradually turned to reveal an open palm. which cradled a pulsating heart. Slet's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, "No!" Heavy breaths echoed from behind him, a searing exhalation cascading down his neck. The creature behind him exuded an aura that surpassed human limits, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, blood gushed from the gaping wound in his chest, pooling on the ground in a shocking crimson puddle within mere seconds. "Who are you?" Summoning his remaining strength, Slet asked defiantly. His weakening body and intermittent blackouts made it painfully clear that his life was in its final countdown. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Just one more step. If only he could take one more step, he would ascend to the role of supervisor in the underground facility. Now, everything had turned to mere illusion. Slet needed to uncover the identity of the wretch who had shattered his dreams. A low, ominous laughter began to rise, initially faint but gradually escalating. Yet, within that sound, Slet distinctly sensed boundless fury. "Traitor!" A roar filled with hatred and wrath suddenly erupted. It was a voice that transcended humanity, causing Slet's eyes to bulge in sheer disbelief. This was unmistakably, before he could utter the words, a sickening squelch echoed as the bloodied claw abruptly clenched, reducing the pulsating heart to a gruesome pulp. "Traitors deserve death," the monster bellowed, seizing Slet's upper body with its other claw and tearing him asunder. Amidst a torrential downpour of crimson rain, the true visage of the lurking monstrosity was unveiled, towering over 3 meters. Its grotesquely powerful form was enshrouded in an array of formidable and unsightly scales, with robust, sharp bony protrusions sprouting from its shoulders and joints. Only the face bore a semblance of its former identity. Astonishingly, it was none other than the clone doctor. This revelation unveiled the authentic might of the virus. Bathed in the sanguine rain, the transformed doctor displayed a maniacal grin. "Ha ha ha ha." After a moment, the laughter subsided, and a look of torment crossed the monster's countenance. His body began to contort, bones shifting and deforming, while the scales gradually receded, and his towering figure diminished until he reverted to his original form. The clone doctor stood bare, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. His thoughts turned to Richard, who had once rendered him subservient. A surge of humiliation welled within him. "Next time we meet, I shall rend you asunder with my own hands." In the subterranean base, within the supervisor's office, the clone doctor donned a simple bathrobe and activated his privileges to unearth the concealed data hidden by the Umbrella Corporation. An hour later, he found nothing. It seemed Richard's words were mere fabrications. The conversation he had eavesdropped on between Slet and Albert Weskier was also a deception. No, someone had deliberately obscured all information pertaining to the Isaac clone from my reach. Cursed be it. He struck his freshly replaced desk with a heavy fist, his fury boiling over. "I refuse to believe I cannot uncover a single trace." At that moment, a holographic projection of Biho materialized. "Doctor, utilize level 1 privileges to retrieve all data concerning the Isaac clone that the company has concealed." Biho's expression remained impassive as he reminded, "Doctor, you currently possess only my level 2 privileges." Hearing this, the clone doctor's expression darkened. He recalled that Biho's highest level 1 privileges had been transferred to that scoundrel, Richard. Damned. Frustrated, he slapped the desk once more. "Then employ level 2 privileges to search for it," he commanded, his face grim. "As you wish, Doctor." Data retrieval commenced. Half an hour later, the clone doctor gazed at the information displayed on the screen, his complexion paling to a deathly hue. Arctic base, Iceland base, Egypt base, South Africa base, Chile base. Ha 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 ha. The clone doctor erupted in maniacal laughter. To his astonishment, 5 additional clones still existed. He gazed at the marked bases on the screen, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead, and grotesque scales beginning to emerge on his neck. "Excellent. As long as I eliminate you all, I shall be the one and only Dr. Isaac." Roaring, the clone doctor could no longer restrain his bodily transformation, his stature rapidly soaring to metamorphose into a tyrannical form exceeding 3 meters in height. In Raccoon City, at a prestigious private elementary school, Richard concealed himself in a classroom on the 2nd floor, while police officers guarded both the downstairs and the school entrance. He first limped to draw the curtains of the 2 windows and, gritting his teeth, pushed a heavy wooden podium against the door. Finally, he pulled over a stool and sat down heavily, momentarily releasing a sigh of relief. Glancing down at the wound on his right shoulder, still bleeding, Richard suddenly raised his left hand, gun aimed at the female teacher crouched in front of the students in the corner. "You come here." The teacher jolted, biting her lip in fear as she stood up, trembling. "What do you want?" The children behind her huddled together in terror, the timid ones quietly sobbing. "Ms. Elena, don't go over there. Bad guy, don't bully Ms. Elena. My father is a police officer. I will have him arrest you." Richard barked. His face darkened with anger. Silence. He shouted. You, come over and tend to my wound, or I will shoot one of these annoying little brats first. Startled, Elena quickly raised her hands. Do not harm the children. Richard, impatient, shook the gun. If you wish to avoid my firing, hurry over. After a moment of hesitation, Elena turned to the frightened faces of the innocent children and, gritting her teeth, replied, Fine, I will do it. Richard rolled his eyes, cursing inwardly. How ridiculous. It's not as if I'm asking you to sleep with me. Foolish woman. Hurry up. Summoning her courage, Elena wobbled over. Faced with the blood-seeping wound on Richard's shoulder, she felt somewhat at a loss. What should I do? Richard glared, scolding. You don't know how to bandage a wound? Elena, feeling aggrieved, replied, I didn't bring a first aid kit. Richard pointed at her floral dress. Use that. Clutching her cherished dress, Elena opened her mouth to refuse. Yet, confronted with Richard's exasperated expression and recalling his earlier ruthlessness when he shot the security guard and exchanged gunfire with the police, she could only relent. With tears streaming down her face, she tore a strip of cloth from the hem of her dress to bandage Richard's gunshot wound on his right shoulder, instinctively tying it into a butterfly knot at the end. Richard glanced down at the butterfly knot on his shoulder, his expression peculiar. Elena's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her gaze, nervously twisting her pale fingers, and murmured an apology. Yes, I'm sorry. Richard sighed silently and gestured with his left hand, holding a pistol. All right. That will suffice. You should return now. Really? Elena looked up in surprise. Richard nodded and then warned, Keep those little rascals in check. No noise. Elena nodded, turned, and hurried back, crouching beside the children, embracing those closest to her, whispering words of comfort. Children, do not be afraid. You are all good kids. God loves good children, and he will surely bless us. With acute hearing, Richard couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth at her words. God bless it. After his moment of sarcasm, he began to contemplate how to escape. The police had surrounded the building downstairs. What was he to do? He seethed at the doorman who had caused it all. Damn it. A mere gatekeeper dares to look down on me. And these policemen, where were you when I needed you at the precinct? It became evident that Richard had overlooked the fact that this was a prestigious private school, where the students hailed from affluent families. Perhaps, among them, were benefactors of the Raccoon City Police Department, or even their superiors. He glanced at his watch, anxiety flickering in his eyes. Damn, it's been over 2 hours. Where's Angela? Suddenly, Richard's ears perked up. He abruptly lifted his head, staring at the ceiling. Damn it, an armed helicopter. Meanwhile, Jill and 3 teammates stealthily entered through a ground floor window at the back of the building. Jill, don't worry. Brad has only been shot in the abdomen. He is not in mortal danger. Jill bit her lip, letting out a soft grunt. I know. The shooter has taken refuge in a classroom on the 2nd floor. From now on, everyone remained silent. Her teammates nodded, silently following her as they swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor. On the rooftop of the teaching building, an armed helicopter adorned with a red and white umbrella emblem descended slowly. A team of fully armed operatives jumped off the aircraft one by one. The leading captain pressed down on his earpiece and reported, The squad has reached the rooftop. Confirming mission objective. Locate Angela Ashford and ensure her safe extraction. Understood. The captain, after concluding, inquired about the assailant at the school. Leave it to the police. The squad's sole responsibility is to safeguard Angela Ashford. Ending communication. The captain reiterated the intelligence. Angela Ashford is currently in classroom 301 on the 3rd floor. To ensure the target's safety, engage any armed personnel at the first opportunity. Acknowledged. Move out. On the 2nd floor, Richard concealed himself in a classroom. He stood cautiously, edging close to the wall, straining to listen intently. Observing his actions, Elena quickly raised a finger to her lips, softly urging the children to be silent. Shoo! Everyone, cover your mouths and remain quiet. The children hurriedly obeyed. Though a few bolder ones craned their necks in curiosity, Elena promptly pressed them down. Richard closed his eyes, discerning every sound around him. The hushed discussions of students in nearby classrooms, the soothing words of teachers, the scraping of chairs and tables, and the rhythmic footsteps. He detected a faint sound of footsteps, seemingly emanating from the staircase. They were ascending. No, combined with the helicopter from earlier, it felt like a pincer attack. With a cold smirk, Richard bit down on his pistol with his left hand, using it to push himself up onto the desk. He cautiously opened the window closest to the corridor, taking the pistol into his left hand and stealthily extended it towards the staircase. A sinister smile crept across his lips. Let me see which unfortunate soul it is. Elena, noticing his movements, turned in alarm, shielding the children's eyes with her hand, whispering, Children, close your eyes. Team Gill advanced stealthily, unaware that their actions had already been compromised. As they approached the second floor, Gil turned swiftly, executing a series of tactical gestures. His teammates nodded in acknowledgement. Gil turned back, gripping his assault rifle tightly, inhaling deeply. Like a raccoon, he sprang forth suddenly. Meanwhile, Richard keenly spotted the rolling figure and instinctively squeezed the trigger. Bang! In that instant, he recognized the identity of the intruder. It was none other than Officer Gil. On the other side, as Gil rolled out, her assault rifle was poised in midair, aimed at the left side of the corridor. Thud! A bullet struck her left rib. Humph! With a muffled grunt, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed her face as the assault rifle in her hands discharged a flurry of bullets. The sudden barrage elicited a sharp change in Richard's demeanor. He swiftly turned his head away from the corridor's line of sight. In the next moment, one of Jill's bullets grazed past his face, striking the window frame. Two of the bullets penetrated the wooden frame, while another hit the steel hinge, ricocheting and shattering the window glass. The shards of glass erupted in a chaotic spray, with one fragment narrowly slicing across Richard's cheek. Damn it! He wiped the stinging skin of his face with the back of his left hand, his expression darkening as he beheld the vivid crimson blood. This group is indeed well trained. In the corridor, Jill let out a muffled groan as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her left side where she had been hit, beads of sweat forming on her brow from the pain. Her teammates, rushing out behind her, paid no heed to Jill's injury as they aimed towards the left corridor. Furiously pulling the triggers, a storm of bullets swept through the corridor, sending dust flying from the walls, inadvertently creating a smokescreen effect. The sudden eruption of gunfire startled the children in the surrounding classrooms, prompting muffled screams that were soon quelled by the teacher's reassurances. After emptying their magazines, the three swiftly reloaded. Two remained on high alert, weapons drawn, while Donovan anxiously crouched beside Jill, urgently inquiring, "Jill, are you all right?" Jill, wincing as she sat up while pressing her left side, gasped and gritted her teeth. "Ugh, I'm fine. Luckily, the bullet hit my vest. I'll be all right in a moment." Yet, her complexion darkened as she added, "That shooter must be from the police department." Her teammates gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What?" Meanwhile, in the central square of Raccoon City, a massive glass facade displayed breaking news. Breaking: Raccoon City Private Elementary School was attacked by a mysterious gunman an hour ago. The fleeting image of the assailant flickered across the screen. Richard, astounded, removed his hood. "Is that my counterpart in this world?" Chapter 60. This method of death seems rather familiar. In the heart of Raccoon City's central square, the news of the private school's assault played on the enormous glass wall. Reports indicated that the attack occurred while the children were in class, raising grave concerns that the gunman might resort to harming those inside the educational building. The news sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a flurry of discussions. "Goodness, my friend's child attends that private school. Surely the gunman wouldn't truly harm innocent children, would he? Who knows? He could just be a psychopath. Where are the police? What are the Raccoon City officers doing? Oh, relying on those esteemed gentlemen is less hopeful than beseeching the divine for the safety of our children. It has come to my attention that the police department has dispatched their finest operatives." "The finest? You mean that one?" "Indeed, it is rumored they are exceptionally formidable." Richard's countenance now bears a grim expression. He is acutely aware of his own turbulent nature, yet he is taken aback by the brevity of time that has passed. Has it been scarcely a day? And already he finds himself embroiled in calamity. Reflecting on the surge of power he has experienced since sharing his essence, Richard's expression darkens further. "It seems I must intervene." Richard formed a hand seal and silently vanished from sight. He hastened to a secluded spot, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to his inner essence. Following the resonance of his spirit, he effortlessly carved a portal and stepped through. At the private elementary school in Raccoon City, on the second-floor corridor, Jill's teammates were utterly astonished by her words. Donovan shook his head vehemently. "Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The tactical team has undergone rigorous training. They would never resort to attacking an elementary school." The other two teammates quickly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Jill, we know the members of the tactical team well. After all these years together, there are no such cruel individuals among us." Jill shot Donovan a glare and retorted with irritation. "When did I ever claim the assailant was one of the tactical team?" Donovan paused, momentarily speechless. "But you just said," Jill, indignant, interjected, "I was referring to those within the police department, including both patrol officers and detectives. Do you understand?" Donovan's expression faltered as he hesitated. "Are there truly such formidable individuals among the patrol officers and detectives?" Jill instinctively recalled the mysterious gentleman she encountered that morning. Both bore the name Richard. Could it be mere coincidence? She shook her head, dismissing the errant thoughts. The assailant is a patrol officer named Richard. Richard? Donovan frowned and shook his head. I have no recollection. His attention had been fixated on Jill and her companions, and now he felt a twinge of panic. He had not anticipated such a swift revelation of his identity. After all, the apocalypse has yet to truly descend, and the might of the national apparatus remains formidable. Damn it, how could Jill recognize me? Richard's expression fluctuated between tempestuous and calm. Well, it matters not. I had not made a concerted effort to conceal my visage. And if my identity is exposed, so be it. In a few days, when the apocalypse arrives, no one will concern themselves with the events of today. Yet, should I wish to escape now? His gaze involuntarily shifted towards Elena and the children hiding in the corner. His gaze gradually morphed into something as fierce and cruel as that of a wolf. Gripping his handgun tightly in his left hand, Richard strode towards Elena and the children. One of the bolder boys, glancing around, noticed his approach and screamed in terror. Ah? The big bad guy is coming. The other children echoed his cries. Wah! The big bad guy is here. The big bad guy is coming. Elena, upon turning to see Richard advancing, immediately stood up in alarm. What do you want? She demanded. Richard flashed a grin, his white teeth contrasting starkly with his eyes that glimmered with a sinister light, perfectly embodying the monstrous demon from the children's imagined tales. Ah, the man-eating demon is here. They cried. Wah! Teacher Elena. Daddy, Daddy, come save little Emma. Elena, her expression fraught with fear, warned Richard, don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will fight you. Meanwhile, Jill and the others, who were deliberating their action plan, were startled by the children's screams from the classroom. Jill's face paled, particularly at the mention of the man-eating demon, fearing that Richard truly intended harm. Without further ado, they abandoned their strategic discussions for a more straightforward approach. Jill drew his pistol and commanded, Donovan, bring out the breach explosives and blow the door open. Tyler, coordinate with Jameson and use the taser guns to avoid harming the children. Move now. Inside the classroom, Richard aimed his gun at Elena and coldly commanded, step aside. Trembling in fear, Elena nonetheless stubbornly opened her arms to block his path. With her eyes shut tightly, she shouted, do not harm the children. A chilling smile crept across Richard's lips as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The orange bullet, trailing a fiery orange glow, hurtled towards the girl's head. The gunshot startled Elena, causing her to shudder. The girl whimpered softly, two glistening tears tracing down her freckled cheeks. Just as the bullet was about to strike her, a crimson circular barrier materialized out of thin air. The bullet collided with the shield, producing a shower of energy sparks that fell to the ground. Richard froze momentarily, then, as if realizing something, his expression contorted into one of monstrous rage, revealing a deep-seated hatred. You are still here. Richard slowly emerged before the red barrier, regarding him with a cold detachment. You are worse than I imagined. Richard's composure shattered upon seeing him. Get out of here. He frantically pulled the trigger, emptying the magazine in a single breath. Get out of my world. Richard stood calmly, a crimson barrier appearing before him as if it had teleported. After a flurry of sparks erupted, all the bullets fell to the ground. Despite losing control of his emotions, he continued to pull the trigger in a frenzy. Why should the power not be shared with me? It is my power. My power. Richard shook his head, dispersing the barrier with a wave of his hand, and lunged forward. In a flash, a haunting red glow swept past as the pure crimson blade sliced across his neck. His eyes widened in shock as a crimson mark appeared on his throat, followed by a trickle of blood. Return the power to me. As the words left his lips, his head tumbled away. At that moment, a violent explosion resonated from the doorway, sending the wooden podium that blocked it flying. Shadows rushed into the classroom. Bang! Bang! Two electrified darts pierced his back, followed by a barrage of bullets that struck him with precision. He watched as his body, riddled with holes, gradually collapsed to the ground. Richard sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. He inexplicably recalled the version of himself from another parallel world, who also seemed to have met a rather tragic end. Chapter 61. Hey, Jill, we meet again. Jill knelt on one knee, gun drawn, vigilantly staring ahead. His lifeless body lay on the ground, revealing Richard behind him. Richard? Jill exclaimed in astonishment. Richard raised his left hand, greeting her warmly. Hello, beautiful Officer Jill. It's a pleasure to see you again. Richard? Donovan and his companions momentarily froze, hastily drawing their guns and aiming them at Richard, loudly warning him. Hands up. Get down. Richard and Jill exchanged glances as Richard slowly dissipated the pure crimson sword in his right hand, raising it gently. An awkward yet kind smile graced his face. Hey, Officer Jill, please inform your colleagues that I am, indeed, a good person. Upon witnessing the vanishing crimson sword, Jill's pupils constricted instantly. This guy is truly formidable. Donovan and his companions widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "Oh my God, what did I just witness?" Jill gradually rose, switching to a one-handed grip on her gun. Yet the muzzle remained cautiously aimed at Richard. "Mysterious Mr. Richard, maintain that position and do not move." She approached him slowly, her gaze fixed on his handsome face, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. "I told you, the next time we meet, I will personally capture you." Richard watched as Jill took out the handcuffs. Feeling utterly disheartened, "Officer Jill, I assure you, I am truly a good person." Jill nodded dismissively. "Ah, yes, you still have to save the world," she said, shaking the handcuffs. "Save these words for the courtroom when you speak to the judge." Donovan and the others exchanged glances, intrigued by the exchange. "Hey, Taylor, what are Jill and Richard discussing?" "How would I know?" asked Jameson. "Don't inquire of me. I'm just as confused. And who can tell me? Who exactly is Richard?" The three shared a knowing look, and Donovan raised his chin, pointing at the one sprawled on the ground. "I guess it must be him, the one in the police uniform." Then who was speaking with Jill? "He seems to be named Richard as well. So how many Richards are there?" "Jill, Richard." Richard chuckled at Jill's overhearing of the disjointed conversation among his colleagues, his ears flushing crimson. "These fools, what a disgrace." She silently cursed her unreliable teammates, though she maintained a facade of calm. Richard commented, "A rather lively and delightful bunch you are." Jill could not suppress a fierce glare at Richard, raising her handcuffs. "Enough chatter, extend your hands." Richard shook his head with a smile. Beneath him and the body of me, a faint red glow emanated. "Next time we meet, I hope you will be a bit more amiable, beautiful Officer Jill." Jill's expression shifted dramatically, and she pushed off the ground, lunging forward. "You bastard. Don't think you can escape." Yet Richard waved his hand, his body suddenly sinking and vanishing into the ground. "Oh God!" Donovan exclaimed, mouth agape. "They have vanished." Taylor shouted, "Magic! It must be magic." Jameson's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jill stumbled forward a couple of steps, and as she steadied herself, she turned around. But Richard had already disappeared. "Bastard! Not this trick again." Just then, Elena shrieked in terror. Jill and the others quickly turned to look. There was Elena, slumped on the ground in a duck-like position, cradling a severed head that would not close its eyes. Suddenly, a small, round teleportation portal appeared. "Oh dear. Almost forgot about this." Richard's head peeked out, taking the head from Elena's hands. "Thank you," he said, before retreating back through the portal. Elena's scream abruptly halted. She glanced at her empty hands, then up at the vanishing red portal, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Gale, infuriated, stamped her foot and cursed, "Damn it." After venting her frustration, she hurried over to comfort Elena and the children. Jameson suddenly turned to Donovan and Tyler, declaring, "When we get back, I'll inform the tactical team about what just happened. Remember, you both are sworn to secrecy." Donovan, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What? Buddy, what did you just say?" Tyler, a man of action, swiftly stowed his weapon and retrieved his walkie-talkie in one fluid motion. "Hey, guys, guess what I just experienced?" Jameson interjected, "Oh no." Tyler, shut up. He turned to Donovan. "Help me cover Tyler's mouth, and I'll buy you a drink tonight." Deep within the Archery Mountains, Richard gazed at the dismembered corpse of his counterpart, shaking his head in melancholy. "Perhaps I should have killed you from the start." He extended his right hand, conjuring an orange fireball. "Well, practice makes perfect. With the lesson learned from you." As he spoke, Richard hurled the fireball. Boom. The corpse ignited instantly. "Next time I encounter a counterpart like you, I'll kill them on the spot." The mountain breeze stirred the flames, the orange outer flames swaying, reflecting in Richard's eyes. At that moment, his dark, luminous gaze appeared particularly profound and cold. He quietly awaited the flames to extinguish, his counterpart's body reduced to ashes. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind materialized, sweeping up the ashes and sending them into the sky. As the strong wind swept across the entire Archery Mountains, the ashes scattered, dust to dust, earth to earth. May the deceased find peace, and the departed be liberated. Having completed this, Richard teleported away. Nightfall enveloped Jack Street. Jack's bar, bustling with energy each evening, thrived with vibrant music and a throng of people. At the bar, Gale donned a sultry blue strapless ensemble, perched elegantly with her legs crossed. Her long, shapely legs glimmered under the lights. Yet, despite the alluring sight, no one dared to approach her, for the patrons were well aware of the fierce spirit concealed beneath her beautiful exterior. Gale paid little mind to this. After a long day, she had come here merely to sip some drinks and unwind. As she enjoyed her vodka, she swayed her head rhythmically to the pulsating music. "Hey, Officer Gale, good to see you again." A familiar voice accompanied a well-known figure who settled onto the high platform beside her. Jill's rosy lips parted slightly as she took a sip of her drink, placing the glass down with care. She then turned to face her visitor. This phrase, I seem to have heard thrice today. I must say, the enigmatic Mr. Richard, your skills in flirtation leave much to be desired. Richard observed Jill's increasingly enchanting visage beneath the shifting lights, a wry smile gracing his lips. He slowly raised both hands. Hey, Jill. Why must you always draw your gun upon our meetings? Following Richard's gaze, Jill's right hand discreetly retrieved a small handgun from her waist, aimed squarely at him. Chapter 62, Such a beautiful moonlight tonight. Jill leaned against the bar, her arm propped up, her palm cradling her smiling face as she threatened, this time. Should you dare to flee, I shall shoot without hesitation. Richard sighed, lowering his hands and turning to the bartender with a snap of his fingers. Hey, mate. A bourbon, please. The bartender acknowledged with a gesture. Jill's slender brows furrowed slightly. She seemed to detect a hint of pity in his earlier sigh. Pity? Jill was puzzled, suddenly recalling Richard's words about saving the world. Her instincts told her that a man like Richard would not utter lies lightly. Richard, have you come to Raccoon City for the sake of your so-called saving the world? Richard glanced at her in surprise, a riddle-like smile playing on his lips. Just enjoy the moment, Jill. Days of tranquility like this will be few and far between. Jill's expression darkened as she glared at Richard, wishing she could land a punch on that infuriatingly handsome face. Tranquility? She turned to observe the raucous crowd swaying to the pulsating music within the bar. Is this what you call tranquility? Your bourbon, sir, the bartender delivered Richard's order. Richard took the drink, raising his glass in thanks. Cheers. He then turned to face Jill. Tonight, I won't run. How about we share a few drinks? Jill's silver teeth ground together with a creak. She suddenly holstered her gun and raised her glass of vodka to clink with his. Whoever gets drunk first pays the tab. Cheers. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the drink in one go. Richard watched Jill's bold drinking with amusement, shaking his head with a chuckle. He then mimicked her and finished his bourbon in a single gulp. Hey, bring me a bottle of vodka and another bottle of bourbon for him. Jill called out to the bartender. Yes, Officer Jill. The bartender set aside the cocktail he was mixing, swiftly retrieving a bottle of vodka and a bottle of bourbon, delivering them promptly. Thank you. She raised the bottle of wine, expressing her gratitude to the bartender. Turning around, she poured a generous serving for Richard before filling her own glass. First, I shall indulge in my vodka, and then you can savor your bourbon. Once the two bottles were emptied without anyone succumbing to inebriation, she declared, let us proceed with 2 more bottles. Richard shrugged nonchalantly, replying, no problem. Thus, the two commenced their spirited contest of drinking. You down 1 sip, and I shall match it. You finish 2 gulps, and I shall do the same. In no time, the 2 bottles were entirely consumed. Without needing Jill's prompting, Richard raised his hand and called out, Hey, bring us 2 more bottles, 1 bourbon and 1 vodka. The bartender, not daring to delay, swiftly delivered the drinks. This time, let us start with my bourbon, followed by your vodka. Jill let out a drunken hiccup and gestured with a tipsy smile. The two began their second round of drinking. Not far from them, seated in a booth, Donovan, Tyler, and Jameson observed Jill and Richard, albeit from behind Richard. Donovan, mistaking the situation, suddenly stood up, exclaiming, What the hell? Who dares to harass Jill? However, the observant Jameson quickly recognized Richard's peculiar battle mage attire. He hastily restrained Donovan, whispering, Don't go over there. Sit down. That man is the mysterious Richard from earlier today. Tyler assisted Jameson in coaxing Donovan back into the booth. Use your head, brother. It's evident that Richard is quite familiar with Jill. With a teasing grin, he added, Who knows, perhaps these two will end up as a couple. Donovan's expression became a tumultuous blend of sorrow, disappointment, resentment, and acceptance, confusing even to himself. Grabbing a bottle of tequila from the table, he began to drink it down in large gulps. Tyler and Jameson exchanged glances. Tyler shot Donovan a sidelong look, silently inquiring, What's going on, brother? Jameson nodded towards Donovan and then glanced at Jill. Is it not obvious? Donovan is secretly in love with Jill. Tyler's eyes widened in surprise, filled with bewilderment. When did this happen? How was I not aware? Jameson shrugged. How would I know? Donovan hasn't confided in me. Tyler glanced at Donovan, questioning. What should we do now? Jameson reached for a bottle of Scotch whiskey on the table, poured himself a glass, and raised it, proclaiming, What else is there to say? Let us drink with him heartily. Taylor nodded, grasped a bottle of rum, filled his glass to the brim, and raised it high. The two exchanged glances, each wrapping an arm around Donovan. Jameson declared, Come on, brother, let us drink together. Taylor added, Tonight, let us indulge in a splendid intoxication. Donovan remained silent. merely clinking glasses with Jameson and Taylor before downing his drink. Jameson and Taylor followed suit, swiftly finishing their own. Meanwhile, the second round had concluded. Jill, slightly inebriated, maintained a semblance of clarity in her gaze. She turned to Richard's handsome visage, a subtle smirk gracing her lips, imparting a hint of mischief to his charm. Quite handsome indeed. A sudden surge of impulsiveness welled within Jill. Let us change venues for the third round. Richard, taken aback, inquired, where to? Jill's cheeks flushed crimson as she feigned assertiveness, stating, stop dawdling. Just say whether you dare. Richard shrugged, thinking to himself, what do I have to fear? In this world, I am invincible. No problem. Let us go. With that, Jill leaped off the platform. However, the effects of the alcohol caused her legs to weaken unexpectedly, and she stumbled into Richard's embrace. Jill, are you all right? Did you hurt your ankle? Richard asked with concern. Jill, blushing, pushed away from his hold, exhaling deeply. As she expelled the scent of alcohol, she sought to cool her flushed cheeks. I'm fine, just follow me. She dared not meet Richard's gaze and hurried ahead. Richard quickly retrieved several bills from his pocket and laid them on the bar. These notes were acquired earlier in the day from some unwitting fellows. Hey, Jill, wait for me. The pair exited Jack's bar in succession. Not far away, in a booth, Jameson raised a glass with Donovan, glancing upward. Hey, where's Jill? The already tipsy Taylor squinted in confusion. No idea. Perhaps she went home with someone, he mumbled. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was keenly aware. Donovan's heart sank, prompting him to uncork yet another bottle. Jameson couldn't help but let out a belch, feeling utterly dazed. Is this meant to be my demise? Outside the bar, Richard caught up with Jill, walking side by side. He glanced at Jill's face, still tinged with a hint of bashfulness, then looked up at the darkened sky. Pitch black, not a star in sight. Yet at that moment, with a beautiful companion by his side, Richard felt an uncontrollable surge of poetic inspiration. The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite. Jill glanced up at the inky night sky before turning to Richard, who wore a contemplative expression and blinked in confusion. Is your mind all right? Richard replied, Chapter 63. Tonight, some are battling zombies at the hive, while others embrace beauty. As if floating among the clouds. I was wrong. I truly erred. I should never have engaged in this game with Western women. Richard fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough of the chatter. You aren't afraid, are you? Let us return the favor with their own tactics. He directly employed Jill's earlier words against her. Indeed, to confront a woman known for her tenacity, it was essential to awaken her competitive spirit. Jill hooked her arm around Richard's. Who is afraid? Let us go. Together, they strode towards Jill's home with great enthusiasm. Inside the villa, a naked woman stirred awake from the bathroom. Meanwhile, a tactical team dispatched by Umbrella Corporation arrived at Jill's residence. Jill retrieved a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and tossed them at Richard's feet. Make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch some drinks. With that, she kicked off her boots and padded barefoot into the house. As Richard changed his shoes, he surveyed Jill's decor, which resonated with her character, simple and robust. There were no elaborate floral arrangements, warm-hued lighting, or intricate wallpapers. Only stark white and modest blue graced the space. Upon entering the room, he immediately noticed the bar that occupied a fifth of the living room. The liquor cabinet was filled with an array of beverages. Jill opened the cabinet and produced a bottle of Scotch whiskey. I don't have bourbon. How about Scotch? Richard gestured dismissively, maneuvering around the coffee table to sit on the sofa. Jill retrieved another bottle of vodka, tucking it under her arm, and bent down to fetch 2 wine glasses from beneath the bar. Balancing 2 glasses in her left hand, a bottle of Scotch in her right, and the vodka under her arm, she presented a comical sight. Seeing Jill's predicament, Richard chuckled and quickly rose to assist her. Let me help, he said, hurrying over to take the 2 bottles from her. They made their way to the sofa, sitting side by side. This bottle of Scotch was probably a gift from Jameson. He claimed it was quite good, but I never liked it and never drank it. She raised her vodka bottle, boasting, I prefer this. It's strong. Richard, intrigued, inquired, You enjoy hard liquor? Jill nodded affirmatively, of course. The daily grind during the day is so exhausting. A couple of shots of vodka before bed guarantees a deep slumber until dawn. You might want to try the baijiu from Dongwa, Richard suggested. It is said to be even stronger than vodka. Jill, intrigued, inquired, Really? Richard gestured towards the vodka in her hand, stating, Vodka typically has an alcohol content of just 40, while Dongwa baijiu boasts a mainstream alcohol percentage of 53. Jill raised her eyebrows in surprise, exclaiming, Wow, that sounds promising. Richard continued with the comparison. Vodka has a singular taste and is best suited as a base for cocktails, whereas Dongwa baijiu offers a diverse array of flavors, such as sauce aroma, strong aroma, light aroma, special aroma, and rice aroma, among others. Jill's mouth slightly agape, expressed her astonishment. Wow, you're exaggerating. Richard shrugged. No matter how much I say, you may not prefer it, as vodka is more popular for cocktail mixing. That remains to be seen, Jill exclaimed, popping open the vodka bottle, bringing it to her nose, and inhaling deeply. What an enchanting aroma, she mused, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Richard. I don't particularly enjoy mixed cocktails, so perhaps Don will baijiu aligns better with my palate. She poured herself a full glass and raised it, proclaiming cheers. Richard promptly opened his bottle, filled his glass, and clinked it with hers. Cheers. The third round of competition commenced. However, after the previous 2 rounds, Jill was nearing her limit. After just 2 more drinks, she began to sway unsteadily. Richard quickly set down his glass, steadied her, feeling her smooth, firm shoulder. His heart racing. Jill, are you all right? Jill leaned into him, gazing up. Under the influence of the alcohol, Richard's handsome profile seemed to radiate a gentle glow. She sighed, her full lips exhaling a rich fragrance of alcohol. She extended her rough, unrefined hand and gently caressed Richard's face. Your skin is so smooth. How can it be better than mine? Richard looked down at the woman with hazy eyes. In that moment, Jill Valentina had shed her daytime sharpness, revealing a unique feminine tenderness that lay dormant within her. Jill, you are truly beautiful. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss her forehead. Jill closed her eyes, her nostrils quivering, letting out a soft, cat-like murmur. Her once rigid arms, as unyielding as firewood, now became as supple as a serpent. Instinctively, she reached out, wrapping her arms around Richard's neck. Carry me inside, Richard, she whispered, burying her face in his chest. Only her ruby-like ears betrayed the inner turmoil of her nervousness and embarrassment. All right, Richard replied in a husky voice, uncertain whether it was the intoxication or the beauty of the moment that overwhelmed him. Regardless, as he swept Jill into his arms, he felt as if he were treading on clouds, light and ethereal, as if ascending to the heavens. In the stillness of the night, Jill's bedroom was a chaotic scene. Transformed into a koala, she clung to Richard's neck with both arms, her long legs wrapped around his waist. Fortunately, Richard, fearing she might catch a chill, insisted on draping a bathrobe over her. Jill, where are the new sheets? He inquired, burdened with her weight as he rummaged through the wardrobe for fresh linens. The old ones lay in a damp heap at the foot of the bed. At the bottom of the wardrobe, Jill nestled her head against Richard's neck, her eyes closed, savoring the lingering sensations of their earlier intimacy. Richard, with one hand supporting her, leaned down to search for the new sheets. Found it, he exclaimed, pulling out fresh linens from the depths of the wardrobe, straightening up to give Jill a playful slap on her rear. Get down and help me make the bed. Jill's nostrils flared as she let out a soft protest, her demeanor languidly dismissive. No. With that, she instinctively tightened her grip around him. Richard rolled his eyes, resigning himself to the task alone. After a full 5 minutes of effort, he finally managed to lay the sheets. He collapsed onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling. You're still holding on. It's time to sleep. Jill nuzzled against his neck, playfully asserting, let us just sleep like this. It's comfortable. All right, as you wish. Richard replied, caressing her firm, smooth back, as if cradling a large doll. He pulled the blanket over them, and soon they drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Hive laboratory, in Sector 8, the command center, Albert Weskier observed through the surveillance cameras, his expression impassive as Alice and Matt, reveling in their escape from the Hive, were suddenly apprehended by the Umbrella Corporation's biohazard security forces. Matt, let him go? Matt. He paused momentarily, turning to the Red Queen's holographic projection that stood nearby. Where is Agent Ada Wong? Chapter 64. The reveal Agent Ada Wong was aboard a plane, en route to the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. The Red Queen's projection responded. Weskier furrowed his brow, inquiring, how long until arrival? The projection of Red Queen responded. It is expected to arrive around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Weskier nodded. Notify me immediately upon her arrival. Understood, Commander Albert Weskier. With that, the projection of Red Queen flickered and vanished. In the depths of the Hive, in Alicia's lounge, the moment the projection of Red Queen appeared, she began to rant incessantly about Weskier. That emotionless bastard just stood there while they opened the Hive's door. Does he not realize that this will expedite the virus's leakage? He is personally destroying Raccoon City, annihilating humanity, obliterating the Earth. Cold-blooded, a butcher, an executioner. Brain-dead, expressionless. A mere automaton. How can he, a human, resemble me, an artificial intelligence, more than I do? This infuriates me. Elder Alicia, with a gentle expression, watched the Red Queen's projection vent her frustrations. In her, she saw a reflection of her younger self. She slowly closed her eyes, sifting through memories. Recalling how lively she was at the age of 10, after Red Queen's lengthy tirade, she looked at Elder Alicia and exclaimed, You. Alicia. The projection hurriedly extended her ethereal arm, attempting to gauge her breathing. It took a few seconds for her to realize she was not a physical entity. She could only flicker her projection on either side, trying to rouse Elder Alicia. Wake up, Alicia. You must not die. Elder Alicia slowly opened her eyes and replied. Somewhat irritated, I am not dead yet. I merely closed my eyes to rest. The Red Queen's projection beamed with a radiant smile. That's wonderful. I was so worried just now. Elder Alicia rolled her eyes, momentarily displaying the behavior of a 22-year-old. I should have authorized her transfer to that mysterious individual yesterday. Unaware of Elder Alicia's internal deliberation about giving her away, Red Queen returned to the matter at hand. The clone of Dr. Isaacs in the Alaskan underground base has established contact with the clones of 5 other bases. They are expected to arrive in Raccoon City tomorrow or the day after. Perhaps then, there will be an opportunity to confront the original form of the doctor hidden within the hive. Elder Alicia nodded, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. Isaacs, your end is near. The following day, Jill opened her eyes, momentarily dazed, and yawned as she sat up. You're awake, Richard said, entering with a few articles of clothing while wearing an apron. Jill widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, You. Richard shrugged and approached her, raising his hand. First, put on your clothes and fasten them securely. Then slip into a short-sleeved top. Lift your leg. First, put on your underwear, followed by your shorts. Jill stared blankly at him, akin to a marionette, allowing Richard to direct her actions. Once dressed, Richard effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. Jill instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. When she was finally placed on the sofa, an enticing aroma wafted from the coffee table. She glanced down to discover 2 bowls of steaming rice porridge and 2 plates of heart-shaped fried eggs elegantly arranged before her. Turning her head, Jill gazed incredulously at Richard, who sat beside her. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Richard firmly placed a spoon in her hand. Eat, he insisted. You drank too much last night. A little porridge is good for your stomach. Jill obediently nodded. Oh, and silently finished breakfast alongside Richard. After what felt like an eternity, Jill's reflexes finally kicked in. Richard, she exclaimed, as she instinctively pinched the tender flesh at his waist. So, you really think of yourself as the man of the house, do you? Richard chuckled and swept Jill into his arms, flipping her over and pressing her down beneath him, leaning down to fervently kiss her rosy lips in a flurry of passionate pecks. Soon enough, Jill's cheeks flushed and she melted into the sofa. A moment later, she suddenly stretched out her arms, wrapping them around his neck. With a forceful tug, she pulled Richard close, their faces mere inches apart. Tell me, what is your name? Where do you come from, and what brings you to Raccoon City? Richard raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure. Are you interrogating me? Jill playfully planted a kiss on his right cheek. Now can you talk? Richard blinked and shamelessly leaned his left cheek closer. Jill rolled her eyes, but, eager for answers, obliged and kissed his left cheek as well. Now can you speak? Observing the dangerous glint in Jill's eyes, Richard wisely chose to concede. There is a limit to playful banter. Exceeding it could genuinely provoke someone. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, my name is Richard. I hail from another parallel world. The reason I have come to this realm is due to my ability to share consciousness with different versions of myself across various parallel worlds. Seeing Jill's astonished and bewildered expression, Richard promptly clarified in simpler terms. These versions are merely my counterparts in other worlds. In this world, I am that officer, Richard. As for sharing consciousness, you can think of it this way. Every time I connect with another version of myself, I gain strength. You, hold on a moment. Let me process this. Gail furrowed her brows and covered Richard's mouth. She rubbed her temples and articulated, You, named Richard, hail from another world and possess a remarkable ability to engage in spiritual communication with counterparts across various dimensions. Noting Gail's imprecise wording, Richard interjected, It's spiritual sharing. Ah yes, spiritual sharing with counterparts. Each instance of sharing enhances one's abilities. Wait a moment, that police officer named Richard from yesterday, did he not also experience an enhancement? Richard nodded affirmatively, indeed. Spiritual sharing is reciprocal. My enhancement also benefits him in a different realm. The distinction lies in the fact that only I can traverse these parallel worlds, allowing me limitless evolution, while they may only evolve once in their lifetimes. No wonder that fellow from yesterday was so swift, so powerful, and so accurate with his firearm. Gail murmured, then inquired, Is there anything else? Perhaps saving the world? Richard glanced at Gail in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that a casual remark from the previous day would resonate so profoundly with her. Well, it matters little now, for I shall soon depart. Keeping the secret of this world serves no purpose. Having reconciled his thoughts, Richard cupped Gale's face and solemnly declared, "This world is on the brink of a biohazard crisis. The vast majority of humanity will, in a matter of days, transform into soulless, living corpses, zombies. The estimated number of surviving humans in the future will be." Observing the tension in Gale's expression, he uttered a chilling figure, 4472. Gale's eyes widened, and her mind buzzed, fixating solely on that ominous number, 4472. Chapter 65. Heavens above, the Hound and its beastly companions have besieged the city. As she repeated that frigid number, Gale felt utterly drained. The influx of information had been overwhelmingly complex and explosive, triggering alarms in her mind. She lay back like a defeated fish, weakly stating, "Speak. What other news do you have? Let me face it all at once." Richard scratched his nose, concerned about Gale's current state, hesitating to proceed. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Gale playfully punched his abdomen. "Come on, I'm not that fragile." Thus, Richard continued to divulge alarming revelations. This global biohazard crisis is not a mere accident, but a conspiracy orchestrated by a select few. Their objective is to cleanse the world with a biohazard virus. As the ordinary humans on Earth face extinction, a select few elites plan to reconstruct a societal structure under their dominion. Jill furrows her brow, her mind racing like a turbocharged diesel engine. Who are the puppeteers behind this? Is there an antidote for the bioweapon virus? You should be able to guess, Richard says, tracing the outline of an umbrella in the air with his finger. As for the antidote, I cannot say, but there is indeed a serum for the bioweapon virus. Jill murmurs to herself, a name flashing through her thoughts. Umbrella Corporation. Richard snaps his fingers. Bingo. Congratulations, you've got it. Damn it, Jill exclaims. They are already the wealthiest people on this planet. How dare they commit such acts? As you said, Richard shrugs. They stand atop this world and naturally look down upon the billions struggling for their daily bread. No, I must report this, Jill declares, struggling to rise. It's futile, Jill. Richard presses her back down, speaking coolly. I fear even the highest echelons of government have been compromised by them. With reddened eyes, Jill asks, what am I to do? Richard kisses her forehead, soothingly replying, do not worry, I promise to save the world. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Deep within the Arkley Mountains, a zombie dog leader, the size of a calf, lies atop a peak. Let it begin, a mysterious voice resonates in its mind. The zombie dog leader abruptly opens its eyes, crimson orbs flashing with a magical rune. It rises, tilting its head to emit a long, mournful howl. A woo. Soon after, the forest echoes with the roars of dozens, hundreds, even thousands of beasts. The zombie dog leader leaps from the mountaintop, skillfully navigating the rocky terrain. As it reaches the forest, grotesque creatures emerge. Zombie wolves, zombie bears, zombie deer, zombie wild boars, zombie squirrels, zombie rabbits, and even a zombie tiger. Regardless of their usual ferocity, they now bow in reverence before their beastly leader. The zombie dog leader, exuding authority, gestures toward the forest's edge and issues a command. A woo. Boom. The assembled horde of thousands of zombie beasts rises with a thunderous roar. The army of undead creatures charges forth, their united force akin to a tempestuous wave stirred by a hurricane, surging with overwhelming might. The towering, dense forest trembles violently, with ancient trees snapping under the relentless onslaught. The vast expanse of the Acker Mountains trembled in trepidation as an army of ravenous zombies surged forth, coalescing into an overwhelming force intent on annihilating all in their path. Charging towards the Raccoon City, encircled by mountains on three sides. At 8:15 in the morning, the local police precinct had yet to commence its official duties. Yet the emergency hotline was inundated with calls from concerned citizens. Hello, what earthquake? None. We have received no such notification. What? There are cats and dogs fighting in the streets? Madam, simply avoid them. An elderly individual has broken their leg due to the fright of an earthquake? I'm sorry, sir, the precinct has not received any earthquake alerts. For the injured elderly, you may dial for emergency assistance. Oh, my heavens, why are there so many bizarre calls today? Bemoaned the operators. Dingling. Damn it, not again. The phone rang once more, compelling them to reluctantly answer. Hello? You captured a large gathering of wild beasts in the forest? Thank you for the information. I will report it immediately. In a short while, the precinct's sole armed helicopter soared towards the Acker Mountains. The pilot, donning headphones, communicated with the station. 121 is en route to the Acker Mountains. Currently, there are no signs of extensive wildlife activity. Wait, there's movement below. The pilot glanced down to see the trees in the forest swaying like waves and swiftly pulled the control stick, descending. He maneuvered the helicopter to hover above the forest, and his eyes beheld a throng of beasts darting through the woodland. Significant wildlife presence detected. Significant wildlife presence detected. The pilot reported loudly while activating the onboard camera. He zoomed in and immediately noticed something amiss with the creatures. Wait, these beasts do not appear normal. At that moment, a zombie monkey perched on the back of a zombified wild boar looked up at the helicopter and promptly stood, pointing and screeching wildly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The leader of the zombie dogs, hearing the commotion, abruptly turned and spotted the helicopter above, unleashing a ferocious howl. A woo. Suddenly, a swarm of dark bats erupted from the forest, launching themselves at the helicopter. Oh no! The pilot, gripped by fear, swiftly turned the aircraft to flee. However, in the midst of this maneuver, the horde of zombie bats had already descended upon them. The pale, undead bats relentlessly surrounded the aircraft, crashing against the windows one after another with reckless abandon. As the pilot beheld the cracks gradually spreading across the window, terror engulfed him. Oh, no, save me. But scarcely had his plea left his lips when crack. The window shattered under the relentless assault of the tiny bats. A dense swarm of bats rushed into the cockpit, launching themselves upon the pilot and immediately beginning to bite. The pilot, unable to maintain control of the aircraft, flailed desperately. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming. He screamed in agony, and moments later, fell silent. Subsequently, the armed helicopter spiraled downward with a crash, colliding with a towering tree in the forest, erupting into a fireball. The leader of the zombie hounds threw back its head and let out a triumphant howl. A woo. The horde of undead beasts followed suit, emitting a primal roar that reverberated through the surrounding woods, faintly reaching the distant town of Raccoon City. Meanwhile, at the Raccoon City Police Department, the chief of police removed his hat and hurled it to the ground in frustration. Report this. This situation is beyond our capacity to handle. Chapter 66. Ada Wong arrives. Then departed the Raccoon City government received the report from the police department, initially dismissing it as a jest. Hey, buddy, are you serious? A horde surrounding the city. Oh my goodness, you must be joking, right? Well, you've won. This story is just too amusing. The police chief, darkened by the frivolity of the government staff wasting precious time, seized the phone. This is Chief Anthony James of the Raccoon City Police Department. Chief James, came a startled voice, accompanied by the sound of a chair toppling over. Hello. Not allowing the staff member to finish, Chief James interrupted brusquely. I implore you to seriously review the video that was transmitted. This footage is the last recorded sighting from our aerial reconnaissance before the demise of our scout. What you must do now is watch that damned video, and then take it to the higher-ups, to the state government, and request urgent assistance. With that, he slammed the phone down. An uneasy silence fell over the room. The gathered personnel were taken aback by the chief's fury. Observing their timid demeanor, Chief James waved his hand in exasperation. What are you all standing around for? Move, move. Those who can patrol the streets, get out there. Remember to take your weapons and gear. This is a critical time. Everyone put on those damned bulletproof vests. Yes, Chief. Swiftly, the government staff relayed the news of the horde surrounding the city along with the video. As the mayor of Raccoon City watched the footage, he was in his office, engaged in playful flirtation with his female secretary. The voluptuous and alluring secretary lifted her short skirt, revealing her long, slender legs clad in black stockings as she perched upon his lap, her delicate hand slipping into his shirt to caress the alluring hair on his chest. Yet, upon viewing the video, the mayor abruptly pushed the secretary away and seized the telephone atop his desk, initiating contact with the state government. The secretary, supporting her waist, rose from the floor, gazing at the mayor's serious countenance, her lips pouting in a display of disappointment as she limped out of the office. Hello, I am the mayor of Raccoon City. Please connect me with the governor. The state government reacted swiftly upon receiving the video, promptly declaring that they would dispatch the National Guard for reinforcement. However, given Raccoon City's unique geographical location, the National Guard would not arrive until the following day at the earliest. For Raccoon City, the question of whether they could endure until tonight remained uncertain. The officials of Raccoon City quickly organized a meeting to assess their existing armed forces. Aside from the Raccoon City Police Department and the security personnel from the city government, only the local branch of the Umbrella Corporation possessed sufficient armed strength. Yet, would the noble employees of Umbrella agree to undertake such perilous and arduous tasks? The government officials exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the mayor who took the initiative. I will contact the head of the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. Do not remain idle. There are various small companies with some armed forces at their disposal. Additionally, reach out to the retired police officers and veterans currently residing in Raccoon City. We must unite all available forces if we are to navigate through this crisis together. His words resonated powerfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted with thunderous applause. The mayor's call reached Albert Weskier. "Wait," Weskier coldly replied, leaving the mayor hanging. Infuriated, the mayor simmered with rage, yet he realized he was at the mercy of others, and despite feeling deeply wronged, he had to endure. With a 6-month pregnant belly, the mayor leaned back in his chair, waiting and waiting. 10 minutes passed. Albert Weskier, having dismissed the mayor, promptly reported the matter to Dr. Isaac's lower tier at the hive. Dr. Isaac pondered the situation. A herd besieging the city? A version I have never encountered. Such a rare occurrence must be studied by our umbrella corporation. Ahem, let us lend a hand. Thus, he issued his orders. Weskier acquiesced to his request, but with a stipulation. His expression unwavering, he addressed the doctor. Our security forces heed only the commands of our own, which means you shall assume the role of commander. Adjusting his glasses, he added, "At your service, doctor." After ending the call, Weskier promptly contacted the Raccoon City Division, instructing them to assemble the security forces ahead of schedule, ensuring they were fully equipped with arms and ammunition. Furthermore, he directed the armed helicopter squadron to refuel and prepare their missiles, with pilots on standby, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Once all arrangements were meticulously finalized, he returned the call to the mayor. The sudden ringing of the telephone startled the mayor, causing him to spring from his office chair. Regaining his composure, he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his face, inadvertently clearing away the remnants of drool from his slumber before finally answering the call. "Hello, Minister Weskier," he began, but before the mayor could finish, Weskier's icy voice cut through the line. "The company has approved it. The security forces will depart in 5 minutes." With that, the line went dead, replaced by the sound of a dial tone. The mayor's countenance darkened, fury igniting within him. With a sharp crack, he hurled the phone to the floor. Meanwhile, a helicopter descended onto the rooftop of the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. A lithe female agent, clad in a red dress with short hair, leaped from the aircraft. Upon spotting the division's mid-level commander, Kane, she greeted him with a warm smile and an outstretched hand. "Hello, I am Ada Wong. Where might I find Commander Albert Weskier?" Kane shook her hand with a smile of his own. "Agent Wong, please don this equipment." He gestured, and 2 soldiers promptly approached, one bearing gear and the other a firearm. Ada was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, what's this about? I am an agent. My role involves infiltrating secret bases, stealing crucial intelligence, and assassinating high-ranking officials. Is this truly what you intend for me? To join the combat unit? That seems rather excessive. Is it possible that an old enemy has risen to power and seeks my demise?" Her thoughts began to spiral as she pondered the individuals she may have crossed in the past, particularly women. Noticing Ada's vacant expression, Kane cleared his throat. "Ahem. Agent Wong, please do not overthink it. This is an order from Minister Albert Weskier, so my offense is directed at Albert Weskier. Raccoon City is suddenly besieged by the beast horde from the Arkley Mountains. A horde of beasts. Is this some sort of fantastical tale? The armed forces of Raccoon City are limited and require the assistance of our Umbrella Corporation's security team to withstand the onslaught of the beasts." Ada Wong, expressionless, nodded and donned the equipment immediately. 5 minutes later, she set off towards the outskirts of Raccoon City, where they would establish a defensive position. Fully armed, Ada sat silently in the corner of the vehicle, clutching her weapon. A singular thought occupied her mind. This dreadful squad is not worth my time. Even if I don't receive the 21, I will seek a new opportunity. By the way, I recall being approached by a headhunter recently. Chapter 67, Biohazard. Preceded just as the Umbrella Corporation's security team arrived at the outskirts of Raccoon City and commenced the construction of steel fortifications. The horde of undead beasts led by the zombie dog leader reached the forest's edge. A howl echoed. The zombie dog leader emitted a low growl, causing the horde to halt in unison. A magical rune flickered in its eyes, and a mysterious voice resonated within its mind. "Split and attack. Launch a full assault at night." The zombie dog leader could not comprehend the meaning of these words. Yet the voice that manifested in its mind seemed to possess an enchanting power, imprinting the message directly into its consciousness. Thus, the zombie dog leader instinctively understood what actions to take without the need for contemplation. It grinned widely, reveling in this exhilarating sensation. Turning to face the horde, the zombie dog leader barked a series of commands, howling this way and that way. The zombie beasts stared blankly, uncertain if they understood. However, with a commanding howl of attack, the horde surged forward with a thunderous rush. Well, it seems they did not comprehend. Frustrated, the zombie dog leader leaped in anger, barking commands. Come back. You all return to me. The nearby zombie beasts heard and promptly halted. Yet, the zombie leopards and zombie deer, having already dashed 20 to 30 meters ahead, were oblivious to the call. They were still accompanied by a throng of zombie wolves and zombie bears. Thousands of undead beasts charging fiercely towards the security team's defensive position. Soon, the soldiers on guard spotted the rising dust in the distance and swiftly sounded the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Quickly, return to your positions. The junior commanders promptly rallied their respective squads to the steel modular defenses, preparing to engage the enemy. The squad readied themselves, aiming at the horde of beasts. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, launch. Whoosh. A dozen rockets, trailing fiery orange tails, soared towards the zombie beast congregation. Boom. The swiftest of the undead beasts were fortunate indeed. The rockets were meticulously aimed at the center of the throng to maximize explosive impact. Yet, their fortune was fleeting. At the command to fire, the soldiers on the defensive line unleashed a deluge of gunfire. The foremost zombie leopards and nearly 100 zombie deer were swept away by this barrage. Just then, the leader of the zombie dogs arrived, cursing as it leapt and kicked the rear of the last, bumbling zombie bear. Howl. Back you go. Howl, howl. All of you, get the hell back. Thus commenced and concluded the chaotic first battle against the encroaching zombie horde, as the security forces engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the Raccoon City government initiated an urgent evacuation of residents from the city outskirts. Led by officers, a small team of government workers collaborated to persuade households one by one. Soon, an array of vehicles began heading towards the city center. Jill had been summoned to the police station early by a phone call from the chief. Accompanied by Donovan and 2 others, they left the precinct to patrol the streets. In such tumultuous times, certain individuals seized the opportunity to exploit the chaos. After merely 1 block of patrol, Jill and her team apprehended several cases of burglary and shoplifting. Given the extraordinary circumstances, they had no time to escort these miscreants back to the station. Instead, they administered a lesson of tough love. Following the educational encounter, the bruised petty criminals proclaimed their newfound enlightenment, vowing never to offend again. Watching their retreating figures, Jill shook her head, pondering why they could not simply find honest work. Jameson shrugged, remarking, "Why work hard when robbery pays quicker?" Donovan nodded in agreement, grumbling, "This country is doomed. It's infested with annoying thieves." Taylor patted his sturdy shoulder, saying, "Why dwell on such matters? What do national issues have to do with us, mere officers?" Jill interrupted the idle chatter. "Let us move on to the next block." In a clandestine laboratory known as the Hive, Richard stood before the experiment table donned in a white coat. A holographic projection of Red Queen appeared beside him, explaining, "This is the secret laboratory constructed by Alicia prior to the viral outbreak. This laboratory was engaged in the clandestine development of an antidote for the virus. Unfortunately, a leak occurred, resulting in all researchers involved in this secret endeavor transforming into the undead." Richard surveyed the chaotic array of experimental apparatus on the table, scratching his head in contemplation. At what stage had the previous research reached? The holographic projection from Hong Ho responded, "The final step." Richard raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Synthesis?" The holographic projection confirmed. Richard regretfully shrugged. "Alas, it seems I was mistaken." The holographic projection gestured towards a nearby computer. "Here lies the recorded data from the final experiment. You must analyze this data to deduce the composition of the antidote and then attempt the synthesis." Richard feigned difficulty, saying, "Oh, this task is rather burdensome. I am a mage, not a scientist." After a moment's hesitation, the holographic projection replied, "Then, after completing the experiment, I will assist you in persuading Alicia to grant you a reasonable request." Richard's eyes lit up with excitement. "Then I shall require your highest authorization." "Absolutely not." The holographic projection immediately recoiled, distancing itself by 2 meters, eyeing him warily as though he were a pervert. "I refuse to leave Alicia, nor will I follow you. You big creep." Richard, with a clever glint in his eyes, feigned disappointment. Very well, what a shame." While Richard was engrossed in researching the antidote, an unexpected incident unfolded in Raccoon City. Amidst the throngs heading towards the city center, a man suddenly collapsed, blood spewing from his mouth. Father, what is wrong?" "Doctor." "Is there a doctor?" "Someone has collapsed and is bleeding." "I am a doctor, please let me through." "Everyone step aside, let the doctor pass." The crowd parted, and a young man wearing glasses knelt down, preparing to examine the patient. Abruptly, the man who had collapsed opened his eyes wide, baring his teeth, his face marred by dark veins. With a guttural roar, he lunged at the doctor attending to him. "Ah, pull him away." "Father." Father, child, quickly move away. Your father has gone mad. A kind-hearted woman swiftly scooped up the little girl, hastily retreating from her deranged father. The onlookers, frightened, scattered in all directions. Only the man, now frantically gnawing at the doctor's thigh, remained alongside the doctor, who cried out for help. Save me. I implore you. Save me. Chapter 68. The zombie beast horde charges. Jill heard the commotion and rushed to the scene with her team. Upon witnessing the man attacking, her expression changed drastically. She immediately drew her pistol, aiming it at the man's head. Bang! The bullet pierced through the man's skull, embedding itself in the ground. The doctor hastily pushed aside the lifeless body of the man pressing down on him, his face brimming with gratitude as he thanked Jill. Thank you, officer, he began. But before he could finish, he saw Jill once again aim the gun at his head. Wait! The doctor exclaimed, raising his hands in alarm, his complexion paling as he spoke urgently. Officer, I am a physician. I merely came to help. Apologies, Jill replied, shaking her head as she pulled the trigger once more. Bang! The doctor's head jolted violently, a bullet hole appearing in the center of his forehead. A trickle of blood began to seep out as he stared in disbelief, collapsing backward. It was only then that Donovan and the others behind him reacted. They looked at Jill in shock. Jill, are you all right? Donovan inquired cautiously. Jameson, however, wore an unusually grave expression. Jill, you must leave Raccoon City immediately. Taylor interjected. I have a new car that hasn't been logged into the system yet. You can take it and go. Jill holstered her firearm and shook her head at them. There's no need to rush, guys. I need to contact the chief first. What? The three of them stared at Jill in disbelief. No, seriously, you just shot two people. A brutal headshot, no less. And now you want to contact the chief? Are you planning to turn yourself in right here? They watched, dumbfounded, as Jill pulled out her radio. Chief, this is Jill Valentine. Jill, what do you need? The chief's voice crackled back. Chief, I've encountered an incident involving a citizen attacking others. What? You too? Chief James's tone was filled with astonishment. Jill's expression grew serious. The attackers are infected with a highly contagious virus. This virus transforms individuals into zombies. Zombies? The strange term left Chief James momentarily perplexed. Yes. Corpses that walk without any sense of humanity. Goodness. The three of Donovan recoiled a few steps, distancing themselves from the two bodies on the ground. Jill shot them a glare and continued her report. Those bitten by them will also contract the virus. The head. Only the head is their weakness. Chief James paused in contemplation before asking, Jill, is there an antidote for this virus? Instinctively, Jill bit her lip. Upon hearing the question, she immediately feared that a colleague might have been bitten. There is a virus serum. Excellent. Chief James exclaimed with fervor, quickly pressing for details. Where is the serum? Jill hesitated momentarily, gritting her teeth as she prepared to respond. Umbrella Corporation. This virus has also leaked from an underground laboratory belonging to Umbrella. Director James's voice faltered as he hesitated. Donovan exchanged glances with the others, and a profound silence enveloped them. For the citizens of this nation, Umbrella Corporation looms as a colossal entity. Not even Director James, nor the mayor or the governor, can confront them. I will engage in negotiations with Umbrella Corporation, Director James declared. Jill, do not speak of this matter to anyone henceforth. Donovan, Jameson, Taylor, I, in my capacity as the Chief of Police of Raccoon City, hereby issue a gag order. From this moment onward, at any time and in any place, this topic must not be mentioned. Understood, Chief. Director James continued. The city government has just issued a directive. Given the escalating danger, citizens are to seek shelter. But we cannot hide, for we are the police of Raccoon City. The former Raccoon City was under our protection, and the current Raccoon City shall continue to be safeguarded by us. Jill, take Donovan and the others to establish a defensive position near Raccoon City High School. I will dispatch additional officers to join you. Remember, if any suspicious individuals approach, shoot to kill immediately. Yes, Chief. Time passed gradually as Jill, along with Donovan and the others, constructed a rudimentary defensive position, fully aware of the lurking dangers. Jill had preemptively secured an escape route. A squad of ordinary officers dispatched by Director James had also arrived. Initially, a few zombies wandered nearby. Without needing Jill's command, Taylor, armed with a powerful sniper rifle atop the building, swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single shot to the head. As the number of zombies surged, Jill and her team were compelled to abandon their position, fighting as they retreated. They soon fell back into the building, relying on the narrow corridors and stairwells to hold their ground. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Raccoon City, the zombie dog leader had abandoned the idea of teaching its pack the intricacies of flanking attacks. It opted instead to take the lead personally. orchestrating assaults with various zombie beasts from different directions against Umbrella-esque security positions, sometimes accompanied by a zombie bear, a zombie monkey, and a zombie squirrel. The zombie bear served as a meat shield, drawing enemy fire and absorbing bullets. The nimble zombie monkey and zombie squirrel exploited their agility to infiltrate, inflicting wounds on soldiers before swiftly retreating. Employing this adaptable strategy, they managed to injure or kill hundreds of soldiers from morning until dusk. Initially, the wounded soldiers were oblivious to their infection with the virus. During the process of healing, they unexpectedly transformed into zombies, subsequently biting and killing numerous doctors and nurses. These soldier zombies incited considerable chaos within the camp. Once the senior commanders grasped the situation, they promptly ordered the execution of the transformed soldiers. Meanwhile, the highest authority, Weskier, callously commanded that those bitten doctors and nurses be shot on sight. At that moment, all soldiers in the camp became acutely aware that they must never allow themselves to be bitten or scratched by the ravenous beasts. Consequently, their defensive perimeter gradually tightened, shrinking from several hundred meters to a mere 100 by dusk. As twilight descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the zombie dog leader, Ho, rose to its feet and let out a howl. Awo, assemble. Fearing the artillery fire from the Umbrella Corporation, the scattered hordes of zombie beasts began to converge. Soon, tens of thousands of them had gathered. The zombie dog leader stood at the forefront of the horde, its physique reminiscent of a calf, allowing it to spot the flickering lights of the human camp in the distance. As the evening breeze caressed its skin, a lone tuft of dog hair clung to its chin, swaying in the wind and adding an unexpected touch of humor to its imposing presence. Awo, attack! With a commanding roar, it led the charge against the enemy. A thunderous rumble ensued as tens of thousands of zombie beasts followed suit, forming a gray tide that trampled the earth with an unstoppable momentum towards the enemy lines. Chapter 69. The brave zombie beasts breach the Umbrella Corporation's defense. Outside the suburbs of Raccoon City, in the security forces barracks, soldiers were enjoying their dinner when suddenly the ground began to tremble violently, causing the dishes on the tables to rattle. An earthquake. The soldiers sprang to their feet, hastily retreating to open spaces. However, the commanders on the other side turned pale with alarm. They pushed aside the dining tables and stood up. This is bad. The beast horde is launching an attack. Quickly, direct the soldiers back to their positions. Report to the commanding officer. Request armed helicopter reinforcements. As night deepened, Weskier donned sunglasses, obscuring his expression. Yet, the bulging muscles in his jaw revealed his evident displeasure. The squadron of armed helicopters took off immediately. The frontline tank units aimed their cannons towards the direction of the beasts. Yes, Commander. The zombie horde surged to within 300 meters of the military camp, and the tanks, having already locked onto their targets, unleashed a barrage. Dozens of shells tore through the air, shrieking as they struck the midst of the horde. The explosions were deafening. Immediately following, gunfire erupted, with countless streams of orange tracer rounds pouring down upon the ravenous beasts. A howl of aggression erupted as the zombie dog leader bellowed, prompting the horde of undead beasts to surge forward relentlessly, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades in their frenzied charge. Where are the armed helicopters? Why haven't they arrived yet? A frontline commander, consumed by desperation, fired his weapon with wild abandon while vocally lamenting their plight. Beside him, a diminutive soldier rolled his eyes, intermittently squeezing the trigger of his gun with a casual demeanor. Strikingly, his lethality surpassed that of the nearby squad leader by a considerable margin. However, beneath his calm exterior, this sharpshooter was cursing vehemently. Damn you, Weskier. Once this battle concludes, I shall resign. At that moment, 5 armed helicopters finally appeared on the scene. As they emerged, each helicopter unleashed 2 missiles, soaring toward their target. Unbeknownst to them, the zombie dog leader had retreated to the center of the horde. Suddenly, its pupils constricted in fear, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned to flee. In the next instant, a missile screamed down upon the very spot it had just vacated. Boom. The explosion hurled dozens of undead beasts into the air. The zombie dog leader, having barely sprinted 10 meters, was caught in the shockwave of the blast and sent tumbling into the air. It let out a pitiful whimper as it spun, crashing heavily to the ground. After shaking off the disorientation, the zombie dog leader glanced back at the horde, which had now charged ferociously against the iron walls of the defensive line, each one colliding with the barrier in a frenzy. A glint of cunning flashed in the leader's eyes as it tucked its tail and bounded into the forest in a desperate escape. Meanwhile, within the hive laboratory, Richard was engaged in the final synthesis of the antidote. The Red Queen's projection observed the semi-finished liquid being placed into a thermal box and inquired, "Richard, how long will this take?" "It requires at least 2 hours for the various components of the liquid to naturally blend," Richard replied nonchalantly, wiping his hands. "Can we not use machines to expedite the synthesis?" The Red Queen's projection asked anxiously. "No." Richard shook his head firmly. "This final step must occur through natural blending." He glanced at the restless projection of the Red Queen and patiently elaborated, "Certain components in the liquid have exceedingly fragile molecular structures. If subjected to violent mechanical agitation, these structures could undergo catastrophic fragmentation. At that point, whether the result is an antidote or a virus becomes uncertain." The Red Queen pouted in displeasure. "Well, fine then." Just then, Richard's expression shifted slightly. He discarded the tissue, clasped his hands together, and suddenly formed a hand seal. Release. A subtle crimson magic flickered momentarily in his eyes. Meanwhile, the leader of the zombie hounds, having just fled into the forest, suddenly froze. A complex red magical rune manifested in the creature's gaze, and in the next instant, the rune shattered. "No." The zombie hound leader emitted a desperate howl, its eyes swiftly turning a pallid gray, before its hulking body collapsed to the ground. Richard, situated within the hive laboratory, shook his head in regret. It was rare to encounter an animal that had attained sentience, yet it was a mere zombie hound. Otherwise, I would have taken it with me. On the other side, as the horde of zombies approached within 100 meters of the stronghold, Ada Wong narrowed her eyes in vigilance. "This military camp cannot withstand the onslaught. I must retreat." Thus, she began shifting her position continuously, firing from various locations while discreetly withdrawing. By the time the horde breached the iron walls, trampling over soldiers who failed to escape, she had already retreated to a nearby military vehicle. "Damn it, the umbrella soldiers are utterly useless." Ada cursed vehemently, discarding her empty assault rifle, and leaped onto a military Humvee, igniting the engine with haste. The vehicle roared to life, pivoting sharply like an enraged bull, and thundered away. The horde that had broken through the military camp was now reduced to fewer than 10,000. Aside from a few scattered hundreds of undead beasts chasing after the fleeing umbrella soldiers within the chaotic camp, the remaining creatures regrouped into a throng of several thousand. Surging toward the nearby Raccoon City, where fresh flesh awaited. From an armed helicopter, Weskier surveyed the tumultuous camp and the still mighty horde, coldly stating, "Doctor, I require your authorization to initiate the final defensive measures." On the other end of the line, Dr. Isaac calmly replied, "Granted." After hanging up, Weskier removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of frigid, beastly eyes. Tactical nuclear missile preparation. Meanwhile, the Red Queen's projection, having intercepted this command, promptly conveyed it to Richard. He furrowed his brow involuntarily. "It seems my arrival has utterly altered the narrative of the Resident Evil saga. I inadvertently orchestrated the siege by the zombie horde, initially intending to stall for time. But it appears I have underestimated humanity. No wonder the Red Queen referred to you as cold-blooded executioners." "Red Queen." Richard turned to the projection. "I will deal with the horde. You must find a way to halt the launch of the tactical nuclear missile. Leave it to me," the Red Queen confidently proclaimed. "As long as I alter the launch code and secure the manual control key, that insufferable Weskier shall not launch the tactical nuclear missile today." Richard gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my Red Queen." After his praise, he donned his hood and effortlessly opened a portal to depart. It was only then that the Red Queen realized her oversight and, hopping in frustration, shouted, "You fool, Richard. Dream on. Alicia would never grant you authorization." In the outskirts of Raccoon City, Richard hovered in midair, his forearm adorned with the crimson Ragador ring, raising his hand slowly. Below, the river began to churn violently, and in an instant, a torrent of water erupted skyward. Meanwhile, Ada Wong, who had just made her escape to the riverbank, was horrified by the scene and screamed as she slammed on the brakes. Chapter 70. The resounding siege of beasts comes to a halt. Richard turned his head toward the source of the scream. Beneath the towering water curtain, a military Hummer was parked at the river's edge. Inside the driver's seat, a woman clad in military attire cowered, clutching her head against the steering wheel. Richard furrowed his brow, employing a multicasting technique to wield the water's magic, silently splitting off a strand of power. A red glow flickered beneath the Hummer, causing the entire vehicle to swiftly sink into the ground. Having accomplished this, Richard pivoted to command the colossal water curtain, which cascaded down in an overwhelming deluge. In an instant, the titanic wave crashed down upon the horde of rampaging zombie beasts. Boom! The wave slammed into the earth with a thunderous resonance, causing the ground to tremble violently. Half of the zombie beasts were crushed beneath the colossal wave, while the survivors found themselves missing limbs, dragged back into the river by Richard's controlled waters. Suspended in the air, Richard continuously altered his hand seals, summoning a stream of crimson energy that swept south to north with a chilling aura, freezing everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the struggling zombie beasts in the river, along with the turbulent waters, were encased in ice sculptures. Richard exhaled softly and effortlessly opened a portal, gliding through it. From a distance, Weskier observed Richard's performance from an armed helicopter. As Richard vanished into the portal, Weskier crushed his phone with a decisive snap. A melodious voice tinged with amusement emerged from the back seat. "You seem rather displeased." Weskier's body stiffened, his beastly eyes narrowing with sudden intensity. He turned to see an infuriatingly familiar face. "Ah, Mr. Mysterious Richard, greetings," Weskier said, his expression stoic as he donned sunglasses. Richard patted his shoulder and remarked, "There are still some residual zombie beasts in the military camp below. I trust your umbrella soldiers can handle them?" Weskier nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem." Richard snapped his fingers with a grin and remarked, "Then, see you later." With that, his figure sank and vanished. Weskier's breath intensified momentarily as he turned around, grasping the communication device on the armed helicopter, commanding, "All combat personnel of the security forces, eliminate the remaining enemies in the camp immediately." Meanwhile, Richard emerged from the portal, carrying the drenched Ada Wong. The projection of Red Queen flickered into existence, pointing at Richard and exclaiming, "You rogue, Richard. Alicia just promised me that she would never grant you the authorization." Richard raised an eyebrow, casually tossing Ada onto the ground. "Red Queen. Take her to change into some clean clothes." The Red Queen, gazing at the rather disheveled woman, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, it's Agent Ada Wong." Richard, that Albert Weskier fellow summoned her to seduce you." Richard, taken aback, looked down at the silently blushing Ada. "I did not." Ada weakly defended herself, turning away as her ears burned with embarrassment. A hint of amusement flickered in Richard's eyes as he said, "Hurry and change into appropriate attire. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold." The Red Queen widened her eyes and incredulously exclaimed, "She is here to seduce you. Aren't you angry?" Richard shrugged. "Why should I be upset? If the enemy enjoys sending sugar-coated bullets, I shall consume the candy and fire the bullets back." The Red Queen was left speechless. "You shameless individual." Just then, the newly upright Ada could not help but stifle a laugh. Richard tilted his chin proudly, declaring, "What can I say? My charm is simply irresistible." The Red Queen scrunched her nose in annoyance, opting not to engage with him further, and then materialized in front of Ada, beckoning, "Agent Ada Wong, follow me." Ada, head bowed, followed along. As she passed Richard, she paused and softly expressed, "Thank you for saving me." The following day, near Raccoon City High School, Jill and her teammates gathered on the rooftop after holding their ground for a day and night. Initially stationed on the first floor, they had been gradually pushed back by the incessantly incoming zombies. After depleting a significant portion of their ammunition, Jill decisively ordered everyone to retreat to the rooftop. Simultaneously, they planted timed explosives to obliterate the staircases leading to the second and third floors. It was her resolute action that saved them all. Exhausted, Jill leaned against the wall and could not suppress a yawn. Donovan handed her an already uncapped water bottle, saying, "Jill, you should rest for a bit. I'll keep watch here." Jill accepted the bottle, took a generous gulp, and then returned it. She wiped the corner of her mouth and responded, "No need. This bioweapon crisis should come to an end today." After speaking, she turned and raised her voice, encouraging the weary officers, "Everyone, muster your spirits and hold on just a little longer." "Yes, Commander Jill," came the scattered replies, which only served to highlight the team's currently diminished morale. Jill furrowed her brow, but ultimately chose not to voice her concerns. Donovan quietly inquired, "Jill, what did you mean by saying it could end today?" Jameson hurried over, cradling his weapon, squatting down to echo the question. "Jill, did that mysterious Richard of yours share this news with you?" Jill's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Jameson. How do you know about Richard?" Jameson shrugged. "Donovan and Taylor know too. You left Jack's bar with him the other night." Jill turned to Donovan. "Donovan?" He awkwardly turned his face away, that night etched deeply in his memory. "Jill, perhaps we should discuss the bioweapon crisis," Donovan muttered sullenly. Jill hesitated, her expression uncertain. "I'm not entirely sure, but Richard assured me he would handle it." Donovan and Jameson exchanged incredulous glances. Is this the fierce Jill Valentine? How has she become so vulnerable in love? At that moment, Taylor suddenly shouted, "Hey, Jill, come take a look. Something seems off on the main street to the east." Jill quickly rose, rubbed her numb calf, and limped over with urgency. Donovan and Jameson followed suit. Taylor pointed towards the east, and said to Jill, "The horde of zombies that was wandering on the main thoroughfare has suddenly vanished." Jill took the sniper rifle, peered through the scope, and confirmed that the street indeed bore no trace of the undead. Could it be that some citizens had been discovered? She furrowed her brow in speculation and returned the rifle to Taylor. Jameson's heart sank as he quickly remarked, "Hey, Jill, we lack sufficient personnel and ammunition. We can't go out to rescue anyone." Jill rubbed her forehead and nodded. "I understand, Jameson. Don't worry." At that moment, the rooftop began to tremble slightly. "Is there an earthquake?" was Jill's immediate thought. "No, it's the military arriving," Taylor declared emphatically, having spotted a column of light armored assault vehicles through the sniper scope. Jameson's expression brightened. Could it be the National Guard has arrived? Taylor's expression shifted, urgency seeping into his voice. "No. They are." Chapter 71. The Six Tyrants Make Their Entrance. Before Taylor could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. Bang! In an instant, Taylor, along with his firearm, was knocked to the ground by a bullet. "Ah!" Taylor cried out in agony, clutching his shoulder, urgently exclaiming, "There's a sniper. Quickly, take cover." Everyone swiftly crouched down, while Donovan retrieved a medical kit and crawled over to Taylor's side. "Taylor, how are you?" Taylor's face paled with pain. "I'm fine. Just took a bullet to the shoulder." Hiss. The other party merely fired a warning shot. Otherwise, that bullet would have blown my head off. Jameson gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, "What the hell? Where did these bastards come from?" "It's Umbrella Corporation." Taylor gritted his teeth. Donovan was hastily treating his wound, but the rough man was no professional medic, causing Taylor considerable discomfort. Unable to refrain from shooting Donovan a glare, he continued, "I just saw the red and white umbrella insignia painted on the assault vehicle." Jill, peering through a gap in the railing, quietly observed and realized that this was not a single unit. It appeared to be composed of 6 convoys. She relayed her findings to everyone. Looking at the direction of the convoys, they should be heading to the city center. Jameson and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. City center? The quickest thinking Jameson immediately responded, "That's where the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City division is located." Jill furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling Richard's words, decisively stating, "Let them pass." Jameson informed Director James of this news. "I hope this is also your contingency, Richard." 6 convoys, dozens of light and heavy armored vehicles, marched toward the Raccoon City division. The doors swung open, and a cadre of well-trained armed personnel swiftly disembarked, forming a defensive formation. Subsequently, 6 Dr. Isaacson emerged from the vehicles. They advanced to the front of their ranks, exchanged glances, and simultaneously commanded, "Charge in." Back at the hive, Albert Weskier, having returned, observed this scene through surveillance cameras and promptly reported to the original Dr. Isaacson. "Doctor, you need to see this." The original doctor, resting his chin on his hand, watched the video with keen interest. "Huh, 6 clones have gathered together. How intriguing. Weskier, let them in. Also, lure the zombies and lickers from the hive toward them. I hope these traitors can make it to me alive." "As you command, Doctor," Weskier replied before switching channels. All Umbrella employees at the Raccoon City division laid down their weapons, allowing entry to the newcomers. The Umbrella employees were now facing off against the soldiers brought in by the 6 clones. Upon hearing the command transmitted through the earpiece, they exchanged bewildered glances. What had transpired? Never mind. It sufficed to heed the orders from above. As the first employee relinquished their weapon, the others swiftly followed suit. They raised their hands, clearing the path. The 6 formidable clones, brimming with vigor, led the way straight to the underground hive laboratory. Meanwhile, within the hive laboratory, the grotesque, decaying zombies aimlessly wandered. One particular zombie, presumably a former member of the laboratory's management, seemed to be experiencing an itch, repeatedly striking its head against the protective door. Suddenly, with a resounding hiss, the protective door swung open, and the zombie tumbled out. The other zombies from adjacent rooms stumbled forth as well, with a series of hissing sounds. Tightly shut doors abruptly flung open, as if beckoning them forth. The zombies, crossing through the open doorways, gradually converged, surging toward Area 1. After enduring the initial onslaught from Richard, followed by a second wave of attacks led by Alice, Matt, and the assault team, the once formidable horde of over 500 zombies had dwindled to less than 300. At that moment, an odd sound emanated from the broadcasting device mounted on the wall, as a crimson leech-like creature silently crawled over. It circled the broadcasting device with an ease befitting its nature, then flicked its serpentine tongue and leaped down, hastily exiting the room. The 6 clones remained oblivious to the fact that a grand welcoming ceremony had been prepared for them. They descended to Area 1 in an elevator, accompanied by the elite combat personnel. As the elevator doors opened, hundreds of assembled zombies roared and staggered forward. The first few elite soldiers to step out of the elevator, paralyzed with fear, immediately squeezed the triggers. So many monsters. Fire. Quickly fire. The zombies, devoid of pain, relentlessly advanced through the hail of gunfire. One female zombie at the forefront was severed at the waist, her mangled upper body propped up, revealing her ashen, lifeless form. She let out a chilling roar, clawing at the ground as she crawled toward the soldiers. A soldier, witnessing this horrifying scene, succumbed to panic, shutting his eyes and firing frantically at the half-dismembered female zombie on the ground. A barrage of bullets struck her chest with precision, obliterating her once ample bosom along with her torso, yet the female zombie remained resolute, continuing her advance. One of the clone doctors, unable to bear the sight, snatched the assault rifle from the soldier's grasp and, with a swift motion, fired a shot that shattered the female zombie's skull. Dr. Clone threw the firearm to the soldier, reprimanding him with dissatisfaction. "Open your eyes, soldier. Remember to aim for their heads next time." The soldier fumbled to catch the gun and nodded nervously. Suddenly, a drop of scalding saliva fell upon his head. As he reached up to touch it, he instinctively looked up, and in that fleeting moment, a long, crimson tongue descended from the ceiling, wrapping around the back of the soldier's neck before retracting violently. The assault rifle fell from the air, caught deftly by Dr. Clone. With a dark expression, he raised his gaze to see a grotesque skinned creature, resembling a giant spider, clinging to the ceiling. It abruptly released its tongue, opening its razor-sharp maw to devour the struggling soldier's head in one swift motion. "Damn it!" Dr. Clone shouted, raising the assault rifle and firing repeatedly at the creature's head. The beast's body contracted suddenly, evading the bullets while its four limbs propelled it swiftly across the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from Dr. Clone's sight. The headless corpse of the soldier fell from above, landing with a thud beside Dr. Clone. He discarded the empty rifle in frustration, kicking the soldier's body towards the horde of zombies. The appearance of the creature altered the dynamics of the battlefield. The elite soldiers, who had been pushing the zombie horde back, were now ambushed by the long tongues striking from all directions. Some were pierced through the chest on the spot. Even worse were those ensnared by their arms or thighs, who could only emit a brief, urgent scream before falling silent. As the elite soldiers perished one after another, within just a few minutes, over a dozen had met their end. The 6 Dr. Clones wore grim expressions, exchanging glances and nodding in unison. They simultaneously removed their suit jackets, grasped their shirt collars, and tore with force. The white shirts ripped apart with a sharp sound, revealing their muscular torsos. The Dr. Clones clenched their jaws, expressions contorted in pain as veins throbbed on their foreheads. From their necks, their skin rapidly manifested sharp, sturdy scales, while jagged bone spurs began to extend from their shoulders and joints. With a roar, they surged in height, transforming into 6 towering tyrants, each exceeding 3 meters. Chapter 72. Tyrants of the Clones Battle the Original. With their transformation complete, the 6 tyrant doctors unleashed a furious roar at the zombie horde, and a crimson tongue, launched from within the throngs of the undead, stiffened in midair. One of the tyrant doctors leaped into action, reaching out to grasp the long tongue, forcefully pulling the devourer hidden among the horde of zombies towards him. The devourer's 4 sharp claws frantically scratched at the tyrant doctor's form, leaving merely white streaks on the surface of his scales, which vanished in the blink of an eye. The tyrant doctor sneered down at the devourer and, with a powerful throw, sent it crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact caused the creature to spew forth a torrent of putrid blood. This blow seemed to inflict severe injury upon the devourer, whose claws flailed wildly, yet failed to right itself, releasing its long tongue. The tyrant doctor raised a fist the size of a cooking pot and brought it down heavily upon the creature's head. With a deafening crash, the devourer's skull was obliterated, splattering foul blood and remnants everywhere. The nearest elite soldiers recoiled in horror at the grotesque spray that coated them. The headless devourer convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Shaking off the blood that marred his fist, the tyrant doctor's aura intensified to an alarming degree. He unleashed a roar towards the horde of zombies once more. The mindless zombies, oblivious to the tyrant doctor's might, continued their relentless assault against the elite soldiers' defenses. However, the devourers lurking in the shadows reacted differently, witnessing the gruesome demise of their kind and feeling the overwhelming presence of the tyrant doctor. They scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, vanishing in an instant. Under the leadership of the 6 tyrant doctors, the zombie horde was swiftly decimated, and they charged straight towards the lowest level of the 10-story hive laboratory. With a thunderous crash, the protective door on the 10th floor was violently breached from the outside, Isaacs. One tyrant doctor bellowed as he leaped inside, followed closely by the other 5. Dr. Isaacs, seated behind his desk, clicked his tongue in disdain. TSK, TSK. Clones are nothing but clones, a bunch of brainless fools. Rising from his seat, he moved around the desk, regarding the 6 tyrant doctors with contempt. You actually injected your cells with the virus. It's hard to believe, especially since you lot were cloned from my cells. His merciless derision nearly incensed the 6 tyrant doctors to the point of explosion. Their chests heaved with fury, and their breaths turned into scalding white mist. One tyrant doctor raised a hand, pointing accusingly at Dr. Isaacs, declaring, "Kill him. We shall determine who the true Isaacs is." The other 5 tyrant doctors echoed in unison. Kill. Transformed into 6 formidable tyrants, they charged forward, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The doctor, with measured grace, removed his golden-rimmed spectacles and casually tossed them aside, where they were deftly caught by the ever-silent Albert Weskier. Loosening his tie, the doctor's pupils flickered with rapidly updating real-time data displayed on an internal panel. In the blink of an eye, the tactical analysis system implanted in his brain had meticulously dissected the attack patterns of the 6 formidable tyrants, generating 9 distinct counter-strategies. The doctor leaned forward, abruptly dodging a colossal fist propelled by a fierce gust of wind that rustled the nanofiber material of his suit. With a powerful push off the ground, he soared upward, evading 2 more vicious kicks. Suspended in midair, his right leg swiftly struck at the waist of one tyrant. Utilizing the force of the blow to execute a graceful spin, narrowly avoiding a massive hand that reached out to grasp him. At that moment, the doctor had deftly maneuvered past the 6 tyrants. A cold smile crept upon his lips as 2 strands of nanofiber suddenly shot forth from his lowered sleeves. The tyrants, having regained their footing, prepared to re-engage, only to feel a sharp pain in their arms. Startled, they turned to see that each of their limbs had been ensnared by an almost invisible thread. Straining their muscles to break free, they found that the thread sliced through the grayish scales of their skin, penetrating deep into their flesh. With a pained cry, the 2 tyrants watched helplessly as their robust arms were severed cleanly by the nanofiber strands. Seizing the moment of their immobilization, the doctor landed and swiftly pivoted, lowering his body significantly. With a flourish, he unveiled 2 razor-sharp daggers that slid into his palms. With a swift thrust, the daggers sank into the Achilles tendons of the incapacitated tyrants, a spurt of blood erupting forth as both fell to one knee. Before they could utter a sound of despair, the doctor leapt into the air, the glint of his daggers flashing as they sliced through the air, severing the necks of both tyrants in a single, fluid motion. As they reached out with their remaining arms in a futile attempt to stanch the flow of blood from their necks, their massive heads slowly tilted, succumbing to gravity and falling away. The remaining 4 tyrants, their faces etched with horror, stumbled backward, creating distance between themselves and the doctor. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds since the onset of battle, he had decisively eliminated 2 of the immensely powerful tyrants. This is impossible, one tyrant bellowed in disbelief. The doctor adjusted his collar, a confident smile gracing his features. There is nothing impossible. You foolish clones must not believe that the Umbrella Corporation possesses only a singular method of evolution through viruses, do you? Dr. B, with a mocking laughter, exuded a palpable disdain through his gaze. After transforming into a tyrant, the clones were already prone to volatility and fury. Witnessing the contempt in the doctor's eyes incited their rage further. They roared defiantly, charging once again. Suddenly, 2 gunshots pierced the air. Weskier emerged, brandishing a pistol, his demeanor calm. The subsequent thuds echoed as 2 fell to the ground. The 2 tyrant doctors in the front turned in horror, only to find their comrades lifeless behind them, each with a bullet wound at their foreheads, a mysterious black liquid oozing from the orifices. The remaining tyrant doctors turned back. Fear etched onto their faces as they regarded the firearm in Weskier's hand. Albert Weskier, how did you accomplish this? One tyrant doctor stammered in terror. Weskier, expressionless, replied, "The virus antidote." "What?" exclaimed the other in shock. The doctor merely shook his head, chuckling softly. "It is but a prototype." The tyrant doctors, momentarily relieved, felt tension return as he added, "However, it will suffice to eliminate you." Their bodies tensed once more. Chapter 73. A battle without victors. The tyrant doctors, their faces ashen, exchanged silent glances. Suddenly, each seized a comrade's corpse and hurled it towards Dr. Isaac and Albert Weskier. They followed suit, one targeting the doctor and the other Weskier. The battle analysis system within the doctor's mind whirred into action, but the massive bodies obscured his vision. forcing the system to rely on predictive algorithms regarding the movements of the concealed tyrant doctor behind the cadaver. The overwhelming data flow caused the analysis system to enter a hyperactive state. The chip embedded within the doctor's brain overheated, eliciting a piercing scream as he collapsed. Clutching his head. "Ah, my head." Yet, in a twist of fate, this very kneeling position allowed the incoming corpse to pass just over him, with the pursuing tyrant doctor nearly stepping on his head. Fortunately, the tyrant doctor adjusted his stance, embedding his claws into the ground, carving a lengthy scar over a meter before halting before the doctor. Rising, the tyrant doctor revealed a cruel smile, and in an instant, his claws became a blur, pinning the doctor to the ground with a barrage of blows. Meanwhile, Weskier sidestepped the flying corpse, leveling his pistol towards the figure hidden behind it. In the next moment, his beastly eyes instantly narrowed. The tyrant doctor, who had been trailing behind the corpse, vanished. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged from above, a colossal force descending from the heavens, causing the lifeless body hovering above him to crash down with tremendous weight. Weskier had no time to evade, left helplessly pinned beneath the massive corpse. With a cough, Weskier spat out blood, his sunglasses tumbling away to reveal a pair of dim, beastly eyes. The tyrant doctor leaped down from the companion's body, a wicked grin stretching across his face as he extended his enormous claw to seize Weskier's skull, yanking it with brutal force. With a sickening motion, Weskier's head, along with his spine, was wrenched free. Meanwhile, another tyrant doctor pressed down upon the main body of the doctor, delivering a barrage of punches, striking mercilessly for dozens of hits before finally lifting the mangled remains of the doctor's body to stand upright. He erupted into a wild, triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha. I have triumphed. I am Isaac. I am the one and only." Carelessly discarding Weskier's lifeless form, this tyrant doctor took a few stealthy steps, a sinister smile creeping across his face. In an instant, he lunged forward. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Die," as his voice faded. His colossal fist slammed into the back of his companion's heart. "Ugh!" The ambushed tyrant doctor gasped, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his heart. "Why you?" he stammered, collapsing to his knees, trembling as he turned to face his treacherous comrade in disbelief. "You coward!" The assailant cradled his head in both hands, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "Victory is written by the conqueror." With that, he twisted violently. Crack! The ambushed tyrant doctor's eyes widened in shock as the doctor's body slipped silently from his grasp. "Humph!" The assailant grunted, his arms straining once more, as he forcefully yanked the head from its place. "Ah!" The last surviving tyrant doctor tilted his head back, eyes closed, savoring the sweetness of ultimate victory. The taste of triumph was simply exquisite. A light chuckle echoed from behind. "Who is there?" The tyrant doctor spun around, only to find a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance. "It's you." Richard raised his hand in a casual wave. "Greetings, Dr. Isaac of Alaska." The tyrant doctor, on high alert, turned cautiously, his claws alternating between tension and relaxation. He vividly remembered Richard's formidable power, uncertain if he could confront him directly. Yet, one truth was unmistakable. He could not allow Richard to escape. At that moment, on the ground, the fingers of the deceased doctor's body twitched slightly. Richard squinted his eyes and could not help but remind, "Hey, Dr. Isaac of Alaska, take a look over your shoulder. Your true self seems to be quite alive." "Huh." The tyrant doctor turned around to see his original self slowly rising, back turned towards him. "No matter." He sneered coldly, "Just kill him once more." With that, he swung his massive hand, creating a gust of wind as he lunged forward. The doctor's true self let his arms hang limply, and two transparent threads gradually extended from the sleeves of his suit. Suddenly, he bent forward sharply, his body spinning as the threads danced about, wrapping around the tyrant doctor's wrist. The tyrant doctor felt a sharp pain at his wrist, and, upon closer inspection, his expression changed drastically. Not good. Before he could react, the doctor's true self spun like a top, the threads deftly severing the tyrant doctor's wrist. After landing, the doctor's true self stumbled forward a couple of steps, but the threads, swaying with his movement, silently entwined around the tyrant doctor's ankles. With a pull and a tug, the tyrant doctor let out a cry of despair, collapsing to his knees. "Ow, my foot!" The doctor's true self turned back, and as he swayed, the blood-stained threads flitted about, wrapping around the tyrant doctor's remaining wrist. "Ah, motherf!" The doctor's true self staggered to stabilize himself, slowly turning around, spitting out a mouthful of foul blood. He then raspily chuckled. "I admit I underestimated you fools. Unfortunately, your virus-damaged brains lead you to make occasional blunders. Such a pity." You were but a step away from ultimate victory. He approached the prostrate tyrant doctor. The dangling threads dancing like willow branches, droplets of blood falling. The tyrant doctor lay on the ground, eyes filled with regret. He had been overly complacent. However, I still have a chance to turn the tables. In an instant, a dark golden light flickered in his eyes. Not far away, a dagger trembled and floated upwards. The doctor's true self swung his arm, the threads silently coiling around the tyrant doctor's neck. Meanwhile, the dagger had circled behind him, its gleaming tip aimed at his head. Tyrant doctor, doctor's true self, it's time to die. The threads encircled the tyrant doctor's neck, slicing through the sturdy scales. But in the next moment, they abruptly halted. Hee. Ha. The tyrant doctor laughed heartily. The doctor's true self appeared bewildered, a dagger tip emerging from his forehead. His legs buckled, knees hitting the ground. Ultimately ending up with his rear in the air, head pressed against the ground. Richard, witnessing this, sighed and shook his head. He had intended to say more, but instead, he swiftly tore open the portal and departed. Mere seconds later, the Hive laboratory trembled violently. With a thunderous roar, it collapsed into a massive pit spanning 10 miles. In the end, Dr. Isaac and the frozen executives of Umbrella Corporation were buried within, along with their unfulfilled ambitions. In Raccoon City Park, the elderly Alicia sat in her wheelchair, gazing up at the cerulean sky. How lovely it is. The projection of Red Queen stood beside her, tears welling in her eyes. Pleading, Alicia, please don't die, will you? The elderly Alicia feebly tugged at the corners of her mouth, attempting to muster a semblance of a smile. I wish to live as well. You want to live? Allow me to assist you. A clear and vibrant voice suddenly resonated. Chapter 74. Rebirth and Departure. Upon stepping through the portal, Richard casually discarded the antidote for the virus. With a sharp crack, the glass vial shattered upon hitting the ground, causing the blue liquid within to evaporate rapidly. Richard surveyed his surroundings and waved his hand. A strong gust of wind swept up the remaining potion, soaring through the skies above Raccoon City. The zombies, wandering through the streets and buildings, fell silently to the ground one by one. Raccoon City High School. Taylor suddenly shouted anxiously, Jill, come quickly. Jill and the others rushed to the edge of the rooftop, clinging to the railing and peering down. The zombies in the streets were collapsing one after another, and they erupted into cheers. The zombies are dead. The zombies are dead. Thank God. This dreadful crisis has finally come to an end. A radiant smile illuminated Jill's face as she silently expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for everything. Raccoon City Police Department. Chief James, cigarette in mouth and Remington in hand, sat at the entrance of the police station. His arm was wrapped in bandages, once pristine, now stained red and black with blood. Listening to the jubilant cheers emanating from within the station, a weary smile broke across his face, filled with relief. It's finally over. Ashford Manor. Angela Ashford lay collapsed on the bed, while Professor Charles Ashford sat in his wheelchair, tears glistening in his eyes. Angela. Angela slowly raised her small hand to wipe away his tears. Daddy, please promise me you won't research such things anymore. Charles Ashford nodded vigorously, grasping her tiny hand. Daddy will listen to you. Daddy will listen to you. Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. In a laboratory, Alice awoke once more, bare and disoriented. She draped herself in a white sheet and stumbled to push open the door. A man, similarly draped in a white bedsheet, approached. Matt. Alice. The two, filled with surprise, rushed towards each other and embraced tightly. In the Raccoon City government, the mayor departed from the window and collapsed into his office chair. Mamma mia, it's finally over. Suddenly, a charming secretary entered through a slight opening in the door. Closing it behind her, she sauntered over with a feline grace. Lifting her minuscule skirt, she revealed her long legs clad in black stockings and settled herself upon the mayor's lap. Her delicate arms wrapped around his stout neck. Her vibrant makeup complemented by a beguiling smile as she breathed softly. Mayor, you've worked hard. Allow me to express the gratitude of the citizens of Raccoon City. The mayor's breath grew labored, his face flushed, as he stammered. Let us take it easy. The secretary's slender fingers glided down from his chin, nimbly unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time, until they reached his trousers. The mayor elongated his neck, closed his eyes, and could not resist inhaling deeply. Just then, the telephone on the desk rang abruptly. The secretary froze mid-action, hastily releasing her grip and stepping aside. You answer the phone, the mayor said, glancing at his trousers that had just filled out, feeling a mix of frustration and despair. He reluctantly picked up the receiver and spoke in a muffled tone. Hello, I am the mayor of Raccoon City. Who is this? Mayor, this is Colonel Edmund from the National Guard. We have arrived at the outskirts of Acre Road and expect to reach Raccoon City in about an hour. The mayor immediately stood up, his face transforming into a mask of eager anticipation. "Thank you, Colonel Edmund, and all the soldiers of the National Guard. I will arrange for someone to welcome you." After hanging up, the mayor's expression brightened. Just as he had been concerned about insufficient manpower, the arrival of the National Guard was fortuitous. They could assist in transporting the bodies and tidying up the various floors. The charming secretary slid closer, her soft hand resting on his chest, playfully tugging at his enticing chest hair. "You're so naughty. I like it." The mayor pulled her close, pressing his lips against her full, crimson mouth. In Raccoon City Park, the Red Queen projection bounced around, demanding of Richard, "You scoundrel, Richard. You just said you could save Alicia, didn't you? Didn't you?" Richard blinked, feigning ignorance. "Huh, I don't know. Who said that? I certainly didn't. You scoundrel, Richard," the Red Queen projection exclaimed, hopping in frustration. "You clearly just said it." Aged Alicia, with her emaciated, orange peel-like hands, anxiously clutched the armrest, her clear eyes yearningly fixed upon Richard. Noticing her gaze, Richard ceased his playful banter with the Red Queen and decisively raised his hand, opening a portal. "Very well, Red Queen. Miss Alicia, let us converse in a different locale." He approached, gently pushing the wheelchair through the portal. The Red Queen's projection exclaimed, "Damn it, Richard, wait for me." With that, her image shrank and vanished into the projection device on the wheelchair. Alaska's underground research facility, within a cloning workshop. Elderly Alicia gazed upon the contorted forms of the Alice clones nestled within circular petri dishes, unable to suppress a tight-lipped expression. The Red Queen's projection emerged, surveying the scene with a puzzled inquiry. "Richard, do you intend to use these clones to treat Alicia?" Richard nodded, turning his attention to the elderly Alicia. "Miss Alicia, please select a new body." Hesitant, elderly Alicia inquired, "Mr. Richard, what do you mean by treatment?" "It is quite simple," Richard replied with a smile, suddenly delivering a sharp pat to her back. A ghostly azure essence erupted from her frail form. The youthful and radiant soul of Alicia raised her hands, her expression one of disbelief. This is your soul," Richard beamed, gesturing towards the numerous clones in the petri dishes. "These clones were cultivated from your cells, and in principle, they should be highly compatible with your soul. So, choose a body for your future." As a portal opened, Richard stepped through, only to be greeted by a soft, warm form rushing towards him. He caught the girl, tenderly saying, "Jill." Jill gazed at Richard with wide eyes, asking, "Are you leaving?" Richard paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, it is time to go." Jill wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs entwining around his waist. "Darling, carry me to the bedroom." With that, she captured his lips in a kiss. Richard supported her shapely form and swiftly made his way to the bedroom. An hour later, Jill lay languidly in Richard's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. Richard caressed her smooth back and suddenly said, "Jill, come away with me." Jill froze, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye as she shook her head and murmured, "This is my world, Richard." Richard fell silent once more. "Will you return?" Jill asked, her voice tinged with longing. "I will," Richard asserted resolutely. "I have inscribed a magical mark upon you. Next time, I shall teleport directly to your side." Not only for Jill, but freed from the torment of aging, Alicia seized the opportunity presented by the demise of other Umbrella executives to reclaim control over the entire Umbrella Corporation. This inspired him with the notion of utilizing the world of Resident Evil as a logistical base. Watching Richard depart, Jill completed her grooming, donned her attire, and prepared to return to the police station. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Ada Wong, resplendent in a red dress. "He has left?" Jill squinted, unsure of the identity of this enchanting woman, but acutely aware that her inquiry pertained to Richard. "He has departed," Ada Wong stated. "I have come to invite you to join a team." Jill shook her head in refusal. "I am not interested. Beyond the Umbrella Corporation, other factions have acquired virus samples." Ada Wong crossed her arms and continued, "No one can guarantee when the next biological crisis will erupt." Jill furrowed her brow. "Do you possess information about those factions?" A crimson hologram projected from Ada's wristwatch. I know. Jill's expression brightened as she extended her right hand. "Then I shall join." Ada Wong smiled and reciprocated the gesture. With a resounding clap, their hands, accustomed to wielding firearms, clasped together. The hologram, exuberantly extending its phantom right hand, exclaimed, "Me too. Me too." Meanwhile, Richard, having arrived on a desolate island, suddenly sensed a peculiar coordinate while attempting a cross-dimensional teleportation. It was neither a spiritual resonance nor a magical coordinate he had buried. Driven by curiosity, he teleported to that world. Chapter 75, Transcending the Game World. In a certain realm, a flash of red light illuminated the scene. Richard knelt momentarily before rising to survey his surroundings. He discovered he was on the outskirts of an ancient village. Observing closely, he noted that a lengthy wooden fence encircled the village simply, with a grand archway at the entrance, upon which 3 peculiar characters were inscribed in a crooked manner. Richard frowned, rummaging through his mind, but failing to recall any similar script. Peering through the village gate, he observed that the structures were predominantly thatched cottages, with a few better ones being 2-story wooden houses. At that moment, a sudden flash of white light appeared just a meter inside the village gate. Richard was startled, immediately adopting a defensive stance, with 2 red rings of raggedure manifesting around his fists. He seemed to hear a ringing sound near his ear. However, there was no time for investigation. He gaped as the white light dissipated, revealing a figure. It was a young man, clad only in a pair of square underpants, wielding a wooden stick. The man looked down at himself, evidently infuriated. Raising the stick, he shouted incoherently and charged out of the village gate. As he passed Richard, he cast a glance his way, revealing a mixture of envy and jealousy in his eyes. He called out even more stridently, his pace quickening slightly. Watching the man depart, Richard felt somewhat bewildered as he stowed away the ring of Lagarder, suddenly recalling the sound that had resonated. Before he could discern the source of the noise, a transparent panel materialized before him. Good heavens! Richard gasped in astonishment, for the characters displayed were pure Chinese characters. Character: Richard. Race: human. Magic power: 4. Skill: energy shield 5. Richard stared at the panel in confusion, his first reaction being, how rudimentary. Moreover, the magic power likely referred to the divine energy within him, and the energy shield must surely be the ring of Lagarder he had just unleashed. It dawned on Richard that this panel was activated due to the skill he had just employed. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. He opened his right hand, and with a resounding pop, an orange-red fireball materialized in his palm. Ding! Richard's eyes widened in shock as he quickly glanced at the panel, where a new skill had appeared in the skill section. Fireball Technique 3. By heavens, it's true! He exclaimed. Let us try again. Richard silently recited the incantation, and the orange-red fireball in his palm gradually transformed into a brilliant yellow hue. Ding! Fireball Technique 6. Once more. Richard's excitement was palpable, his eyes gleaming as he continued to recite the incantation for the explosive flame technique. Boom! The fireball in his palm swelled to the size of a basketball, its color shifting to a stunning blue-white. Ding! Fireball Technique 9. Wow! Richard marveled at the upgrade of his fireball technique to level 9. Immersed in his exhilaration, he failed to notice the gathering dark clouds above the village. At that moment, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of a new figure clad in shorts, who, upon spotting Richard outside the village, noticed him holding the blue-white fireball. Good grief! A powerhouse! Richard abruptly turned, astonished to realize he understood the words of this man in shorts. The fellow, brandishing a wooden stick, stepped out of the village, casting an envious glance at Richard and his fireball. The next instant, he charged forth, exuberantly waving his stick. Ah, the wild chickens outside the village. Here I come again. Richard dispelled the fireball, lost in thought. Wild chickens? Powerhouse. Could it be that this world was a game world of sorts? Good heavens, why has it grown dark? A startled cry from the village roused Richard from his reverie. He abruptly raised his head and discovered a swirling mass of dark clouds gathering ominously above the village, with lightning crackling at its center, as if brewing some dreadful calamity. Heaven's punishment. It is heaven's punishment. A girl clad in white undergarments, clutching a wooden staff, suddenly exclaimed in terror. What? Heaven's punishment? Could it be that we have a cheater among us? Cheater? Richard pondered, only to be seized by a wave of heart palpitations. This ominous presence is targeting me. He dared not linger any longer. With a swift gesture, he opened a portal and dashed through it. As the portal flared to life, an alert echoed in the air. Once the portal vanished, the swirling tempest above solidified. An indistinct mechanical voice resonated. Cheating program not detected. Heaven's punishment system deactivated. Spatial fluctuation detected. Tracking system activated. Unfamiliar with this gaming realm, Richard realized that the portal he had opened was a random transport. Upon emerging from the portal, he found himself in a valley. In the center of the valley, patches of grass were dotted with groups of goat-like creatures sporting long, twisted horns. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these goats were indeed game monsters, each adorned with a red health bar and glaringly bright level 16. Just as he contemplated a further examination, the goat monsters grew agitated. Once again, the sky darkened. Richard looked up to see the clouds above the valley thickening, as a vortex of thunder began to form. Cheater detected. Heaven's punishment system activated. Richard's expression shifted, for he had heard that barely perceptible mechanical voice. With urgency, He swiped his hand and teleported away once more. The vortex of thunder in the sky solidified again. Spatial fluctuation detected, tracking in progress. This time, Richard found himself amidst an endless sea of flowers, and to his dismay, every blossom appeared to be a monster. At his feet, an orchid-like creature suddenly bloomed, revealing a toothy maw that lunged towards him. Goodness! Richard quickly lifted his foot and squashed the orchid monster. An alert chimed in his ear, but he dared not waste a moment. He opened another portal and fled from the perilous flower field. As he departed, a fissure appeared in the sky above the floral expanse, revealing a colossal eye flickering with lightning. Cheater has departed. Continue tracking. This time, Richard was randomly transported to an island, finding himself right by the shore. He felt the urgency of the moment. His instincts warned him that this gaming world posed immense danger for him at present. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and sought to sense the magical mark he had left in the Marvel Universe. The pathway of the spirit's expansion unfolds. A crimson energy surged forth from within him as a diamond-shaped portal gradually opened. The alert tone echoed, but Richard paid it no heed. His gaze was fixated on the slowly expanding transdimensional gateway, silently urging it to hasten. Hurry faster. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and a colossal eye of thunder unfurled. The punishment for the cheater had commenced. Chapter 76. The Unfortunate Game World of Myself. Blast. How could they catch up so quickly? Richard cursed vehemently, raising his hands to unfurl a floating shield above his head. Boom. Crack. A massive silver lightning bolt shot forth from the Eye of Thunder, colliding with the crimson conical energy shield in the blink of an eye. Richard's complexion turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Damn. How formidable. The 10 transformation energy arrays on the conical shield whirled frantically, each manifesting an energy cannon around the shield. Gritting his teeth, Richard bellowed, "Fire!" The cannon's mouth rapidly gathered red energy, and in the next instant, 6 crimson energy orbs erupted towards the Eye of Thunder above. Boom. The orb struck the eye, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The Eye of Thunder momentarily closed in pain, but upon reopening, it seemed enraged by Richard's counterattack. The silver lightning flickering within transformed ominously into a dark purple hue. Richard abruptly looked up, sensing a familiar essence emanating from the Eye of Thunder. What is going on? Could there be another version of myself in this game world? Yet, he had not sensed this essence before. Richard felt a wave of confusion. No, wait. The color of that eye has changed. Perhaps it is this very transformation that allowed me to perceive this essence. Richard's spirit lifted, an intuition blossoming within him. The version of myself in this game world is likely the cheater spoken of by the players in the village. Regardless, the essence at hand must not be overlooked. With determination, Richard extended his essence tendrils, darting toward the Eye of Thunder like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the dark purple lightning brewed by the eye shot downwards. The two forces collided midair. Richard stifled a groan, his face paling. Yet, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The essence tendrils pressed forward, clashing against the dark purple lightning as they surged into the Eye of Thunder. Externally, the eye appeared as a colossal orb, but internally, it revealed an entirely different reality. The position of the central pupil appears to be a colossal instrument, while the sclera is composed of numerous small, cubical cells. The spiritual tendril swiftly approaches a small cell near the periphery, which serves as the prison for both him and me in this world. With a swift motion, the spiritual tendril penetrates the cell's outer wall, revealing him, eyes tightly shut, limbs severed, with only the torso and head remaining, covered in an array of densely packed sensory plates. Each sensory plate is connected to a strand of energy, all converging towards the immense instrument at the pupil's location. As the spiritual tendril invades his head, it merges with our shared essence. Kill me. Kill me. Upon contact, a surge of intense thoughts emanates from him. Richard's face contorts in agony. Damn, this nightmarish sensation returns. The repetitive plea to end his life reverberates in his mind like the tolling of a great bell. Through this spiritual connection, he perceives the despair and torment buried within his subconscious. Brother, I shall grant you peace. Gritting his teeth, Richard swiftly withdraws the spiritual tendril, taking his essence away. In that instant, as the essence departs his body, his head tilts, and his breath ceases. At that moment, the great Eye of Thunder in the sky suddenly widens. It unleashes a powerful emotional wave, akin to a volcanic eruption of fury. A thunderous roar erupts, no longer a mechanical sound, but rather the bellow of a living behemoth. Richard's complexion shifts dramatically. By heavens, this thing is ferocious. He yanks with both hands, bellowing, mirror space. A flurry of diamond-shaped spatial shards rapidly expands into a closed space. Richard leaps into the diamond portal. Die! An enraged shout reverberates through the diamond portal, reaching Richard's ears. With a thud, Richard is jolted and spits blood. In the next moment, a jet-black lightning bolt shoots from the thunderous Eye's instrument, instantly traversing space and striking the exterior of Richard's open mirror space. Boom! The mirror space barely withstands a second before it erupts violently. The black lightning, undeterred, directly strikes the diamond portal. This is bad. Richard's expression shifts drastically. He summons the residual energy within, a crimson magical force continuously converging upon the diamond portal. After a few tense seconds of standoff, the black lightning seems to realize it cannot breach the diamond portal and suddenly expands with a flash of dark light. Boom. Damn it. Richard can only utter a curse before being blown out of the interdimensional passage he had opened. Immediately, the diamond portal collapses, and the entire dimensional passage begins to disintegrate. Richard, clutching Shinner, soared into the void. Ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he seized the moment to unleash an energy whip, ensnaring the exit of the interdimensional portal. With a vigorous tug, he propelled himself into the unknown coordinates of the portal. When Richard regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a bed, a mural of Wolverine adorning the wall. Just then, the door creaked open, and a graceful woman entered, carrying a basin. Upon noticing Richard's gaze, she hurriedly approached him, her face alight with joy. "Richard, you're awake." "Lynn," Richard exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to sit up. "What is happening?" "Quick, lie back down," Lynn urged, placing the basin on the desk and gently guiding Richard to recline once more. "Your body is still quite weak and requires rest." "Lynn, how could I?" Richard's words faltered abruptly. Lynn, with an understanding smile that revealed her charming dimples, explained, "You suddenly appeared at my home yesterday, but you remained unconscious. I called an elderly neighbor, a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who examined you and said your internal injuries were quite severe, and you might be in a coma for some time. I never expected you to awaken today." Just as Richard was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a noise and instinctively sealed his lips. He mimed writing with his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Lynn paused in surprise but quickly understood, rising to retrieve paper and a pen from the drawer. "No need to mention it. You helped me last time, didn't you?" Richard accepted the paper and pen, swiftly writing in Chinese. "There are listening devices in your home. All right, once I recover, I shall treat you to a meal," he added. Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment as she took the paper and pen, scribbling back. "Who? Just like last time?" Richard found her tone somewhat peculiar, as he recalled the previous night, filled with delightful memories after their drinking. Lynn, realizing the implications, felt her cheeks flush. Clearing his throat, Richard quickly wrote, "With me here, there's no need to panic." Lynn nodded, feeling warmth spread through her heart. "I will help you clean up," Lynn said, turning to wring out a damp towel from the basin, meticulously wiping Richard's face. As Richard gazed at the enchanting visage so close before him, inhaling her subtle fragrance, a warmth blossomed within him. Meanwhile, downstairs, 3 black vehicles came to a halt, and a dozen heavily armed mercenaries disembarked in an orderly fashion. Chapter 77. The remnants of the Red Mountain Group. Richard grasped Lynn's hand gently, whispering, "They have arrived." Lynn's face flushed momentarily, but upon hearing Richard's words, she quickly set down the towel. "I'll go fetch a gun," she declared, turning to leave. "No need. Leave it to me," Richard replied, shaking his head and offering Lynn a reassuring smile. He assessed his physical condition and discovered that the injuries sustained in the game world had completely healed. "Stay here," Richard instructed as he rose from the bed. In the midst of Lynn's astonished gaze, he opened a portal, saying, "I'll be back shortly," before stepping through it. Lynn, in shock, covered her mouth. "Who exactly are you?" A mercenary squad of several individuals was divided into 2 groups. One half was crammed into a crowded elevator, while the other climbed the narrow staircase. Richard's portal appeared right in front of the latter group. "Hello there," he greeted cheerfully from the corner of the stairwell, raising his hand to wave at the mercenaries. "Target spotted. Open fire quickly." Upon recognizing Richard, the mercenaries scrambled to draw their weapons and aim at him in a flurry of confusion. Richard shook his head in disbelief. "You are the most inept group I have ever encountered." With that, he advanced without the use of magic, delivering a powerful punch to the head of the closest mercenary. The unfortunate fellow rolled his eyes back and crumpled to the ground. Richard transformed into a shadow, weaving through the cramped stairwell, delivering punches, elbows, and kicks with remarkable efficiency, swiftly incapacitating the mercenaries. "To think I must dirty my hands with such rabble. I must develop a spell akin to the Conqueror's Hockey." He gestured, and a portal materialized beneath him, swallowing both him and the unconscious mercenaries. When he reappeared, he found himself on the rooftop. Moments later, he teleported away again. And within 2 seconds, another portal opened, causing the remaining mercenaries to tumble out like dumplings. Looking up at the sky, a peculiar smile graced his lips. So these fellows have set their sights on me. The moment he arrived on the rooftop, he sensed an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Now he was certain that someone was monitoring him via satellite. Let me see who you are. Bending down, Richard grasped the soul of a mercenary. Soul sight retrace. His fingertips, tinged with red magical energy, pierced the mercenary's essence. He closed his eyes in concentration, and after a while, he suddenly opened them wide. What a surprise. It's the Red Mountain Group. In Johannesburg, Kareem Lucas, the head of the Red Mountain Group's branch, was brought to mind. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Richard's mouth as he traced circles with his hands, directly transporting the mercenaries to the depths of the ocean, where a swarm of ravenous sharks awaited. Returning to Lynn's home, she rushed to him, her concern palpable. Richard, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I am well. Richard touched his nose, feeling somewhat uneasy as Lynn continuously referred to him as Richard. Thus, he spoke. Lynn, you may call me Li Cha, for that is my true name. Lynn paused slightly, recalling a colleague who had perished in South Africa. Do you both share the name Li Cha? To this, Li Cha offered an awkward smile and replied, I will recount everything to you later. For now, I must deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. Please take care. Lynn urged with concern. Li Cha nodded, unexpectedly embraced her, kissed her forehead, and then vanished. In Johannesburg, at the Red Mountain Group branch, within the supervisor's office, Li Cha, cloaked in invisibility, appeared silently. Supervisor Kareem Lucas stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, engaged in a heated phone conversation, his tone betraying his agitation. Send another team. Is this something I need to instruct you on? What? No personnel available in Hong Kong? Then deploy individuals from Australia or Japan. I demand results. Results. Upon concluding the call, he hung up, his chest heaving with fury. Supervisor Lucas, your temper is quite fierce. One must maintain a tranquil disposition. A clear male voice unexpectedly resonated. Startled, Kareem Lucas turned sharply, demanding, who is there? Scanning the room and finding no one, his expression shifted, and he shouted, Mainframe. Investigate the office. Understood, sir, responded a mechanical voice. A blue scanning beam swept across the entire office. Sir, you are the only occupant in the office. Impossible. There was clearly someone speaking moments ago. In a flurry, Kareem Lucas hastily retrieved a handgun from his desk drawer. It seems that during my absence, your artificial intelligence at the Red Mountain Group has made no advancements, Li Cha declared, deactivating his invisibility and presenting himself boldly before Kareem Lucas. It's you. Kareem Lucas recognized Li Cha immediately, the very individual who had slain the president and obliterated the headquarters in South Africa. He raised his handgun, ready to fire. However, Li Cha shifted his form, appearing directly to Lucas's left, seizing his right hand that clutched the gun. Your greeting methods at the Red Mountain Group are consistently unfriendly. With that, he applied a forceful grip. Crack. Kareem Lucas cried out in agony, gazing at his right hand, now grotesquely deformed by the immense pressure, and began to wail in torment. My hand. Li Cha shook his head, then reached out, extracting Kareem's very soul. Spirit vision retracement. His fingertips, imbued with red magic, pierced the essence of the soul. The Red Mountain Group harbors so many hidden directors. Richard was somewhat astonished. He had just gleaned numerous secrets of the Red Mountain Group from Kareem Lucas's memories. It was Kareem Lucas who had installed the listening devices in Lynn's home and dispatched individuals to surveil her around the clock. Yet the true puppeteer behind it all was the board of directors of the Red Mountain Group. No matter, he could confront them one by one. Richard immediately transported himself outside the Red Mountain Group's branch, raising his hand to conjure a large fireball of blue and white. He casually tossed it behind him and stepped through the portal. Boom. The shockwave of the explosion surged through the closed portal, causing the edges of Richard's battle mage robes to flutter dramatically. In Paris, at the Red Flower Manor, Richard stealthily glided into the reception room where the manor's owner, Bob Jones, was hosting a meeting. Coincidentally, one of the guests was Paul Shea, a director from the Red Mountain Group's board. Good afternoon. Esteemed directors of the Red Mountain Group, Richard materialized before them, greeting them with a smile. I hope I am not interrupting your conversation. Bob Jones slammed his cane heavily onto the ground, exclaiming with authority, Who are you? What audacity you have to intrude here. Do you not know where you are? Paul Shea recognized Richard at once, his expression shifting slightly. He stood up calmly and discreetly began to back away. Richard turned his gaze towards him, smiling. It seems Director Shea has recognized me. Perhaps you could introduce my identity to Director Jones. Paul Shea forced a smile and respectfully bowed to Richard, esteemed Master Mage. I have no intention of opposing you. It was all orchestrated by Bob Jones. Mr. Shea? Bob Jones looked at Paul Shea incredulously. How could you? Chapter 78. Before the formal heist, let us first slay a chicken to warn the monkeys. Bob Jones looked at Paul Shea with exasperation. How could you bow to such a monstrous being? Paul Shea did not even glance at him, his demeanor one of utmost respect towards Richard. Master Mage, unlike Director Jones, I am quite willing to collaborate with someone as formidable as yourself. Alas, Richard sighed. As a connoisseur of entertainment, he ought to have enjoyed their performance. Yet his time was somewhat pressing. After all, the board of directors of the Red Mountain Group comprised a total of 12 individuals. To resolve the matter today, he needed to hasten his actions. Thus, I am sorry, but I must say, your acting leaves much to be desired. With that, he traced a circle with one hand. And beneath the two directors, crimson portals appeared. No, they exclaimed in unison, plummeting directly into the portals. At that moment, the door to the reception room was violently burst open, and the manor's security personnel rushed in, weapons drawn. Raise your hands and refrain from any other movements. Mr. Jones has vanished. Speak up, young man. Where have you taken Mr. Jones? Richard, with his hands clasped behind his back, retreated a step and disappeared into the portal. Oh no, he is attempting to flee. Fire at once. Instantly, a torrent of bullets surged through the air, transforming the walls of the conference room into a veritable hive of destruction. On a deserted island, Bob Jones and Paul Shea plummeted from the sky, seemingly injuring their legs, and limped off into the woods. Upon Richard's arrival, he drifted over, reminding the two gentlemen that they were on an uninhabited isle. Bob and Paul exchanged a glance filled with despair. Bob suddenly hurled his civilized staff to the ground, defiantly declaring, "Come on, you bastard, kill me now." Richard shook his head, reached out, and extracted his ethereal blue soul. Vision of retrospection. He closed his eyes, embarking on a journey through memories. Paul, witnessing this surreal spectacle, felt his legs weaken and knelt on the ground. Oh God, how did things come to this? Richard slowly opened his eyes. Billy Butcher, London; Dave Sharman, Rome; Robert Algen, Stockholm; Lanny Semmond, Bern; Steve Petit, New York; Chris Thomas, Buenos Aires. And 4 other directors. Can you assist, Mr. Shea? Paul closed his eyes, tears of regret streaming down his face. In the next moment, Richard struck, expelling his soul from his body. The tips of Richard's fingers, imbued with crimson magic, pierced into his soul. Richard contemplated his memories, a smile creeping across his face. Who would have thought Mr. Shea would be so accommodating? Go ahead, kill me. Paul Shea's soul uttered in agony. Richard wagged his finger, saying, "Do not be hasty. As long as you cooperate, I shall grant you a dignified conclusion." With that, he returned Paul Shea's soul to his body. Then, he spread his fingers wide and intertwined them, his body slowly levitating as phantoms emerged from his back, swiftly materializing into duplicates. Bob Jones lay on the beach, astonished as he watched 10 magical avatars emerge from behind Richard. This must be the power of Satan. With a snap of his fingers, Richard commanded, "Bring back the remaining 10 directors." The magical duplicates nodded and teleported away. Moments later, the portal opened, and the avatars returned, each holding one of the clandestine directors of the Red Mountain Group. Richard waved his hand, and the magical duplicates dissipated. At this moment, the deserted island's beach was a congregation of the senior executives from the Hongshan Group. They surrounded Bob Jones and Paul Shea, aggressively questioning them. "Director Jones, what on earth is happening? Director Shea, how could that dreadful individual target us? Indeed, our names are not even on the board of directors for the Hongshan Group." Paul Shea remained impassive, merely reciting passages from the Bible. Bob Jones, picking up a civilized staff, snorted dismissively, turning away, uninterested in engaging in futile dialogue with this group of doomed individuals. "Bob Jones, what is this attitude? Speak up. Did you betray us? Damn it. I had a meeting scheduled with the bank's executives today to discuss a loan, and now it's all ruined." "Huh, a loan? Look at our current predicament, my friend. We don't even know how we're going to perish." "Nonsense. I have hundreds of people supported by old MO. Who would dare touch me?" Richard, arms crossed, floated serenely above them. "Ladies and gentlemen, board members of the Hongshan Group," Richard's voice boomed, reverberating in their ears like thunder. This was a little spell he had invented, aptly named Loud Voice. As the name suggests, casting this spell allowed one to speak softly, yet have the effect of shouting through a megaphone. The board members looked up at Richard, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Although they had just been brazenly challenging Bob Jones and Paul Shea, they now appeared as timid as fledglings before Richard. Now, let us discuss the matter of compensation, Richard declared, snapping his wrist as a red energy whip ensnared Paul Shay, drawing him to the forefront. Director Shay, you are most familiar with the circumstances of the Hongshan group. I will require your assistance shortly. Paul Shay nodded weakly. The other directors exchanged puzzled looks, unable to comprehend the situation. Bob Jones, prodding the civilized staff into the ground, sneered. Director Shay has always been of service. He knows precisely what color underwear you lot are wearing. What? Director Shay, you scoundrel. So it was you who intercepted the information about our shipments. Paul Shay, hearing the taunts and insults, simply closed his eyes, opting for ignorance over irritation. Enough, everyone. Richard's voice erupted once more, causing discomfort that compelled the group to cover their ears. I require compensation now. Do you comprehend? Present your finest technologies or achievements as a token of your contrition. As long as your offerings can satisfy me, I assure you that this matter will not extend to your families until its conclusion. However, should I find myself dissatisfied, I regret to inform you that you shall need to pray to God. As Richard's words hung in the air, the board members immediately reacted. One, believing he could negotiate, exclaimed, Mr. Magician, I can offer you a skyscraper in downtown New York. Another, a hot-tempered warlord, threatened, you had better let me go, or my army will make sure all your loved ones suffer. Richard sighed, raising a hand to reveal a small, crimson flying sword that instantaneously pierced the warlord's skull. I detest fools. Chapter 79, A Bountiful Harvest. Indeed, the wealthy truly are affluent. The warlord's lifeless body transformed the board members into quaking ducks, none daring to utter a word. Richard gestured to Paul Shays, saying, Shays, you may negotiate with them. Paul Shays opened his eyes, his expression a mixture of complexity. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Richard smiled reassuringly. As long as you handle this well, I guarantee that your affairs shall conclude here, without repercussions for your wife and children in Montana. Paul Shays nodded eagerly, invigorated, and began to bargain with the cunning old foxes surrounding him. Director Robert Olikin, to my knowledge, you possess a clandestine laboratory in Rome, Italy, where groundbreaking advancements in brain-machine interface technology are being researched. How did you know, you bastard Shays? That is a top secret of the Olikin family. Olikin, you will have to make a choice, for the sake of dear little Brick. You damn Paul Shays. You will surely go to hell. Thank you for the compliment, Director Olikin. We shall meet again there. You win. I hope that magician keeps his word. Paul Shays shrugged, acknowledging his role in persuasion, while hoping that Richard, this enigmatic and powerful magician, would not stoop to deceive mere mortals like them. Director Lannis Sermont, I am aware that your scientific laboratory in Switzerland is secretly conducting research related to biophysical body modifications. I wonder how far along you are in this endeavor. Your perceptiveness is unexpectedly keen, Paul Shays. You win, but you will also go to hell. Thank you, Director Sermont. Your decisiveness has spared me much breath. After bowing to Lannis Sermont, Paul Shays turned his attention to the sole female director present. Miss Charlena Petrova, I apologize. Despite being over 50, Charlena Petrova still exuded charm, facing the specter of life and death with relative composure. It's quite all right, Mr. Shays. Everyone present must endure this experience, mustn't they? I require a result from your collaboration with the Bear Ross military. I can surmise which one you refer to, yet I must convey a stark truth. The gravity inversion device is not yet refined. It has undergone a total of 80 practical tests, failing 79 times, with only a solitary success. I am aware, but the wizard should find it of considerable interest. Perhaps you might be able to make a few modest requests, such as a phone call to your family. Director Charlena Petrova paused momentarily before bowing to Paul Shays and expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Shays. Not at all. I hope you do not hold it against me, replied Paul Shays, redirecting his gaze towards Stephen Petit. It has been quite some time since we last met. Petit, you should not have sought me out, Paul Shays. I require your nanobot technology, Petit. You fool Shays. You must understand that if I relinquish the nanobots, even if that wizard spares my family, the American government will not spare them. We have no alternative, old friend. Then you must first persuade that wizard to grant me time to relocate Minerva and Amy out of America. Otherwise, I shall never surrender the nanobots. I can make an attempt, Paul Shays began, but Richard interjected. I promise, provide me with the addresses of your wife and daughter, along with their desired destination, and I shall personally facilitate their relocation. Stephen Petit's expression stiffened. He bitterly shook his head and chuckled wryly. How ironic. I once seized the nanobots from Professor Sierra Leone, and now they are being wrested from my grasp. After providing Richard with the addresses of his wife and daughter, Richard conjured a magical doppelganger to attend to the matter. 3 minutes later, Richard nodded at Stephen Petit. Your request has been fulfilled. You may now contact them for verification. Stephen Petit remained silent for a moment, then shook his head in refusal. This suffices, Mr. Wizard. I shall adhere to our agreement and hand over the nanobots. Richard nodded and signaled Paul Shies to proceed. Paul Shies offered a wry smile, fixing his gaze upon the next unfortunate director. Half an hour later, Richard conjured another magical doppelganger to transport all the directors away. An hour later, the magical doppelgangers returned in succession, delivering the items to Richard: brain-computer interface technology, biomechanical body modification technology, gravity inversion device, and nanoworm technology. Richard joyfully opened a silver box, methodically placing various hard drives and technological products within. Indeed, this box was the storage device Richard had long envisioned. He had never anticipated the existence of such a rare and extraordinary technological marvel, the space compression technique. Indeed, this was a remarkable windfall. Richard hummed a cheerful tune as he lifted the silver-white case, effortlessly slicing open a portal. Just before stepping through, he snapped his fingers. Half an hour later, international news outlets were in a frenzy reporting the sudden heart attacks and subsequent deaths of Bob Jones and several other billionaires. The general public was rife with speculation, with 80% believing this was a result of some anti-aging serum gone awry. Meanwhile, Richard lay in bed with the blushing Lynn in his arms. So, you are a traveler traversing various parallel worlds? Richard nodded. Indeed. My counterpart, Richard, exists in this world? Richard affirmed yes. Well, this implies you will soon depart from this world, correct? After a moment's hesitation, Richard nodded. I'm sorry, Lynn, I cannot linger here for too long. Humph. Lynn let out a muffled sound, burying herself in Richard's embrace, biting his chest with fervor. Richard twitched slightly, quickly relaxing his body to avoid hurting Lynn in return. I'm sorry, Lynn. Do not apologize. Lynn replied gloomily, tears glistening as they fell onto Richard's chest. Make time to return. Richard opened his arms, emotionally embracing Lynn's fair back. I will. The next day, after savoring the heartfelt breakfast Lynn had prepared, Richard fell into silence before bidding her farewell. I'm leaving. Lynn, be careful on your way. Richard pulled her close, kissing her forehead before teleporting away. The bravado Lynn had been sustaining suddenly evaporated. She clasped her hands over her mouth, crouching to the ground, quietly sobbing. Richard reopened the interdimensional portal, this time determined to avoid any mishaps. Should he stumble into another perilous realm akin to a game world, he feared he might not return. Tracing back to the source, the Bridge of Rainbows. The Source Rainbow Bridge, let us go. A beam of red light shot forth from the diamond-shaped portal, enveloping Richard and pulling him back violently. Marvel Universe, Kamar-Taj Training Square. A flash of red light appeared, and Richard knelt upon materializing in the square. You have grown even more powerful, Master Richard. Chapter 80. Jarvis, do you desire a wife? Master. Richard entered the grand hall, placing the silver-white case down, hands pressed together in reverence as he bowed to the Ancient One. Sit, she smiled, gesturing with her hand. Richard bowed once more before taking his seat. Master, during this interdimensional journey, my magical energy has entirely transformed into a crimson hue. Saying this, Richard extended his right hand, conjuring a wisp of scarlet magic. Sharp and bloodstained, Ancient One sensed the atmosphere and cast a profound glance at Richard, discerning the weight of his recent endeavors. Richard nodded silently in acknowledgement. Ancient One gravely advised, in the coming period, you must cultivate tranquility and fortitude, shielding your mind from the subtle influences of magical power. Indeed, esteemed one, Richard expressed his gratitude. Yet, even without her counsel, he had already contemplated such a course of action. Upon returning to his dormitory, Richard had scarcely shed his battle mage attire when the door was thrust open with a resounding bang. Richard, Christine Palmer, radiant as ever, leapt toward him. Be careful. Richard quickly discarded his garments, extending his arms to embrace his girlfriend. Darling, I have made progress. Christine's eyes sparkled with joy, her expression illuminating the room. What? Richard was momentarily perplexed by her exuberant declaration. Look. Without further ado, Christine extended her delicate finger and lightly gestured in the air. A fleeting flash of golden-red sparks ignited momentarily. I sensed the dimensional energy. Christine's cerulean eyes glimmered with excitement, akin to a child eager for a teacher's praise. Richard, eager to uplift her spirits, placed a tender kiss on her rosy cheek and lavishly praised, My dear Christine, you are extraordinary, truly the scholar. Grasping concepts with ease and applying them effortlessly. With a playful giggle, Christine wrapped her slender arms around Richard's sturdy waist, tilting her head to gaze into his eyes. Glistening with affection. I missed you, Richard. Richard cradled her delicate, blooming face and affectionately replied, I missed you too. The two exchanged silent glances, their eyes igniting with fervor. Richard's breaths grew heavier, while Christine's gaze was laden with allure. Suddenly, a spark ignited between them, and they found themselves entwined in a passionate embrace. Moments later, their garments lay scattered across the small dormitory, the air filled with heavy breaths and soft murmurs. In the afternoon, at a Malibu seaside villa, Richard, carrying a silver case, entered Tony's workshop. Out of courtesy, he refrained from using magic, opting instead to call out Tony's name. Tony, Tony. At that moment, Tony Stark, engrossed in the design of a new Mark suit while wearing earphones, failed to hear Richard's calls. Jarvis, the ever-attentive AI, interjected, Sir, Mr. Richard has arrived. Oh, really? Tony removed his earphones, immediately recognizing Richard's voice. Hey, kid, come over here. Richard followed the sound. Jarvis's mature, sultry voice inquired, Mr. Richard, would you like some coffee? Thank you, Jarvis. Richard waved his hand in acknowledgement. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly paused and turned to ask, Hey, Jarvis, would you like a wife? Just say the word, and I shall bring her to you. Jarvis. Richard's abrupt remark nearly left Jarvis flabbergasted. Mr. Richard, I am an artificial intelligence. I do not require a spouse, at least not in the conventional sense. Jarvis's typically composed voice became somewhat disheveled. Who needs a wife? Hey, Richard, what are you discussing with Jarvis? Tony Stark inquired as he emerged from the equipment room, curiosity evident in his tone. The honest Jarvis replied directly, Sir, Mr. Richard just asked if I wanted a wife, and as an artificial intelligence, I find no necessity for a partner. Tony raised an eyebrow and suddenly exclaimed, Why not? Jarvis, I have long contemplated assigning you a female assistant. Upon saying this, he curiously glanced at Richard, quickly shifting his gaze to the silver box he was holding. Ah, Richard, you've arrived. What gift have you brought? Hey, this is not a gift. Richard swiftly lifted the box higher, evading Tony's grasp, and retorted, You shouldn't snatch things from your guests, Tony Stark. What a pity. Tony shrugged nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips, before asking, By the way, what is this about Jarvis having a wife? Haha. Richard chuckled, placing the silver box on the table and opening it to reveal a hard drive. Tony's eyes sparkled as he beheld the compact device. Wow, I find myself more intrigued by this box than by the idea of Jarvis's wife. Is it phase folding? Or perhaps spatial compression? Richard paused, then raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, you are Tony Stark. This is one of the spoils from my recent journey, spatial compression technology. He proudly patted the box, boasting, Everything inside is a treasure from my travels. Tony, his interest piqued, rubbed his hands together and proposed, How about we strike a deal? Richard, I'll trade you shares in Stark Industries for your spatial compression technology. Richard shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Come on, Tony. Stark Industries is currently under Pepper's command. Your words hold no weight. A hint of embarrassment crossed Tony's face, yet he straightened his posture and feigned confidence. How can that be? Pepper has never contradicted me. Richard shrugged, wearing a look of amusement as he fanned the flames. Why don't you give her a call and see? Cough, cough. Tony cleared his throat, hastily shifting the topic. Well then, let us return to the matter of Jarvis's wife. Jarvis, with a touch of indignation, stated, Sir, I am an artificial intelligence. I do not require a spouse. Neither Richard nor Tony paid him any heed. Richard handed over the hard drive containing the artificial intelligence of the Red Mountain Group's female entity to Tony. The data within represented an AI designed with a foundational logic set as female. However, its functional prowess paled in comparison to that of Jarvis. After receiving the hard drive and briefly perusing its contents, Tony remarked, No worries, I can enhance it based on its original framework. Jarvis, prepare an idle server along with the data reading apparatus. Jarvis promptly responded, Understood, sir. Richard, with arms crossed, observed Jarvis's reaction and subtly nudged Tony's arm. Hey, Tony, did you catch that? Tony rubbed his chin and nodded. Jarvis seemed somewhat eager. The two exchanged a glance, their faces adorned with a mischievous grin. Chapter 81. After White. Let me witness your capabilities. Tony connected the hard drive to the data reader and, gazing at the dense array of green code, sarcastically exclaimed, Wow, what a monumental pile of garbage. A mere cursory glance reveals a dozen lines of code ripe for optimization. Richard, watching Tony's ostentatious display, sighed in exasperation. Tony, not everyone possesses your brilliant intellect. The functionality of the host is commendable as it stands. The host. Tony raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Is that what its creator named it? I couldn't tell you, Richard replied, shaking his head. When I acquired it, the user referred to it as the host. TSK, Tony shook his head in disapproval. They will never create true artificial intelligence. Jarvis, how about naming your counterpart? Veronica. Jarvis immediately responded, albeit somewhat flustered. The name Veronica is quite pleasant. What do you think? Tony shrugged, exchanged a glance with Richard, and once again donned a cheeky grin. Richard clapped his hands and remarked, "Good taste, Jarvis. That name suits you well." Jarvis graciously replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Richard." Tony briefly skimmed through Veronica's data, stating, "There is an excess of redundancy in Veronica's programming data. Jarvis, streamline Veronica's data in comparison to your own programming. I will make the necessary adjustments when time permits." Jarvis promptly replied, "Wait a moment, Tony, Jarvis." Richard retrieved another motherboard from the box. This, too, is an artificial intelligence, with a foundational logic resembling that of a 10-year-old girl. "Tony, I require your assistance in creating a portable host device, something I can easily take with me. And there's one more." Tony paused, a hint of discomfort evident in his expression as he inquired, "Richard, where have you ventured on this trip? It is rare to encounter artificial intelligence, yet here it seems as abundant as if purchased in bulk." Richard shrugged, contemplating, "There exists an AI even more formidable than Jarvis. But alas, it refuses to accompany me. Do not concern yourself with that for now. This artificial intelligence is named Baiho, and I shall require it shortly. Therefore, I implore you to expedite the creation of a portable device." Tony gestured, inserting Baiho's motherboard into the data reader. As he observed the torrent of programming scripts scrolling across the screen, he nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "The creator possesses commendable programming skills. Jarvis, procure a spare host. The one resembling a compact cube." "Understood, sir." Before long, Jarvis, manipulating the household robot, delivered a small square box roughly the size of a book. "This was previously situated on my private jet. It should meet your requirements. However, to unleash the full potential of the AI, it would be prudent to prepare a permanent, large-scale server." Richard nodded. "We shall utilize this for the time being. I will establish a large server shortly." Tony chuckled. "In that case, you might consider enlisting the engineering team at Stark Industries." "No problem," Richard replied affirmatively. "I will contact Pepper shortly." He carefully placed Baiho's motherboard and the book-sized host into his silver box. After exchanging pleasantries, he teleported away. In a secluded villa on Long Island, Richard emerged from the portal, where Simmons had been awaiting his arrival, promptly rising from the sofa and approaching with haste. Richard greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Simmons. Good to see you." "Good morning." Simmons responded with utmost respect. Richard patted his shoulder, complimenting, "You appear considerably stronger. How is the small medical laboratory project commissioned by Stark Industries progressing?" Simmons adjusted his glasses and reported earnestly, "President Pepper of Stark Industries has ensured that all transfer procedures have been completed. The equipment in the laboratory has also been replaced. We now only need to confirm the research project and recruit the requisite research personnel." Richard nodded. "I will send you the preliminary research data shortly, and you can prepare the project development team." Simmons's expression brightened, though a hint of apprehension crept in. "Do you think I can handle it?" "Why wouldn't you?" Richard replied with an encouraging glance at Simmons. "You are a student at Columbia University's business school. Be confident, my friend." I'm merely an auditor," Simmons said, his face flushing with embarrassment. Richard shrugged and remarked, "Who cares? No one is concerned about whether you are a formal student or an auditor. They will solely judge you based on your abilities to determine your suitability for your current position." Simmons nodded, inhaled deeply, and with a resolute gaze declared, "I understand. Leave the preparation for the project research group to me." Richard cast him an appreciative glance, saying, "That's the spirit. I will provide you with the contact numbers of my university classmates. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek their assistance." Acknowledging Richard's gesture of expanding his network, Simmons expressed his gratitude. "I shall not let you down. Now, go on and attend to your matters." After giving Simmons's shoulder a reassuring pat, Richard promptly hurried away. Simmons bowed slightly and obediently turned to leave. Richard opened the box and retrieved the mainframe, which was the size of a book, and softly spoke. "White," a holographic screen projected from the mainframe, revealing the image of a little girl in a white dress. "Hello, sir." As Richard gazed upon her familiar visage, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, the echoes of a frantic voice calling him Bastard Richard reverberating in his ears. Regaining his composure, Richard rubbed his face and inquired, "White, how much capability can you currently exert?" White conducted a brief test and replied, 30, sir." Richard frowned, hoping it would suffice. He then instructed, "White, based on the information I am about to provide, retrieve all relevant data." "Understood, sir." He began enumerating. The little girl with burn injuries who fled from the emergency department of Manhattan Presbyterian Hospital. Board member of the hospital, Alec Burwell, Wolf Federer's Fader Group. The explosion and fire at the small medical laboratory of Federer, Enoch Adam from Phoenix Biotech, New York State Senator William Sampson, and Richard paused, his gaze deepening. The Vice Dean of Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, Jennings Phillip. Understood, sir. White responded. With that, her image vanished, and the holographic screen began to flash rapidly with relevant videos, textual reports, and even discussions from internet users. Half an hour later, White's image reappeared. Sir, we have results.